Wang Yi, who had awakened his memories from a past life, woke up to find that he had become a 2-year-old child. He had originally been happy that he could live again, but Wang Yi soon discovered that the world outside was already in the apocalypse. What made his scalp go numb was that in this life, one of his parents was lying right outside the bedroom door, while the other was wandering in the living room. The moment he turned his head, a pair of pitch-black eyes was staring at him. It was clearly a 3-month-old baby girl. As long as she let out a single cry, he would die in his own father's mouth. Just watch how Wang Yi, starting with a hellish opening, survives in this apocalypse with the body of a small child and lives an extraordinary life. The story begins. Roar. Crash. Along with a burst of growling and the sound of something heavy falling, Wang Yi's consciousness gradually emerged from chaos. The first thing that entered his sight was a hazy patch of pink. It was a mosquito net. A faint bloody stench lingered in the air. Wang Yi wrinkled his nose instinctively. The smell made him feel uncomfortable on a primal level. Roar. Just then a low growl rang out, pulling Wang Yi's slightly drifting attention back. What was that sound? Wang Yi was puzzled. It was clearly not normal. Just as he was about to get up and see what was going on, he realized that his body did not seem very obedient. Right after that, a soft little hand appeared before his eyes and uncontrollably grabbed at the air in front of him. Wang Yi froze for a moment, then reacted. This seemed to be his own hand. In other words, I'm a baby now? At that moment, blurry and chaotic images began appearing in his mind one after another. Among them, a gentle face occupied most of those images, followed by a young yet steady figure. Clearly, those two were his parents in this life. As for why he called it this life, instead of transmigration or rebirth, it was because he remembered that after he had died from sudden overwork, he had groggily gone to a mysterious space and, in the end, been sucked into an indescribably grand wheel. Thinking back on it now, that was probably the legendary cycle of reincarnation. Wang Yi was not certain about that. Still, none of that was important. He only needed to know that this body now belonged to him. As for why he remembered things from his past life, it was probably because he had awakened his dormant wisdom. As for his previous life, it had been the life of a workhorse. Better not to mention it. He just did not know whether this world was still Earth or not. With those blurry memories, Wang Yi knew that he was now probably around 2 years old. He kicked his somewhat uncooperative little legs. Feeling the thing he was most concerned about through the friction against his skin, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. In this life, he was still a man. With some effort, Wang Yi lifted his head and began trying to inspect the surroundings. After all, the bloody smell in the air kept giving him a sense of unease. Roar. At that moment, another growl entered his ears. Wang Yi's pitch-black eyes instantly locked onto the bedroom door not far away. The sound had come from outside it. Then he saw the clearly abnormal dark brown stain beneath the bedroom door. Combined with the growl from before, the unease in Wang Yi's heart grew even stronger. Bang! The sound of something falling came from the outer room, followed by the heavy shuffling of footsteps. Huff, huff. At the same time, there was harsh breathing, and it was getting closer and closer. The bloody stench in the air had obviously become several times stronger than before. Wang Yi forced himself to support his clumsy, heavy head, his eyes fixed on the bedroom door. In his previous life, he had been a seasoned web novel reader. Wang Yi had read all kinds of web fiction. He already had some mental preparation for the current situation. That growling from just now was obviously not something a normal creature could make. Listening to the breathing and footsteps getting closer, Wang Yi's heartbeat involuntarily sped up, and his tender body began trembling on its own. In his current condition, if the unknown creature outside broke through the door, he would have absolutely no room to resist. Just as Wang Yi's heart rose into his throat, a cool force suddenly gathered from the depths of his mind at the center of his brows. Immediately after, that unknown force shot out from between his brows. The next moment, Wang Yi felt his vision pass through the bedroom door, and he suddenly saw the scene outside. Before Wang Yi could think about what was happening, the scene outside the bedroom made his breathing stop. The area outside the bedroom door was full of scattered furniture lying overturned, and dark brown bloodstains were splashed everywhere. And amid that mess, a slightly hunched figure was slowly shuffling toward the bedroom. The figure was tall, but its posture was extremely strange. Its left leg seemed to be broken. Every step it took, the left leg, dragging on the ground, made a tearing scrape. The figure was wearing a dark set of home clothes, and the clothing was covered in dark stains. As the figure drew closer step by step, an indescribable sense of familiarity welled up in Wang Yi's heart. The moment he saw that face clearly, Wang Yi's whole body jolted. That figure was actually his father in this life. The man who, in his memories, always wore a shy smile and had gentle eyes. The steady man who would quietly step into the nursery late at night and only leave in peace after confirming that the child was sleeping safely. But the father before him, where was there even half a trace of a human left? Those originally warm and clear eyes had now turned into a pair of blood-red vertical pupils. There was no trace of human warmth in those scarlet eyes. Only endless violence and primitive hunger. Bulging veins covered his cheeks, and threads of blood kept dripping from his mouth. Those originally clean and slender hands had now turned into long, blood-colored claws. Roar! A faint growl came out of his mouth. His flared nostrils kept sucking in the air toward the bedroom door ahead, like a hyena searching for prey. Wang Yi's heart tightened again. He did not believe that a single bedroom door could keep him outside. Patriarchs of the three pure ones, Jade Emperor, please bless me. Don't let him find me. Wang Yi kept praying in his heart. Perhaps the prayer really had worked. This altered father stopped walking. After sniffing the air several times, he slowly turned around and walked in another direction. Wang Yi did not dare breathe loudly at all, afraid that this father might suddenly pull something. Fortunately, that did not happen. Watching the figure gradually move away, Wang Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. However, in the next second, a puzzled look appeared on Wang Yi's face. Judging from his father's flared nostrils, they were clearly not just for show. At such a close distance, why had he not discovered his presence? And at that moment, two corpses leaning against the bedroom door entered his field of vision. They were two female corpses, their bodies already mutilated. The bloodstains inside the bedroom had spread out from beneath them. When the face of one of the corpses entered his mind, Wang Yi only felt his nose turn sour, and tears began flowing uncontrollably. In his mind, those gentle images that took up most of his memories kept surfacing. That was his mother in this life. The instant he saw this scene, Wang Yi understood. It was not his prayer that had worked just now. It was the bloody smell coming from his mother's mangled remains that had masked the scent inside the bedroom. And the other female corpse lying beside his mother was also someone Wang Yi's thin memories recognized. In his memories, she should have been his mother's close friend. She often took the babies out for walks in the park with his mother. Wait, if this woman was here, then did that mean? As if thinking of something, Wang Yi's heart tightened. His strange vision quickly swept across the entire living room. No one. Did they not bring her over? Wang Yi's tiny brows furrowed slightly. Aside from the wandering figure, there were no other living things in the living room. Suddenly, Wang Yi's heart jolted. No way. Then, with a somewhat stiff movement, Wang Yi turned his head and looked toward the other side of the bed. The next second, he met a pair of big, bright eyes. It was a baby girl. She was lying not far from Wang Yi, wrapped in a pink swaddle, her little face round and chubby. At this moment, she was stretching out her fair little hands and waving them in the air without stop. When she noticed Wang Yi looking at her, her rosy little mouth immediately opened, and she let out a string of cheerful babbling sounds. Seeing this scene, countless thoughts flashed through Wang Yi's mind. He himself was only a child of around 2 years old. He could barely even walk steadily. Was he really about to take on the responsibilities of a babysitter now? At the thought, Wang Yi felt speechless. It had already been 5 minutes since he awakened his dormant memories and regained full awareness. Combined with the faint sounds of chaos coming from outside the window and his father's mutation, Wang Yi could already basically confirm that the outside world had likely become the apocalypse from those novels. Although he did not know whether the government still had the ability to restore order, there was definitely no counting on that in the short term. Now, not only did he have to survive this apocalypse in the body of a 1.5-year-old, he also had to bring along a little one whose name he did not even know. This was simply a hellish start. Yeah. Seeing that Wang Yi was ignoring her, the little one kept making noises, trying to attract his attention. Wang Yi came back to himself and hurriedly pulled back his wandering thoughts. He rolled over and crawled toward the little one. When he reached her side, he quickly picked up the pacifier that had fallen nearby and carefully stuffed it into her mouth. The moment the pacifier went in, the little one's attention was diverted. She began sucking on it, making faint popping sounds. Only then did Wang Yi let out a breath of relief. He tilted his ear and listened to the movement in the living room. Low growls and heavy footsteps still came from over there, but there was no sign of them approaching the bedroom. He did not know whether it was because his mutated father had poor hearing, or because the bedroom had good soundproofing, but the sounds made by the little one had not been noticed. Only at this moment did Wang Yi turn his attention back to his own condition. That vision just now was similar to the spiritual power or divine sense from the novels in his previous life. Sitting beside the little one, Wang Yi placed one hand next to hers and let her play with it. Then he began focusing his attention on the space between his brows. The next instant, that cool sensation appeared again. Right after that, Wang Yi could clearly feel an invisible force spreading forward. As that invisible power spread, scene after scene began to appear in Wang Yi's mind. These images were even clearer than what Wang Yi could see with his eyes. Wang Yi could feel that if he wanted to, he could even see everything inside the cracks of the floor with perfect clarity. After gaining a preliminary understanding of his ability, Wang Yi began testing its farthest range. His vision started extending forward, then passed through the wall and continued into the living room. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Only after passing through 3 walls in a row did Wang Yi start to feel like he was running out of strength. He quickly withdrew the ability. Enduring the pain between his brows, Wang Yi leaned against the headboard and breathed lightly. From a test just now, this ability had a maximum range of about 60 meters when used for scouting. Any farther than that, and the images would become blurry while also causing discomfort. Wang Yi thought to himself. Suppressing the urge to keep testing, he teased the little one while easing the swelling pain between his brows. It was also at this time that Wang Yi learned her name from the gold bracelet on the little one's wrist. It was a very nice name, Yi Lingxi. About 20 minutes later, the swelling pain between his brows finally disappeared completely, replaced by waves of coolness. A smile appeared on Wang Yi's little face. He was very satisfied with this recovery time, and he could feel that the cool aura seemed to have grown by a trace. This discovery truly put Wang Yi at ease. It meant his ability could recover on its own and grow stronger. With that concern gone, Wang Yi excitedly began experimenting again. This time, he planned to try using this power to interfere with objects in the outside world. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yi forced himself to calm down, and his gaze landed on the nightstand nearby. There was a pink baby bottle on top. One look at the color was enough to tell that it belonged to Yi Lingxi. Focusing his attention, Wang Yi mobilized the power between his brows and extended it toward the bottle. Then, with a thought, he applied that force to the bottle. The next instant, the baby bottle that had been sitting still slowly rose off the table. It really could interfere with outside objects? Wang Yi was overjoyed. Then he controlled the ability and slowly floated the bottle over to his side. When the bottle landed in his hands, Wang Yi could no longer hide the excitement in his heart. He grinned with his little mouth that only had 2 white baby teeth, and strands of drool dripped from the corner of his lips. This ability could be used for scouting like spiritual power, and it could also drive objects like telekinesis. From now on, this power will be called Divine Sense. Wang Yi could already imagine himself using Divine Sense to slaughter his way through the apocalypse in the future. Just as he was immersed in those fantasies, a fair little hand shakily reached in front of his eyes and kept grabbing toward the bottle in his hand. Wang Yi came back to himself and looked at the owner of the little hand. Yi Lingxi was staring at the bottle with longing. The speed at which her little mouth sucked on the pacifier had clearly increased, making hurried popping sounds. Not good. Wang Yi was startled. The little one was obviously hungry and wanted milk. He knew that if he did not feed her immediately, once she started crying, his father wandering in the living room would definitely break through the bedroom door at once. And with the power of his current divine sense, there was absolutely no way he could deal with him. At the thought, Wang Yi's gaze landed once more on the nightstand nearby. When he saw the can of formula and the hot water on the table, Wang Yi immediately let out a breath of relief. He gently touched the little one's face, then crawled toward the edge of the bed. After getting off the bed with some effort, Wang Yi walked toward the nightstand on his short little legs, swaying unsteadily. When he reached the cabinet, he looked at the tightly sealed formula can. With a thought, his divine sense activated again. The invisible force landed on the lid. Wang Yi focused his mind and suddenly exerted force. Pop! With a muffled sound, the lid opened in response. He let out a breath. His divine sense had not disappointed him. But in the next moment, Wang Yi was a little dumbfounded. What was he supposed to do now? This was his first time making milk for a baby. How much formula should he add? How should he control the water temperature? Wang Yi had no idea at all. He turned his head and looked at the little one, who was lying on the bed and watching him with a pair of big eyes. Wang Yi hardened his heart. It was already the apocalypse. Who still had the luxury to fuss over things like this? As long as he did not scald the little one, that was enough. He could not worry about the rest. Thinking of this, he activated his divine sense and used it to control the little spoon, directly scooping 3 spoonfuls into the baby bottle. Then he controlled the bottle and set it on the small water dispenser nearby. Perhaps because the apocalypse had only just begun, the power supply hadn't been affected yet, and the dispenser was still working normally. Scalding hot water flowed into the bottle. Wang Yi used his divine sense to sense the water level, stopping when it reached about 1/3 of the bottle. Then he started shaking the bottle to fully dissolve the milk powder. After it had completely dissolved, he began adding cool water, sensing the temperature with his divine sense as he poured. When it felt about right, Wang Yi tasted himself first. And not bad. Wang Yi smacked his lips and revealed a satisfied smile. After that, he delivered the bottle into the little one's hands and removed the pacifier from her mouth. The moment the little one hugged the bottle, she immediately began sucking on it impatiently. Her tiny mouth puckered again and again, looking unbelievably cute. Who would have thought that the very first thing in this apocalypse would actually be making formula? Looking at the little one, eating so happily, Wang Yi's eyes showed a trace of gratification. If anyone else saw this scene, their jaw would absolutely hit the floor. Can you imagine what kind of picture it was? A 2-year-old little brat watching another little brat drink milk with the face of an old father, full of gratification? Gulu, perhaps because he was watching the little one eat so happily, Wang Yi's stomach started growling too. He rubbed his belly, And only then did Wang Yi remember that he hadn't eaten anything either. He had no idea how much time had passed since the apocalypse began. Wang Yi turned his head and looked at the pool of blood by the door. He wasn't some crime scene expert, but he still knew that blood that was almost dried up definitely hadn't formed within the last 2 days. In other words, both he and little Yi Lingxi had gone at least 2 days without food. But after 2 days, he only felt a little hungry. His body showed no other signs of discomfort. He had no idea why the world had become like this, whether it was a natural disaster or man-made, or what kind of secret was hidden behind it all. For example, his divine sense had most likely awakened during these past 2 days. So would the other surviving humans also awaken all kinds of abilities? At that thought, Wang Yi couldn't help but let his gaze fall on Yi Lingxi. Could the little one have awakened some kind of ability too? But looking at the little thing hugging her baby bottle, he shook his head speechlessly. Even if she had awakened an ability, what use would it be? Was he supposed to count on her to fight? Suppressing the thought, he turned around and made himself a cup of milk too. He had never raised a child before and didn't know what a 2-year-old could eat. But as long as it wasn't overly stimulating food, it should probably be fine. Still, in their current situation, he could only fight the little one for food. Holding the bottle, Wang Yi sucked on it as he walked toward the window. After all the tossing around earlier, Wang Yi had gradually gained control over his body. At least now, he no longer walked crookedly. When he arrived at the window and climbed onto the stool beside it, the scene outside came into view. Looking at the apartment buildings around him, Wang Yi estimated that his home was in an old residential complex. Looking down from the window and comparing it with the surrounding buildings, his apartment should be on the 5th floor. At this moment, the square in the residential complex was covered with severed limbs and broken corpses. From time to time, mutated figures flashed past, moving several times faster than ordinary humans. He looked toward the surrounding floors, and very quickly, Wang Yi discovered that survivors in the building across from him were also hiding behind their windows and observing the outside world. The moment he saw that, Wang Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. Right now, the apocalypse had only just begun. Every household still had more or less some stored food. Once that food ran out, those survivors would inevitably step out of their homes. At that point, whether they acted alone or in groups, they would actively start clearing out those mutants. The chances of survival for Wang Yi and Yi Lingxi would also gradually increase. As for whether those survivors could deal with those mutants that were obviously even stronger than zombies, he did not care in the slightest. Whether this apocalypse had been caused by man or formed naturally, anyone who could survive this initial period definitely had something special about them. Just like himself, who had awakened the power of divine sense. It just so happened that he could also secretly observe them and prepare for future survival. Pulling back his gaze, Wang Yi climbed down from the stool and began checking the bedroom. More precisely, he started taking inventory of their supplies. First was the milk powder that served as food for both him and little Lingxi. Besides the half-finished can on the nightstand, he found 2 more unopened cans in the cabinet. Other than that, there were some biscuits and similar snacks. Not much, but all of them could be stored for a long time. The bottled water on the dispenser was still about 2/3 full. If they used it sparingly, it should be enough for about 2 days. His divine sense extended out and looked toward the large wardrobe by the bed. Inside were his parents' clothes and bags. To Wang Yi's surprise, he found 4 packs of diapers at the bottom of the wardrobe. Now that he had awakened his memories, he could effectively control his own bowel and bladder functions, so he had no need for diapers. But little Lingxi was different. Without diapers, the strong smell would definitely draw the nearby mutants over. Now that they had diapers, every time he changed one, he could use the power of his divine sense to throw it downstairs. As for whether that would affect the survivors below, that was none of his concern. After all, who told him he was only 2 years old now? After taking stock of all the supplies in the bedroom, the joy Wang Yi had just felt quickly turned into worry again. Without leaving the bedroom and assuming everything went smoothly, he and little Lingxi could survive for most 5 days. The biggest problem was water. He could fill his stomach with biscuits, but little Lingxi couldn't. She had to drink milk powder. Even if it didn't drink any of the remaining water, it would only let little Lingxi last 1 extra day at most. After that, he would have to find a way to get clean water. And as time passed, the electricity would definitely start failing sooner or later. When that happened, even making milk would become a problem. At that thought, Wang Yi's gaze shifted toward the bedroom door. His parents' phones, computer, and television were all in the living room. Since the infrastructure hadn't completely collapsed yet, there should still be a lot of useful information online. It seemed he had to find a way either to deal with his mutated father or lure him away. There was also the matter of the bodies of his mother and little Lingxi's mother. They needed to be properly handled as well. But when he looked at his own fair, tender little hands, Wang Yi instantly fell into confusion. This seemed like a dead end, although he had awakened divine sense. With the strength of his current divine sense, dealing with his father in the living room would be extremely difficult. He bent down and crawled under the bed, where there was a toolbox he had just found. Carefully opening the toolbox, Wang Yi looked through the tools inside and quickly chose a small Phillips screwdriver. He picked it up, then closed the toolbox and crawled back out. Climbing onto the bed, he looked at the screwdriver in his hand and took a deep breath. His divine sense extended out and wrapped around the screwdriver. Then he began exerting force, controlling the screwdriver to move through the air. As he increased the power of his divine sense, the screwdriver moved faster and faster. Very soon, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. Wang Yi quickly eased up and slowed it down. Letting out a soft breath, Wang Yi looked at the screwdriver in his hand and silently estimated its killing power. He found that against an ordinary human, with the current strength of his divine sense, he could kill instantly within 20 meters. But judging from the speed of those mutants, their physical strength had to be several times greater than that of ordinary people. If Wang Yi wanted to kill one in a single strike, he had to hit a weak point like the eyes. But how could that be easy? With the speed of those mutants, striking the eyes was incredibly difficult. Fortunately, his father in the living room was clearly injured, so his speed would definitely be affected. That gave Wang Yi a chance. He wondered how his mother and the others had managed to injure his mutated father before they died. Wang Yi looked toward the bedroom door with a complicated expression. Pulling back his thoughts, Wang Yi moved aside the baby bottle little Lingxi had already finished, then stuffed the nipple back in her mouth to stop her from making random noises. Looking at the little thing, full and satisfied, waving her arms and legs around. Wang Yi checked her diaper. After confirming there was nothing in it, he sat down to the side and began training. Very soon, under the control of his divine sense, the screwdriver started darting through the bedroom at extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Perhaps even fate felt the two little ones were too pitiful. During those 2 days, everything remained calm and peaceful. In truth, what Wang Yi should have worried about most was not water and food, but little Lingxi. The bedroom had good soundproofing, but that was only under the condition that the noise stayed small. And little Lingxi was the most unstable factor of all. Over those 2 days, what Wang Yi hoped for most was for little Lingxi to sleep. Only when she was asleep could Wang Yi practice his spiritual sense in peace. Every time little Lingxi woke up, Wang Yi had to stop practicing and carefully play with her. He also had to keep an eye on her at all times. If she peed or pooped, he had to change her diaper immediately. With spiritual sense, he didn't need to go over and check in person. A sweep of it was enough to tell whether she had pooped or not. Still, things downstairs in the residential complex had been quite lively these past 2 days. Every time a fresh diaper was thrown down, it would cause a commotion. He had no idea what the survivors in the lower floors felt when they saw that scene. But it definitely couldn't have felt good. After 2 days of nonstop practice, Wang Yi had also become much more skilled in using his spiritual sense. At the very least, when it came to attacking stationary objects, he could already hit exactly where he wanted with precise control. Looking at the nearly empty water jug on the dispenser, the worry in Wang Yi's heart grew heavier, and the air was already starting to fill with a foul smell. If the 2 corpses outside the door weren't dealt with soon, it would probably become a serious problem. At that thought, Wang Yi's gaze shifted toward the living room. His spiritual sense passed through the wall, taking in everything there. Very soon, he saw his mutated father by the living room entrance. Perhaps something outside the front door had attracted him because he had been lingering there the whole time. Seeing this, Wang Yi's heart stirred. This might be an opportunity. The moment he thought of it, he acted. Wang Yi glanced at the sleeping little Lingxi, then slowly climbed down from the bed. Moving on his short little legs, he quietly made his way behind the bedroom door, looking at the dried bloodstains beneath his feet. A wave of grief rose in Wang Yi's heart for no reason. Forcing down the sorrow in his chest, he gently placed his hand on the doorknob. With a light twist, there was a soft click, and the bedroom door opened a crack. Wang Yi's spiritual sense was locked tightly onto his father. Only after confirming he noticed did Wang Yi let out a breath of relief. The bedroom he was in was less than 20 meters from the front door. That distance was the optimal range for spiritual sense to unleash its full power. As long as his mutated father's physical defense wasn't too outrageous, Wang Yi was fully capable of piercing his skull in one strike. Smelling the fishy stench drifting in through the crack in the door, determination gradually filled Wang Yi's eyes. Carefully widening the crack, Wang Yi felt resistance from the bedroom door and understood that it was the weight of the 2 corpses pressing against it. With a thought, a slipper by the bed instantly moved beneath the bedroom door and wedged it in place. Only after feeling that the pressure on the door was gone did Wang Yi breathe out in relief. After doing all that, Wang Yi slowly extended his right hand through the crack in the door. In his hand was that Phillips screwdriver. The next moment, the screwdriver slowly rose from his hand, then began to spin under the control of his spiritual sense. Wang Yi stared fixedly at his father behind the door, continuously pouring spiritual sense into the screwdriver. Its speed grew faster and faster, and before long, a buzzing hum began to sound in the air. The father behind the door seemed to sense something and suddenly whipped his head around. A pair of blood-red vertical pupils met Wang Yi's eyes. Now, A swelling pain burst at Wang Yi's brow as his spiritual sense exploded out in an instant. Whoosh! The rapidly spinning screwdriver tore through the air and shot straight at those blood-red eyes. And the father behind the door also discovered Wang Yi's presence. Roar! A roar burst from his savage mouth, and then he turned to pounce this way. And it was precisely during that turn that his body stiffened for an instant. Poochie! Carrying terrifying speed, the screwdriver instantly pierced through his right eye. Roar! A shrill howl came from his father's mouth. The intense pain, along with the dark red blood flowing from the eye socket, made him look even more horrifying. Wang Yi's expression changed drastically at the sight. Without caring about the screwdriver anymore, he slammed the bedroom door shut. At the same time, his spiritual sense observed every move his father made outside. He saw him let out an angry roar, then drag his injured leg and charge toward the bedroom. Bang! A heavy impact sounded from the bedroom door. Then came a piercing, scratching noise from the door, mixed with repeated roars. Wang Yi quickly retreated several steps. His little face was taut, and his eyes were fixed on the bedroom door. Wah! 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 Right then, little Ling Xi's crying came from the bed behind him. She had obviously been woken up by the noise. But Wang Yi could no longer care about that, because after his father's crashing and clawing, cracks had already appeared in the bedroom door. It wouldn't be long before this last barrier lost its effect. What awaited him and little Ling Xi would be the claws of his father outside the door. Without hesitation, he bent down and dragged out the toolbox from under the bed, then took out 2 screwdrivers from inside. Then he fixed his eyes on the bedroom door. The screwdrivers in his hands slowly floated up, then began to spin. Feeling the swelling pain coming from between his brows, Wang Yi knew he only had one chance. If the next strike failed to kill it, then the only thing waiting for him and little Ling Xi would be death. The cracks on the door grew larger and larger. Crack! With a sharp sound, a black claw pierced through the door and reached inside. Then came the second, the third, crack. The sound of wood breaking rang out, and a large hole instantly appeared in the door. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, the screwdriver shot out instantly, and in the next moment, it pierced his father's other blood-red eye. Roar! Another shrill howl rang out, and the scratching outside the door became even faster. Seeing this, a trace of despair appeared in Wang Yi's eyes. This mutant seemed different from the zombies in movies and TV. If it were a zombie, it definitely would have died from those 2 strikes. He no longer had enough spiritual sense left to launch another attack. A hint of despair remained in Wang Yi's eyes. Then he stopped paying attention to his father, who was about to break in. He walked to the bedside and, using the little spiritual sense he had left, worked together with his arms to pick up little Ling Xi. Then he came to the window, turned to look at his father who was about to break through the door, then lowered his head to look at the little one who had stopped crying. After that, he carried her onto a stool and placed the little one on the windowsill. With a thought, the window opened. Yeah. Little Ling Xi had no idea what Wang Yi was about to do. As the breeze brushed past, her bright black eyes looked at Wang Yi, and ya-ya sounds came from her mouth. Looking at the little one's adorable appearance, a trace of reluctance flashed through Wang Yi's eyes. But the situation had already gone beyond his control. If he wanted to avoid too much pain, jumping from the building was the best choice right now. With a movement of his body, Wang Yi prepared to make a leap of faith. Meow! A cat's cry suddenly rang out from the direction of the living room, followed by the sound of the door lock being smashed open. Gudu-gudu-gudu. Along with it came a breathing sound like muffled thunder from the living room. And his father, who had been about to break in, also stopped moving. He turned and faced the living room warily, letting out a threatening hiss. The gulu sound came closer and closer. This sudden turn of events made Wang Yi temporarily give up on his leap of faith. Instead, he sent out his somewhat weakened spiritual sense, wanting to see what had happened in the living room. In the next instant, Wang Yi's pupils contracted. A tabby cat? He saw a giant feline with a shoulder height of nearly 1.5 meters slowly walk in through the open front door. If not for its size, it would have looked exactly like a tabby cat. And this tabby kept giving Wang Yi a strange sense of familiarity. Roar! Father let out another roar. His already hunched body lowered a few more inches. On his intact right leg, patches of bluish-gray muscle were exposed through the torn pant leg. The wooden floor beneath his feet let out cracking sounds one after another. This was a sign that he was ready to attack at any moment. From the face of Father's warning, the tabby did not pause in the slightest. Its massive body moved lightly toward the bedroom. The thunder-like purring also grew louder and louder. In Wang Yi's mind, fragments of memory from before his awakening flashed by rapidly. Very soon, he found a figure of this tabby among those scattered memories. In his memories, this tabby had been raised by Yi Ling Xi's mother. Back then, he had often been carried over to little Ling Xi's home as a guest, which was why it felt so familiar. And the reason he could confirm this tabby was the same one from his memory was, first, because there was a patch of pure white fur under its chin, exactly the same as in his memory, and second, because of that familiar feeling the moment he saw it. With this discovery, Wang Yi withdrew his outstretched hands and pulled little Lingxi back into his arms. Then he left the windowsill and placed little Lingxi back onto the bed. Meanwhile, his divine sense kept observing the situation in the living room. Seeing that the tabby had ignored his warning, and with both eyes already pierced, Father roared and lunged at the tabby. Facing Father's charge, the tabby tilted its round head slightly, its nose wrinkling a little. The next instant, it raised a front paw, and several blade-like claws shot out from its paw pads. It slashed diagonally at the charging father. Poochie! Bang! Bang! The sound of flesh being torn came along with objects crashing to the floor. Inside the bedroom, Wang Yi was dumbfounded. This mutated tabby was incredibly strong. He looked at Father, who had been split into two pieces by that diagonal slash, then looked at the tabby, which seemed as relaxed as if it had only swatted away a fly. His heart grew even more wary of this sudden apocalypse. Compared to humans, the things that existed in greatest numbers in the world were all kinds of animals and plants. If all those animals and plants mutated, then for humanity, it would undoubtedly be making a bad situation even worse. Wang Yi gently climbed onto the bed, held little Lingxi in his arms, and fixed his gaze on the bedroom door. Whether they lived or died next would depend on whether this tabby still remembered its former little owner. The reason Wang Yi made this choice was because he had not seen any savage murderous intent in the tabby's eyes, and its pupils were also the normal color a feline S should be. Also, although his family and little Lingxi's family lived in the same residential complex, in his memories, they had not lived in the same building. Although he did not know how this tabby had found this place, he could be certain it had something to do with little Lingxi or her mother. If this tabby still remembered its little owner, then the two of them, these two tiny children, would at least have something to rely on to survive in the early days of this apocalypse. What was this tabby's name again, right? In his memory, little Lingxi's mother seemed to call it Xiaohua. Wang Yi looked at the mutated tabby before him. With a shoulder height close to 1.5 meters and a body length close to 2 meters, the name really did feel a bit out of place. At this moment, Xiaohua had already stepped over Father's remains and arrived at the bedroom door. It lowered its huge cat head and gently sniffed little Lingxi's mother's corpse. Meow. A cat's cry came from its mouth, carrying a trace of sorrow. Wang Yi watched all this without making sound. He only tightened his hold on little Lingxi. At this moment, little Lingxi also saw Xiaohua. At once, she stretched out her two fair little hands toward the doorway, grabbing at the air while babbling incoherently. And little Lingxi's voice successfully drew Xiaohua's gaze over. Wang Yi could clearly see the reflections of himself and little Lingxi in those pupils. Meow. Xiaohua gave a soft cry, lowered its head to look at the corpse on the ground, then lifted a paw and walked into the bedroom. Its massive body gave off a powerful sense of pressure. Wang Yi stared fixedly into Xiaohua's eyes, while the screwdriver by the bed leg moved slightly. As long as there was even a trace of ferocity in Xiaohua's eyes, he would let go and fight with everything he had at once. Xiaohua's huge body squeezed into the bedroom. Its enormous head slowly moved toward the two of them. The thunder-like purring was right beside them now, making Wang Yi's body vibrate along with it. Watching the cat head get closer and closer, Wang Yi tightened the arms holding little Lingxi. Although he was fairly sure Xiaohua would not attack them, seeing such a giant creature getting closer still inevitably made him feel a little tense. Yeah. Just then, little Lingxi suddenly grabbed one of Xiaohua's whiskers with her right hand and wriggled happily in Wang Yi's arms. Wang Yi was startled and quickly reached out, wanted to pull back her little hand. However, Xiaohua's reaction made him withdraw his hand. After having its whisker grabbed, Xiaohua showed no intention of attacking at all. Instead, it moved its fluffy head even closer. It even directly stuck out its pink tongue and licked across little Lingxi's face. Ya gidge. After being licked, little Lingxi immediately burst into happy giggles. Seeing this, Wang Yi also cautiously reached out and stroked under Xiaohua's chin. Sensing Wang Yi's movement, Xiaohua sniffed him, then turned its head away. Whether it was his imagination or not, in the instant Xiaohua turned its head, Wang Yi seemed to catch a trace of disdain in its eyes. Recalling the scenes from his memories of visiting little Lingxi's home, he could confirm that it was not an illusion. Xiaohua really was looking down on him. There was nothing Wang Yi could do about that. For small pets at home, a 1 or 2 year old child was basically a nightmare-level existence. The fact that Xiaohua had not smacked him on the spot was already because of little Lingxi's sake. Only at this moment did this life-and-death crisis, brought on by his misjudgment, truly pass. For a short time, as long as the basic infrastructure was still functioning, they would not face too much survival pressure. Just as Wang Yi was feeling relieved, the bed under his but suddenly let out a creaking sound. Looking up, he saw that Xiaohua's huge body had already climbed onto the bed. Then it laid down beside the two of them, its massive body perfectly shielding them in the middle. Little Lingxi struggled free from Wang Yi's restraint, grabbed at the fur with her little hands, and crawled toward Xiaohua. Xiaohua gently rolled over, exposing its soft belly, and with a slight push from its front paw, sent the little one onto its stomach. Very soon, the bedroom was filled with little Lingxi's cheerful sounds. Seeing little Lingxi so happy, a smile also appeared on Wang Yi's face. He then checked the diaper, and seeing that it was still dry, got off the bed. With his short little legs, he walked to the bedroom door. At this moment, the two mothers' corpses were leaning crookedly against the doorframe. Carefully stepping around them, Wang Yi arrived in the living room. Looking at father, who had been split into two halves ahead of him, Wang Yi let out a sigh. Then his divine sense extended outward and began probing the remains. He recalled how, in those novels from his previous life, zombies had some kind of crystal or the like inside their bodies. He wanted to see whether this mutant also had something similar. His divine sense swept over the body and found that the mutated flesh was indeed much denser than that of a normal human. The bones carried a faint bluish-gray color and looked fairly tough. What surprised Wang Yi was that the internal organs that had not been damaged were still slowly squirming even now, showing just how powerful its vitality was. No wonder. Even with its brain already damaged, it could still jump around like nothing was wrong. Wang Yi sighed. He then sent his divine sense into the corpse's brain, a trace of anticipation rising in his heart. The moment his divine sense entered, Wang Yi sensed a cool aura. Right after that, at the point where the corpse's brain connected to the spine, a cyan crystal the size of a fingernail appeared. There really is one, Wang Yi said in delight. With a thought, he took it out, controlling the crystal core until it floated before his eyes. Wang Yi held it up toward the light outside the window. He discovered that the crystal core was not truly transparent as it appeared to the naked eye. Inside were countless tiny silver white specks, and that cool sensation from before came from those silver white specks. As for the transparent crystal wrapped around them, it seemed to be nothing more than a special protective layer. Carefully, he sent his divine sense into the inside of the crystal. That cool aura instantly became much clearer, especially when it touched those silver white points. The feeling became even more obvious. At the same time, a desire to swallow the crystal rose in his heart. Wang Yi's heart tightened, and he quickly withdrew his divine sense. By now, he already had some guesses. This crystal might be something a person could absorb and refine. But what truly had an effect was clearly the silver white specks inside. As for the transparent crystal, he had no idea whether eating it would cause some kind of mutation. To be safe, it was better to stay cautious. He put the crystal into the small pocket on his jacket, planning to study it later. Right now, the most important thing was to fix the door Xiaohua had broken. The commotion just now had not been too loud, but if it drew the surrounding mutants over, it would definitely be troublesome. Even though Xiaohua was here and they would most likely be fine, the current Xiaohua was clearly closer to little Lingxi. If too many came, Xiaohua would definitely protect little Lingxi first. With his own ability, he would most likely be eaten until not even scraps were left. Once he thought of it, he immediately acted. He looked at the door and found that only the part connected to the lock had been damaged, while everything else was intact. And he instantly let out a breath of relief. That made repairs much simpler. If the door panel itself had been damaged, fixing it would have taken a lot more effort. He returned to the bedroom and dragged out the toolbox. He had already seen nails and a hammer inside earlier. Dragging the toolbox along, when he passed the bedroom door, he casually picked up a wooden board from the floor and headed toward the front door. At the doorway, he stuck his head out and looked outside, only to find that the doors to the other two apartments were both intact. The hallway and stairwell were completely quiet, which made Wang Yi breathe a sigh of relief. Clearly, the noise from just now had not attracted the attention of any other mutants. After thinking about it, Wang Yi sent his divine sense into the apartment across from his. He found that the furniture inside was all neat and orderly, with no signs of damage. The two bedrooms were empty as well, which meant that when the apocalypse began, the owner of that apartment had not been home. Withdrawing his divine sense, Wang Yi probed the other apartment too. Just like the first one, this apartment had also not suffered any damage, and there were no signs of anyone living there. This discovery filled Wang Yi with delight. It meant that without even going to another floor, he could collect quite a lot of supplies. He gently closed the door and looked at the broken lock. It was obviously impossible to replace it, and he was no professional locksmith. So he decided to make a simple door bolt directly. With a thought, the wooden board he had just picked up slowly rose into the air. He then placed it near the lower part of the doorframe. Next, he controlled the nails and hammer and fixed it in place with a few strikes. Then he found a wooden strip and nailed it onto the board, making a movable wooden latch. In just a few minutes, a crude but usable door bolt was finished. He lowered the bolt, and after seeing that the door would not easily be blown open by the wind, he turned and walked toward the living room. Next, it was time to take stock of the usable supplies in the house. The first thing was the refrigerator. Since the power was still on, it had been running the whole time. He opened it and checked. It was stuffed full of all kinds of vegetables, and they still looked fairly fresh. These were probably meant for entertaining little Ling Ci's mother, but the apocalypse had come so suddenly that none of them had been used. Wang Yi checked the entire home once over and felt slightly relieved. At least for the short term, they definitely would not go hungry. Besides the vegetables and meat in the fridge, there was also an unopened bag of rice, 5 bundles of noodles, and 23 eggs in the kitchen cabinets. The bottled water on the dispenser in the living room was still nearly full. There was also another large bottle of water by the coffee table for making tea, and that one was full as well. Aside from the milk powder in the bedroom, there was another can on the coffee table too, but there was less than half of it left. With little Ling Ci's appetite, it would only be enough for 3 or 4 days. After that came the clothes. On the sofa in the living room, there were 2 sets of pink cotton baby clothes. At a glance, they were obviously little Ling Ci's clothes. Including what she was wearing, that gave her 3 sets to change between. As for when he grew bigger, he could temporarily wear his own clothes. Maybe they had run into a sale at a children's clothing store, because Wang Yi found the lower drawer of the bedroom wardrobe filled with his clothes and pants. These clothes and pants came in both larger and smaller sizes, and there were no fewer than 10 sets. Wang Yi estimated that before he turned 5, he would not have to worry about having nothing to wear. Shoes, on the other hand, were rather few. There were only 3 pairs, and all of them only fit him now. Once he grew a little more, he would not be able to wear them anymore. That was a problem, but for the time being, it would not affect his life. Afterward, he would definitely have to go out and look for supplies. After all, he could eat noodles and rice porridge, but little Ling Ci still could not. Before the milk powder ran out, he definitely had to go collect supplies. By then, the infrastructure would most likely have collapsed too, and the true apocalypse would be about to arrive. At the thought of infrastructure, Wang Yi smacked his forehead, and his gaze swept over the phone on the coffee table. He quickly walked over, picked up the phone, and turned it on. His eyes fell on the signal icon, and the sight instantly made Wang Yi disappointed, because it showed no signal. Holding the phone, he walked over to his mother's corpse and unlocked it with her fingerprint. There was definitely no internet anymore, so Wang Yi quickly opened the text messages. Sure enough, the top message was one sent by the Koen City authorities. It read, "Attention, all citizens. Blue Star is currently under attack by an unknown external force. All satellites in global orbit have been completely destroyed, and all communication signals will soon be interrupted for a short period. Please remain calm. Do not panic. Do not gather in crowds. Follow the guidance of nearby personnel and act in an orderly manner. The relevant emergency departments have fully activated emergency response plans and are urgently handling the sudden situation. Please stay at home or in a safe area with peace of mind and wait patiently for further notice." He scrolled down a bit, and the rest were just ordinary daily messages. Just then, an icon that looked like a camera caught his attention on the phone. A flash of joy passed through his eyes, and he tapped it open. Sure enough, it was full of surveillance videos. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly opened the latest one. The first thing that came into view was 1 man and 2 women. The man was making tea, while the 2 women were holding up a pink little outfit and comparing it. With one glance, Wang Yi recognized that the 3 of them were his parents and little Ling Ci's mother. Looking at the 3 of them in the video, chatting and laughing, then looking at the corpses not far away beside him, his eyes instantly grew moist. Not long after, a muffled boom came from the video, shaking even the recording itself. This sudden change instantly shattered the originally warm and harmonious atmosphere. Then, a streak of purple light spread in from outside the window. The moment the 3 of them came into contact with the purple glow, they fainted with panic on their faces. Wang Yi stared fixedly at the phone screen. The purple light lasted for about 5 minutes. When the purple light gradually faded, the living room came back into view. But the 3 people on the sofa were still unconscious. About half an hour later, the previously motionless scene finally changed. His father, who had slumped beneath the coffee table, began to tremble. From a video, Wang Yi could clearly see his whole body convulsing. Veins bulged across his skin. The muscles all over his body twitched nonstop, and his hands and feet flailed around uncontrollably. At the same time, the 2 women collapsed on the sofa also began to react. But unlike his father on the floor, their reactions seemed much smaller. Still, from their expressions, it was obvious that they were also in extreme pain. This state lasted for about 10 minutes before the 2 women opened their eyes one after the other. Wang Yi could clearly see that a glint flashed through both of their pupils almost at the same time before they returned to normal. After noticing his father convulsing on the floor, both of them hurried over, trying to help him up. But the moment they saw his face, both of them were startled. At this moment, his father's face had become incomparably ferocious, and his movements had turned stiff as well. Even through the video, his eyes could be seen glowing with a red light. His mother froze for a moment, then quickly began shaking his father and repeatedly calling his name. But his father gave no response at all. Beside her, little Ling Ci's mother hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth, pulled his mother away, and backed away from his father. In the video, his mother seemed to be questioning little Ling Ci's mother. After that, Little Ling Si's mother anxiously said a few words to her. His mother first looked at his father, then toward the bedroom, hesitated for a moment, and slowly nodded. Then the two of them headed together toward the bedroom where Wang Yi and the others were. However, before they could get close to the bedroom, his father had already stood up behind them. After letting out a roar, he charged at the two women. Caught off guard, his mother was directly slashed across the chest by his father's sharp claws. Seeing this, Little Ling Si's mother did not hesitate. She grabbed a stool beside the dining table and smashed it at his father. The next second, the stool shattered into pieces. Only one stool leg remained in her hand, while his father was knocked back several steps by the blow. What followed was the scene of the two women fighting the mutated father. The strength displayed by Little Ling Si's mother was clearly somewhat abnormal, but compared to the mutated father, the gap between them was still enormous. It did not take long before both women were slashed by his claws. Little Ling Si's mother was injured the most severely. A huge gash was torn open across her abdomen, and blood kept pouring from the wound. The two of them fell to the ground together. They tried to get back up, but because their injuries were too severe, they sank back down. Just as his father pounced again, a scene that shocked Wang Yi appeared. Two green bands of light actually appeared above his mother's hands. Her eyes also glowed with waves of green light. In the next instant, the light bands wrapped around his father's legs. And right then, despite already being gravely injured, Little Ling Si's mother raised the wooden stick in her hand and smashed it at his father's leg with all her strength. The force of the blow directly broke the mutated father's right leg. Combined with the binding of the light bands, he fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, his mother quickly raised her hand and controlled the light bands to tie him to the doorknob of another bedroom. No matter how the mutated father struggled, he could not break free from the restraints of the light bands. After doing all this, his mother forced herself upright and slowly leaned against the bedroom door. After catching her breath, she reached out and pulled Little Ling Si's mother over. The two of them leaned against the bedroom door, just like that, pressing their ears to it and listening to the movement inside. A moment later, the two slowly turned and looked at each other, their eyes full of worry. In the video, Little Ling Si's mother died first because her injuries were too severe. Seeing this, his mother first glanced at his restrained father, then turned and kissed the bedroom door. Two clear tears fell from her eyes, as if she were making her final farewell. Then, streams of green light overflowed from her hands and continuously reinforced the light bands. As the last trace of green light sank into the bands, his mother also slowly closed her eyes. The light bands lasted for a full day before dissipating. During that time, no matter how hard he struggled, the mutated father never broke free from their restraint. Wang Yi lowered the phone with trembling hands. He could no longer bear to watch what came after. From the mangled remains of the two women, he already knew what had happened next. This phone belonged to his mother. Wang Yi wiped his tears, then took his father's phone and Little Ling Si's mother's phone as well. He found a box and put them inside. Then he bent down, took out two power banks from the drawer beneath the coffee table, and recharged both of them. He did not know whether power would ever return in the future. With the power banks, if Little Ling Si missed her mother later, he could still turn on the phone and let her see her. As for Little Ling Si's father, Wang Yi had no memory of him at all. Thinking about it now, Little Ling Si was probably from a single-parent family. He just did not know whether her father was dead or alive. After resting for a while, Wang Yi came to the bedroom door and looked at the big one and the little one already asleep on the bed. Wang Yi shook his head, then turned to look at the two bodies by the door. After thinking for a moment, his gaze fell on the apartment door outside. The two bodies, along with his father's body, all needed to be dealt with. But under the current circumstances, whether cremation or burial, neither was realistic. So after thinking it over, Wang Yi decided that since this was their home, then this apartment would become the grave of the three of them. As for him, he would move the supplies here into the apartment across the hall, then take Little Ling Si and Xiaohua and move over there. After all, the owner of the apartment across the hall most likely was not coming back. Wang Yi did not need to worry about anyone causing trouble if he moved in. Now that he had made up his mind, Wang Yi began to act. Using his divine sense carefully, he moved the three bodies to one side. Then he began gathering the supplies that needed to be moved. For Wang Yi, with the help of his divine sense, moving house did not take much effort. Other than the bottled water, everything else was easily moved across. As for the bottled water, Wang Yi tried it and found that whether by himself or with divine sense, it was still very difficult. Left with no choice, Wang Yi could only try communicating with Xiaohua. But after several attempts, Xiaohua remained unmoved. In the end, she even directly closed her eyes and pretended to nap. Wang Yi was speechless at the sight. Even after evolving, this fellow's temperament had not changed at all. She was still just as arrogant. But then he thought of his divine sense. In essence, it was also a use of spiritual power. If that was the case, then he could try using divine sense. The moment the thought came, he acted. Wang Yi extended his divine sense. But instead of entering Xiaohua's brain like when he probed before, he formed a spiritual force field around her. Then he tried to send his thoughts over. Xiaohua? Meow. Xiaohua's half-closed eyes instantly snapped open, and her huge head shot right up. Her fist-sized eyes stared straight at Wang Yi, looking at the somewhat bewildered Xiaohua. Wang Yi was overjoyed. That reaction proved that his idea, just now, had been correct. And judging from Xiaohua's response, after evolving, her intelligence had clearly increased greatly. Then Wang Yi sent another thought. Xiaohua, you broke this house's door. It's not safe here anymore. We need to move across the hall. Xiaohua looked at Wang Yi, then turned to look at the broken door. Human-like thoughtfulness had already appeared in its eyes. Seeing this, Wang Yi said again, we'll leave this place for Lingxi's mother. When Lingxi grows up, she can still come back and take a look. At the mention of Lingxi's mother, Xiaohua let out a soft cry. Then it nodded at Wang Yi. Wang Yi was overjoyed. He immediately reached out and picked little Lingxi up from Xiaohua's belly. Xiaohua's belly really was comfortable. Little Lingxi had slept longer than ever before. Holding little Lingxi, Wang Yi walked in front, while Xiaohua lightly jumped off the bed and followed closely behind him. 2 people and 1 cat quickly arrived at the house across the hall. First, they placed little Lingxi on the sofa and covered her with a small blanket. Then Wang Yi turned and communicated with Xiaohua. Xiaohua, Lingxi will need water later. We have to move the water from over there. I'm too weak to carry it, so I need your help. Meow. Xiaohua nodded, then took the lead and headed outside. Wang Yi hurried after it. When they returned home, Wang Yi did not act immediately. Instead, he came to his parents and looked at the 3 broken bodies before turning to Xiaohua. Xiaohua, please put them on the bed in this bedroom. As he spoke, he used his divine sense to open another bedroom. There was also a bed inside, and the bedding was all complete. Xiaohua looked at the bedroom, then carried the 3 bodies onto the bed in 3 trips. Wang Yi quietly watched all of this. After Xiaohua had finished, his divine sense moved, and he covered the 3 of them with a blanket. After looking at them one last time, Wang Yi gently closed the door. Then he moved a flower pot from the balcony and placed it at the doorway, and lit the 3 incense sticks he had prepared long ago. Holding the incense in both hands, Wang Yi's small body knelt in front of the bedroom door. Dad, Mom, Auntie, don't worry. Lingxi and I will carry your final wishes and live on well. I'll take good care of little Lingxi. I absolutely won't let her be harmed. I hope your spirits in heaven can rest in peace. After speaking, Wang Yi respectfully kowtowed 3 times. He inserted the incense into the flower pot, and thin wisps of green smoke slowly rose. Meow. Although Xiaohua did not understand what Wang Yi was doing, it could still sense his sorrow. It came to Wang Yi's side and lowered its head to lick his fair little cheek. Wang Yi gathered his thoughts and turned to pat Xiaohua's huge head. Come on, Xiaohua. Time to get things done. With Xiaohua's help, moving 2 buckets of water was no effort at all, and they were soon carried across the hall. And with Wang Yi's divine sense assisting, even the water inside the dispenser was not left behind. After returning to the new residence, Wang Yi kissed little Lingxi on the face, then controlled a rag and cleaned the room once. After that, he replaced the 3-piece bedding set in the bedroom with a new one. Looking at the refreshed room, satisfaction appeared on Wang Yi's face. Xiaohua, this will be our home for now. Meow. Not long after, little Lingxi also woke up. Wang Yi threw away her diaper, then carried her into the bathroom. The 2 of them had not bathed for several days, and both already smelled. Fortunately, he himself was only 2 years old, and the family's bathing supplies had already been moved over earlier. Because of little Lingxi's fussing, the bath took more than half an hour. After helping little Lingxi change into clean clothes and putting a diaper on her, he handed her to Xiaohua to look after. Wang Yi sat on the sofa and began thinking about what came next. The first thing was to confirm the surrounding environment. Ever since Xiaohua arrived, this building, including the area below, had become much quieter, aside from the occasional bit of noise coming from the lower floors. The mutants that had often been seen before seemed to have vanished. Wang Yi already had a guess about this, from how Xiaohua had casually dealt with his mutated father. Its strength was definitely far beyond the current mutants. The reason the residential complex had gone quiet was most likely because of Xiaohua's presence. That being the case, the survival chances of the survivors in this complex had risen by quite a lot. Second, he had to thoroughly investigate the building they were living in now and find out exactly how many mutants were trapped inside the apartments and how many survivors were hiding. Even with Xiaohua around and basically no major danger likely, he still had to be careful. Since there were crystal cores inside these mutants, then they would definitely continue evolving over time. In the days to come, these mutants would only grow stronger and stronger. So Wang Yi had to deal with them now, while they were still weak. Otherwise, once they became stronger, their vision, hearing, and sense of smell would all improve. At that point, these ordinary doors would not be able to stop them. There were also the survivors. After so much time had passed, the little stockpile in their homes was probably almost used up. Before long, these people would have no choice but to go outside and search for supplies. If they searched this floor and discovered that only he and little Lingxi, 2 babies, were here, it would definitely become troublesome. although it was already the apocalypse. Unless it became necessary, Wang Yi did not want to start killing recklessly. It was not because he was soft-hearted. From the crystal cores in the mutants to Xiaohua's evolution, all of it showed that humanity had already fallen from the top of the food chain. If these people could live together peacefully, then Wang Yi would not be unwilling to shelter one or two of them. After all, he now had Xiaohua, adopté combat force. Unfortunately, that was only his fantasy. Once the infrastructure completely collapsed, supplies would become more and more scarce. At that time, people's moral bottom lines would gradually break down. The desires buried deep in human hearts will be magnified without limit. By then, unless a powerful organization of order appeared, the collapse of social order would already be inevitable. Sigh, I hope you don't provoke me. Otherwise, a trace of coldness flashed through Wang Yi's eyes. Meow. Perhaps sensing the change in Wang Yi, Xiaohua gave a soft cry and turned to look at him in confusion. Seeing this, Wang Yi waved his hand. It's nothing. After speaking, he reached out and took out the crystal core from his mutated father's body. Looking at the crystal core in his hand, Wang Yi thought for a moment, then once again sent his divine sense into it. In an instant, that desire to devour surged up in his heart again. Only this time, Wang Yi no longer deliberately suppressed it. Instead, he controlled his divine sense to slowly make contact with those silver white particles. As his divine sense touched them, a cool aura instantly traveled back along it into his mind. And as that cool aura entered, Wang Yi could clearly feel that his divine sense, which had not yet fully recovered, was rapidly recovering. This discovery made him inwardly rejoice. He immediately stopped restricting his divine sense and allowed it to wrap around the particles inside the crystal core. The next second, streams of cool aura were drawn into his mind. His depleted divine sense recovered rapidly. 10 minutes later, all the silver white particles inside the crystal core had completely vanished. Wang Yi also withdrew his divine sense. He closed his eyes and felt it for a moment, and a look of delight immediately appeared on his face. Because he discovered that not only had the divine sense he previously consumed fully recovered, it had also become at least 1/3 stronger than before absorption. Opening his eyes, Wang Yi looked at the transparent crystal core in his hand. He did not know whether other people could absorb the unknown substance inside crystal cores the same way he could. If they could, then these crystal cores might become the hard currency of the future, just like spirit stones in the world of cultivation. After calming the excitement in his heart, Wang Yi seemed to think of something and held the crystal core in his hand out in front of Xiaohua. The one currently teasing little Lingxi was little no. It should be called Dahua now. Dahua lowered its head and sniffed it, then turned its head away, its eyes full of disdain. Wang Yi's expression froze. He'd even looked down on by this cat again. He awkwardly pulled his hand back, not knowing whether Dahua disliked all crystal cores, or just this one in his hand that had already been absorbed once. He would know that later when he cleared the floor. Right then, Wang Yi suddenly thought of a problem. Even if Dahua had evolved, it definitely still needed to eat. With its size, its appetite had to be astonishing. He really had no idea how it had survived these past few days of the apocalypse. Yeah. At that moment, little Lingxi's voice reached his ears, snapping Wang Yi back to himself. The little one was waving her hands at him, and drool was hanging from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Wang Yi knew she was hungry. Thinking about the time, it was about right. The whole morning had passed, and he himself was a little hungry too. He quickly got up, skillfully mixed the milk, tested the temperature, and handed it to the little one's arms. He gently pinched the little one's face, then turned and walked toward the kitchen. Starting today, he was going to stop feeding her milk powder and begin giving her rice porridge. As a single dog in his previous life, cooking porridge and making meals naturally came easily to him. If he didn't have his divine sense power, with this tiny body of his, he wouldn't even be able to reach the stove, let alone cook. Using his divine sense to control a steel wool scrubber to wash the pot. Once it was clean, he added rice, poured in water, and lit the fire in one smooth motion. After his divine sense power strengthened, Wang Yi's control over it had become even more skillful, and through constant use, it could also slowly grow stronger. It wasn't as obvious as directly absorbing crystal cores, but its strength lay in steady accumulation over time. Next, Wang Yi cracked 2 eggs, beat them evenly, then put them into the steamer tray, sprinkled in a little salt, added 2 drops of sesame oil, and that was done. After putting on the lid, Wang Yi returned to the living room, climbed onto the sofa, leaned against Dahua, and started teasing the little one. Not long after, the white rice porridge and steamed egg custard were both ready. Paired with the smooth and tender egg custard, Wang Yi thought the taste was pretty decent. And just as he lowered his head to drink porridge, Dahua let out a cry from the sofa behind him. Wang Yi turned to look and saw Dahua carefully getting to its feet. Meanwhile, little Lingxi was hugging her milk bottle and giggling. Although Wang Yi didn't know what Dahua wanted to do, he still got up and carried the little one into the baby stroller nearby. Dahua got down from the sofa, first came to the coffee table, and sniffed Wang Yi's bowl of white rice porridge. then flicked its head and walked toward the door. After reaching the door, Dahua turned its head and called out to Wang Yi. Wang Yi froze for a moment, then reacted and quickly released his divine sense power to open the door. Meow! Dahua gave a cry, then silently slipped out the door. Within the range of Wang Yi's divine sense, its huge body headed toward the stairs, then after a few leaps, disappeared beyond his sensing range. Going out to eat? Wang Yi muttered in confusion. He closed the door and continued eating. He wasn't too worried about Dahua's safety. Although he didn't know what level Dahua had evolved to, judging from the changes in the residential complex, Dahua's strength was definitely not low. After finishing the meal, Wang Yi coaxed the little one to sleep, then quietly opened the door and went out as well. When he reached the stairwell, Wang Yi first leaned out and looked downstairs, then held the railing and started climbing toward the 6th floor. After arriving on the 6th floor, Wang Yi stopped and listened for a while. Very soon, he heard movement from inside room 601. His divine sense entered, and the scene inside instantly appeared before his eyes. The living room was covered in bloodstains, and 3 mangled corpses were scattered across the floor. At the balcony of the living room, a figure about 1.4 meters tall was pacing back and forth, from its hunched figure and the 2 sharp claws hanging by its legs. It was clearly a mutant, and perhaps because it had eaten 3 people, the color of this mutant's skin looked even darker. Its claws were also sharper. It looked a little stronger than his father after mutation, but it should still be at the same general level. Otherwise, it wouldn't be staying here so obediently. Wang Yi checked the other 2 bedrooms and found no other abnormalities inside, so he withdrew his divine sense. Then he checked 602 and 603. He found that 603 was piled with construction materials, and it was obvious the family had been preparing to renovate before the apocalypse. As for 602, although it had a full set of furniture, judging by the dust on the table, no one had been active there for several days. Combining that with the situation on the 5th floor, the day the apocalypse descended was probably a work day. If that was the case, there probably weren't many mutants in this building. The good thing was that it would be easier to clear. The bad thing was that the crystal core harvest definitely wouldn't be satisfactory. Looks like lying low and developing quietly wouldn't work. Wang Yi sighed inwardly. If he wanted to survive in the apocalypse, his own strength was everything. And at present, Wang Yi had only discovered one way to quickly increase strength, absorbing the crystal cores inside mutants. From that mutant, just now, it was clear these mutants could evolve. As time passed, their strength would definitely keep growing stronger and stronger. If he didn't hurry and raise his strength, the pressure of survival in the future would probably become greater and greater. Fortunately, from what he had seen on the surveillance footage earlier, it was certain that other survivors had also awakened abilities, which counted as giving survivors a bargaining chip to stay alive. It was just that people had always lived in a peaceful country. If they weren't facing a life or death crisis, probably very few would actively go out and take risks. After some more time passed, judging from the growth speed of the mutants, if someone wanted to deal with a mutant, unless they had awakened a high damage ability or worked together with multiple people, otherwise they'd basically just be delivering themselves as food. Time slowly passed. Dahua came back very early. It had gone out at around 1 o'clock, and it returned before 3 o'clock. However, unlike before, this time Wang Yi noticed a trace of blood on the fur of its front paw, and at the same time, there was a foul, fishy stench on its body. The moment it came back, Dahua was about to move toward little Lingxi. Seeing this, Wang Yi directly reached out to stop it. Dahua, your body stinks right now, so don't go near little Lingxi. Meow. Dahua stopped, then turned its head and stared straight at Wang Yi. Wang Yi pointed at its front paw, stained with blood. Look at yourself. What if there is something dirty in that blood, and little Lingxi gets sick? Dahua lowered its head and looked at its front paw, then turned to Wang Yi. Meow. Wang Yi said with a smile, how about this? Help me with something, and when we come back, I'll give you a bath. I guarantee I'll wash you until you smell nice and clean. Then little Lingxi will definitely like staying with you. How about it? Dahua looked at little Lingxi, then looked at Wang Yi, and a trace of hesitation flashed through its eyes. Seeing this, Wang Yi quickly pressed while the iron was hot. And the thing I'm asking you to help with is also for little Lingxi. The moment Dahua heard it was for little Lingxi, the hesitation in its eyes quickly vanished. Meow. Haha, little Lingxi is still sleeping right now. Let's head out now. As he spoke, Wang Yi directly got up and walked toward the door. Dahua glanced at the sleeping little Lingxi, then quickly followed after him. 1 man and 1 cat came to the 6th floor. Wang Yi pointed at room 601 and said to Dahua, Dahua, there's a mutant inside. I'll open the door in a moment. Go in and deal with it. Meow. Dahua let out a disdainful cry. Then it raised its huge head and walked to the door, signaling Wang Yi to open it. Wang Yi paid no mind at all to Dahua's contempt and arrogance. With a thought, he sent out his divine sense into the keyhole. Then, with a burst of force, the door was opened directly. The noise here instantly drew the mutant on the balcony. It let out a hiss roar and was just about to pounce over, but the moment it saw Dahua, its body halted. Its pair of blood-red eyes locked tightly onto Dahua, and its savage roar turned into a warning growl. Faced with the mutant-s warning, Dahua ignored it completely and simply walked toward it with graceful cat steps. Its warning proving useless, the mutant-s roar became even more rapid, and the blood color in its eyes grew denser and denser. Just as Dahua reached the middle of the living room, the mutant could no longer hold back. With a roar, it lunged at Dahua. Its sharp claws slashed straight at Dahua. Yet in Wang Yi's eyes, that speed was incredibly fast, while in Dahua's eyes, it was as slow as a snail. At the very instant before the claws could touch Dahua, an afterimage flashed past. The mutant that had been charging forward was instantly split diagonally into two halves. Outside the door, Wang Yi saw this and gained a new understanding of Dahua's strength. Meow. Just as Wang Yi was marveling, Dahua had already turned its head to look at him. Seeing this, Wang Yi walked in with a smile. Dahua is amazing. You finished it so fast. Meow. Dahua proudly raised its head, clearly very pleased by Wang Yi's words. Wang Yi looked at the corpse on the ground, and a trace of joy flashed through his eyes. With a thought, a crystal core appeared in his hand. After putting it into his small pouch, Wang Yi began gathering supplies. He first found a bedsheet in the bedroom, then piled all the useful items onto it. To Wang Yi's delight, there were actually 3 unopened cases of bottled water in the corner of the sofa, together with a half-full water jug still on the dispenser. It was enough to support him and little Lingxi for 10 days. Using the power of his divine sense, Wang Yi tied the bedsheet into a knot. Then he said to Dahua, these are supplies. Take them back. Dahua looked at the huge bundle on the ground, then lowered its head and picked it up directly. A bundle weighing several hundred jin seemed like nothing in its mouth. Without even glancing at Wang Yi, it carried the bundle and walked out the door. Wang Yi did not mind and followed behind, shutting the door on the way out. When they reached the stairwell, Wang Yi moved his divine sense and opened the door downstairs. Then he said to Dahua, who was already heading down, there's another apartment here. Come back up once after you return. Dahua ignored him and went straight downstairs. Wang Yi smiled slightly at this, then turned and opened the door to room 602. He had already checked it before, so Wang Yi was not worried about any accidents. Using the same method, he packed all the useful supplies into a bedsheet. By the time he finished, Dahua was already waiting there. All right, this is the last trip. I'll give you a bath when we get back. Wang Yi pointed at the bundle and said, Meow. Dahua cried out, then picked up the bundle and walked out. Wang Yi followed behind, but he did not head back immediately. Instead, he came outside room 603. After opening the door and looking at the somewhat messy construction site inside, Wang Yi swept his divine sense over the materials one by one. Very soon, he found what he needed among them. There were 6 steel strips, each 20 centimeters long and 3 centimeters wide. Then he dug out 2 rebars more than 10 centimeters long and about as thick as an adult's little finger from the rubble. He gathered them together, then tied them up with a length of rope. Wang Yi's gaze swept over the tools one by one, and he quickly found what he wanted. It was a handheld mini grinder with several grinding discs pinned beneath it. At that moment, Dahua, who had just gone back, returned to Wang Yi's side. Meow? Dahua looked at the things on the ground, then looked at Wang Yi in confusion. Its intelligence had improved, but it still did not understand why Wang Yi was collecting these things. After all, these things obviously were not edible like the things he had collected before. Wang Yi naturally could not be bothered to explain. He had originally planned to put in some effort and carry them downstairs himself. But now that he had Dahua, he naturally would not stand on ceremony. He took a rope and tied the steel strips and the grinder together. Then he signaled for Dahua to carry them. Once the man and the cat returned home, Dahua immediately urged Wang Yi to help it take a bath. Wang Yi looked at the 2 large bundles in the living room and felt uncomfortable just leaving them there like that. So he soothed Dahua first, then began sorting the things from the 2 bundles by category and placing them together. Rice, flour, grain, and cooking oil were all put in the kitchen, while everything else was placed along the side of the living room. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Yi looked at the neatly arranged supplies and nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned to Dahua, who had long since run out of patience. Come on, to the bathroom. I'll give you a bath. Meow. Dahua cried out, then happily ran toward the bathroom. After entering the bathroom, the space that had seemed fairly roomy was instantly taken up by more than half. Dahua could only squat by the wall. It was hard for it to even turn around. Wang Yi turned on the shower, tested the water temperature, and began rinsing Dahua down. Since there were no pet bath products, Wang Yi directly controlled a bar of soap to scrub Dahua's body. With the strength Dahua had after evolving, it presumably could not possibly develop any skin problems. For the next 2 days, Wang Yi did not stay idle either. After getting up in the morning, he would tease little Lingxi for a bit, then make formula and coax her sleep. After that, he would take Dahua and clear out the entire building unit floor by floor. He did not know whether it was because of the floors, but from the 1st floor to the 4th floor, only 2 apartments were empty. Mutants existed in all of the other 10 apartments. and judging from the remnants of their appearances, they were basically all elderly people. And he also discovered that there was only one mutant in each of those apartments. It was not that each apartment had coincidentally only had one person mutate, but that only one mutant could survive in a single apartment. While clearing them out, Wang Yi found that most of the mutants had injuries of varying severity on their bodies. From the remains on the ground, he found that some obviously belonged to another mutant, and the mutants that survived were clearly much stronger than the one on the 6th floor. This showed that mutants would hunt each other, and the winning side could also obtain benefits. What surprised Wang Yi was that, aside from him and little Lingxi, there were no other survivors in this building unit. In other words, as long as he locked the unit door, this place could serve as the apocalypse base for him and little Lingxi. And because it was an electronic sensor door lock, if other survivors wanted to enter, they either had to have a key or smash the door. That also saved Wang Yi quite a bit of unnecessary trouble. After all, he was only 2 years old now, and little Lingxi was only a few months old. Whether it was his age or his mature behavior, both would arouse other people's curiosity and prying eyes. He did not think that, now that it was the apocalypse, those survivors would think first of all that he was adorable the moment they saw him. So for now, Wang Yi had no plans to have any contact with other survivors. Inside room 502, having finished clearing the entire building unit, Wang Yi sat on the sofa with an excited face, counting the crystal cores over and over again. Behind him, Dahua was lying there in utter boredom. On her belly, little Lingxi was sucking on a baby bottle while staring at Wang Yi with a pair of glossy black eyes, including the one from room 601. There were 11 in total. Looking at the neatly arranged crystal cores, Wang Yi's eyes were full of excitement. After watching them for a while, Wang Yi's heart stirred. He picked up the largest one, then turned and handed it to Dahua. Dahua sniffed it, then let out a disdainful cry. Clearly, Dahua had no interest in this crystal core at all. Seeing this, Wang Yi's expression turned grave. He could sense that it wasn't that Dahua didn't eat crystal cores. She simply had no interest in the ones in his hand. The undisguised disgust in Dahua's eyes was enough to explain a lot. Every time it was Wang Yi's mealtime, Dahua would go out once. And when she came back, she would always be carrying traces of battle all over her body. Thinking back to the mutated beings in the building over the past 2 days, all of them had been instantly killed when facing Dahua. That meant the mutated beings outside were far stronger than the ones inside the building. Wang Yi could also guess the reason. Since the mutated beings in the building were locked inside homes, at most they could only devour 1 or 2 other mutated beings or survivors. That little bit of energy was obviously not enough to let them evolve again. And if they didn't evolve, their 5 senses and strength wouldn't improve. Unless someone actively delivered themselves to their door, they would basically be trapped inside their rooms. Thinking of this, the sense of urgency in Wang Yi's heart increased sharply. He no longer wasted time and immediately began absorbing the crystal cores. Feeling his divine sense growing stronger and stronger, Wang Yi instantly felt much more at ease. After absorbing 5 of them, Wang Yi felt a swelling pain in the center of his brows, and only then did he stop. Looks like this is the limit for now. He could feel that his divine sense was now more than twice as strong as before. Previously, controlling something weighing 50 jin had already been the limit of his divine sense. Now, he could steadily control something weighing 100 jin. Looking at the 6 crystal cores remaining on the table, a thoughtful look flashed through Wang Yi's eyes. Could the energy inside these crystal cores strengthen the physical body too? The moment the thought appeared, he acted on it. Wang Yi picked up a crystal core, then used his divine sense to absorb the silver-white particles inside it. Next, he guided the absorbed energy into his left hand. At the same time, his mind became highly focused as he carefully sensed the changes in his left hand. As that cool aura entered, Wang Yi instantly felt an incomparable sense of comfort coming from his left hand. This feeling of comfort did not come from the outside, but from the joy of the flesh itself. Moreover, Wang Yi's divine sense could detect that some sort of change seemed to be happening in his left hand. The most direct feeling was that the grip strength of his left hand seemed to have increased. It really can strengthen the body. Wang Yi was overjoyed. He then began controlling that cool energy to spread toward his arm. Only after half his body had been strengthened did the energy finally run out. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Wang Yi picked up another crystal core and began absorbing it again. After his entire body had been strengthened once, Wang Yi stood up and started walking back and forth in the living room. He could clearly feel that both his arm strength and leg strength had increased quite a bit. When he came to the stairwell, Wang Yi didn't hold the railing this time. Instead, he directly lifted his foot and stepped onto the stair, and with one push of strength, he climbed up firmly. With proof in hand, Wang Yi was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that a sudden whim would lead to such a discovery. What exactly was the energy inside these crystal cores? And the effect was far too immediate. Even cultivators and novels who absorbed spiritual energy to cultivate didn't have effects like this. Could this energy be even more advanced than the legendary spiritual energy? Wang Yi shook his head and threw away the random thoughts in his mind. No matter what, he had found another way to increase his strength. From now on, he would no longer be so fragile. After returning home, he looked at little Lingxi, who was playing with Dahua. Looking at her fair and tender little face, Wang Yi, in an excellent mood, couldn't he help but kiss her once. Giggle. The little one tossed aside her baby bottle and giggled happily. Her little hands waved all over the place without stopping. After teasing the little one for a while, Wang Yi absorbed another 2 crystal cores and used them to refine his body. After sensing the changes coming from his body for a bit, Wang Yi did not continue absorbing them. He was only 1.5 years old right now. His body had not fully developed yet, and if he kept going, it would be no different from forcing growth. If it affected his growth and development, he would cry himself to death later. If he ended up like the fire dragon boy, strong as hell, but unable to grow up, that would be hilarious. Yeah. Just then, the little one's voice drew Wang Yi's attention over. Since I can refine my own body, does that mean I can help the little one refine hers too? At that thought, Wang Yi hesitated for a moment, but still decided to give it a try. So far, he still hadn't discovered any side effect from the silver white particles inside the crystal cores. He absorbed one of the 2 remaining crystal cores, then carefully controlled his divine sense and sent it into the little one's left hand. His gaze stayed fixed on her reaction. When he saw her comfortably narrow her eyes, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He then slowly refined the little one's entire body once. Looking at the little hands, she waved with even more strength than before. A trace of satisfaction flashed through Wang Yi's eyes. As for the last remaining crystal core, Wang Yi had no intention of absorbing it. He would keep it as a spare. Next, he had to hurry and grind the prepared steel bars and rebar into shape. After all, so many days had already passed. Who knew how much longer the electricity would last? Because of Dahua, Wang Yi had rarely seen mutated beings running around the residential complex anymore, so he didn't care at all about the noise from the grinder. Squeak, squeak. The sound of the grinder rang out inside the small bedroom, and countless golden sparks sprayed out. Under the grinder, the steel bar gradually took the shape of a teardrop-shaped throwing knife. The wider part was ground into an oval shape. Wang Yi only smoothed it round without sharpening the edge, making it convenient to hold by hand later. The other end, meanwhile, was ground until it was incomparably sharp and pointed. Finally, Wang Yi also ground 2 blood grooves into the blade. After polishing away every last burr until it was smooth and rounded, Wang Yi placed it on his wrist. Only after confirming that its center of gravity had not shifted did he nod in satisfaction. With the success of the first throwing knife, the other 5 steel bars naturally went just as smoothly. It only took 2 hours to grind them all out. Looking at the 6 throwing knives laid flat on the floor, a trace of satisfaction flashed through Wang Yi's eyes. Compared to screwdrivers, these 6 throwing knives matched the control of divine sense far better, whether in weight or sharpness. After gathering up the throwing knives, next came the 2 rebars. Wang Yi planned to grind them into 2 steel needles. If the throwing knives represented agility and sharpness, then the steel needles represented armor-piercing power. Wang Yi didn't know just how far the mutated beings outside had evolved. If he happened to encounter a defensive-type mutated being, these steel needles would come in handy. Grinding steel needles was much harder than grinding throwing knives. Fortunately, his divine sense had become much stronger earlier. Otherwise, if he wanted to grind them all out, it would have taken at least a full day. During the process, Wang Yi constantly adjusted the center of gravity of the steel needles, keeping it fixed at the middle. In addition, the entire steel needle had to be ground until it was smooth and rounded, reducing air resistance during use and increasing its killing power. After Wang Yi finished his cultivation in satisfaction, he realized the sky outside had already gone dark. He walked into the living room and checked the wall clock. It was already past 6. By now, little Lingxi had also woken up and was staring at him with her big eyes wide open. Wang Yi smacked his forehead. He had forgotten the little one's formula. He hurried to wash his hands and started making milk. Only after stuffing the bottle into the little one's hands did he finally let out a sigh of relief. Only then did Wang Yi realize that from the moment he woke up until now, he had not heard the little one cry even once. If he and T kept hearing her babbling, he would have thought she was sick. After all, in his memories, the little one could cry, and she cried very loudly. Seeing the little one eating happily, Wang Yi's stomach also started growling. So he got up and began preparing dinner for himself. When Dahua saw this, it also got up and walked to the door, giving Wang Yi a soft meow. Wang Yi knew it wanted to go eat, so he helped open the door. As for the unit entrance downstairs, Wang Yi didn't need to help with that because this guy never took the normal route. Every time, it jumped out from the window at the back of the second floor, and afterward could still make it back home smoothly. While Wang Yi was making food, the sound of the grinder from earlier had also drawn the attention of other survivors in the neighborhood. At this moment, inside room 302 on the 3rd floor of the building across from Wang Yi's unit, 2 figures, one big and one small, We're hiding behind the curtains and watching the surroundings. Sis is the person on the 5th floor across from us not afraid of those monsters? The little girl, whose head barely rose above the windowsill, asked softly to the older sister beside her. The woman called sister had a tall figure and was wearing a pair of denim shorts, her long straight legs exposed directly to the air. Hearing her younger sister's words, a trace of weariness flashed across the woman's delicate face, and deep in her eyes was sorrow that would not fade. She let the curtain fall back into place, then crouched down and said to her younger sister, Xiaoying, no matter whether other people are afraid or not, we absolutely can't be afraid. We have to work hard and practice our awaken abilities. When Xiaoying becomes stronger, sister will take Xiaoying to find mom and dad, okay? Hearing this, Xiaoying looked at her sister, tears gathering in her eyes. Sis, Xiaoying misses mom and dad. Looking at her pitiful little sister, Song Xin's eyes gradually turned red as well. Thinking of her parents, whose fate was unknown, Song Xin gently pulled Xiaoying into her arms. Don't cry, Xiaoying. We'll definitely find mom and dad. Sis, I'll definitely practice hard and then beat those monsters. Xiaoying clenched her little fists and spoke firmly. After saying that, she broke free from Song Xin's embrace, walked to the middle of the living room, and started practicing. The next moment, a spark of fire appeared in her eyes, and then a fireball condensed in her right hand. At first, the fireball was only the size of a baby's fist, but then it kept growing until it finally reached the size of a basketball. The high temperature radiating from the fireball made the air distort, and in an instant, the entire living room was enveloped by a wave of heat. Seeing this, a trace of relief flashed through Song Xin's eyes. Then a diamond-shaped ice mark appeared at the center of her forehead. She raised her hand and waved it, and frost began to form across the floor and walls with her at the center. In an instant, the heat wave around them was suppressed into the center of the living room. Looking at the increasingly powerful fireball in her younger sister's hand, an extra trace of expectation appeared in Song Xin's eyes. Even though the two of them had been saving every bit of food each day, after so many days, the food stored at home was already running low. For some unknown reason, the monsters that had wandered all over the neighborhood in the beginning had now disappeared without a trace. She planned to take this opportunity to go out and gather supplies. Without enough supplies to support them, even if both she and her younger sister had awakened abilities, it would still be hard for them to survive in the apocalypse. Besides, it had already been about 6 or 7 days since the apocalypse began. The infrastructure definitely would not hold up much longer, and by then supplies would only become more and more scarce. When that time came, with just her and her younger sister alone, it would be difficult to compete against the other survivors. On the other side, inside room 601 of the neighboring unit beside Wang Yi's building, 3 figures were poking their heads out from the balcony and observing the direction of Wang Yi's place. Brother Jia, the guy down there got way too much guts, doesn't he? Could he have awakened some heaven-defying ability? A skinny man spoke to the burly man beside him who was called Brother Jia. Hearing this, Brother Jia let out a cold snort. The flesh on his face trembled along with it, and a vicious glint flashed through his half-narrowed eyes. He shot the skinny man a cold glance, then turned and walked toward the living room. The skinny man and the other man exchanged a look, not understanding why Brother Jia was angry. The two glanced toward the living room, and a trace of fear flashed through their eyes. Wang Yi, who was at home drinking millet porridge, naturally had no idea that he had already drawn the attention of the other survivors. But even if he knew, he would not care. After licking clean the last drop of porridge, just as he was about to put down the bowl, the bathroom light suddenly went out. Wang Yi's heart jolted, and he quickly got up and went to the switch to press it a few times, but the living room light did not respond. He looked again at the water dispenser. Its indicator light had also gone out. He opened the door, came outside, and sent his divine sense into the other 2 rooms, trying to turn on the light switches there, but the result was still the same. None of them responded. He knew that the barely maintained power supply had completely failed. All the food in his home and in the supermarket that needed electricity for refrigeration would gradually rot. From this moment on, order was about to collapse completely. Because of the power outage, Wang Yi's plan to slowly hunt mutated beings and steadily improve his strength could only die before it even began. Next, before the supplies were used up, he no longer planned to leave this apartment building. As for the task of hunting mutated beings, it would naturally fall to Dahua. With Dahua's current intelligence, it should be able to understand what Wang Yi meant. As for why he wanted to do this, the reason was not complicated at all. It was simply because of his age, although he was confident that with the power of his divine sense. At this stage, there should be very few survivors who could be his match. But if he could awaken the power of divine sense, and his mother could awaken that green ribbon-like ability, then what abilities other people might awaken was completely unknown. If it were only elemental attacks like water or fire, Wang Yi was confident he could instantly kill them, because those threats were out in the open. But if he ran into a survivor who had awakened some kind of invisible and intangible ability, then with Wang Yi's small body, he definitely would not be able to withstand it. And most importantly, no matter how strong he was in the eyes of other survivors, he was still just a toddler. As long as he exposed himself, even if he showed the power to instantly kill mutated beings, it would still be impossible for him to intimidate those who were watching him covetously. So in the short term, he planned to lie low first. If he could avoid going out, then he would avoid going out so as to reduce the chance of exposing himself. After all, he was not alone. There was still a little one who needed him to take care of her. Now that he had made his decision, Wang Yi found a candle and lit it. The candlelight instantly drew little Lingxi's gaze. Her little hands flailed wildly as if she wanted to reach out and grab that patch of light. While the water heater could still produce hot water, Wang Yi directly used his divine sense to lift the little one up and carried her toward the bathroom. Not long after, Wang Yi had washed the little one until she was all clean and fragrant, then changed her into fresh clothes and a clean diaper. He set her back down on Dahua's belly. After playing with her for a while, Wang Yi's gaze turned toward Dahua. Dahua, meow. Dahua shifted her gaze away from little Lingxi and looked at Wang Yi in confusion. Wang Yi took out the remaining crystal core from his pocket. Then, pointing at the crystal core, he said to Dahua, Xiao Lingxi and I need the crystal cores inside these mutants. When you go out later, can you help us hunt more mutants and bring back the crystal cores from their bodies? Dahua tilted her head. She looked at the crystal core in Wang Yi's hand, then at Xiao Lingxi on her belly, and the confusion in her eyes deepened. In the end, her gaze stopped on Wang Yi, and there was obvious suspicion in her eyes. Seeing this, Wang Yi felt a little helpless. It seemed he could only bring out his trump card. His divine sense extended, bringing the crystal core in front of Dahua's eyes. Then he began absorbing the silver-white particles inside. At first, Dahua watched Wang Yi's actions in confusion. Then her fist-sized pupils instantly froze, and her eyes locked tightly onto Wang Yi's little hand. Wang Yi was delighted. This showed that the evolved Dahua could sense the changes in this invisible energy. Without stopping, Wang Yi guided his divine sense slowly towards Xiao Lingxi. Dahua's gaze shifted along with it. Wang Yi did not inject all the energy into Xiao Lingxi's body, only separating out a tiny strand of it. After all, he had just helped refine her body once. Any more would probably affect her development. But even this tiny strand made the little one, who had still been fussing around, quiet down. A comfortable expression appeared on her face. Dahua looked at the little one's reaction, then at Wang Yi. Meow. Seeing this, Wang Yi drew the energy back into his body, restoring the divine sense power he had consumed, and used the excess energy to refine his limbs once more. Only after finishing all this did Wang Yi say to Dahua, Dahua, this kind of crystal core is good for both Xiao Lingxi and me. From now on, when you go out to feed, make sure to hunt more mutants and bring the crystal cores back. Hearing this, Dahua nodded somewhat unwillingly. Meow. Wang Yi was overjoyed. With Dahua making a move, they probably would not be short on crystal cores from now on. Seeing that it was still early, Wang Yi started rummaging through the pile of supplies. He remembered that when he had been collecting supplies before, he had found a leather bag. At the time, Wang Yi had thought it looked pleasing to the eye, so he brought it back with everything else. Very quickly, he found the leather bag in a corner. It was a backpack. The opening was not the usual zipper type, but a drawstring closure connected through holes with a leather cord. Controlling the leather bag, Wang Yi brought it to Dahua's neck and compared the fit. He nodded in satisfaction. After that, he used a flying knife to remove the 2 shoulder straps on it. These 2 straps were also made of leather, but they had gone through special treatment and felt extremely soft in the hand. He took off the leather cord threaded through the holes, then cut 2 strips of leather from the shoulder straps and connected them with the leather cord. He placed it around Dahua's neck to check the fit. Seeing the length was enough, he restrung the leather bag together. Looking at the leather pouch in front of him, Wang Yi imagined it packed full of crystal cores, and drool started flowing uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. Meow. Dahua looked at the dazed Wang Yi and let out a soft cry, with a trace of disdain in her voice. Wang Yi instantly snapped out of his fantasy. Turning his head, he saw Dahua looking at him with open disgust, and could only laugh awkwardly. Then, whether Dahua agreed or not, he used his divine sense to move the leather pouch beneath Dahua's neck and tied it around her neck with a leather cord. Then he pointed at the leather pouch and said to Dahua with a beaming smile, Dahua, put the crystal cores you collect into this bag. Whether Xiao Lingxi and I can live well from now on depends on you. After saying that, he even patted Dahua's front paw with a face full of expectation. Dahua shook the bag hanging on her neck. After seeing that it did not affect her movement, she finally gave an unwilling response. The leather pouch was a bit too big on a person, but on Dahua, it was just right. If it were smaller, then after taking out a crystal core, with Dahua's size, putting it in would probably be troublesome. If it were bigger, it would affect Dahua in battle. This one sat right at Dahua's chest, neither affecting her fighting nor making it inconvenient for her to store crystal cores. Seeing that everything had gone smoothly, Wang Yi made a bottle of milk for Xiao Lingxi and switched into baby soothing mode. Very quickly, the little one fell sound asleep while suckling. He gently placed her into the stroller beside him and covered her with a small blanket, touching the little one's tender cheek. Wang Yi did not know whether it was because of the feel or because of gender, but he always felt that her skin was softer and smoother than his. Could this be the difference between a baby and a toddler? Shaking his head, he threw this boring question to the back of his mind and began a new round of training, under the control of his divine sense. A flying knife slowly floated in the air. The next instant, a flash of silver streaked past, and the flying knife disappeared. Then the air was filled with one sharp sound after another as it cut through the air. Under the candlelight, it left behind streak after streak of silver-white lines. Although with the control of divine sense, Wang Yi could make it hit wherever he pointed. That was only when facing still, lifeless objects. What Wang Yi was training now was his reaction speed and controllability. At the same time, he also had to find a way to eliminate the sound and kill enemies without making a noise. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed since the power outage. Half a month was already enough time for people's original living habits to undergo a fundamental change. The first thing was that the natural gas supply had already been cut off. If people wanted to eat hot food, they could only make a fire themselves. Another issue was the tap water used for cooking. Since no fresh water source was flowing in, the water in the tanks had already started to go bad. As for the frozen food in the refrigerator, if it had not been eaten within the first 3 days, then by now, most of what remained was basically inedible. At the beginning, with the refrigerator still working, people could still eat some meat, vegetables, and fruit. Now, only canned food could still be preserved. And at most there might be a little cured meat left to satisfy cravings. If there was not even that, then the only option was staple foods like porridge noodles or dough drop soup. Fortunately, anyone still cooking at home now would not be short on salt and oil. These could both be stored for a long time, and not much was used in each meal. For a little over 20 days, they should still be able to hold on. Of course, for those who usually only order takeout, they could only pray for their own luck. That group had probably already gone out and started moving around long ago. Never mind what their survival rate was against mutants. As long as they survived, they would be the elite among the survivors. The collapse of infrastructure might actually affect that group a little less. The ones suffering the most right now were probably the timid survivors stubbornly holding out. These people might still be hoping for rescue from the government or the military. These were difficulties every survivor had to face. Looking at it from another angle, this could be considered one small way in which things were fair to everyone. However, the chaos brought by shortages of supplies was already beginning to show. Especially for the survivors who had exposed their locations early on, what they were facing now was no longer just the threat of mutants, but also threats from other survivors. For houses with unknown conditions, since no one could be sure whether mutants were inside, searching them required a certain amount of courage and strength. But for houses already confirmed to have survivors inside, there was no such concern. Although the supplies inside might not be as abundant as in houses with unknown conditions, the advantage was safety. And even if they ended up getting no supplies at all, they could still form a team to explore other houses together, or even the small convenience stores along the street. Of course, if they ran into people with low moral bottom lines, then either their awakened ability had to be strong enough for them to retreat with their whole body intact, or they could only suffer humiliation or be beaten and killed. Especially for young and beautiful women, there was no need to think about what kind of end they would face. However, none of these changes in the outside world had anything to do with Wang Yi. At this moment, he was climbing the stairs, with 2 flying knives spinning around him, one in front and one behind. Huff, huff, huff. His fair little face was covered in sweat, but he had no time to wipe it away. Seeing that there was only the last flight of stairs left, he forced himself upward with all his strength. If anyone who had seen Wang Yi half a month ago saw him now, they would be utterly shocked. After more than half a month, Wang Yi was clearly a whole size taller than before. Judging by the normal growth of a child, Wang Yi was now about as tall as a 3 or 4-year-old. Finally done. Wang Yi held onto the railing on the 6th floor and kept gasping for breath. After panting for a while, he slowly straightened up and looked at the children's smartwatch on his wrist, only to find that it was already past 11. Time to make milk. Muttering to himself, Wang Yi turned to head back. But the moment he lifted his foot, he realized his whole body was weak and sore, and his legs were trembling nonstop. Helpless, Wang Yi extended his divine sense, and a long sword slowly floated over through the air. He had found this long sword by accident on the 3rd floor while gathering firewood. It was probably something the owner of the house had bought as a collectible. The reason he said collectible instead of toy was because both the scabbard and the decorations on the hilt used quite a bit of gold. The neat patterns on the blade itself made it even clearer that this sword was a masterwork. And Wang Yi had also seen the 2 words Long Quan where the hilt connected. The moment he first saw it, Wang Yi had fallen in love with it. Unfortunately, neither its length nor its weight was something his current tiny body could handle. Still, that did not stop Wang Yi from using it. Looking at the Long Quan sword floating to a stop in front of him, Wang Yi fondly reached out and stroked it. This sword was only half sharpened, so as long as he did not touch the tip, there There was no need to worry about getting hurt by it. With a thought, the long sword slowly moved from in front of Wang Yi to beneath his butt. Without the slightest hesitation, he plopped himself right down onto the blade. Let us go. As soon as his divine sense moved, the long sword carried Wang Yi floating downstairs. Very quickly, Wang Yi returned home from the 6th floor. Jumping down from the sword, Wang Yi was still excited, even though this was far from the first time. After all, this was sword flight. Even if the speed was slow and the height was low right now, once his divine sense underwent a qualitative leap in the future, true sword flight would no longer be a dream. Using a soft cloth, he carefully wiped down the blade, sheathed it again, and hung it back on the wall nearby. After glancing at little Lingxi, who was about to wake up, Wang Yi went to the kitchen and started the fire. The kitchen had long since completely changed. The various cabinets from before were gone, replaced by a stove built out of bricks. It had taken him 3 days to finish it, and the materials had all been readily available on the 6th floor. Although the stove looked a bit ugly because of his craftsmanship, it had every function it should have. Around it were all kinds of furniture split into firewood, stacked neatly by the wall. He tore 2 sheets from a book at the side, lit them, and stuffed them into the stove mouth, then added the prepared wood scraps. Very quickly, the fire was burning. He put the kettle on top and poured in 2 bottles of mineral water. White smoke drifted outside through a chimney made from the exhaust pipe of the range hood, and the remaining white smoke inside the room quickly dissipated completely. After adding a few more pieces of firewood, Wang Yi stopped paying attention to it. Returning to the living room, Wang Yi looked at little Lingxi, who was already awake and crawling all over the sofa, and the fatigue from his workout instantly vanished. When she saw Wang Yi, the little one happily crawled toward him, with those nimble little hands and feet. No one who saw her would believe she was an infant not yet 4 months old. And the changes that had happened to both little Lingxi and Wang Yi were naturally the result of using crystal core energy to temper their bodies. Wang Yi tempered himself once every day, while the little one was tempered once every 3 days. After every tempering, Wang Yi would go climb the stairs and completely absorb the remaining energy left in his body. In just over half a month, Wang Yi's height had shot up by another small chunk, and the strength in his limbs had been further enhanced. As for little Lingxi, after just 2 rounds of tempering, she was already able to crawl slowly. If not for the bones in her legs still not being fully developed, she would probably already be able to stand up by now. Of course, Wang Yi had not neglected training his divine sense either. At this point, his divine sense was already more than twice as strong as it had been half a month ago. Its detection range could now cover a radius of 350 meters, with 400 meters being the limit. The weight of objects he could control had increased from a little over 100 gene before to around 200 gene now. If he did not care about the drain, he could barely lift 500 gene as well, but he would not be able to keep it up for long. Gage. After coming to Wang Yi's side, the little one called out happily. Wang Yi was instantly melted by her cuteness. He scooped her into his arms and planted a hard kiss on her little face. At this point, little Lingxi only knew how to say Gage. No matter how anyone taught her anything else, she just could not learn it. Especially Dawa. After hearing the little one call Wang Yi Gage, as long as it saw Wang Yi free, it would pester him. Its goal was simple too. It wanted Wang Yi to teach the little one to call it Dawa. Wang Yi was naturally willing to help, but unfortunately, after teaching her for 3 or 4 days already, the little one still only knew how to shout Gage. After playing for a while, the water on the stove came to a boil too. Wang Yi got up to make milk for the little one. After more than half a month, there were now less than 2 cans of formula left. Ever since he had helped temper her body, her appetite had gradually increased. If this kept up, the remaining 2 cans probably would not last even 10 days. Wang Yi was not worried about the little one going hungry after that though. 10 days was enough time to temper her body 3 more times. At her current growth rate, by then she should be able to eat liquid food. If the formula ran out, then it ran out. The nutrition in that formula might not even compare to the liquid food Wang Yi would prepare for her. After handing the baby bottle to the little one, Wang Yi started making his own dinner. Dinner was very simple. White rice porridge with diced cured meat, then sprinkled with a bit of dried shrimp and seaweed. He also boiled an egg, mashed up the yolk, and mixed it into the porridge. The nutrition and taste were both practically perfect. Honestly, if not for the mutated creatures everywhere outside, Wang Yi would hardly be able to feel the atmosphere of the apocalypse. As for the collapse of basic infrastructure, for someone like him who had grown up in the countryside, it almost had no impact at all. Of course, that was because this was still only the early stage of the apocalypse. After some more time passed, everything would be different. Among those problems, the most troublesome one was water. Not drinking water, but water for washing up. For other survivors, it might not be that big a deal. But both he and little Lingxi were still toddlers, especially since little Lingxi still could not control her bowel movements. If she was not washed regularly, who knew what strange skin disease might appear on that delicate skin of hers? Even Wang Yi himself could not stand the thought of being all smelly. Meow. Just as Wang Yi was busy working, A cat-esque cry came from outside the door. Dahua was back, with a movement of Wang Yi's divine sense. The door opened, and then he came to the living room while wiping his hands. He saw Dahua step over with graceful cat strides, slowly stopping in front of him. It lifted a front paw and pulled off the leather pouch around its neck. Then, without paying any attention to Wang Yi, it walked toward the sofa. Meow. As it walked, it did not forget to ask Wang Yi a question. Somewhat helpless, Wang Yi said, Dahua, don't rush. Little Lingxi is still young. Once she gets a little older, she'll definitely learn. Meow. Dahua shot Wang Yi a dangerous look, then walked over to the little one's side and lay down to sleep. This scene had already repeated itself many times over the past few days. Wang Yi was helpless too. The little one just couldn't learn it. So what could he do? But the moment he saw the cowhide bag on the floor, the helplessness in Wang Yi's eyes instantly vanished, replaced by excitement and anticipation. He carried the bag over to the coffee table, hearing the crystal cores clinking inside. Wang Yi couldn't wait and directly tipped it over. Dozens of crystal cores immediately rolled out across the coffee table. Wang Yi rubbed his hands together, picked up the rag beside him, and began cleaning them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 20. In the end, there were 37 in total. He picked out the larger ones separately. There were 5 altogether. These came from mutated creatures that had evolved again. The silver-white particles inside them were denser than the smaller ones, and the particles themselves were larger too. He pulled open the drawer below and placed those 5 crystal cores inside. With these 5 added, there were now 23 in total. Wang Yi looked at the crystal cores in the drawer, his expression turning somewhat grave. These mutated creatures that had evolved again had only started appearing within the last 10 days. At first, what Dahua brought back were all ordinary crystal cores, and the energy inside them was basically about the same. The first evolved crystal core Dahua brought back was on the 6th day after the power outage. After that, Dahua brought back several similar crystal cores every day. The most it ever brought back was 8 3 days ago. In other words, Dahua had killed 8 mutated creatures that had evolved again that day. That meant the number of mutated creatures undergoing a second evolution was increasing. Wang Yi didn't know what kind of logic lay behind this, but for all survivors, it definitely wasn't a good thing. He closed the drawer again and stopped thinking about it. Right now, his most important task was to strengthen himself, then raise little Lingxi safely and healthily. He opened another drawer. This one was filled with ordinary crystal cores. There were so many that they almost covered the entire bottom of the drawer. He swept the remaining 32 crystal cores on the table into the drawer. Listening to them collide against each other, Wang Yi instantly felt a huge sense of security. 342 crystal cores. Wang Yi muttered to himself, and this still wasn't all of Dahua's harvest, because every day he used 2 to temper his body. There are also crystal cores used to restore and strengthen his spiritual sense. Adding everything together, Dahua had hunted at least 400 mutated creatures in the past half-month, and that was on top of the prey Dahua hunted for itself. So the number could only be even higher. From the fact that Dahua could easily kill mutated creatures that had evolved again, its prey probably wasn't simple either. And after killing so many mutated creatures, the baleful aura around Dahua had grown heavier and heavier. Every time it came back, a trace of viciousness still lingered in its eyes. Once, it had even triggered a stress response in Wang Yi. Fortunately, every time it returned to little Lingxi's side, Dahua would revert to its previous state not long after. Wang Yi didn't know whether that was because of little Lingxi or because Dahua itself could regulate its own state. He wondered whether the surviving government personnel had established the legendary survivor bases yet. While eating plain white rice porridge, Wang Yi looked out at the pitch-black night sky beyond the window. In other countries, after the apocalypse began, the government likely would have completely lost its function. But in Xian Nation, that basically wouldn't happen unless all government personnel and the military had been wiped out. The apocalypse had almost lasted a month already. Presumably, major cities like the capital and Modu had already established a new order. But all of that was still very far away from Wang Yi. When Wang Yi had gone through the phones left behind by his parents and little Lingxi's mother, he had already learned from those text messages which city he was living in during this life. He was now living in Kuan City, Yin Province, in the southwest of Xian Nation. And from delivery text notifications, he also learned that the old neighborhood he lived in was called Xining Residential Complex. What Wang Yi most wanted to understand right now actually wasn't anything about survivor bases, but information about the apocalypse itself, especially the classification of mutated creatures and the strength levels of survivors. Unfortunately, that might take a very long time to learn. The reason was simple. He didn't believe the surviving government personnel in Kuan City could restore contact with the capital in a short time. Although he didn't know what kind of work his parents did, he had seen many government notices and reports in his mother's phone. From those, he learned that every year, dozens of officials in Kuan City were brought down, and across all of Yin Province, the number exceeded 100. Based on that alone, there was no point expecting government help anytime soon. Of course, some people might say that with infrastructure like electricity and communications collapsed, long-distance communication would be impossible. Don't joke around. If it were decades ago, maybe it would have been somewhat difficult. But what era was this now? The nation had definitely prepared all kinds of emergency measures for disasters. Although he didn't know the reason behind this apocalypse. The fact that there had still been electricity before meant that completely cutting off communication was basically impossible. However, even if the government re-established order, the original class structure and power groups would probably be reshuffled as well. Tired after a whole day, the two people and the cat soon fell asleep on the sofa. Don't ask why little Lingxi was tired too. If you must ask, it was because she got tired from playing. In the early hours of the morning, just as Wang Yi was sleeping soundly, Dahua, who was lying at the other end of the sofa, suddenly raised its head. Its pointed ears twitched, and in the darkness, its two large eyes reflected light. Creak! Dahua jumped down from the sofa. The sound of the springs instantly woke Wang Yi. Looking at Dahua walking toward the balcony, Wang Yi's gaze turned cold, and his spiritual sense instantly spread out. In just a moment, he understood what had triggered Dahua's vigilance. So there really were people with a death wish. Wang Yi slowly rose to his feet. The two flying knives on the coffee table slowly floated up and hovered quietly behind him. Under the coverage of his spiritual sense, everything below appeared clearly in his mind. At that moment, three figures were cautiously gathering outside the unit entrance. One of them, a skinny man with greasy hair, was repeatedly sliding a card back and forth. Behind him, one tall figure and one short figure were keeping watch carefully. Wang Yi glanced at the children's watch on his wrist. 1 o'clock in the morning. They really had picked a good time. Because of the blackout, the vast majority of people went to sleep early, and 1 o'clock in the morning was exactly when people slept the deepest. For these three to choose this time, they had obviously planned it in advance. And Wang Yi was very familiar with these faces. All three of them were residents of room 602 in the neighboring unit. After his spiritual sense had been strengthened, Wang Yi had already figured out the situation within its coverage. Among the three, the tall, strongly built man was their leader, known as Brother Jia. The skinny man picking the lock was called Skinny Monkey, and the remaining one was called Six Fingers. As for their real names, he didn't know. Back then, Wang Yi had only paid them a little attention out of curiosity. He hadn't expected these three to actually set their sights on him. But after thinking about it for a moment, Wang Yi understood why they had targeted him. First of all, he naturally ruled out the possibility that they had done so because they discovered his age. That was because he had never shown his face outside at all, unless one of them had awakened some kind of detection ability. The most likely possibility was that the three had noticed him when he was refining his flying knives. It really was something that they could hold back until now before making a move. With a slight sweep of his spiritual sense, their residence appeared in his mind. So they had run out of supplies. Wang Yi revealed a cold sneer. Judging by how practiced the three were, they had probably been the sneaking and stealing type even before the apocalypse. The flying knives behind him slowly drifted downward, and soon hovered silently above the three men's heads. Wang Yi took a deep breath, then his gaze sharpened, and two flying knives shot out in an instant. One flew at Jieji, and the other at Liuji. Clang! Puchi! The two sounds rang out almost at the same time. Along with them came a short scream. Who? Right after that, a startled shout rang through the residential complex. On the balcony, a trace of surprise flashed through Wang Yi's eyes. Then, with a movement of his divine sense, another scream sounded, followed by the thud of a body hitting the ground. Looking at the two people who had fallen in front of him, Jieji's face showed a hint of panic, but even more viciousness. At this moment, Jieji had already changed into something else. His originally normal skin had turned metallic. Wang Yi's strike just now had been deflected by that metal skin. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two more flashes of silver streaked through the air. In the next instant, two sparks exploded at Jieji's neck. And under the impact of the flying knives, Jieji staggered 2 steps forward. The one upstairs, I know it's you. You've already killed 2 of my brothers, so I admit defeat. I can leave this residential complex. From now on, we stay out of each other's business. How about it? Jieji shouted to Wang Yi with a gloomy expression. Such a huge commotion in this silent residential complex instantly drew the attention of the other survivors. In the surrounding buildings, almost every survivor immediately hid behind their windows and quietly watched this side. And, compared to the survivors, the mutants locked inside the rooms of the residential complex seemed to have been activated, turning violently restless. In just a few breaths, the entire residential complex became incomparably lively. The sounds of wood boards breaking and glass shattering kept ringing out through the complex. Along with them came wave after wave of roars. At this time, in room 302 across the way, the sisters Song Xian and Song Ying were also watching the commotion here. Big sis, someone got killed across the way. Song Ying tugged at Song Xian's clothes and said uneasily, Xiao Ying, don't be afraid. Big sis will protect you. Song Xian gently pulled her younger sister into her arms and softly comforted her. although they were only about 100 meters away from the opposite side. In the pitch-black night, they simply could not see what was happening. Listening to the increasingly chaotic noise in the residential complex, Song Xine's eyes lit up. This is a chance. She immediately lowered her head and said to Song Ying, Xiaoying, hurry and listen to the room next door with me. Once the monster inside gets lured away, we can go out and gather supplies. Hearing this, Song Ying quickly nodded and hurried to the wall, pressing her ear against it. Naturally, there was no shortage of smart people among the survivors in the residential complex. No one would miss such a good opportunity. Jieji could be considered to have indirectly made a contribution to the whole complex. On the balcony, Wang Yi soothed Dahua, who wanted to go down. Seeing that the flying knives could not injure Jieji, he recalled them. Then, the two steel needles placed together with the flying knives on the coffee table shot toward downstairs under the control of his divine sense. Because the steel needles had been polished incomparably smooth, and with the practice of these past days, under the cover of night, almost no one could detect their existence. Downstairs, as Jieji listened to the roars drawing closer and closer around him, the calmness in his eyes could no longer hold, knowing that if he did not leave now, he would die here tonight without a burial place. He cast a venomous glance at the 5th floor, already making up his mind that he would definitely avenge tonight's grudge in the future. Then he turned around, preparing to flee toward the entrance of the residential complex. Woo! A streak of black light suddenly attacked from above. Although he was very confident in his steel body, thinking of the force from just now, Jieji still did not dare expose the top of his head directly. He hurriedly raised his arm to shield it. Pooh! The sound of penetration rang out. Then came Jieji's scream. His arm protecting his head had already been pierced through by a steel needle. If his reaction had been any slower, even the top of his head would have been open with a hole. However, before he could recover, another dark streak flashed past. Jieji's whole body stiffened. The arm he had been clutching dropped weakly, and the metallic skin gradually returned to its original color. His left eye, filled with deep unwillingness, stared fixedly upstairs. Then his tall body fell straight backward with a bang. Under the faint light, a steel needle was deeply nailed into his right eye. On the balcony, Wang Yi expressionlessly recalled the steel needles, then turned and walked toward the living room. Dahua glanced downward, then followed him, lying back down on the sofa. Listening to the lively sounds in the residential complex, Wang Yi slowly closed his eyes. It was his first time killing someone, even though he had already prepared himself mentally. He still could not help feeling somewhat unaccustomed to it. As for the 3 corpses, naturally he did not need to worry about them. The mutants drawn by the commotion would definitely clean them up thoroughly, and the surrounding area had already been stained with Dahua's aura. After fighting over the 3 corpses, they would definitely leave quickly. He just did not know whether these obviously slower mutants, after leaving the residential complex, will be able to survive the hunting of other mutants. The chaos continued for the entire night. The next day, Wang Yi slowly woke from sleep. The residential complex had already returned to peace. His divine sense swept over it, and downstairs there was only a pool of blood left to prove what had happened last night. At this moment, Dahua had already gone out early to hunt mutants for them. Originally, Wang Yi's plan had been for Dahua to help him kill a few mutants while eating. But after Dahua learned that crystal cores could help little Lingxi grow, it started going out early every morning. That was also why so many crystal cores had piled up in the drawer. With Dahua's intelligence, opening a door was naturally not difficult. It could even with a cowhide pouch by itself, so there was no need to wake Wang Yi at all. He glanced over. Little Lingxi in the stroller was already awake. Wang Yi skillfully began preparing formula. The hot water had already been boiled last night before going to sleep. The thermos, which had basically been useless before, was finally useful at a time like this. After handing the baby bottle to the little one, Wang Yi came to the balcony. After last night's chaos, today's residential complex seemed especially quiet. However, from those houses with broken glass, Wang Yi noticed signs of survivor activity. Looks like there were still quite a few survivors in the complex. In just a short while, he had already spotted more than 10 people. Turning around, he went back to the living room. Seeing that the little one was eating happily, he walked toward the kitchen. Less than half an hour later, a pot of cured meat porridge giving off an enticing aroma was brought over. Perhaps the fragrance had drawn the little one's attention. With a body that already had the beginnings of strength, she flipped over and sat up. A pair of big eyes stared at the cured meat porridge in Wang Yi's hands, while the baby bottle in her hand had somehow already been set aside. Guo guo. The little one pointed at the meat porridge with her tiny hand, calling out nonstop. Seeing this, Wang Yi's heart stirred. He took another small bowl and scooped less than half a bowl from the pot. Then he began stirring it while blowing on it. Before long, the temperature dropped. Wang Yi tried it himself first, then nodded in satisfaction. He picked the little one up and placed her on the sofa, letting her sit there. Then he scooped up a spoonful from the small bowl and brought it to the little one's mouth. The little one first sniffed it with her nose, then happily opened her small mouth. Seeing this, Wang Yi gently fed the little spoon in. Ya. The little one had her first taste of soft food, and she was so happy she waved her hands and feet around. Her tiny lips kept smacking together. She was unbelievably cute. After finishing one bite, she would take the initiative to open her little mouth and wait for Wang Yi to feed her again. Very soon, half a bowl had gone into the little one's belly. After she finished eating, no matter how the little one babbled, Wang Yi didn't feed her anymore. After all, it was her first time, and he was worried she might have some kind of bad reaction. Fortunately, none of what he worried about happened, and that finally put Wang Yi completely at ease. Sure enough, after several rounds of cleansing, the little one's physical condition had already been strengthened to a certain degree. Her stomach and intestines were nowhere near as fragile as he had imagined. From now on, he could gradually adjust her diet a little. After all, making formula used up a lot of drinking water. Looking at the water left in the corner of the wall, Wang Yi estimated it would only last about 3 more days. After quickly finishing breakfast, Wang Yi began today's cleansing. He took out 6 crystal cores from the drawer. This was his amount for today. By now, the cost of one cleansing session for him had already risen from 2 crystal cores at the start of 4 now. This showed that his physical body was continuously growing stronger. A cool stream flowed through his entire body, making Wang Yi so comfortable he almost wanted to moan. The little one on the sofa curiously sized up Gidge. Suddenly, as if she had discovered something, she pointed her little finger at Wang Yi's eyes and kept making babyish babbling sounds. Following her tiny hand, the place she was pointing at was Wang Yi's tightly shut eyes. At this moment, 2 streaks of golden light could be seen flowing within them. But Wang Yi knew nothing about any of this. Hearing the little one's voice, he just thought she was playing around. And as the cool stream gradually weakened, those 2 streaks of flowing light slowly dimmed as well. By the time Wang Yi opened his eyes, the flowing light had already completely disappeared. Seeing the little one looking at him with a face full of curiosity, he got up and pinched her cheek. Don't rush. Gidge will help cleanse you in just a moment. As he spoke, he picked up the 2 crystal cores on the table and began absorbing them. Once a faint swelling sensation came from between his brows, he stopped. Then he wrapped the remaining energy inside the crystal cores with his divine sense and began helping the little one cleanse her body. Ya. The little one comfortably narrowed her eyes, and her little hands and feet began moving about on their own. Very soon, the crystal core energy wrapped in divine sense was completely used up. Wang Yi slowly withdrew his divine sense, then skillfully began changing the little one's diaper. This was practically a fixed part of every day. He didn't know if cleansing the body could help the little one relieve herself. But every time after a cleansing session, she would poop right on schedule. After skillfully putting a fresh diaper on the little one, he used divine sense to directly toss the changed diaper out the window. The movement was incomparably natural. Clearly, this wasn't the first time he had done this. As for whether doing this was immoral, Wang Yi's response was that anyone unhappy about it could come find him. During the time that followed, Wang Yi played with the little one while also training his control over the power of divine sense. Time quickly reached noon. Just as Wang Yi was about to get up and make lunch, a somewhat urgent cat-esque cry came from outside the door. Wang Yi's expression changed. With a thought from his divine sense, the door opened, and he quickly walked toward the doorway. Before he even got there, a dense smell of blood drifted in from outside. Dahua. Wang Yi rushed outside and saw Dahua lying by the stairs, panting heavily. What made Wang Yi the most tense was that Dahua was covered in bloodstains. He quickly came to Dahua's side, and his divine sense swept over Dahua's body. In just an instant, Wang Yi's expression turned cold. He saw at least 7 wounds on Dahua's body. The largest one was on its abdomen, so deep and large that he could see the ribs inside. Judging from the wound, it had obviously been clawed by some unknown creature with sharp talons. The other wounds were relatively smaller, but every single one of them cut deep into the flesh. Who did this? Wang Yi's eyes instantly turned red, and deep within his pupils, golden light flashed. Meow. Dahua let out a somewhat weak cry. Then it slowly got up, came to Wang Yi's side, and licked his hand. Who, taking a deep breath, Wang Yi suppressed the anger in his heart. Come on, I'll help you treat your wounds first. As he spoke, he led Dahua back inside. When Dahua, dripping with blood, entered the living room, the little one, who had been crawling all over the sofa, instantly stopped. Her big eyes stared at Dahua without blinking. The next second, a layer of moisture quickly covered her eyes. Then she pointed at Dahua with her little hand and kept crying out, "Guo, guo, guo." Tears slid down from her eyes as if they cost nothing. Seeing this, Wang Yi felt heartbroken beyond words. This seemed to be the first time the little one had cried since the apocalypse began. Seeing the little one trying to crawl down from the sofa, Wang Yi hurried over and picked her up into his arms. Dahua also ignored the bloody smell on its body and pushed its big head over, constantly licking the little one's arm. With one hand, the little one grabbed the fur on Dahua's face, her tiny body struggling as she leaned toward Dahua. But her eyes kept looking at Wang Yi from time to time, while her mouth constantly cried, "Guo, guo, guo." Wang Yi hurriedly patted her back and comforted her. Lingxi, don't be scared, don't be scared. Dahua is fine. Don't cry, be good. Dahua, Dahua. Suddenly, the little one called out Dahua twice. Although her pronunciation was still a little unclear, she really was calling Dahua. Dahua, who had still been licking the little one, suddenly stopped. Meow. Its two big eyes stared at the little one without moving, filled with surprise. Dahua. The little one called out again. Meow. After Dahua confirmed that the little one really was calling it, it completely ignored the wounds on its body and directly started jumping around the living room. As it jumped, it kept calling out toward the little one. Seeing Dahua so cheerful, a smile also appeared on Wang Yi's face, and the little one in his arms had stopped crying too. She pointed at Dahua and started giggling. Seeing this, Wang Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. The little one had finally stopped crying, but when he saw that Dahua's wounds had started bleeding again, he quickly put the little one back on the sofa. With a movement of his divine sense, he brought the medical kit over from the TV cabinet. Dahua, stop jumping around. Come here so I can treat your wounds. Wang Yi beckoned to the excited Dahua. Hearing this, Dahua's huge body slowly came to a stop. It looked at the blood on the floor, then obediently came to Wang Yi's side. Wang Yi first used scissors to cut away all the fur near Dahua's wounds. As one wound after another was exposed, Wang Yi formed a rough guess in his heart about what had injured Dahua. Aside from that gash made by sharp claws, the other wounds didn't look like claw marks or cuts. They looked more like they'd been caused by something similar to a spike. Putting the clues together, Wang Yi guessed that what had fought Dahua was probably a mutated beast of the flying bird type. As for whether it was some kind of raptor like an eagle, he couldn't tell. After all, even a tabby cat could evolve to become bigger than a tiger. In that case, the thing that injured Dahua could just as easily have been a sparrow or even a chicken. Bear with it. It'll hurt a little. Wang Yi said to Dahua. Meow. Dahua let out a proud cry, as if saying that a little pain was nothing. Seeing this, Wang Yi revealed a meaningful smile to Dahua. Then he directly controlled the bottle of alcohol to float above the wound and said to Dahua again, bear with it. After speaking, he ignored Dahua's reaction and poured it straight onto the wound. Meow. Dahua's cry rang through the entire residential complex. Its massive body tensed up instantly, and several claws over 30 centimeters long shot out from the pads of its two front paws. Seeing this, Wang Yi smacked its butt in annoyance. Keep it down. You'll scare little Lingxi. Hearing the words little Lingxi, Dahua's originally tense body slowly relaxed. Fortunately, cleaning the wound with alcohol hurt, but only for a moment. Dahua's extended claws slowly retracted as well. Dahua slowly turned its head, its big eyes fixed firmly on Wang Yi. Wang Yi spread his hands helplessly. I already warned you. Meow. No need to guess. That one definitely sounded like a vicious curse. Alright, there's still a few more wounds. The sooner we finish, the sooner you won't have to suffer anymore. Wang Yi shook the bottle of alcohol and chuckled lightly. Dahua shuddered all over, then buried its head deeply into its front paws. Next, every time a wound was cleaned, Dahua would tremble once, but it endured it without crying out. Seeing this from the sofa, the little one seemed to have found something amusing. Every time Dahua trembled, she would let out a giggle. After cleaning all the wounds once, Wang Yi directly used his divine sense to control the needle and thread and began stitching Dahua's wounds. To reduce Dahua's suffering, Wang Yi deliberately sped up the stitching. In less than 2 minutes, all the wounds had been sewn up. Then Wang Yi disinfected all the wounds once with iodine and applied ointment over them all. Done. Seeing that none of the wounds were bleeding anymore, Wang Yi patted Dahua's butt and began putting away the medicine kit. Meow. Dahua let out a soft cry, but its head was still buried in its front paws. In a fleeting glance, Wang Yi saw 2 wet streaks on Dahua's cat face. Did it cry from the pain? Wang Yi froze for a moment, then shook his head with an amused smile. Pretending not to notice, he got up, went to the bathroom to get a mop, and started cleaning the blood off the floor. With the power of divine sense, it took less than 10 minutes for the living room to return to normal. Coming over to sit beside the little one, Wang Yi asked, Dahua, is the thing you fought still alive? Hearing this, Dahua slowly raised its head, first nodding lightly, then letting out another cry. After spending so much time with Dahua, although Wang Yi couldn't understand exactly what it was saying, he could still roughly guess the meaning. The nod meant the thing it fought was still alive, and the cry afterward meant it had won. Wang Yi's expression turned somewhat grave. Dahua had won, but that thing wasn't dead. Could it follow the traces Dahua left behind and come here? That was very possible. He didn't know how many creatures like Dahua had evolved while still retaining their intelligence, but for something that had clashed with Dahua so fiercely, the chance of retaliation was absolutely high. Looks like from now on, they had to be even more careful about safety. Wang Yi thought to himself. Fortunately, there was probably no need to worry in the short term. Since Dahua had won, the other side's injuries would only be worse. Dahua had him helping stitch its wounds, so it would definitely recover faster than the other party. By the time the other side came looking for them, it probably would no longer be Dahua's match. Besides, Birds naturally held a certain advantage against beasts on the ground. If it still lost like that, it meant Dahua's strength was far above it. With Wang Yi's current rate of growth, if the other party really was, as he guessed, a mutated beast of the avian type, then when the time came, he might not even need Dahua to act. He could kill it himself. After all, Wang Yi's divine sense also held a certain advantage when dealing with flying creatures. Any bird that could fight Dahua definitely wouldn't be small in size. Compared with flying knives or steel needles, its agility would be far worse. As long as Wang Yi's divine sense became strong enough, those huge birds would be nothing more than moving live targets. Because of this incident, Wang Yi's desire for strength became even stronger. Unfortunately, he was still in a growth phase, so he simply didn't dare use crystal cores excessively to temper his body. Otherwise, he would have wanted nothing more than to treat crystal cores like cultivation pills and swallow them nonstop. And from the strength shown by Dahua and that unknown mutated beast, it seemed these mutated beasts evolved much faster than mutated humanoids. And this was only for mutated beasts in the city. As for the animals in the forests, just how far would their strength evolve? Perhaps in the future, the greatest threat to surviving humanity would not be mutated humanoids, but the enormous number of mutated beasts. Letting Dahua play with the little one, Wang Yi returned to the kitchen and started making lunch again. He casually turned on the faucet, and instantly, a fishy stench came out. Looking at the water, which had already obviously changed color, Wang Yi shut it off helplessly. He had to find a way to solve the water problem, or the days ahead would be miserable. Wang Yi thought to himself. Because of his age, Wang Yi had no plans to leave Xining Residential Complex anytime soon. As for drinking water, he wasn't too worried. The building Wang Yi currently lived in had 4 units in total. Before last night, aside from him, basically no survivors in the entire complex had dared go out to search for supplies. So the supplies in the other 3 units were basically still there. In the city, bottled water was a necessity. As long as he gathered it from the 3 units, the problem of drinking water would basically be solved. But water for daily use was troublesome. He couldn't exactly use bottled water to wash up, could he? Half an hour later, lunch was ready. It was still white rice porridge with eggs, plus diced cured meat and luncheon meat. Finally, he sprinkled on some tiny dried shrimp and seaweed. It looked, smelled, and tasted excellent. Just like in the morning, he fed the little one half a bowl first. Now it was certain that liquid food like white rice porridge wouldn't affect the little one's stomach, so she could be weaned in the future. Just as Wang Yi was drinking with great enjoyment, a booming sound came from across the way. Wang Yi froze. Why did that sound a bit like an explosion? Holding his bowl, he slurped as he walked toward the small balcony. We got outside. He saw a wisp of green smoke drifting out from a shattered window on the 6th floor across from him. Roar. Then came a howl. Big sister, be careful. Another anxious voice rang out from deep within the thick smoke. The voice sounded young. The distance from here to the opposite side was less than 100 meters. Wang Yi's divine sense instantly imprinted the scene inside into his mind. He saw a little girl around 10 years old, with a fireball gathering in the palm of her right hand. Judging from the traces around her, the commotion just now should have been her doing. On the other side, a mutated humanoid with a hunched body and grayish-white skin was frantically attacking a door. Through the crack in the door, he could see a young woman around 18 or 19 years old, her whole body radiating cold air. Sharp ice spikes were continuously condensing before her. At the same time, with the woman at the center, a layer of frost was spreading outward without stop. Just from the sharpness of those ice spikes, it was clear this attack could definitely break through the mutated humanoid's defense. What was more, the ice spikes also came with a freezing effect. As long as they hit, victory would basically be decided. No wonder the mutated humanoid completely ignored the little girl behind it. It had sensed a deadly threat and instinctively wanted to eliminate the danger as quickly as possible. Go! With a light shout, 8 icicles flashed with cold glints and shot out from the crack in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they pierced through the mutant's flesh. Then, centered on the icicles, a layer of frost spread rapidly. In just a few breaths, the mutant was frozen in place. Watching the scene, Wang Yi slurped his food and commented, "Sigh, too much force. It's only a low-level mutant. There is no need for so many icicles. One would have been enough." Naturally, Song Xin had no way of hearing Wang Yi's comment. At this moment, her hands were trembling slightly. Only after seeing that the monster had been completely frozen did she finally relax. Boom! A flash of fire streaked by, and the frozen mutant instantly shattered into pieces. Under the high temperature, a foul stench spread out. "Sis, are you okay?" Song Ying rushed into the room and hugged Song Xin tightly. Song Xin glanced at the remains on the ground, then reached out and rubbed the little girl's head. A light called hope appeared in her eyes. Now that she had the experience of defeating a mutant for the first time, if they ran into one again later, she would not be as flustered as she was today. "Don't worry, Xiaoying. I'm Yufina. Let's take the supplies and leave first," Song Xin said softly. Song Ying nodded. and said excitedly, "Sis, this monster isn't that strong. It just looks a little scary." Song Xian shook her head slightly. "Xiaoying, don't be careless. This one should only be the weakest kind among the monsters." She thought of the gray figure she had glimpsed by accident earlier. It had only flashed by for a moment, but its speed was far beyond that of the monster in front of them. If she ran into that figure, she and her younger sister would only end up being instantly killed. Seeing the serious look on her sister's face, Song Ying quickly restrained her smile and nodded seriously. Just then, a reflected glint caught Song Ying's attention. What's this?" Song Ying quickly walked over, then picked a half-transparent crystal out of a chunk of broken flesh. Song Xian also walked over. She first looked at the remains on the ground, then at the crystal in Song Ying's hand. "Sis, look." Song Ying handed the crystal to Song Xian. Song Xian took it and, holding it to the light, saw tiny silver-white particles inside the crystal. Although she had no idea why this kind of thing would be inside the monster's body, she had a vague feeling that the crystal would definitely be very useful. Still, now was not the time to think about that. The commotion just now had been so loud. Who knew whether it would attract other monsters? Putting the crystal away, Song Xian said to Song Ying, "Xiaoying, let's leave first." After saying that, she packed up the supplies they had found, and the two quickly left the sixth floor one after the other. Retracting his divine sense, Wang Yi carried his bowl and returned to the living room. Then with one glance, he saw the little one stepping on Dahua's belly, one hand bracing herself against the coffee table, the other reaching into the pot to grab the porridge inside. There were still traces of white porridge on her little mouth and face. "Xiaolingxi," Wang Yi said helplessly. Like a child caught doing something bad, the little one turned around and crawled back onto the sofa. She buried her little face in the sofa and pointed her tiny, but at Wang Yi, as if doing that would keep anyone from noticing her. Seeing this, Wang Yi looked at the little one in amusement. He walked over and looked into the pot, only to find that the porridge that had originally been enough for one more bowl was now almost gone. His earlier worry had been for nothing. He had almost let the little one go hungry. Originally, he had thought that she was still too young, and that eating too much would be bad for her stomach. But now it seemed he had underestimated how much the little one had grown. After several rounds of cleansing, her digestive function was probably already about the same as that of an ordinary 2-year-old child. He picked the little one up and used a tissue to wipe the white porridge off her hands and face. While he was wiping her, the little one kept her eyes tightly shut, staying incredibly obedient and letting Wang Yi do as he pleased. That look made Wang Yi laugh at once. He lowered his head and kissed her little face. "Xiaolingxi, you can't be this naughty again in the future." Guo 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 guo. As if sensing that Wang Yi was not angry, the little one instantly opened her eyes, her tiny body wriggling. Huh. While teasing the little one, Wang Yi thought about the two sisters across the way. From the battle just now, one of the sisters had awakened an ice ability, while the other had awakened a fire ability. Both abilities would be very useful in this apocalypse. He would have to keep an eye on those two sisters in the future. If their personalities and character were both decent, then maybe they could form a team in the future. Wang Yi did not know how many survivors were still left in Xining Residential Complex. There were 5 buildings in total in Xining Residential Complex. Wang Yi was in building number 5, and the closest one was building number 4 across from him. Through his divine sense, he had already checked clearly that aside from Brother Jia and his group, there were no other survivors in building number 5. As for building number 4, other than the two sisters from today, there had also been a young man on the far left side of the 3rd floor. But after last night's chaos, Wang Yi had not seen any sign of him today. Judging from his past behavior, the possibility of him having left could be ruled out. He had probably exposed himself by accident and run into a mutant. As for the remaining 3 buildings, Wang Yi had vaguely seen signs of people moving around this morning. Because they were too far away, his divine sense could not probe them clearly. But from what happened today, Wang Yi now had a rough guess about the current apocalypse. That was, all survivors should have awakened abilities. After all, if awakening abilities were a matter of probability, then the probability was far too high. Since waking up, almost everyone Wang Yi had seen had awakened an ability. That included his mother, Xiaolingxi's mother, Brother Jia's trio, and the sisters across the way. The only one still uncertain was Xiaolingxi. Because she was too young, even if she had awakened an ability, she probably would not know how to use it. Afternoon, Wang Yi went out once again to climb the stairs. This was a task he had to do every day. In the past, after a while, he always had to come back to look after the little one. But at noon today, the little one had eaten so much white rice porridge that it would be enough for her to digest for quite some time. Huff, huff. In the stairwell, Wang Yi moved his short little legs and climbed step by step. His clothes had long since been soaked through with sweat, and sweat kept dripping from his temples. Originally, Wang Yi had planned to run, but unfortunately the height of the steps was not very friendly to him. Although he had grown quickly during this period, his height was at most about the same as a normal 3-year-old child. With these short little legs, trying to run was still too much of a stretch. With such intense training, being tired was a given. But whether mentally or physically, Wang Yi felt extremely refreshed. because he could feel his body absorbing the leftover crystal core energy at every moment. His legs kept alternating between soreness and comfort, as if an invisible hand were massaging them. In short, it was painful and happy at the same time. Soon, an entire afternoon passed in Wang Ye's training. At night, after dinner, Wang Yi continued practicing controlling the flying knives. After the little one fell asleep, Wang Yi told Dahua to guard the home, then carried the long quan sword to the balcony. After looking around, his divine sense moved, and the long quan sword came beneath his butt. Wang Yi took a deep breath. Then, as the power of his divine sense activated, the long quan sword carried Wang Yi and flew toward the neighboring unit. The moment he left the balcony, Wang Yi was still very nervous. After all, this was the 5th floor, and looking down from here was still pretty high. This unit was the closest to Wang Yi, and he had long since thoroughly explored it with his divine sense. He did not go to the 6th floor, because the supplies there had already been looted by Brother Jie's trio. Otherwise, they would not have risked making a move on Wang Yi. When he arrived at the 5th floor, he opened the door with practiced ease. His first target was the bottled water. After taking it off the dispenser, he went straight to the balcony and used the power of his divine sense to send it back to his own balcony. Then he started gathering and packing the other useful supplies. With his divine sense, nothing in the room could escape him. There was no chance of missing anything. After searching one unit, he moved on to the other 2. In less than an hour, the entire 5th floor had been cleared out. Then Wang Yi went down to the 4th floor. The moment he opened room 401, a rich, refreshing fragrance rushed into Wang Yi's nose. So fragrant, Wang Yi cried out, then immediately held his breath the next second. His divine sense spread out at once, and almost instantly, he locked onto the target. The source of the fragrance was a plant near the balcony in the living room. 6 red fruits hung quietly from it. When he had checked from home before, Wang Yi had seen this plant too, but at the time he had only thought it was an ordinary cherry tomato plant. He slowly closed the door and returned to the 5th floor. His divine sense began scanning his entire body over and over. Every organ and every inch of flesh was checked thoroughly. It was not that Wang Yi was being overly cautious. It was at the moment he smelled that fragrance. His body had suddenly produced a devouring urge even stronger than what he felt when facing crystal core energy. And such a rich fragrance had already gone beyond the scope of ordinary fruit. A moment later, Wang Yi let out a breath of relief. He had not found anything unusual. Could this tomato plant have mutated too? Wang Yi hesitated a little over whether he should take this risk. That was the limitation of having unequal information. He had to figure everything out by himself. After thinking it over, cherry tomatoes were usually just normal fruit. Combined with what he had just felt, this mutation was probably benign. Since the fragrance itself did not seem harmful, he could bring it back first. At worst, he could let Dahua taste it first. With that thought, Wang Yi stopped hesitating and returned to the 4th floor. He opened the door, and the fragrance rushed over him again. Enduring his body's reaction, he quickly walked up to the cherry tomato plant. Looking at those bright, red, little tomatoes, Wang Yi directly sent his divine sense into one of them. Very soon, his divine sense brought back a soothing, cool sensation. Moreover, within the red flesh were densely packed silver-white particles, nearly 100 times more numerous than those in a crystal core. He withdrew his divine sense. Now, he could almost be certain that this was the legendary spirit fruit. Eating it would definitely increase one's strength. And judging from the contact through his divine sense, the energy contained in the silver-white particles inside this spirit fruit was far gentler than that of a crystal core. When he got back, he would let Dahua eat one first and test the effect. Having made his decision, Wang Yi moved with his divine sense and directly lifted the entire flower pot. After opening the balcony window, with a long quan sword in position, one man, one pot, and one sword flew toward the neighboring balcony on the 5th floor. In room 502, Dahua, who had originally closed its eyes, suddenly twitched its nose slightly, then snapped its eyes open. A pair of eyes as big as fists stared fixedly toward the balcony. The next second, Wang Yi's figure floated up. The moment he landed, Dahua's huge body squeezed over. Seeing that, Wang Yi immediately hid the spirit fruit behind his back. No snatching. This is for little Lingxi to nourish her body. Dahua, who had been about to move closer, stopped when heard that. Its nose kept sniffing, and saliva dripped unconsciously from the corner of its mouth. Only after Dahua calmed down did Wang Yi speak again. All right, let's go inside first. I'll give you one later. Meow. What? You want two? No way. Meow. All right, we'll talk about it later. Little Lingxi is awake. The man and the cat returned to the living room. Sure enough, little Lingxi in the stroller had already sat up groggily. At that moment, she was rubbing her eyes and looking at Wang Yi. Wang Yi placed the cherry tomato plant on the coffee table. Dahua's south head moved close to it and kept sniffing, but it did not open its mouth on its own. Gauge. Little Lingxi was now fully awake too. She pointed at the tomato plant, saliva continuously secreting from her mouth. Seeing this, Wang Yi said irritably, You're sure enthusiastic. After saying that, he looked at Dahua. Dahua, from the way you're acting, you've eaten this kind of thing before? Meow. Dahua shook its head, then nodded again. Wang Yi understood instantly. Dahua had indeed eaten spirit fruit before, just not this kind. If that was the case, then the reason Dahua had such high intelligence was probably closely related to the spirit fruit it had eaten. With Dahua as confirmation, Wang Yi finally felt reassured. Still, before eating it himself, he would let Dahua eat one first and test the effect. Having made up his mind, Wang Yi no longer hesitated. He directly reached out, picked one from a plant, and handed it to Dahua. Almost the instant he held it out, Dahua's bright red tongue had already shot over. The next second, the spirit fruit in his hand was gone, and after eating one spirit fruit, Dahua's fur all over its body began to gradually fluff up. What shocked Wang Yi the most was that the wounds on Dahua's body were visibly recovering. Meanwhile, Dahua had already lain down on the floor and fallen into a deep sleep. Seeing this scene, Wang Yi completely relaxed. This spirit fruit really was a good thing. He looked at Dahua, then at the little one whose drool was practically about to drip onto the floor. He did not know whether eating the spirit fruit would make everyone fall asleep like Dahua. It just so happened to be nighttime. He might as well let the little one eat one too. If she also fell asleep, he could watch over both of them. Looking at the little one's eager eyes, Wang Yi smiled and picked one to hand to her. The moment it was placed in her hand, she could not wait to stuff it into her mouth. However, without any teeth yet, no matter how hard she tried, she just could not break through the skin. A minute passed. Aside from covering the spirit fruit with saliva, the little one still had not eaten even a bit of the flesh. Gage. The little one held the spirit fruit in one hand while anxiously looking at Wang Yi. A mist of tears gradually gathered in her big eyes. Seeing this, Wang Yi hurriedly reached out and took the spirit fruit back. Using the power of his divine sense, he mashed up the flesh inside. Then he found a straw, inserted it into the fruit, and brought it to the little one's mouth. Slurp. Watching the blood-red juice pass through the straw and into the little one's mouth, Wang Yi still felt faintly worried. Although, under his divine sense, the energy contained in the spirit fruit was very gentle. The little one was still just a baby after all. He had no absolute confidence that nothing would happen. This spirit fruit had originally mutated from a cherry tomato, so it was not large. After only a few sips, the little one had drained it dry. After squeezing the last bit of juice in her mouth, Wang Yi sat quietly to the side and watched her. He saw that the little one's eyes, which had been wide open before, were now starting to droop. Her little head also began bobbing little by little. Wang Yi sent his divine sense in her body and discovered that a gentle energy was spreading from her stomach throughout her whole body. He checked her entire body once more and found that no abnormalities had appeared, so he withdrew his divine sense. At this point, the little one had completely fallen asleep. He gently laid her flat, covered her with the little cup, and reached out to pinch her rosy little cheek. Then he sat quietly to the side and waited. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Wang Yi quickly got up and moved all the water and supplies from the balcony into the living room. Then he swiftly shut the glass door leading to the balcony. The fragrance of his spirit fruit was very strong. Who knew whether there were any mutant beasts or mutants nearby with especially keen senses of smell? After checking the doors and windows one more time and confirming there were no problems, he finally sat back down. His gaze fell on Dahua, and he saw that aside from the largest wound, the rest of the injuries on its body had already fully healed. Once the fur grew back, no one would be able to tell it had ever been hurt there. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. After staying up all night, Wang Yi was starting to feel a little drained. He got up, drank a cup of water, then began preparing breakfast. Meow. Right then, Dahua woke up. Turning around, he saw Dahua stretching its body. Judging from how energetic it looked, it was obvious the spirit fruit had brought it huge benefits. Meow. Seeing Wang Yi looking at it, Dahua lazily greeted him. Wang Yi was speechless. You sure have it easy. I stayed up all night watching over you too. Dahua meow. Wang Yi got it. I'll give you another one tonight. Dahua meow. Wang Yi stopped paying attention to this tsundere big cat. After breakfast, seeing no sign of the little one waking up, Wang Yi told Dahua to watch the house. Then he picked one himself, climbed onto the sofa, and prepared to consume it. Smelling the alluring fruit fragrance, Wang Yi eagerly put it into his mouth. With just a slight bite, the bright red juice burst open in his mouth, then flowed down his throat into his stomach. The next second, a gentle aura, different from crystal core energy, began spreading through his entire body. Wang Yi only felt his whole body wrapped in a warm presence, and little by little, he fell into a deep sleep. He had no idea how much time had passed. When Wang Yi woke up again, the sky outside had already dimmed. He got up and let out a long breath. Stretching lazily, his whole body immediately gave off a series of crackling pops. So comfortable, Wang Yi exclaimed in relief. Then he immediately released his divine sense and spread it outward. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. It kept extending all the way to 800 meters before Wang Yi felt a slight soreness between his brows. His divine sense had increased by more than double. But that still left Wang Yi slightly dissatisfied. That seemed a little inconsistent with the amount of energy contained in the spirit fruit. Could it be that most of the energy had been used on his body? Thinking of this, Wang Yi hurriedly checked himself. I got taller again. Lowering his head, sure enough, his pant legs had become noticeably shorter. Looking at his stomach again, even his belly button was exposed. Then there was his mouth. Originally, he had only had a total of 8 teeth, top and bottom combined. Now they had basically all grown in, combined with his height of around 1.1 meters. Wang Yi could confirm that he was now basically no different from an ordinary 5-year-old child. So the spirit fruit's main effect is improving physical constitution. The increase in divine sense is just a bonus. Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Then his gaze shifted to the stroller. With that one look, his attention was instantly caught. The stroller, which had originally been fairly spacious, now looked a little cramped. The little one's feet were almost sticking right out of the stroller. Her hair, which had originally been sparse and yellowish, had now turned black and thick, and had even grown to around 10 centimeters long. Good Lord, she grew at least 2 years out of nowhere. Wang Yi said in shock. After his earlier cleansing, the little one's physical condition had only been comparable to that of an ordinary 2-year-old in terms of digestive function. But now, after being nourished by the spirit fruit, her body was completely no different from that of a normal 2-year-old. Meow. At this moment, Dahua came over, its eyes full of smugness. Wang Yi glanced at it. What the hell are you so proud of? You ate the spirit fruit too. So why didn't you grow bigger? Didn't he like it? Meow. The moment Dahua heard that, it instantly got agitated. It directly raised its front paw and slashed at the floor. The next second, several deep claw marks were carved into the floor as easily as if it were tofu. Seeing this, surprise flashed through Wang Yi's eyes. When he saw Dahua preparing to swipe again, he quickly stopped it. All right, I get it. You're amazing, okay? Meow. Yes. You were already amazing to begin with. Just as the man and cat were bickering, movement came from the stroller beside them. Wang Yi quickly walked over, and Dahua also moved in close. The little one had already opened her eyes. Her round black eyes happened to meet Wang Yi's. A smile instantly bloomed on her little face, and the 8 tiny white baby teeth on her gums gleamed brightly. Gage. The little one called out happily. Her voice was much clearer than before, but the pronunciation still hadn't changed. Before Wang Yi could speak, Dahua's head squeezed him aside. Meow. Dahua stuck out its tongue and licked the little one on the face. Giggle. Dahua. The little one burst into laughter from the licking, while her little hands kept tugging at Dahua's face. Dahua turned his head and shot Wang Yi a smug look. Wang Yi couldn't be bothered with this licking cat. Looking at the little one, he began to think. Now that the little one had suddenly grown to the size of a 2-year-old under the nourishment of the spirit fruit, she still didn't know any of the skills a 2-year-old should have. The only words she could say were still Gage and Dahua. She still could only crawl instead of walk, and she still couldn't control her bowel movements. These were all things Wang Yi would have to worry about next. Perhaps because the cramped stroller was making her uncomfortable, the little one slowly began to sit up. Then, grabbing Dahua's fur with her little hands, she began standing up little by little. Wang Yi watched from the side, without helping. Dahua didn't dare move at all, afraid the little one might fall. After standing up, the little one began holding on to Dahua's head and shuffling around inside the stroller, from wobbling with every step to gradually steadying herself. And finally even letting go of the little hand that had been holding on to Dahua, she improved bit by bit. Looking at the little one standing unsteadily inside the stroller, Wang Yi revealed a gratified smile. He then stepped forward and lifted the little one out of the stroller, carrying her to the sofa. Wang Yi began his first lesson in baby teaching. He took out little Lingxi's mother's phone and turned it on, pointing at the photo inside. He said to little Lingxi, Mama. Little Lingxi looked at the photo on the phone, at the woman in the picture wearing a gentle smile. Her little hand slowly stretched out and pointed at the photo. Mamu, Mana, Mamu. At this moment, Dahua was also looking at the photo on the phone. It let out a soft cry, as if it too had remembered this former owner. For the next 3 days, neither Wang Yi nor Dahua went out. Wang Yi was responsible for teaching the little one how to speak and basic life skills like using a spoon. Dahua was responsible for watching over the little one as she learned to walk, and for playing with her so she could get used to the body she had suddenly grown into. As for the remaining spirit fruits, Wang Yi planned to consume them after some time had passed. However, the one he had promised Dahua had already been eaten by it, so now there were only 2 spirit fruits left hanging on the little tree. The fragrance in the room was no longer as rich as before, so there was no need to worry about attracting other mutated beasts. Wang Yi himself also gradually adapted to his current body. The stairs he had once only been able to climb step by step, he could now run up. His divine sense had also become more condensed, and the weight he could control had reached over 500 jin, while at the limit he could shake a heavy object weighing 1,000 jin. It could be said that the benefits this spirit fruit brought Wang Yi were simply enormous. No one knew how many more heavenly treasures like this still existed out there. Yunnan province in particular had vast stretches of primeval forest, and no one knew how many good things were hidden inside. And after those mutant beasts consumed such treasures, just how far would their strength grow? Whenever he thought of this, a sense of unease would rise in Wang Yi's heart. On the 6th floor, Wang Yi lifted a hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead, ending today as training. When he returned to his door and opened it, just about to greet little Lingxi, the scene before his eyes made him freeze on the spot. Little Lingxi was currently wobbling around the living room. She still could not walk fast, but every step she took was steady. What stunned Wang Yi was not that little Lingxi could walk, but that every time she touched something, it would disappear. Then, one after another, the vanished items would reappear in their original places. As if she had discovered some fun new toy, little Lingxi kept making the things in the living room disappear and reappear over and over again. She did not even notice that Wang Yi had come back. As for Dahua, it had gone out early this morning to keep working. At the doorway, Wang Yi looked at little Lingxi, who was having the time of her life, and was utterly shocked. Over the past 2 days, he had already thoroughly figured out the situation within a 1,000-meter radius around him. Things outside were indeed just as he had guessed. The mutants out there were much stronger than the mutants in Xining residential complex. Mutants that had evolved again could be seen everywhere on the streets. However, once they had evolved a second time, they no longer attacked and slaughtered each other on sight like low-level mutants. Instead, they stayed wary of one another, and without absolute confidence, they would not strike so easily. The few fights Wang Yi had seen had basically all relied on sneak attacks. He had not seen a single case where two sides met head-on and immediately started fighting. This showed that after evolving, the mutants seemed to have gained a certain level of judgment, no longer relying purely on instinct. As for the survivors still alive within a radius of 1,000 meters, there were only around 200 of them. Among those 200, the awakened abilities were basically all ordinary 5 elements powers, such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Then there were bodily enhancement abilities like strength, speed, and the like. As for variant abilities like ice, wind, and lightning, aside from the woman across from him who had awakened a frost ability, there was not a single other one. Not to mention legendary abilities like space, time, or causality. And right now, what little Lingxi was clearly displaying was a space ability. The only question was whether she had awakened a simple storage space ability, or true power over space. Perhaps the little one had sensed Wang Yi's gaze. The moment little Lingxi saw that Wang Yi had returned, she happily ran toward him. As she ran, she kept shouting, "Gidge! Gidge!" Wang Yi quickly stepped forward and scooped her up in one motion. Carrying the little one over to the sofa, he looked at the coffee table and spirit fruit tree that had already disappeared and softly asked, "Lingxi, where are the coffee table and the fruit?" Little Lingxi looked at the empty floor, then happily slipped out of Wang Yi's arms. "Gidge, fun!" She pointed at the floor, and the coffee table together with the spirit fruit tree on top of it instantly appeared on the floor. Then, right in front of Wang Yi's eyes, she put away the coffee table and fruit tree again. After taking the things back out again, the little one sprawled on Wang Yi's lap and looked at him expectantly. Wang Yi rubbed the little tuft of hair on her head and smiled. "Lingxi is amazing." Then he asked, "Lingxi, how big is your space?" "Big." The little one repeated the word big, then looked at Wang Yi and grinned. Seeing this, Wang Yi could not help patting his forehead. Wasn't he this like playing the lute to a cow? The little one was still so young. She could only say a few short phrases. How could she possibly know what the size of space meant? He simply got up and took the little one on a round through the house. Every time they reached a spot, Wang Yi would have her put away everything on the ground. Very soon, aside from the earthen stove in the kitchen, the entire house, including the bed in the bedroom, had been stored away by the little one. Looking at the little girl holding his hand and searching everywhere for things to store, the smile on Wang Yi's face could not be hidden no matter what. Although he did not know how large her space actually was, it was absolutely not small. With the little one's space, once they left the residential complex in the future, no matter where they went, there would no longer be any risk of running short on supplies. In any case, Wang Yi had no plans to build some survivor base. At most, he would find a few teammates, and that would not consume much in the way of supplies at all. He took the little one around and put everything back in its original place. From this alone, her cleverness was obvious. Because Wang Yi did not need to say a single word, the little one herself remembered where every item belonged. Back at the sofa, Wang Yi looked at the spirit fruits on the coffee table, and, after thinking for a moment, decided to consume them now. This time, he did not need to help. The little one could already eat by herself. A short while later, Wang Yi covered the little one, who had once again fallen into deep sleep, with a blanket. After plucking the final spirit fruit, he began observing the spirit fruit tree. Sure enough, after the last spirit fruit was picked, the tree quickly became somewhat wilted. It was not to the point of withering away immediately, but it was not in good shape either. Wang Yi frowned slightly. If he just gave up on it like this, he would be somewhat unwilling. After thinking for a bit, He took a few crystal cores out of the drawer and placed them at the roots of the fruit tree. In the next second, something unexpected happened. Tender, pale white roots stretched out from the soil beneath the fruit tree, quickly wrapped around the crystal cores, and then began dragging them down into the soil. It works. Joy appeared on Wang Yi's face, and he immediately took out another 10 and placed them into the flower pot. The roots appeared again and dragged them into the soil one by one, extending his divine sense. He discovered that all of those crystal cores had been dragged to the roots of the fruit tree and wrapped up by fine rootlets. At the same time, those fine roots began secreting an unknown liquid. The instant the crystal cores came into contact with the liquid, they dissolved rapidly as if they had met sulfuric acid, turning into pools of transparent fluid. Then, those tiny roots absorbed the fluid into the spirit fruit tree. Looking at the spirit fruit tree again, the leaves that had been somewhat wilted seemed to have been infused with vitality again and became lively once more. Seeing this, Wang Yi let out a sigh of relief. As long as it could be kept alive, that was enough. Without any hesitation, he directly grabbed a handful of crystal cores and tossed them into the flower pot. Around 20 plus in total. He wanted to test how many crystal cores the spirit fruit tree would need to grow new spirit fruits again. By his estimate, Dahua should be back soon. He wondered how many crystal cores it would bring back this time. Now that the power was out, the other survivors had already begun trying to form teams to gather supplies. Naturally, that meant fighting mutants, and the existence of crystal cores was gradually spreading among the survivors as well. They still did not know exactly what crystal cores were used for, but everyone knew they had to be something valuable, so no one was foolish enough to throw them away. Sure enough, it was not long before Dahua returned. He took the bag from around Dahua's neck and counted a total of 56 crystal cores. After wiping the filth off them with cloth, he placed them into the drawer. Dahua, did you run into that mutant beast from last time again? Wang Yi looked at Dahua as he asked. Meow. Dahua shook its head in disdain. Wang Yi nodded. Then, after having Dahua watch the house, he swallowed the spirit fruit in one gulp. He only held on for 1 minute before he too sank into deep sleep. By the time Wang Yi woke up, it was already 11 o'clock at night. He glanced at the little one on the other side. Seeing that she was still asleep, he began checking the gains from this time. First of all, his divine sense had grown by about another third. His body had also been strengthened to a certain extent, though it wasn't as obvious as the first time. His height hadn't increased again, but he could feel that his physical strength had improved. Could it be that the spiritual fruit-s effect had weakened? Wang Yi frowned slightly, but he quickly rejected that thought because the silver-white particles inside the spiritual fruit were undeniably real. That meant the spiritual fruit-s effect hadn't weakened. The lack of change in height should be related to his age. After all, at most, he was only 1 year and 7 months old now. A height of 1.1 meters was probably already the limit for his age. If he grew taller, it might affect his normal development. As for the increase in divine sense not being as strong as with the first fruit, that was normal, because this spiritual fruit mainly strengthened the fleshly body. After thinking it through, Wang Yi felt relieved. He no longer had to worry that using crystal cores to nurture this spiritual fruit tree would be a waste. The silver-white particles inside the spiritual fruit were larger than the ones in the crystal cores. The energy was gentler, and the divine sense they enhanced was more condensed. This could save Wang Yi a lot of time. In the past, whenever he directly absorbed the energy inside crystal cores, he had to digest the remaining energy in his body by exercising, like climbing stairs, after every absorption. But the energy inside the spiritual fruit could be fully absorbed with just one night's sleep. The two were completely incomparable. Meow? Dahua's voice interrupted Wang Yi's thoughts. What's wrong? Wang Yi looked at Dahua in confusion. He saw Dahua staring fixedly at him with both eyes. Meow? Dahua called out again, still staring at his face. That made Wang Yi even more confused. Could there be something on his face? Thinking of this, Wang Yi quickly got up and prepared to go to the bathroom to look in the mirror. But the next second, he stopped and raised his wrist to check the time. It showed 11:11 at night. At that moment, he finally realized what was wrong. It was 11 at night, yet he could see everything around him with absolute clarity. Aside from the colors being somewhat dim, it was almost no different from daytime. He quickly walked into the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. Wang Yi was instantly drawn to his own eyes. They were a pair of pale, golden eyes. His original black pupils were now covered by a layer of gold, making them look incomparably mysterious. Could it be that, besides divine sense, I awakened another ability? Wang Yi thought to himself. He was certain that before today, his eyes had always been a normal color. Since it was an ability, could he control it? Thinking of this, his brow turned slightly cool, and his divine sense carefully probed deep into his pupils. A streak of bright golden light gradually appeared in his mind. Joy flashed across Wang Yi's face, and then he continued controlling his divine sense to move closer. It was a golden flame, floating there quietly and flickering slightly. Perhaps because it also belonged to Wang Yi, the golden flame showed no reaction to the approaching divine sense. Although the golden flame did not attack Wang Yi's divine sense, through it, he could still feel the terrifying temperature of the flame, slowly withdrawing his divine sense. Wang Yi let out a long breath. Then, with a thought, the surroundings were swiftly engulfed by darkness. Looking at himself in the mirror, there was no longer that trace of gold in his eyes. With another thought from him, the surroundings became clear once more, and his eyes in the mirror again glowed with golden light. It was now certain that he had indeed awakened another ability. It was just that for now. This ability only gave him night vision. Returning to the living room, Wang Yi pondered the flame deep within his pupils, given the terrifying heat contained within it. This flame was definitely not simple. Unfortunately, this golden flame was still very weak. At present, aside from giving him night vision, it was almost useless. Meow. Dahua called out at him. Wang Yi rubbed its round little head. Mifine. It's a good thing. After saying that, he withdrew the golden light in his eyes. The surroundings once again fell into darkness, with only Dahua's big eyes reflecting light. After looking at the little one who was still fast asleep, Wang Yi pulled over a blanket and lay down as well. Early the next morning, the first thing Wang Yi did after waking up was send his divine sense into his pupils. Only after that streak of bright gold appeared again deep within his pupils did he let out a sigh of relief. Everything that had happened last night was real. He really had awakened two abilities. Although the second ability was still in its growth stage, it filled Wang Yi with anticipation, slowly withdrawing his divine sense. Wang Yi began thinking about what to name his second ability, but after thinking about it, he gave up because until now, this ability had only shown the function of night vision, and from his divine sense probe, that golden flame possessed an incomparably terrifying heat. So it definitely did more than just provide night vision. Wang Yi decided to wait until the ability had grown before dealing with that. What mattered most now was how to make the golden flame grow. The night vision ability had only appeared after he ate the spiritual fruit last night, which meant the golden flame's growth was related to the spiritual fruit. And when Wang Yi ate the first spiritual fruit, the night vision ability had not appeared. That also meant the spiritual fruit was not the special trigger. Combined with the silver white particles inside the fruit, the answer was obvious. After figuring it out, Wang Yi prepared to start testing it. But just as he got up, someone wrapped both arms around his neck from behind, and then a soft, babyish voice rang out. Gidge. Wang Yi turned his head and looked at the little one clinging to him. He gently pinched her little cheek. When did you wake up? Dahua, go out. Xiao Lingxi happily pointed at the door. Hearing that, Wang Yi couldn't help smiling as he asked, Why didn't you wake Big Brother up? Gidge sleeping. Xiao Lingxi pouted as she spoke. When Wang Yi heard that, warmth instantly rose in his heart. He really hadn't doted on this little one for nothing. But then he reacted and immediately carried the little one from behind to the front. His eyes carefully looked her over from top to bottom. He found that her height hadn't changed much, but her skin seemed to have become smoother, and her eyes were more spirited too. And, judging from the conversation just now, the little one's speech had become much clearer. Although she still couldn't say very long sentences, she could already answer his questions precisely. This showed that the little one's thinking ability had been enhanced, making her smarter. Wang Yi was naturally delighted by this change. This meant that from now on, the two of them could already communicate normally, and for some things, he wouldn't need to personally demonstrate them again and again. Heaven knew how despairing Wang Yi had felt over the past 3 days while teaching the little one how to use the toilet. If he taught directly, she simply couldn't understand. Every single time, he had to demonstrate it once himself. Good thing there were only the two of them in this room. Otherwise, Wang Yi would have been so embarrassed his toes would curl. While feeling happy, Wang Yi asked again, Xiao Lingxi, did you poop this morning? Xiao Lingxi pointed toward the toilet and said, Poop. Stinky. Wang Yi was delighted at first. Inside the toilet was a little potty he had modified from a small stool, with a trash bag placed inside. After each use, he could just throw away the trash bag. It was very convenient. Suddenly, Wang Yi swept his divine sense over the little one's butt, and the joy in his eyes deepened even more. Not only could the little one use the toilet by herself now, she could even wipe herself. In fact, once a child learns the entire process of using the toilet on their own, the parent's workload is reduced by more than half. Wang Yi reached out and touched the little one's cheek. Hungry? Big Brother will make breakfast for you. Not hungry. The little one said she wasn't hungry, but her eyes were already looking toward the kitchen. Wang Yi smiled and shook his head. You should eat breakfast after getting up in the morning anyway. Lingxi, go play by yourself for a bit. Big Brother will make breakfast for you. As he spoke, he got up and walked toward the kitchen. The little one looked at Wang Yi's back, thought for a moment, then climbed down from the sofa and chased after him on her short little legs. Seeing this, Wang Yi only reminded her not to go near the stove, then let her watch from the side. This time, while making breakfast, Wang Yi deliberately slowed down every step so the little one could see clearly. With how smart she was, she should be able to learn after watching a few times. These are all basic life skills. Since the little one was willing to learn, he was naturally happy to let her. Very soon, A fragrant breakfast was ready. The two of them sat neatly in front of the coffee table and started eating happily. Perhaps because her thinking had improved, the little one's mouth simply never stopped, constantly asking Wang Yi all kinds of questions. Wang Yi wasn't impatient either. He answered them one by one. At this moment, Wang Yi's gaze fell on the spirit fruit tree. I almost forgot about this treasure. Looking at the fruit tree that had regained its lush green color, Wang Yi sent his divine sense into its roots. He discovered that there was now a small ball made of tender white root fibers at the base of the spirit fruit tree. When his divine sense probed inside, he found that it was filled with liquid formed from dissolved crystal cores. And the 20-some crystal cores he had put in yesterday had already disappeared. It seemed that crystal core energy alone couldn't make the spirit fruit tree directly bloom and bear fruit. It probably needed a cycle. The only question was how long that cycle would be. After breakfast, Wang Yi let the little one play by herself nearby. He himself began to experiment. He took out 2 crystal cores, used his divine sense to absorb the energy inside them, then slowly sent it into the depths of his pupils. The moment that energy approached the golden flame, it was sucked in. The golden flame swayed slightly, then returned to calm. There's a reaction. Wang Yi was delighted. He then took out another 5 crystal cores and started absorbing them. After the energy was swallowed by the golden flame again, the golden flame's reaction was clearly much stronger than before. Wang Yi pressed on and continuously sent energy into the golden flame. Only after it had absorbed 50 crystal cores did the golden flame undergo a new change. The originally flickering golden flame suddenly became motionless, while the newly sent energy kept being drawn into it. Wang Yi could sense that something seemed to be brewing inside the golden flame. Soon, the golden flame devoured the energy of more than 30 more crystal cores, and another new change appeared. It began to expand and contract repeatedly. Wang Yi quickly stopped sending energy and fixed his divine sense firmly on the golden flame. Suddenly, from the center of the golden flame, a golden spark jumped out. The golden spark circled around the golden flame once, then turned into strands of golden threads that spread outward. Right after that, a scorching energy exploded deep within his pupils. Wang Yi's divine sense felt a sharp stab of pain and instantly withdrew from the depths of his pupils. Wang Yi frowned. Clearly, the changes in the golden flame had made it temporarily impossible for his divine sense to get close. Since he couldn't get close, then observing the changes in his eyes should be fine. So his divine sense extended out again, but this time it did not go deep into the pupils. It only observed the changes on the surface of his eyes. With this look, Wang Yi immediately noticed the changes. The originally black and white eyeballs now had fine strands of golden threads in them. These golden threads were not only spreading across the eyeballs, but even around the eye sockets. These golden threads were not arranged randomly, but followed some unknown pattern. Wang Yi controlled his divine sense to move closer and examine the threads, only to discover that they were actually made up of one golden symbol after another. These mysterious golden symbols gave Wang Yi a sense of ancient sanctity. Wang Yi carefully examined these symbols and found that they seemed somewhat similar to the runes on certain ancient vessels. He didn't know why he had such a thought, but the more he looked, the more he felt like he had seen these symbols somewhere before. Suddenly, an image flashed through his mind. It was the shadow of a vast, indescribable wheel. Just as Wang Yi was about to recall it carefully, the next second, the image suddenly shattered. It was as if that image was never meant to appear in his mind in the first place. Wang Yi only fell a moment of daze. When he focused again and looked at those golden symbols, that familiar feeling had already disappeared, replaced by ancientness, mystery, and sanctity. Just then, Wang Yi suddenly felt a sharp pain in both eyes. His divine sense instinctively shrank back, and darkness instantly fell before his eyes. Time seemed to stop at that moment. Endless darkness surrounded him. His thoughts seemed to have fallen into a black hole, losing all perception of the outside world. He had no idea how much time passed before Wang Yi suddenly felt pain again. Then the pain faded, replaced by incomparable comfort. Then, within the boundless darkness, a point of golden light appeared. The light grew brighter and brighter, and the darkness was instantly torn apart. His thoughts returned, his eyes regained sensation. The golden light gradually dimmed, and the vision he had just lost was restored. Only this time, everything in the outside world became incomparably clear in Wang Yi's eyes. He could even see every dust particle in the air with perfect clarity. Wang Yi blinked unconsciously, and that extreme clarity slowly faded, returning his vision to normal. But when he focused his attention, that same clarity appeared again. Wang Yi slowly walked to the balcony and looked into the distance, only to find that he could clearly see even a single leaf 1,000 meters away. Even the scarlet eyes of the mutants hidden in the darkness were seen with complete clarity. Who? He withdrew his gaze and let his vision return to normal. Wang Yi controlled his divine sense and began checking the changes in his eyes. On the surface, his eye sockets and eyeballs looked no different from before. But as his divine sense went deeper, he discovered that deep within the tissues of his eye sockets and eyeballs, golden runes had been branded into them one after another, emitting a faint golden glow. The greatest change was still in the space deep within his pupils, where the golden flame resided. The originally pitch-black space had now turned pale gold. As for the golden flame in the center, it seemed to have grown slightly larger as well. Different from before, the golden flame was no longer completely restrained and had begun releasing heat into the surroundings. The moment he saw this, Wang Yi instantly understood. Those golden runes earlier had all been meant to strengthen his eyes. Now that they had been strengthened, the golden flame could already slowly release a trace of its own heat without harming Wang Yi's eyes. Thinking of this, Wang Yi returned to the living room and picked up crystal cores again to begin absorbing them. Then he continuously fed them into the golden flame. The golden flame refused none of them and devoured everything cleanly. Only after swallowing around 50 did the golden flame suddenly jump, after which its volume expanded outward by another ring. Seeing this, Wang Yi stopped feeding it. Now he could confirm that this golden flame could devour crystal core energy, and that let Wang Yi finally relax a little. Every time his divine sense probed into it, he could sense the terrifying temperature coming from the golden flame. He believed that as long as he kept strengthening it, one day he would find a way to use the golden flame. After that, Wang Yi took out all the crystal cores from evolved mutants from another drawer. There were 24 in total. Without the slightest hesitation, he used his divine sense to absorb all the energy inside, then sent it back into the golden flame. Buzz! The moment the energy entered his divine sense, the golden flame suddenly jumped, then began to swell as if it had taken some kind of tonic. The surrounding temperature also rose with it, faintly giving off a feeling that it was about to break free from its restraints. When the golden flame calmed down again, it had undergone a huge change compared to before. The golden flame was still the same size as before, but now there was an extra layer of pale golden fire around it. In Wang Yi's perception, the temperature released by this layer of pale golden fire was also terrifying, but compared to the golden flame, it was completely incomparable. Could this be a diluted version of the golden flame? Wang Yi thought to himself. It was no wonder Wang Yi would think that. With the terrifying temperature of the golden flame, the moment his divine sense got even slightly close, a strong sense of danger would rise within him. And this was already with the golden flame having restrained itself. For Wang Yi to use its power was simply impossible in the short term, not to mention whether he could control it or not. Even if he could, with Wang Yi's eyes only having undergone preliminary enhancement, they simply wouldn't be able to withstand it. This pale golden fire was most likely a diluted flame formed from the high heat released by the golden flame. Wang Yi carefully controlled his divine sense and probed toward the pale golden fire. As his divine sense drew closer, the temperature it gave off grew higher and higher, until that sense of danger came again in the end. Wang Yi had no choice but to withdraw his divine sense. This pale golden fire was also not something he could use right now. Looks like I still need to keep feeding it crystal core energy, so the pale golden fire can be diluted one more time. Wang Yi thought to himself. Although he still couldn't use the power of the golden flame for now, he had at least figured out a bit of how to apply this second ability. Even though the temperature of the golden flame had been restrained, the radiation it gave off was still strengthening Wang Yi's eyes every moment. He believed that after some more time, he should be able to initially use the flame after it was diluted again. Withdrawing his divine sense, Wang Yi looked at the dozen or so crystal cores left in the drawer, and his heart ached a little. This wasn't awakening an ability at all. This was basically a money-burning monster. Next, he and little Lingxi would need to regularly cleanse their bodies. The spiritual fruit tree also needed crystal cores to sustain it. Strengthening divine sense also required crystal cores. Relying on Dehua alone, it probably could no longer keep up with their consumption. So you can't stand seeing me live a good life now? Wang Yi muttered to himself. Gidge, what is a good life? Little Lingxi at the side heard Wang Yi's words and asked in confusion. Wang Yi was stunned when he heard that, and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer. After all, compared to life before the apocalypse, what kind of good life was this? A good life is the days when we're together with Dehua. Seeing the little girl still looking at him, he could only casually brush her off with an answer. Little Lingxi nodded thoughtfully, then said in a soft, childish voice, "Then every day is a good day for us." Wang Yi quickly nodded. My little Lingxi is the smartest." After getting his approval, little Lingxi immediately beamed with joy. The two little tufts of hair on her head swayed back and forth with it. She was simply too adorable. Just as Wang Yi was teasing little Lingxi, the Song sisters across from them had run into trouble. The safe zone built around Xining Residential Complex because of Dehua was also about to face a huge challenge. Inside an electric scooter dealership 5 kilometers away from Xining Residential Complex, 2 figures, one big and one small, were smashing at the locked glass door without a care. Their bodies were almost soaked through with sweat, and their clothes were in tatters. They were the Song sisters. At this moment, both their eyes were filled with anxiety and fear. As they smashed at the door, they kept glancing toward the street corner behind them. Xiaoying, get back. At that moment, Song Xin gave a warning. The next second, the glass shattered instantly, crashing onto the ground with a loud clatter. Xiaoying, keep up. Song Xin quickly rushed into the dealership and immediately ran toward the front desk. Big sis, the last time I came with Mom to buy an electric scooter, I saw them put the keys in there. Song Ying didn't follow her. Instead, she pointed at a small door to the right of the front desk. Hearing that, Song Xin decisively turned and slammed the little door open. Sure enough, there were sets of vehicle keys placed on the shelf inside. There was no time to choose. She directly grabbed 5 or 6 keys and headed back out. At this moment, growls had already come from behind the dealership and from upstairs. That was because the sound of the glass shattering had attracted the mutants. However, Song Xin paid no attention to any of it and walked straight to Song Ying's side. Xiaoying, find one with more battery, quick. As she spoke, she handed Song Ying 3 keys. Then she directly picked up one and pressed the alarm button. Beep beep. An electric scooter near the entrance sounded twice. Song Xin took one big step and ran over, inserted the key, twisted the ignition, and the battery level instantly appeared on the display. Only 1/3 battery. Song Xin gave it one glance and gave up on it, directly sounding the second one. On the other side, Song Ying also started one up, but it showed insufficient charge. Right then, a growl came from the distant street corner, accompanied by a dense series of crashing sounds. Xiaoying, hurry! A trace of fear flashed through Song Xn's eyes, and her movements became even faster. Big sis here. At that moment, Song Ying's voice rang out. Song Xin immediately threw down the key in her hand and hurried over. When she got close and took a look, she found that although the scooter wasn't fully charged, it still had at least 80% battery left. Song Xin immediately pushed it out and swung herself onto it. Xiaoying, get on. Song Ying quickly climbed onto the back seat, wrapping both arms around her sister's slender waist. Virum, the scooter started, and Song Xin didn't even look back as she accelerated straight out of the shop. Then, without caring about anything else, she charged toward Xining residential complex. And, right at that moment, more than a dozen mutants rushed out from the surrounding storefronts. They let out a roar at the backs of the Song sisters, then dropped to all fours and accelerated after them. But before they could even get close, the light above suddenly dimmed, and then a tree came crashing down. The mutants that had no time to escape were instantly smashed into pulp. The lucky mutants that survived also lost the ferocity they had just shown and fled madly in all directions. The commotion from behind made Song Xin and Song Ying shiver at the same time. Ooh, big sis, I'm sorry. If I hadn't been greedy for food, we wouldn't have drawn that monster here. From behind, Song Ying held on to Song Xin and cried. It's not your fault. If it were me, I would made a move too. Song Xin dodged the obstacles on the street as she spoke to comfort her. Big sis, that monster is getting closer and closer. Song Ying's voice trembled. Xiaoying, don't be afraid. As long as we make it back to the complex, we'll be safe. Song Xin twisted the throttle all the way, and the electric scooter kept weaving through the abandoned vehicles. Roar! An enraged roar sounded from behind them. Xiaoying, hold tight. Song Xin glanced at the road sign, then made a right turn and veered into a narrow lane. Less than 2 minutes after they left, a huge figure dropped from the sky onto the intersection. It was a giant gorilla covered all over in black fur, at least 3 meters tall, with a pair of blood-red giant eyes staring furiously at the fleeing sisters ahead. Roar! The black gorilla let out an angry roar, and 4 huge fangs reflected a cold gleam. With another leap, its 2 huge claws stabbed straight into the wall. After a few bounds, it was already on the rooftop. At the same time, in a residential complex not far away, a tabby cat with a shoulder height of 1.7 meters was leisurely hunting mutant creatures. A leather pouch hung from its chest, swaying as it walked. It was none other than Dahua, who had gone out to collect crystal cores. Just as it flicked a freshly harvested crystal core into the leather pouch, its round head suddenly turned in one direction. Then, a fierce roar came faintly from afar. A faint red glow began to rise in Dahua's eyes. Meow. The next second, Dahua's figure flashed. A residual image was left behind where it stood as it rushed toward Xining residential complex. On the other side, the Song sisters were riding an electric scooter, weaving non-stop through the narrow paths. Seeing the familiar street ahead, hope appeared on both their faces. However, at that moment, a shadow suddenly fell over their heads, and then chunks of broken brick started raining down from above. Big sis, be careful, Song Ying cried out. Song Xin gritted her teeth, ignoring the debris falling from above. She twisted the throttle all the way and charged straight toward the street ahead. Roar! The black gorilla's massive body jumped down from the building. With one swipe of its huge claw at the ground beside it, it yanked over a concrete block. The next second, it hurled it at the 2 sisters in front. Song Ying had been keeping watch on the changes behind them the whole time. The instant she saw the black gorilla raise the concrete block, she cried out in alarm. "Big sis, be careful. Turn right." Song Xin did not hesitate in the slightest. With a forceful twist of her right hand, the electric scooter turned sharply to the right. The next second, a whistling sound flew past Song Ying's back. The fierce gale instantly knocked both of them to the ground. Carried by inertia, the electric scooter sent both of them sliding dozens of meters away. Rumble. In the distance, a utility pole was struck by the concrete block and snapped in half, crashing onto a nearby house. Roar. The black gorilla let out another roar and rapidly pounded its chest with both fists. Bang, bang. The dull sound, like beating war drums, spread through the surroundings. In Xining residential complex, Wang Yi, who was teaching little Lingxi how to read, suddenly raised his head. Then his divine sense instantly spread out. In the next moment, the distant scene appeared in his mind. When he saw the Song's sisters lying on the ground, unable to get up for quite a while, Wang Yi's expression changed, and his divine sense quickly covered the two women. The next second, feedback on their condition returned. Their injuries were not too serious, and no bones were broken. A golden light flashed in Wang Yi's eyes. He immediately stood up and said to little Lingxi, "Lingxi, be good and play at home. Big brother is going out for a bit." As soon as he finished speaking, two cold flashes streaked by, and two steel needles appeared beside Wang Yi, slowly revolving around him. The long quan, sword hanging on the wall, trembled slightly. With a clang, it left its sheath and flew to Wang Yi's feet. With a leap, Wang Yi landed steadily on the sword. He lowered his body slightly, and with a movement of his divine sense, the long quan sword carried him out of the balcony and flew toward the nearby battlefield. At the same time, Song Xin, lying on the ground, reached out and pulled Song Ying into her arms. Looking at the violent figure across from them, her eyes were full of despair. After venting for a while, the black gorilla's scarlet gaze landed on the Song sisters. Then it began walking toward the two women step by step. Its huge body was like a wall of black, radiating terrifying pressure. "Big sis." Song Ying's little face turned deathly pale, and her whole body trembled. Song Xin's eyes were filled with despair. She kept trying to mobilize her frost power, but the force that had once moved as she willed now seemed frozen solid like stone. Seeing that they were about to die in the black gorilla's jaws today, Song Xin could only tighten her arms around her younger sister. But just as the black gorilla was about to step onto the street, its massive body suddenly stopped. Its flared nostrils kept sniffing the air, and a trace of hesitation and fear flashed through its scarlet eyes. Then its huge body began pacing back and forth at the edge of the street. Whoa! Irritated sounds kept coming from the black gorilla's mouth. When Song Xin saw this scene, hope instantly rose in her heart. Before this, after several days of searching, the house where the sisters lived had already been stocked with enough supplies to last a long time. With enough supplies, the two sisters could no longer sit still. They wanted to go look for their parents. And the place where their parents worked was Yuantong Mountain Zoo. Early this morning, the two sisters had set out. Before leaving the area of Xining residential complex, everything had gone smoothly, aside from one or two occasional roars coming from the windows on both sides. There was not a single monster to be seen on the streets. But the moment they left the residential complex's area, the situation changed beyond recognition. The monsters that used to be nowhere in sight were now everywhere in the streets and alleys. And they discovered that these monsters were much stronger than the ones they had encountered inside the complex. But their longing for their parents outweighed the fear in their hearts. So the two could only make their way carefully toward Yuantong Mountain. After truly seeing the situation outside, Song Xin instantly realized how different Xining residential complex was. Compared to the outside, Xining residential complex could practically be called a paradise. Aside from the occasional monster locked inside a house, there was no sign of any other monsters in the complex at all. And Song Xin already had a guess about the reason. That was, this residential complex had been turned into the territory of some powerful creature. And she had seen that creature once in the complex. Although it had only flashed past for an instant, the huge figure had been imprinted in her heart. After drawing the attention of this black gorilla monster, Song Xin had placed the sisters' hope of survival on Xining residential complex. Now that she saw the monster really did not dare enter the area of Xining residential complex, she could not help but feel a bit fortunate. They gambled right. Looking at the monster that kept pacing around, Song Xin endured the pain in her body and slowly used the railing beside her to stand up. Then she helped Song Ying up as well. The two looked at each other, and both saw joy in the other's eyes. "Big sis, it doesn't dare come over. Let's hurry back," Song Ying said. Her eyes red. Song Xin nodded, and the two supported each other as they turned and headed toward the complex. Roar. Seeing its prey about to leave, the black gorilla immediately let out an angry roar. Its fury instantly overwhelmed the fear in its heart. The scarlet color in its eyes grew even deeper. After pounding its chest a few times with both claws, it strode into the area of Xining residential complex. Big sis. While walking, Song Ying had kept watching the situation behind them, and she instantly cried out. Song Xin's whole body trembled. She slowly stopped and turned around. She saw that the monster had already stepped onto the street and was walking toward them. Although the monster carefully observed its surroundings with every step, its enormous body could cross more than 2 meters with a single stride. The hope Song Xin had just regained shattered once again. She slowly stepped forward and shielded her younger sister behind her, preparing to welcome death. Seeing this, tears instantly streamed from Song Ying's eyes. She clung tightly to her sister's slender waist. Even in death, she would die together with her sister. Both of them closed their eyes and waited for death to descend. However, when the black gorilla was around 20 meters away from the sisters and was about to approach its prey, its massive body suddenly stopped. Its huge head swiftly turned toward the street on the right. Grr! A rumbling growl, like muffled thunder, came from the depths of the street. There were no footsteps, only that growling sound getting closer and closer. The Song sisters naturally heard it too, and quickly opened their eyes. First, they looked at the monster right in front of them, then turned toward the direction the sound had come from. Roar! The black gorilla let out a roar at the street, its 2 claws pounding non-stop against its chest. The next second, a huge gray-black figure slowly appeared from around the street corner. Facing the black gorilla's provocation, the gray-black figure didn't pause in the slightest. It walked this way step by step with elegant ease. Hiding behind Song Xin, Song Ying cried out, "Sis, a big tiger." Song Xin looked at the slowly approaching figure, her eyes full of shock. This was the first time she had clearly seen the protector of the residential complex. She had imagined countless possibilities, but after seeing it with her own eyes, it still went far beyond anything she had expected. Xiaomei, that's not a tiger. It's a tabby cat. Shangxin Weitspe. Hearing that, Song Ying took a closer look. It really was a tabby cat, but isn't it way too big? Dahua slowly came to a stop. It lifted a front paw and gently removed the leather pouch from its neck, placing it on the steps nearby. Then the gray fur on its back stood up one strand at a time, and snowy white fangs showed at the corners of its mouth. Its icy eyes locked onto the black gorilla as it stepped forward with cat-like grace, one step at a time. Roar! Sensing a heavy threat from Dahua, the black gorilla roared and charged straight at it. Its massive body stirred up a fierce gust of wind, and its savage aura instantly spread through the air. Meow! Dahua let out a wild cry. Without the slightest retreat, its figure flashed forward to meet it head-on. Poochie! The two passed by each other. Threads of fresh blood dripped from Dahua's front paw onto the ground, its gaze fixed firmly on the black gorilla. The black gorilla also turned around, its vicious eyes locked on Dahua, for wounds had been torn open across its chest, flesh rolling as blood poured from them nonstop. The pain from the wounds completely drove the black gorilla mad. Streaks of crimson light began to rise in its eyes. A primitive aura spread from its body. Across its huge frame, muscles bulged and twitched continuously. Roar! The black gorilla let out another roar. Its body suddenly swelled larger, directly reaching over 4 meters tall. The next second, its huge body lunged at Dahua. Everywhere it passed, the ground trembled. Facing the black gorilla's ferocious might, wisps of black mist gradually began spreading from Dahua's body. The next second, the black smoke drifted past, and Dahua's figure had already vanished from where it stood. The black gorilla's savage strike landed directly on the ground. Boom! With a huge blast, the hard concrete was smashed into a large crater. Poochie! A streak of black smoke swept by, and several more wounds appeared on the black gorilla's back. Every one of them cut deep into the flesh. Yet unlike before, no blood flowed from these wounds. And on top of that, the wounds were still healing nonstop. Having lost his target, the black gorilla swung both claws wildly, trying to use unbroken attacks to limit Dahua's speed. However, while its huge body contained terrifying strength, it also limited its speed. Dahua turned into streak after streak of black smoke, continuously leaving one wound after another on the black gorilla's body. But the black gorilla's powerful healing ability made those wounds seem far from fatal. Not far away, Song Xin and Song Ying hid inside a breakfast shop, staring without blinking at the battle between the two sides. "Sis, don't you think this big tabby cat looks kind of familiar?" Song Ying whispered. Song Xin was stunned for a moment, then started observing Dahua more carefully herself. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "It's Auntie Yi's Xiaohua." Song Ying remembered too and said happily, right? I even held it in the park before. Look at the white fur under its neck. It's exactly the same as Xiaohua's. Song Xin never would have imagined that the one protecting the residential complex was actually that lazy tabby cat from before. Just then, Song Ying's excited movements suddenly stopped. Song Xin found it strange, and couldn't help turning to ask, "Xiao Ying, What is wrong? Song Ying tremblingly raised a hand and pointed at the sky. Cease, 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 surat immortal. What? Song Xin froze at that and looked in the direction Song Ying was pointing. The next second, her whole body stiffened. Above the battlefield, at an angle, a figure was standing quietly in midair. Looking carefully, that figure was standing on top of a long sword, while two silver lights kept flying around its body. There was no difference at all from the legendary sword flight. Calling it a sword immortal would not be an exaggeration. But when Song Xin saw clearly who was riding the sword, her eyes nearly popped out. If she hadn't seen wrong, the one standing on the sword should just be a child, right? Song Ying's voice came at just the right time. Sis, that is actually a little kid, bro. So cute. Wang Yi, who had just arrived, felt the corner of his mouth twitch when he heard Song Ying's words. Such a grand, stylish entrance had instantly lost its flavor because of his height and age. Ignoring the two women, Wang Yi lowered his gaze to the battle below. He wasn't surprised that Dahua had such abilities. Even humans could awaken all kinds of powers. For these evolved animals to possess some abilities was naturally a very normal thing. But when comparing Dahua and the black gorilla, Wang Yi instantly noticed the difference between them. Although this black gorilla had evolved, like the other mutants, it didn't have much intelligence. It basically acted on instinct alone. Sure enough, just as he had thought, Dahua's situation definitely wasn't some common phenomenon. Animals that could still preserve and even enhance their intelligence after evolving were definitely in a minority. To distinguish between the two, Wang Yi decisively gave them names. Creatures like the black gorilla would be called mutant beasts, and creatures like Dahua would be called spirit beasts from now on. He just didn't know whether those mutant beasts would gain improved intelligence after evolving continuously. That could only be known after he encountered stronger mutant beasts. Just as Wang Yi was thinking, the battle below changed. Dahua held an absolute advantage in speed, and the black gorilla's huge body was already covered in dense wounds. After realizing it couldn't touch Dahua at all, the black gorilla's gaze landed on the fence in the middle of the road. In a few strides, it rushed over. Its giant claws directly seized the fence. The iron fence, over 20 meters long, was uprooted and lifted whole. Then, without caring where Dahua was, it grabbed the fence and started swinging it around like mad. Bang! Facing a black gorilla whose attack range had greatly increased, Dahua was caught off guard and knocked out at high speed. The black gorilla's enormous strength directly sent Dahua flying. After rolling once across the ground, Dahua got back to its feet and shook the dust off its body. It looked at the black gorilla, and the black mist around its body slowly dispersed as well. Seeing that its attack had worked, the black gorilla let out an excited roar and smashed the fence toward Dahua again. Facing that ferocious blow, Dahua only gave a light leap and dodged it perfectly. After several exchanges in a row, the black gorilla started growing agitated again. It swung the fence in its hands with even more force. In the air, Wang Yi frowned as he watched the battle below. The instant Dahua was sent flying, his heart tightened, worried that Dahua had been injured. Fortunately, after evolving, Dahua's physical defense had also grown stronger. Although it had been knocked flying, it had already used its speed to shed most of the force. So it wasn't injured. Still, watching Dahua dodge again and again, Wang Yi couldn't help feeling worried. Although this black gorilla had a hard time landing a hit on Dahua, every one of its attacks carried terrifying power. As long as it got hit even once, Dahua would probably be injured. Thinking of this, a faint golden light gradually rose in Wang Yi's eyes. After activating his ultra-long-range vision, the black gorilla's movement trajectory below became crystal clear in his sight. The power of his divine sense began to work, and the two steel needles hovering around him started spinning at high speed. As time passed, the black gorilla's movements shifted from cautious to wide open. Good chance. The moment the black gorilla attacked again and left itself completely exposed, Wang Yi's divine sense power erupted instantly. Whoosh! Two streaks of silver light vanished from his side in an instant. Poochie! Almost at the same time, the two steel needles sank straight into the black gorilla's blood-red eyes. Roar! After suffering such a heavy blow, the black gorilla let out a furious howl at once. Fresh red blood sprayed everywhere from its eyes as it thrashed around. Dahua didn't go near it. She sat quietly not far away, watching the crazed black gorilla. Not far off, Song Xian and Song Ying, who were hiding inside the breakfast shop, were also stunned by this sudden turn of events. Cease. What kind of ability did this kid awaken? This is way too amazing. Seeing the child in the sky heavily wound the black gorilla so easily, Song Ying couldn't help crying out in shock. Song Xian hurriedly reached out and covered her mouth, her gaze warily fixed on the child in the air. Just now, the child had glanced in their direction once. They still didn't know what kind of personality he had. If they angered him and he turned on them, they would be in real trouble. Wang Yi didn't pay much attention to the two women below. Right now, his eyes were fixed on the black gorilla that had fallen into madness. after suffering the heavy injury. The black gorilla's height and bill began gradually shrinking back to around 3 meters. The speed at which it swung the fence also slowly decreased. Dahua had already shifted from sitting to combat mode. Her eyes kept sweeping over the black gorilla's weak points. The next second, her figure flashed, and she charged silently at the black gorilla. Although she was not as fast as before, it still took her less than a breath to get close to it. Dodging the fence, swinging toward her, Dahua leaped up fiercely. Several cold gleams flashed as sharp claws shot out from the pads of her forepaws. Puchi! The incomparably sharp claws sliced straight across the black gorilla's throat. The moment Dahua landed, she made a few jumps and left the battlefield. Shaking the blood off her claws, Dahua turned around and quietly watched the black gorilla. At this moment, the black gorilla had already stopped swinging. Its huge body began to tremble. Puchi! A pillar of blood burst from its neck, and its massive head twitched slightly. Then its huge body could no longer remain standing and fell backward. Bang! The sound of its body hitting the ground rang out, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the black gorilla fell, 2 blood-stained streaks of silver light flew out from its eyes and finally returned to Wang Yi's side. Meanwhile, Dahua walked with cat-like steps to the black gorilla's head. A cold flash appeared, and a crystal core the size of a pigeon egg, stained with blood, flew out of its brain. Before the crystal core could even hit the ground, Dahua swallowed it straight down. In the air, Wang Yi, who had just been about to stop her, smiled helplessly. He had wanted to see how such a large crystal core differed from ordinary ones. But he hadn't expected Dahua to eat it directly. Dahua, of course, knew nothing about that. After eating the crystal core, she went to the black gorilla's heart. Her sharp claws extended again and sliced open its chest directly. A heart that was still faintly beating was exposed to the air. Without the slightest hesitation, Dahua tore the heart out and started eating it in big bites right there. Only now did Wang Yi realize what Dahua ate every day. Aside from crystal cores, the hearts of mutated beasts were also her food. Wang Yi simply watched Dahua eat and did not go over immediately. The smell over there definitely wouldn't be pleasant right now, so it was better not to make trouble for himself. On the other side, seeing the black gorilla die, Song Xin and Song Ying both let out sighs of relief. But when they looked at Dahua, their hearts tightened again. Although Dahua had just saved them, if such a huge tabby cat attacked them, they still wouldn't be able to escape. Song Ying's bright big eyes watched Dahua eat for a moment, then lifted again to look at Wang Yi in the air. Her eyes were full of curiosity. Very soon, Dahua finished eating the heart. Afterward, she wiped the blood from her claws on the black gorilla's body, then looked up at Wang Yi in the sky and let out a cry. Meow? Wang Yi controlled the long quan sword and slowly descended to where Dahua had placed the cowhide bag. He reached out and picked up the bag. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he kept his eyes off Dahua and said, Xiaolingxi is doing very well. Why is there only this little today? Meow. Dahua lifted her head and gave a disdainful cry. Seeing this, Wang Yi didn't get angry. He only muttered to himself, looks like later on, there's no need to help Xiaolingxi temper her body anymore. These crystal cores are completely not enough. Meow. Dahua stared at Wang Yi in disbelief, as if she were seeing someone this shameless for the first time. A trace of embarrassment flashed through Wang Yi's eyes. He had almost forgotten that he himself was only benefiting from Xiaolingxi's light. Strictly speaking, all the crystal cores Dahua collected were for Xiaolingxi. Not far away, the sisters Song Xin and Song Ying stared at this scene in dumbfounded shock. The conversation between this person and this cat had practically overturned everything they knew. Only now did they realize that the giant tabby cat before them seemed a bit too intelligent. Just then, Song Ying carefully stood up and called out to Dahua Xiaohua. That one call instantly drew both Wang Yi's and Dahua's attention. Song Xin quickly got up and pulled her younger sister back, then apologized to Wang Yi. Sorry. My little sister doesn't know better. We disturbed you. Dahua looked at the two sisters, her gaze pausing on Song Ying for a moment, as if she had remembered something. But the next second, she directly withdrew her gaze and called to Wang Yi. Meow. Hearing that, Wang Yi looked at the cowhide bag in his hand and awkwardly tied it back onto Dahua's chest. Dahua shook the cowhide bag. After seeing that it was securely tied, she stopped paying attention to Wang Yi. With a few jumps, she disappeared into the alley. Clearly, after being disliked by Wang Yi, she had gone off to gather crystal cores again. Wang Yi looked in the direction Dahua had left, then looked at the black gorilla's corpse on the ground. Finally, he turned his gaze to the sisters not far away. Controlling the long quan sword, he slowly flew toward the two of them. We got close and saw how miserable they looked. Wang Yi asked curiously, how did you provoke this big guy? Song Ying stared at Wang Yi curiously. Song Xin hesitated for a moment, then said, we went to Yuantong Mountain to look for our parents. On the way back, we passed by a patch of woods and picked 2 peaches there. Right after we finished eating them, this black gorilla found us and chased us all the way here. Peaches? Wang Yi's heart stirred, and he nodded thoughtfully. Then he asked, after you ate them, How did you feel? Hearing that, Song Xin's expression became somewhat dim, and she didn't speak again. At this time, Song Ying at the side raised her hand and said, I know. Wang Yi couldn't help turning his gaze to her. Seeing this, Song Ying quickly said, after my sister and I ate them, we couldn't use our abilities anymore. Wang Yi it. Couldn't use them? Song Ying nodded. We could feel that our abilities were still there, but we just couldn't use them. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been chased by this big gorilla into such a miserable state. When Wang Yi heard that, his gaze fell on the two of them, and his divine sense directly probed them. Very soon, he found a place where the energy was gathering inside their bodies, between their brows. Song Xin and Song Ying only felt a cool aura enter the spot between their brows. They raised their hands to touch it, but found nothing. At that moment, Wang Yi also figured out why they couldn't use their abilities. Simply put, the energy contained in the peaches they had eaten was too great. With their current strength, there was no way they could fully absorb it in a short time. So the remaining energy had formed a layer of energy shield over the core of their abilities, making it so that although the two of them could clearly sense their powers, they simply couldn't use them. After finding the cause, Wang Yi had no intention of hiding it and said directly, don't worry. Your condition will recover after some time, and your abilities will even be strengthened. Kid bro, really? After hearing that, Song Ying jumped up happily. Song Xin also looked at him expectantly. Wang Yi's face darkened. My name is Wang Yi, not Kid bro. After a pause, he continued, in about 3 days, you'll recover. Wang Yi, your Aunt Sue's son? Song Xin cried out in surprise. Wang Yi was a little taken aback when he heard that. You know my mom? From the ID card he had found, Wang Yi already knew the names of his parents in this life. His father was called Wang Yong, and his mother was called Su Jialan. Shangxi not that VP then. I do. I had meals with Aunt Yi before. At this point, Song Xin looked at Wang Yi curiously. Aunt Sue's little Wang Yi is only 2.5 years old. You. Wang Yi saw the doubt in Song Xin's eyes, but he didn't explain much. He only said flatly, I am that Wang Yi. Then he asked, do you still have any of the peaches you picked? Before Song Xin could answer, Song Ying already blurted it out first, yes. We only picked 2 before that gorilla started hunting us down. Song Xin took over. There's still some left on that tree, just not many. It looked like only around 10 or so. After hesitating for a moment, she said to Wang Yi, thank you and Xiaohua for saving me and my sister today. If you want to pick the peaches, I can take you there. Wang Yi looked at Song Xin in slight surprise. She really was someone who knew how to repay kindness. One had to know that they had nearly died in the gorilla's mouth just now, yet she still dared to guide him there. Her character was fairly good. He could continue observing her in the future. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yi waved his hand. Go back and treat your wounds first. I'll come find you early tomorrow morning. After saying that, he ignored the two of them, controlled the Longquan sword, and flew toward the residential complex. After flying some distance, Wang Yi suddenly turned back and asked, what are your names? Shangxin Hodiden Zipli, Ima Shangxin. She asked my younger sister, Song Ying. Wang Yi nodded. Then he stopped lingering and quickly flew toward the residential complex. Watching Wang Yi's departing figure, Song Ying asked curiously, is this Wang Yi really only 2.5? Song Xin shook her head. I don't know, but I don't think he would lie. Song Ying clicked her tongue in wonder. He looks at least 5, no matter how you look at it. What did he grow up eating? And just now, I heard him talking with Xiaohua. In the middle of it, he mentioned Xiao Lingxi. I remember Aunt Yi's daughter, who was just born, seems to be called Yi Lingxi. Shangxin not that. Looks like Aunt Yi moved into Aunt Sue's house. With Xiaohua there, they really don't need to worry about safety. Song Ying nodded enviously. If I'd known, we should be raised a kitten too. Xiaohua is way too amazing. Song Xin glared at her irritably. Do you think every pet can have intelligence like Xiaohua's? I'm afraid the vast majority of animals are like that gorilla. As she spoke, she also glanced at the gorilla's corpse on the ground. Let us go. We still can't use our abilities right now. It's safer to head back early. The two of them supported each other as they walked toward the residential complex. Meanwhile, Wang Yi had already returned home. Xiao Lingxi was still the same as before he had left, flipping through her picture book. The moment she saw Wang Yi return, she immediately set down the book in her hands and rushed toward him. He picked the little girl up in one go. Were you scared staying home alone? Xiao Lingxi wrapped her arms around Wang Yi's neck and asked curiously, Big brother, what is scared? For a moment, Wang Yi was at a loss for words. After thinking about it, he decided not to explain. She would naturally understand these things when she got a little older. After going out once, lunch still hadn't been made. He set the little girl down on the sofa, rubbed the little tuft of hair on her head, and asked, hungry? Big brother will make you lunch. The little girl nodded. A little hungry. All right, Big brother will make food for Xiao Lingxi right now. After saying that, he headed toward the kitchen. Not long later, lunch was ready. The two of them ate while chatting, and the scene looked incomparably warm. After the meal, Wang Yi washed the little girl up and started training once again. Through today's battle, Wang Yi had gained a new judgment of his own combat strength. Against ordinary mutants, or even evolved mutants, With the power of his current divine sense, he could almost instantly kill them. But against powerful, mutated beasts like that gorilla, whether it was steel needles or throwing knives, their killing power was clearly somewhat lacking. He wondered whether he would be able to find suitable materials in the future. When the time came, he definitely had to reforge a few throwing knives and steel needles. Time quickly passed in training. At night, when Dehua returned, it glared at Wang Yi from afar. Then it directly tossed the cowhide sack onto the floor and went to play with Xiaolingxi. Seeing that, Wang Yi could only smile awkwardly. He jogged over, picked up the cowhide sack, and started sorting out the crystal cores inside. Before long, the total was counted 107 in all. Wang Yi looked at Dehua in surprise. At noon, there had only been 20. In a single afternoon, it had actually hunted that many. Looks like what he said at noon had stimulated it. Early the next morning, Wang Yi got up early, made breakfast, and left it on the coffee table to cool. He also instructed Dehua not to go out today and to stay home with Xiaolingxi. Then he brought the throwing knives and steel needles, stepped onto the Long Quan sword, and flew toward the Song family's place across from him. Before long, Wang Yi had arrived on the Song family's balcony, and the Song sisters had already been waiting in the living room early in the morning. As he entered the living room, Wang Yi looked around and saw that although a lot of supplies were piled up there, everything was arranged neatly, and both the floor and sofa were kept spotless. His evaluation of the two of them rose by another few points. Wang Yi didn't bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point. Draw me a map of the route to Yuantong Mountain and the location where you found the peaches. Song Xin was startled when she heard that. You're going alone? Song Ying also spoke up. Little Wang Yi, that place is very dangerous. Why not wait until we recover our abilities and go with you? Wang Yi glared at Song Ying irritably. Wang Yi was Wang Yi. What was with adding a little in front of it? There is no need for you to worry about that. You only need to draw the map clearly. Wang Yi said flatly, seeing how firm Wang Yi's attitude was. And thinking of the strength he had displayed yesterday, Song Xin couldn't help but nod. She immediately found a sheet of paper and began drawing on the table. Meanwhile, Song Ying stood to the side, looking at Wang Yi curiously. She opened her mouth as if wanting to say something, but in the end, she held it back. Seeing that, Wang Yi said irritably, if you want to say something, then say it. After hesitating for a moment, Song Ying finally asked, are you really only 2.5? Wang Yi nodded. To be exact, I'm 2 years and 7 months old. Seeing him admit it, the curiosity in Song Ying's eyes grew even stronger. Then how did you grow this big? You're almost as tall as a 5-year-old. And the way you talk doesn't sound like a 2.5-year-old at all. Wang Yi shot her a disdainful look. You think everyone is as dumb as you? This is called being smart. After getting snapped at by Wang Yi, Song Ying didn't mind and kept asking, is Auntie living with you now? Hearing that, Wang Yi's expression dimmed a little, and he said flatly, they're all dead. Song Xin, who had been drawing the map, stopped at once. They? Wang Yi's expression quickly returned to calm. When I woke up, Auntie Yi and my parents were already dead. Only Lingxi and I were left. Hearing that, Song Ying's eyes filled with pity when she looked at Wang Yi. Sorry, we didn't know. Song Xin Hudi Den Apolit. Song Ying also nodded like crazy. Wang Yi waved his hand, signaling Song Xin to continue. Song Ying simply couldn't imagine how Wang Yi had managed to survive while taking care of a 3-month-old baby. Very soon, Song Xin finished drawing the map. She handed it to Wang Yi, then pointed at the various marks on it and explained them one by one. Afraid Wang Yi might not understand the words, she even drew little pictures next to the labels. Wang Yi listened once, asked a few more questions, then put away the map and prepared to leave. If you leave, what about Lingxi? Song Xin suddenly asked. With Dahua there, she'll be safe, Wang Yi said flatly. Song Xin hesitated for a moment, but still said, if you're worried, I can go over and help you look after Lingxi. Wang Yi shook his head. No need. I'll be back soon enough. Thanks for the map. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned around, stepped onto the Long Quan sword, and flew toward the balcony. Watching Wang Yi leave, a complicated look flashed through Song Xin's eyes. She had no idea why Wang Yi had become so mature, but no matter what, he was only 2.5 years old. Taking care of a baby by himself definitely couldn't be easy. At the side, Song Ying asked with some envy, Sis, do you think we'll be able to fly in the future? Song Xin thought for a moment after hearing that. Since we've already awakened abilities, anything is possible in the future. Song Ying said excitedly, then I'm definitely going to train hard from now on. Once I get strong enough, I'll surely be able to fly. After saying that, she looked in the direction Wang Yi had left and asked curiously, Sis, what kind of ability do you think little Wang Yi awakened? Song Xin glared at her irritably. Wang Yi is Wang Yi. Don't add little in front of it. As for his ability, it should be some kind of psychic power. Song Ying gave a soft oh and said nothing more. Meanwhile, Wang Yi had already left the boundaries of Xining residential complex. This was also his first time going out. He took out the map Song Xin had drawn, checked the direction, and then controlled the Long Quan sword as it flew into the distance. As he flew, he split off a portion of his divine sense to probe the surrounding situation. Although he was flying in the sky, and wasn't he worried about the mutants and mutated beasts on the ground, there were also flying birds among the mutated beasts. If he ran into one by accident, it would still be very troublesome. Aside from that, he could also take the chance to check on the situation of other survivors. Sure enough, not long after flying out, Wang Yi discovered traces of survivors. It was a 6-person team, and, judging from their target, they were heading for a supermarket not far away. Wang Yi's divine sense swept over them, and found that 4 of them had energy fluctuations. As for the other 2, one was burly, and the weapon in his hand was a fire axe. The other had a well-proportioned build, but the muscles in his legs were abnormally developed and tight. Wang Yi guessed that the 4 with energy fluctuations had probably awakened 5 elements type abilities. Of the remaining 2, one had likely awakened a body-strengthening type ability, while the other had awakened a body-speed type ability. These people were probably all survivors from the same residential complex. Otherwise, without communication, it would basically be impossible for them to gather together, especially with mutants and mutated beasts everywhere outside. Trying to gather survivors scattered all over the place was basically impossible, unless the government had issued a notice from the very beginning, telling survivors where to gather. Wang Yi didn't know what the situation was like now in major cities like the capital or Modu, but in Kuan City, he hadn't received any useful information. The only message he had received was just an official-sounding line, with no real help to survivors. Shaking his head, Wang Yi stopped paying attention to these things. Right now, the most important thing was to get the spirit peach first, without the gorilla's deterrence. If he went too late and another mutated beast ate it first, he'd cry himself to death. Roar. Some mutants also noticed Wang Yi, but unfortunately, none of them could fly. They could only howl at the sky. And the commotion from those mutants also drew the attention of some survivors, who naturally noticed Wang Yi's existence as well. Especially with Wang Yi's figure and the sight of him flying on a sword, it was impossible not to attract attention. And just like that, Wang Yi left behind a small legend among those survivors. Since Xining Residential Complex was only 7 or 8 kilometers from Yuantong Mountain to begin with, Wang Yi reached the area near his destination in a little over 10 minutes. He didn't approach immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze toward a nearby office building. His divine sense swept over it, and after confirming that there were no mutants on the rooftop, he descended in that direction. Yuantong Mountain Zoo had been built on a small mountain. This building was only a few hundred meters away from Yuantong Mountain. The reason he didn't fly straight over was because this had once been a zoo. Who knew whether there were any fierce birds inside? Judging from the gorilla's size, if those birds had evolved too, their strength would definitely be terrifying. If he rashly charged in and got surrounded by a few mutated fierce birds, it would probably be very hard to retreat unscathed. Activating his long-range vision, Wang Yi observed Yuantong Mountain while taking out several crystal cores from his pocket to recover the power of his divine sense. Very soon, the basic situation of Yuantong Mountain came fully into Wang Yi's view. What he saw made him glad he hadn't flown over right away, because on a giant banyan tree at the top of Yuantong Mountain, he found a huge bird's nest. Inside, a giant eagle was lying in the nest, while another one stood on the trunk beside it. Not even counting the one in the nest, the standing one alone was already over 2 meters tall. If it spread its wings, the wingspan would probably be more than 10 meters. If they were only big in size, Wang Yi wouldn't have taken them seriously. But judging from metallic sheen reflecting off their feathers, those feathers were clearly not something his flying knives and steel needles could even compare to. Unless Wang Yi could strike their eyes in one hit, let alone hunting them, just getting away alive would already count as burning high incense. Aside from those 2 giant eagles, Wang Yi also discovered a giant tiger inside a tiger den. The moment he saw that giant tiger, Wang Yi sucked in a cold breath. Before seeing this tiger, Dahua's eyes could have completely passed for a mutated tiger. Now if Dahua were placed beside this tiger, the only thing that could be said was that Dahua was just a tabby cat. Looking at the giant tiger, whose head alone was already about the size of a small car, Wang Yi couldn't understand how that gorilla had managed to survive on Yuantong Mountain yesterday. The giant eagles could still be explained. One was in the sky, one was on the ground, so they didn't interfere with each other. But the gorilla also ran on the ground. Did this giant tiger not have any sense of territory? After discovering this, Wang Yi directly pushed his divine sense to the limit, covering most of the entire Yuantong Mountain. Very quickly, the scene fed back to him made Wang Yi's scalp go numb. Aside from the giant tiger, there was also a giant crocodile over 30 meters long in a pond. And in a cave, a giant python nearly 40 meters long was hiding. Besides these 3 giant beasts, there were also some relatively smaller mutated beasts, such as wolves, foxes, and the like. These mutated beasts had gathered on a mountain, yet they weren't attacking each other at all. It was simply unbelievable. Wang Yi's brows knit tightly together. Even stranger was that each of these mutated beasts existed alone, and there was only one of each kind. This place had originally been a zoo. Animals like tigers, wolves, Foxes, gorillas, and the like could not possibly have been kept as only one each. Now it seemed that the ones that had disappeared had either left Yuantong Mountain or been eaten by their own kind. How the Song sisters managed to escape from a place like this, he really didn't know. Wang Yi sikit inyardly. No matter the reason, none of this was something he could pry into right now. Wang Yi was sure there had to be some reason why these mutated beasts were all staying in their own territories, but unfortunately, his divine sense had already swept through every place it could reach and still found nothing unusual. It couldn't be because these mutated beasts had been tamed before, so they were this obedient, right? Just thinking about it made it impossible. Among these mutated beasts, Wang Yi and T found a single one with normal colored eyes. Every single one had scarlet pupils. That meant all of them were mutated beasts. Not a single one was a spirit beast. Forget it. Business comes first. Even if some heaven-defying opportunity is hidden here, it's not something I can covet right now. Suppressing the curiosity in his heart, Wang Yi stepped back onto the Longquan sword and began lowering his altitude, flying toward another direction of Yuantong Mountain. Along the way, he remained extremely cautious, afraid that some mutated beast might notice him. If it alarmed the two giant eagles, it would be over. As for mutated bodies, his divine sense and T found any trace of them nearby. This place was close to Yuantong Mountain. Those mutated bodies had probably long since moved far away from this area. The fact that the Song sisters had been able to run back from Yuantong Mountain yesterday likely had something to do with the environment here. But because of that, this really was a good place to gather supplies. Just now, Wang Yi had already discovered a bottled water station, and inside the station's warehouse, his divine sense had found several hundred barrels of bottled water. As for the nearby supermarkets and grain shops, the supplies inside clearly hadn't been touched by other survivors. Could it be that there were no survivors in this area? As Wang Yi kept getting closer to Yuantong Mountain, the surroundings became more and more deathly silent. No, I need to hurry up, finish what I came for, and get out of here fast. Looking at the empty streets around him, Wang Yi unconsciously sped up. Very soon, he arrived at the location of the spirit peaches. His divine sense carefully checked the surroundings once, and when he found no other mutated beasts nearby, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. This was a patch of woodland near the foot of Yuantong Mountain, and the spirit peach tree just happened to be growing beside a small path. Wang Yi's divine sense swept across the peach tree and found that there were still 12 spirit peaches left. Judging from what Song Xian had said, after the gorilla left, no other mutated beast had come by. Perhaps because of their type, these spirit peaches did not give off a rich fragrance like the small tomatoes had. If he hadn't already checked them with his divine sense. Even Wang Yu and T had believed these peaches were spirit fruits. No, that's not right. The air here actually contains energy. Wang Yu took a deep breath. Sure enough, a faint trace of energy entered his body. This energy was the same as the energy contained in the silver-white particles inside crystal cores. The only difference was that one was diffused through the air, while the other had condensed into silver-white particles. Sure enough, this Yuantong Mountain definitely has some unknown secret. Wang Yi thought to himself. He glanced up toward Yuantong Mountain, then checked the surroundings once again. After confirming there was nothing unusual, Wang Yi quickly opened his backpack and began picking the spirit peaches. With a thought from his divine sense, one spirit peach after another was swiftly taken into the backpack. The whole process took only a little over 10 seconds. After pulling the backpack zipper shut and slinging the pack onto his back, Wang Yi didn't fly on his sword. Instead, he quickly ran down the mountain. With his current physique, carrying a dozen or so spirit peaches along with a few flying eyes had no effect on him at all. His short legs moved at incredible speed as he fled Yuantong Mountain at full pace. 10 minutes later, Wang Yi slowly came to a stop. Up ahead, he could already hear the roars of mutated bodies. He turned back to glance at Yuantong Mountain. It was completely silent there, with only tree branches swaying gently in the breeze. I'll be back. Wang Yi withdrew his gaze, stepped back onto the Longquan sword, and started flying toward Xining Residential Complex, leaving aside the secrets hidden here. The several hundred barrels of bottled water at the water station alone were enough to make it worth another trip. It was just that the next time he came, he would have to bring little Linksy with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to carry so many supplies back. Once he entered the lively streets again and heard the roars of mutated bodies, Wang Yi unexpectedly felt a sense of familiarity. Just as Wang Yi was hurrying on his way, elsewhere, inside a supermarket, 6 figures were constantly moving through the aisles. Each of them carried a backpack in hand, stuffing high-calorie food from the shelves into their bags as they walked, especially things like chocolate and biscuits that could be stored for a long time. Whenever they saw them, they took them all. If Wang Yi were here, he would recognize that these people were the 6 survivors he had seen before. At that moment, the survivor awakened with a body speed ability was crouching on a raised platform, a large bag strapped to his back, clearly already packed full of supplies. His gaze kept sweeping over the surroundings, guarding against the approach of mutated bodies or mutated beasts. At that moment, A blurry voice came from the walkie-talkie in his hand. Li Chun, found anything over there? Hearing this, Li Chun quickly checked the surroundings again. After confirming there was nothing unusual, he picked up the walkie-talkie. Brother Lu, no, but you guys need to speed up. All right, keep watch, brother. It's rare for things to go this smoothly. The more we can carry, the better. Brother Lu's steady voice came from the walkie-talkie. That was what he said, but the remaining 5 people obviously sped up. Soon, 2 minutes passed, and the 5 of them began gathering toward Li Chun's position. Seeing this, Li Chun quickly jumped down from the raised platform, his movements light and silent. Looking at the burly man approaching, Li Chun quietly greeted him. Brother Lu. Brother Lu had a smile on his face as he patted Li Chun on the shoulder. Good work, brother. Let us go. We shouldn't stay here long. Li Chun nodded, then took the lead and walked toward a small side door not far away. Slowly sticking his head out, Li Chun swept his eyes across the surroundings. Seeing that everything was normal, he waved at the people behind him. After doing that, he pressed himself against the wall and moved to the right. The 5 behind him followed one after another, each with a bulging pack on his back. Just as the 6 were secretly glad that everything had gone smoothly today, on the balcony above their heads, a mutated body was wandering aimlessly. From time to time, it sniffed at the scent in the air. Suddenly, its nose contracted several times in quick succession, and it slowly stretched its head out over the balcony. Several flower pots were placed on the balcony railing, and the mutated body's head just happened to push one of them off. Below, Li Chun was leading the way, scouting ahead, just about to signal for the people behind him to follow. Suddenly, a sharp crash and a scream rang out from behind him. Li Chun's expression changed, and he hurriedly turned to look back. The last team member in the group of 5 was clutching his head, forcing himself not to make sound. A thin stream of blood seeped through his fingers. At his feet lay a shattered flower pot. Li Chun hurriedly looked up and instantly met a scarlet eye. Not good. A mutant. Li Chun was shocked. As soon as he spoke, a dagger appeared in his hand. The rest of them also quickly took formation. Judging from their practiced movements, this was clearly not their first time dealing with this. Brother Lu held a fire axe. His eyes locked on the mutant above while signaling the others to slowly back away. Roar! The mutant let out a howl and leaped straight for the balcony toward the injured team member. Get lost! Brother Lu suddenly stepped forward. The muscles in his arm bulged as he brought the fire axe down in a fierce chop. Bang! With a dull thud, the mutant was sent flying by the axe, and the others moved at once. Before the mutant could get back up, a fireball radiating scorching heat dropped onto its body. Boom! The explosion sounded especially loud on the silent street. Xiaoxia! Brother Lu roared. Behind him, a young man around 18 heard the shout and acted without the slightest hesitation. He raised his right hand and slammed it toward the ground. Waves of yellow light spread across his palm. Then at the spot where the mutant had fallen, several earth spikes shot out in an instant. Poochie! Roar! The sharp earth spikes pierced straight through the mutant's body. The mutant, which had still been struggling wildly a moment ago, gradually fell silent. Li Chun flashed to the mutant's side and skillfully used his dagger to pick out the crystal core. Move! Seeing this, Brother Lu swept his gaze around. The commotion just now had already drawn the attention of the nearby mutants. Li Chun returned to the front again and quickly widened the distance between himself and the others, his gaze constantly scanning the situation ahead. The 5 of them could no longer care about hiding their tracks. Under Li Chun's lead, they kept sprinting madly back the way they had come. Roar! Mutants behind them had already discovered their trail and were rapidly chasing after them. First one, then more and more mutants burst out from the alleys on both sides of the street. In just one short minute, more than 10 mutant beasts had gathered behind the 6 of them. Li Chun stole a glance backward, and his expression changed instantly. At the mutant's speed, among the 6 people present, no one but him could escape their pursuit. Brother Lu, this won't work. We have to find a place to shake them off. Li Chun spoke quickly to Brother Lu. At this moment, the others also saw what was happening behind them, and every one of them looked grim. Brother Lu looked at the surrounding environment, then finally pointed at the skybridge ahead. Up the skybridge. After saying that, he ran toward it. The others quickly followed. Before long, the 6 of them were up on the skybridge, and the mutants behind them had already caught up as well. Xiaoxia! Brother Lu roared again. The moment Xiaoxia heard him, he instantly understood the plan. He ran to where the stairs connected, yellow light blooming from his right hand as he pressed it directly onto the stairs. Whoa! A ripple spread out, and the concrete stairs instantly softened. The moment a mutant stepped on them, they broke apart at once. Roar! A mutant's claws brushed past Xiaoxia's forehead as it fell. Phew! Xiaoxia dropped onto the ground with a thump, his eyes filled with lingering fear. Seeing this, the others all let out sighs of relief. Seeing that the mutants on this side could not get up for the moment, Xiaoxia ignored the soreness all over his body and quickly ran to the other side of the skybridge, collapsing the stairs there as well. Brother Liu and Li Chun looked at the increasing number of mutants below, their expressions incomparably grave. Brother Liu, this height 1T stopped them. What we do? Li Chun said with an ugly expression. The others also looked over, especially the one who had been hit by the flower pot. His eyes were full of guilt. Seeing this, Brother Liu walked over and patted his shoulder. Xiangzi, this isn't your fault. No one could guess there'd be one hiding on that balcony. Xiangzi did not know what to say for a moment, his gaze falling on the others. Li Chun smiled, walked over, and patted his shoulder as well. It's fine. If anyone has to blame Brother Liu, who told him to raise a flag in the supermarket. Haha. The others laughed along with him. Brother Liu patted Xiangzi's shoulder, then looked down below. By now, dozens of mutants had already gathered beneath the sky bridge, pairs of scarlet eyes staring at the 6 people on the bridge. He looked toward both ends of the sky bridge and found that the bridge was quite far from the buildings on either side. Even Li Chun, whose strength lay in speed, could not jump across. Taking a deep breath, Brother Liu turned back and said in a low voice, "Everyone, recover your strength first. It's safe here for now. Let us see if these mutants will disperse on their own after a while." The others nodded. At this point, this was the only thing they could do. Xiao Xia dropped to the ground and pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his bag, then took one out and put it in his mouth. He patted his pockets and realized he had not brought a lighter. So his gaze landed on the teammate sitting across from him. Hee, Brother Yang, lend me a light. Brother Yang on the other side glared at him irritably. Then he flicked a finger, and a small flame appeared at his fingertip. Xiao Xia hurriedly leaned in and took a drag. Feels good. He sat back down and looked at everyone with a grin. If you ask me, now that it's the apocalypse, you guys should really learn to smoke. Like right now. Take a puff, and it'll definitely ease your tense nerves. The others rolled their eyes at him, speechlessly. Just then, the sound of claws scraping reached everyone's ears. They followed the sound, and their expressions changed drastically. At the base of a large tree beside the sky bridge, 2 mutants were wildly slashing with their claws. In just a short while, they had already gouged out a gap at the base of the tree. Not good. Once the tree falls, they can climb up the trunk onto the sky bridge. Li Chun cried out. Brother Liu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Get ready to fight. Whether we live today or not depends on the heavens." After saying that, he lifted the fire axe, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the mutants below. Crack! The sound of wood breaking rang out. The large tree slowly tilted, and its direction was aimed straight at the sky bridge. Prepare for battle, Brother Liu roared. The others all put down the backpacks on their backs and stood ready, waiting for the mutants about to come. Crash! Bang! The tree trunk slammed into the sky bridge. The mutants below roared and rushed up along the trunk toward the bridge. Wong! 2 fireballs flew out from Brother Yang's hand and another team member's hand. Boom! The exploding fireballs instantly blasted several mutants off the trunk. Unfortunately, the fireballs were not quite strong enough and failed to blow the trunk apart. Roar! 2 mutants came one after the other, waving their claws as they lunged over. Brother Liu met them head-on with his fire axe. The fire axe came straight down onto one mutant's head, and the sound of its skull cracking rang out. The mutant struggled twice, then went still. The other one was intercepted by Li Chun. Though he did not kill it instantly, it did not delay him for long either. With a cigarette hanging from his mouth, Xiao Xia spread both hands, yellow light blooming from them. One stone spike after another condensed in midair. Go! With a wave of his hand, several stone spikes shot toward the mutants below. Everyone showed off their own abilities, and, for a moment, they actually managed to suppress the mutants. However, no one looked relieved, because they all knew this was only temporary. Abilities could run out too. At their current attack intensity, they simply could not hold on for long. Sure enough, after only 10 minutes, everyone's attack rhythm started to slow down. As more and more mutants surged forward without fear of death, the group could only fight while retreating. Before long, the spot where the tree trunk connected to the skybridge was forced open. Pucci, Lu Ji, and Li Chun, who were in charge of close combat, already had several wounds on their bodies. As blood kept flowing out, the movements of the two grew weaker and weaker. Brother Liu, Brother Li, behind them, Xiao Xia shouted anxiously. The others also looked at the two with worry in their eyes. They all knew very clearly that once Lu Ji and Li Chun fell, the rest of them would soon follow. Roar! On top of the tree trunk, the mutants kept roaring, crashing into one another nonstop. From time to time, some were squeezed off the trunk, and the number of mutants that had stepped onto the skybridge had already grown from 2 to 4. As the group kept retreating, the newly opened space was quickly occupied by even more mutants. The wounds on Lu Ji and Li Chun kept increasing. Xiao Xia looked at the two, who were already on the verge of collapse, and a trace of resolve appeared in his eyes. He suddenly crouched down. Yellow light flared brightly from both his hands, and then he slammed them hard onto the skybridge. With an angry shout, he cried, "Rise!" As his voice fell, a stone wall suddenly condensed in front of Lu Ji and Li Chun. The stone wall, perfectly cut, the two off from the mutants, giving them a chance to catch their breath. The two staggered a few steps, then collapsed straight onto the ground, gasping for air. The others also used this brief opening to get a moment to breathe. Ha, brothers, never thought we'd all be buried here together today. Fuck this goddamn apocalypse. Lu Ji spat out a mouthful of bloody foam and roared in fury. Li Chen said nothing. He only cast a calm glance at the somewhat shaky stone wall, then slowly closed his eyes. Xiao Xia's hands trembled as he slumped to the ground, his eyes full of despair. The other three exchanged looks, and a trace of ease appeared on their faces at the same time. Xiangzi dispersed the wind blade gathered in his hand. Blood from being smashed by a flower pot was still on his face. With a soft laugh, he said, "When I first discovered I'd awakened an ability, I always felt like I was the protagonist of this apocalypse. Until I nearly died twice under mutant claws, I started losing hope for the future. Then later I met you guys, Brother Lu. You were the ones who made me pick up hope of living again." At this point, Xiangzi swept his gaze over everyone, gratitude in his eyes. "Brothers, we weren't born on the same year, same month, same day, but if we can die on the same year, same month, same day today, then at least the road to the Yellow Springs won't be lonely." Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the others also laughed along, as if the mutants on the other side of the stone wall were nothing but an illusion. Lu Dong struggled to his feet and let his gaze pass over the five of them one by one. "I, Lu Dong, served as a soldier for 8 years. After retiring, I've been drifting through life, and every day I dream of my comrades from the army. This period of time, the 6 of us brothers fought together, gathered supplies together, faced hardships together. It made me feel that long-lost camaraderie again. To be able to have companions on the road to the Yellow Springs today, I, Lu Dong, can die without regrets." After saying that, he pulled out a bottle of Matai from the backpack on the ground. "I originally planned to celebrate with you brothers tonight. Now it's just right to send us off." Then he took out the dagger he carried with him and cut open a mineral water bottle that only had half left. Just like that, a crude wine cup was made. Seeing this, the others also smiled and turned the mineral water bottles they carried into simple wine cups. Lu Dong poured wine for them one by one. Then he raised his cup and said to the others, "Brothers, drink up and be on your way. Bottoms up." After saying that, he tilted his head back and drained the liquor in one gulp. The others followed and raised their cups. After drinking, the 6 looked at one another, then burst into loud laughter together. It was also at this moment that the stone wall Xiao Xia had condensed began to crack across a large area. "Making skarpkakasons." Lu Dong glanced over and picked up the fire axe again. "Even if I die, I'm taking 2 down with me." After speaking, he spat viciously onto the ground. The others also slowly stepped forward and stood together with Lu Dong. Dense killing intent burst out from everyone's eyes. Kacha! The stone wall shattered completely, and 6 or 7 mutants lunged forward in a mad scramble. A ruthless look flashed through Lu Dong's eyes. He raised the fire axe and was just about to charge forward. Suddenly, 2 streaks of silver light flashed past. The movements of the mutants all stiffened, and then, carried by inertia, they all fell forward and crashed to the ground, finally sliding to the feet of the 6. Looking at the mutants at their feet, all 6 were stunned by this sudden turn of events. But it wasn't over yet. The 2 streaks of silver light continued weaving through the mutants below the sky bridge. Wherever they passed, mutants dropped one after another. Every single one had a bloody hole in its forehead, with red and white matter constantly spilling out. Lu Dong swallowed and looked around, but no matter how he searched, he could not see the person who had saved them. At that moment, Li Chun beside him lightly nudged him. Lu Dong turned to look at Li Chun and saw that he was staring up at the sky with a shocked expression. Lu Dong followed his gaze. The next second, his whole body froze in place. His expression was exactly the same as Li Chen's, equally filled with shock. Seeing this, the others all looked into the air as well, and then they too froze where they stood. Sword flight. A moment later, Xiao Xia, the youngest of the 6, cried out in shock. The others all came back to their senses. They looked at the sky, then at the silver lights below the sky bridge that were slaughtering the mutants. As the last mutant fell, the originally noisy street instantly went silent. The ground was densely piled with more than 100 mutant corpses, and the 2 streaks of silver light returned to their master once more, slowly circling by his side. Only then did Lu Dong finally react. He quickly bowed toward the sky and said in thanks, "Many thanks, little brother, for saving our lives." The others also came to their senses and bowed in thanks one after another. In the air, Wang Yi looked at the 6 below, and a trace of admiration flashed through his eyes. In fact, when these people were forced onto the rooftop, he had already arrived nearby. This place had originally been along his route back to Xining Residential Complex, and he had been drawn over by the noise just now. When he saw the 6, Wang Yi had even sighed at how fated it was. From a moment they climbed onto the skybridge to cutting off the stairs to the danger that came after, Wang Yi had seen it all. Originally, he had not planned to interfere, but when he saw that, in the face of certain death, The six did not shirk responsibility or push blame onto each other, and were instead unusually united. He felt a bit more favor toward them. In the apocalypse, people with this kind of temperament would probably be hard to find again in the future, so he decided to help them out. That was how everything just now came to be. Facing the thanks of the six, Wang Yi merely nodded slightly and did not speak. Then, with a movement of his divine sense, crystal cores flew out one by one from the bloody holes in the foreheads of the mutant corpses below, finally gathering in front of Wang Yi. After sweeping a glance over the crystal cores, Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction, then stored all of them in his backpack. After finishing all this, Wang Yi finally looked down. His voice carried the unique childish softness of a young boy as he asked, "Are you survivors from this area?" The few of them exchanged glances, then their eyes landed on Lu Dong. Among the six, Lu Dong had always been the one taking the lead. Seeing this, Lu Dong thought for a moment, then raised his voice and replied, "We're survivors from Dongfeng Residential Complex. We came out today to gather supplies, but we didn't expect an accident to happen. Many thanks, little brother, for saving our lives." Hearing that, Wang Yi lifted his small hand and waved it. "No need to thank me. I just happened to pass by. It was nothing." After saying that, he asked again, "Are you the only survivors in this area?" Lu Dong did not hide anything and began telling him what he knew. There are still quite a lot of survivors around Dongfeng Road. In just the Dongfeng Residential Complex where the six of us live, there are no fewer than 200 survivors. The six of us happen to live close to each other. We had a few contacts before, and since we got along pretty well, we formed a team. The other survivors have also formed more than a dozen teams of various sizes. The other residential compounds are basically about the same. After listening, Wang Yi nodded thoughtfully. His gaze fell on Xiangzi among the six. Among the survivors, aside from the 5 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, are there many people awakened with unusual abilities like his? Lu Dong glanced at Xiangzi, then thought back for a while before answering hesitantly, "I don't know about others, but I've seen someone awaken the ability to pass through walls. In the end, that person joined a team of over 30 people. I heard he is highly valued in that team." Pass through walls? Wang Yi pondered it inyardly. If it was classified by the 5 elements, this should be similar to the Earth-style Earth escape technique. After thinking about it, Wang Yi spoke again. "Have any of you received any information related to this apocalypse?" Lu Dong and the others exchanged glances, then all shook their heads. Wang Yi sikit inyardly. It seemed the government structure on Yun Province's side had already completely collapsed. He checked the time. It was already close to noon, and little Lingxi was still waiting for him to cook. So he stopped delaying, nodded at them, then controlled the Long Quan sword and flew toward Xining Residential Complex. On the overpass, the group watched Wang Yi's departing figure, their eyes full of emotion. Suddenly, as if Lu Dong had thought of something, he quickly shouted at Wang Yi's back, "Little brother, please wait a moment." In the air, Wang Yi stopped when he heard that and turned his head to look at Lu Dong in confusion. "What is it?" Lu Dong took a deep breath. Not caring that Wang Yi was only a child, he bent at the waist and gave a deep bow. "Little brother, just now, we saw you collecting the crystal cores from those monsters. Could you tell us what these crystal cores are used for? We're willing to trade all the crystal cores we saved up." Hearing that, Wang Yi's gaze lingered on Lu Dong for a moment. The others were also looking at him with expectant faces. In the end, Wang Yi asked with interest, "How many crystal cores do you have?" Lu Dong's expression immediately brightened. He quickly crouched down and began rummaging through his backpack. 2 minutes later, Lu Dong held up a handful of crystal cores and said to Wang Yi, "We saved up a total of 140. As he spoke, he gritted his teeth and added, "If it's not enough, little brother, please name a number. We'll definitely find a way to gather it." Wang Yi's gaze fell on the crystal cores in Lu Dong's hand, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. It had only been a little over a month since the apocalypse began, yet these 6 people had actually managed to accumulate this many crystal cores. They really weren't simple. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yi asked, "How do you usually strengthen your abilities?" Lu Dong and Li Chun exchanged a glance, both carrying a hint of joy on their faces. There was hope. Then Lu Dong quickly said, "We usually rely on training to strengthen our abilities." As he spoke, he pointed at Li Chun beside him. For example, Li Chun awakened speed. To strengthen his ability, he spends almost every day running up the stairwell at top speed. I'm a strength-type ability user, so I do weight training every day. Every time we train, we push ourselves to the limit. After a period of time, we can both feel our abilities getting stronger. Then he pointed at the others. They're all elemental ability users. They also constantly push their abilities to the limit every day. Over time, their abilities slowly grow stronger too. After speaking, Lu Dong looked at Wang Yi with a face full of expectation, hoping to get the answer he wanted from him. Looking at the 6 expectant faces, Wang Yi had basically confirmed it in his heart. As expected, mutated beings' crystal cores could not be consumed directly. So many days had passed. Someone had definitely taken a risk and tried swallowing a crystal core. Since it had not become common knowledge, that meant directly consuming them definitely had problems. After thinking about it, Wang Yi did not hide anything and told them what he knew. If you place the crystal cores under sunlight, you should be able to see the silver-white particles inside them, right? Lu Dong and the other 5 all nodded, looking at Wang Yi with eager eyes. Wang Yi did not keep them in suspense. The silver-white particles inside are condensed energy. As long as you can guide it out, you can strengthen the body and enhance awakened abilities. Lu Dong and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filling with joy. Many thanks, little brother, for clearing up our confusion. But how are we supposed to guide out those silver-white particles? Wang Yi shook his head. My method won't work for you. As for others. At this point, Wang Yi looked at them with a half-smile. Do you really think someone my age would know? The moment those words came out, their expressions froze. Indeed, after seeing Wang Yi's methods just now, they had all subconsciously ignored his age. Judging by appearances, Wang Yi looked at most 5 or 6 years old. Before the apocalypse, that was still the age of a child in preschool. If they knew Wang Yi's real age was not even 3 yet, they would probably directly treat him as a special mutated being. Wang Yi shook his head, with a movement of his divine sense. He put the crystal cores in Lu Dong's hand into his backpack. Then he gave the group a calm glance. I've already told you the method. As for how to do it, you can only rely on yourselves. After saying that, he ignored them and turned to fly quickly toward Xining residential complex. It was only after Wang Yi's back could no longer be seen that Xiao Xia said enviously, this little bro definitely awakened some kind of mental power or telekinesis ability. He must be using that ability to guide out the energy in the crystal cores and absorb it, which is why he has become this strong. As long as we find a way to get the energy inside out, our strength will definitely improve quickly. Lu Dong clapped his hands and said somewhat helplessly, knowing it is one thing, but getting the stuff inside out is another. Li Shen Siga. I wonder if any of those professors and students at the university survived. To guide energy out of crystal cores, we probably need some very precise instruments. Hearing that, the others all sighed. Let us go. The smell of blood here is too strong. We should hurry back. Lu Dong picked up his backpack, then walked toward the toppled giant tree. Seeing this, the others all followed. Meanwhile, Wang Yi had already returned home. The time was exactly 12 o'clock. Go. The moment little Lingxi saw Wang Yi, she climbed down from Dehua's back. Wang Yi picked up the little one who came pouncing toward him in one motion. Lingxi, were you good today? Little Lingxi wrapped her arms around Wang Yi's neck and said in a babyish voice, Lingxi was very good. Meow. Dehua let out a lazy cry, then got up, slipped on the cowhide bag, and headed for the door. It was feeding time. Seeing this, Wang Yi reminded her, be careful. Meow. Dehua's voice came from the stairwell, and soon there was no more sound. After playing around with the little one for a while, Wang Yi began preparing lunch. Looking at the dwindling water, Wang Yi couldn't help thinking of that water station from this morning. He had to find some time to go over there and bring all the water back. Wang Yi had no idea where the original survivors there had gone, nor did he know how long that deserted state would last. From Lu Dong's team alone, it was obvious that supplies around the residential areas where these survivors lived were basically already exhausted. They had already started expanding their range of activity outward. If any survivor team found the area near Yuantong Mountain, they would definitely clean it out in a short time. After all, there wasn't a single mutant there. As long as they kept the noise down, even driving in wouldn't be a problem. While tending the fire, Wang Yi lowered his head and sniffed himself. He hadn't had a proper bath in days. After eating, he had to find a way to let both himself and little Lingxi wash up. The water left in the tank had already completely gone bad. It was unusable. Suddenly, Wang Yi thought of Song Xian. Wasn't her ability frost? Maybe he could ask her to help make some water? But then he shook his head and gave up on the idea. The Song sisters might become his teammates in this apocalypse in the future. He couldn't leave them with a bad impression. Just then, the little one ran over and sat by the stove, helping Wang Yi add firewood. Gidge, what does it look like outside? Little Lingxi asked in a cute voice. When Wang Yi heard that, a trace of heartache flashed through his eyes. For so long, the little one had stayed inside the house the whole time. Even if she went out to the balcony, all she could see was the sky and the surrounding buildings. Although little Lingxi always acted obedient and well-behaved, Wang Yi worried that if this continued for too long, it would affect her mental health. There are lots of fun things outside. After a while, Gidge will take you out to play. Wang Yi rubbed the little one's head as he spoke dotingly. Okay. Little Lingxi clapped happily. Very soon, lunch was ready. The two of them returned to the living room and started chatting while they ate. Just as the two were talking and laughing, a crisp voice suddenly came from downstairs. Kid bro. The moment Wang Yi heard it, he knew who it was. Sweeping down with his divine sense, he immediately saw the people downstairs clearly. It was the Song sisters. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yi directly opened the unit door downstairs. Then he said to little Lingxi, two big sisters are coming over as guests in a bit. Gidge will introduce them to you later. As soon as little Lingxi heard that, She hurriedly put down her bowl and ran toward the mirror. After looking at herself in the mirror, she ran back with a slightly flustered little face and pointed at her hair. Gidge, Lingxi's hair is messy. Seeing this, Wang Yi instantly fell speechless. She wasn't even 1 year old yet, and she already knew how to care about her appearance. Still, when he saw that the little one's eyes were already getting misty, Wang Yi could only put down his bowl and help her fix her hair again. He was already very familiar with this sort of thing. He couldn't do anything complicated, but a simple little tuft was no problem. At that moment, footsteps also came from outside. With a thought from Wang Yi, the door opened directly. The first to appear was Song Ying, the little devil. She didn't come in right away. Instead, she held the doorframe and poked her head in to look around the room. Wang Yi glared at her speechlessly. If you're not coming in, what are you standing there for? Song Ying grinned when she heard that, then turned around, pulled her older sister Song Xin, and walked into the house. As she walked, she kept looking over the room's layout. When she saw the stove in the kitchen, her little eyes instantly went round. Even Song Xin showed a look of surprise. This is a clay stove? Wang Yi no dit kaimli. Little Lingxi's round black eyes kept darting back and forth over Song Xin and Song Ying. At this moment, Song Ying had already run over to the stove, touching this and that, her eyes full of envy. Compared to Song Ying, Song Xin was much more composed. Her gaze fell back on Wang Yi, more accurately, on little Lingxi beside him. The moment she saw little Lingxi, Song Xin could no longer keep her calm expression. This is Yi Lingxi? That Yi Lingxi who's only a little over 3 months old? The shock in Song Xion's eyes could not be hidden at all. The little Lingxi before her was clearly a 2-year-old child. This had nothing to do with an infant. At that moment, Song Ying also ran back over after hearing that, and her gaze likewise landed on little Lingxi. Wang Yi rubbed little Lingxi's head and said, Lingxi, this is Sister Song Xin. Hurry and greet her. Looking at Song Xin, little Lingxi said in her babyish voice, Sister Song Xin. Song Xin suppressed the shock in her heart. A slight smile appeared on her face as she took an exquisite hair clip from her pocket and handed it to little Lingxi. Little Lingxi is so well behaved. Since this is our first meeting, this is a gift from Big Sister. As she spoke, she also reached out and gently touched little Lingxi's face. Looking at the exquisite hair clip, little Lingxi clearly showed that she wanted it in her eyes, but she didn't reach out to take it. Instead, she turned to look at Wang Yi. Seeing this, Wang Yi smiled and nodded. It's a gift from Big Sister. Just accept it. Only then did little Lingxi happily take the hair clip. Thank you, Sister Song Xin. After saying that, she started playing with it. At the side, when Song Ying saw that Wang Yi had no intention of introducing her, she immediately became unhappy. Kid bro, why aren't you introducing me? Wang Yi glared at her and ignored her. He picked up his bowl again and looked at Song Xin. Have you eaten? Song Xin looked at the clear white rice porridge in the pot, then nodded. We've already eaten. Wang Yi nodded as well, ignoring the somewhat exasperated Song Ying. He lowered his head and continued eating. That scene immediately made Song Ying grind her teeth in irritation. With no other choice, she could only walk over to little Lingxi, squat down in front of her, and pull out a panda toy from behind her back, waving it in front of little Lingxi's eyes. Then, smiling brightly, she said to little Lingxi, Call me sister, and I'll give this to you. How about it? Little Lingxi looked at the panda toy, then at Song Ying, and finally turned her gaze to Wang Yi. Wang Yi glared at Song Ying, then nodded to little Lingxi. Only then did little Lingxi crisply call out, Sister. Song Ying immediately beamed with delight and handed the panda toy to little Lingxi. Song Xin watched from the side, a trace of a smile appearing in her eyes. Then she said to Song Ying, who was still teasing little Lingxi, Don't disturb little Lingxi while she's eating. Only after hearing her older sister speak did Song Ying reluctantly stand up and come sit beside her. Very soon, Wang Yi and little Lingxi finished all the white rice porridge in the pot. After cleaning up the pot and bowls, Wang Yi returned to the living room. You came this time for? Wang Yi looked at Song Xin and asked. Hearing that, Song Xin smiled. My sister and I have been keeping an eye on you. After seeing that you came back safely, we thought we'd come over and check on little Lingxi. Wang Yi nodded. Thank you. Little Lingxi is living well. Song Xin looked at little Lingxi in Song Ying's arms. From her rosy, glossy little face alone, it was easy to tell that Wang Yi had indeed been raising her very well. If I remember right, wasn't your home Unit 501 across the hall? Why did you move over here? Song Xin asked curiously. Hearing that, Wang Yi's expression dimmed a little. My parents and little Lingxi's mother are there. The moment Song Xin heard that, she immediately understood and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Wang Yi shook his head. It's fine. My father mutated. Little Lingxi's mother and my mother protected me and little Lingxi in the bedroom. And in the end, they passed away together. The moment Song Xin heard that, her eyes instantly reddened. Even without seeing it herself, she could imagine how tragic that scene had been. Song Ying, who was standing off to the side, also put away her little devil attitude. Holding little Lingxi in her arms, she gently kissed her on the cheek. For a moment, The living room fell silent. After a long while, Wang Yi was the one who finally broke the mood. All right, that is all in the past. If their spirits in heaven can see that little Lingxi and I are both living well, they'd be happy too. Song Xian nodded in agreement. Annie Yi and Annie Su would definitely be comforted. After saying that, Song Xian had no intention of continuing the topic. Instead, she asked curiously, your height and little Lingxi S are obviously out of line with your ages. How did you do it? Song Ying also looked over curiously. Wang Yi had no intention of hiding it either. He took out a crystal core from the drawer and said, the silver-white particles inside are an unknown kind of energy crystal. What I awakened is a mental power-related ability, so I can draw out the energy inside it. This energy can not only strengthen the body, but also enhance awakened abilities. I use it to temper my body almost every day, and every 3 days. I also help little Lingxi temper hers once. After a few times, both our physiques improved greatly. At this point, Wang Yi pointed at the flower pot on the coffee table again. This is a spirit fruit tree that mutated from a cherry tomato plant. Little Lingxi and I were able to change this much thanks to it as well. Otherwise, at most our physical fitness would be improved. Wanting to grow to our current height all at once would basically be impossible. Spirit fruit? Song Xian looked at the plain and unremarkable little tree on the coffee table in surprise. It didn't team match the legendary spirit fruit trees at all. Wang Yi nodded. That's right. Spirit fruit is just the name I came up with myself. As for what other people call it, I don't know. The peaches you ate are also a kind of spirit fruit. Once you fully absorb the energy in those peaches, your strength will definitely rise greatly. Then you'll understand just how amazing these spirit fruits are. Shangxin nodet tao gu fun. After a moment of silence, Song Xian looked at Wang Yi with a somewhat complicated expression. Talking with you, it feels like you're not a child at all. Could spirit fruits even improve intelligence? Wang Yi shook his head. I don't know whether there are spirit fruits that can improve intelligence. But the reason I'm like this should be related to the ability I awakened. Thinking of Wang Yi's ability, Song Xian felt somewhat relieved. Whether in the past or now, any ability connected to the brain was never simple. All right, the other survivors in the residential complex have already started forming teams to go outside and gather supplies, Song Xian suddenly said. Wang Yi froze for a moment when he heard that, then shook his head. Only thinking of going out now is a bit too late. Song Xian asked in confusion. Why? Wang Yi told her about what happened to Lu Dong's team this morning. Then he analyzed. They've stayed in the complex this whole month without ever truly fighting mutated creatures. Even if they go out in teams, if their luck is bad, they could still be wiped out. And the teams they form haven't gone through any kind of coordination at all. Maybe every one of them has his own plans in mind. If they run into danger, I'm afraid the outcome will just be every man for himself. After hearing that, Song Xian's expression turned grave as well. She and her younger sister had been outside before. They knew very clearly what it was like out there. It could be said that if not for the giant gorilla chasing behind them yesterday, with the commotion they made, they would long since been torn to pieces by mutated creatures. Seeing Song Xian's expression, Wang Yi asked curiously, did someone invite you to? Song Xian nodded. Someone came to us a few days ago, but at the time my sister and I were already preparing to go out and look for our parents, so we didn't agree. Hearing that, Wang Yi glanced at Song Ying before asking, then what are your plans from now on? Song Xian thought for a moment and was just about to speak when Song Ying had already opened her mouth first. Little bro, how about we team up together? Xiao Ying. Song Xian scolded, though a trace of temptation flashed through her eyes. Compared to the other survivors, if they could team up with Wang Yi, it would absolutely be the best choice for the two sisters. Wang Yi ignored Song Ying and looked at Song Xian. Song Xian was also a decisive person, and directly said, we came over today not only to see little Lingxi, but also to team up with you. Even though Xiaoya, you're very strong and Ahua is protecting you. Little Lingxi is still young, and Ahua can't protect you all every second of the day. If someone with bad intentions sets his eyes on you, then under a deliberate scheme, something could very well go wrong. If we team up, then with me and Xiaoying here, when you and Ahua go out, we can protect little Lingxi too. Xiaoya, what do you think? Hearing that, Wang Yi quietly let out a breath of relief. He had originally planned to invite the sisters to team up anyway. Now that they brought it up themselves, Wang Yi naturally wouldn't refuse. All right, I agree. Wang Yi accepted directly. Joy flashed through Song Xian's eyes, while Song Ying directly kissed little Lingxi on the cheek. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yi said to Song Xian, since people have already come looking for you, then you'll definitely be watched from now on. Why not move over here? Hearing that, Song Xian looked around at the rooms nearby, then finally nodded somewhat reluctantly. She knew Wang Yi was right. It was already the apocalypse now. The moral order from before had basically collapsed. Though she and her younger sister weren't peerless beauties, there would definitely still be people eyeing them. If someone came at them head-on, she wasn't too afraid. What she feared was people pulling dirty tricks in the dark. If they were captured and dragged back, there was no need to think to know that their fate wouldn't be good. At that thought, Song Xin stopped hesitating and nodded directly in agreement. However, we have quite a lot of supplies. Moving might take some time, Song Xin said helplessly. Vong you see me lit lightly. No need to make it that troublesome. We'll go over there in a bit. You just prepare the things you need, and I naturally have a way to bring them back. Hearing Wang Yi's words, a trace of curiosity flashed through Song Xin's eyes. Could it be that Wang Yi's mental power was already this strong? They had gathered at least several tons of supplies. Wanting to take all of it away in one trip was no easy task. She had just wanted to ask when Wang Yi waved his hand and interrupted her. No need to ask. Rest a bit, then we'll head out together. You'll know when the time comes. Hearing that, Song Xin gave up on asking, but there was already a trace of anticipation in her eyes. The reason Wang Yi wanted them to move over was naturally not so they could live together. On the 5th floor, besides room 501, room 503 was also empty. It was fully furnished as well. It just needed a little cleaning before anyone could move in. Wang Yi brought the two sisters to room 503. After more than a month, it was already covered in dust. Song Ying looked around, then puffed out her lips. Little bro, how about my sister and I just move in with you? Anyway, there are 2 bedrooms. Wang Yi shook his head. Not convenient. And Dehua probably wouldn't agree to let you move in either. The moment she heard Dehua, Song Ying instantly quieted down. She had seen Dehua's strength with her own eyes. If she made Dehua unhappy and got swatted with a paw, just thinking about it made Song Ying shiver at once. Song Xin took a walk around the apartment and felt it was pretty good, so she called Song Ying over to start cleaning. Seeing that, Wang Yi swept the room with his divine sense, and a cloud of dust was tossed out through the window. In an instant, the entire room looked completely different. The two sisters were dumbfounded by the scene. Song Ying even cried out, "Lil bro, your ability is way too practical. I sent it?" Song Xin also nodded. She had originally thought cleaning would take a long time. She hadn't expected Wang Yi to clear away the dust in just a few short breaths. Wang Yi waved his hand and said, "I only did a rough cleanup. Once you move in, you can slowly clean the rest yourselves." After saying that, he beckoned to the 2 of them. "All right, let us go help you move first." Looking at Wang Yi acting like a little adult, a trace of a smile flashed through Song Xin's eyes. Then she brought Song Ying along and followed him. After returning home, Wang Yi picked up little Lingxi and headed out. Along the way, little Lingxi kept turning her head around. Everything outside made her feel curious and amazed. That scene also made Wang Yi decide that he should take the little one out more often in the future. Otherwise, it really might affect her mental health. Just like that, the 4 of them quickly arrived at the 2 sisters' home. Holding little Lingxi, Wang Yi sat down on the sofa. "Hurry up and pile together everything you need to take. Try to get it all done today." Song Xin glanced at little Lingxi in Wang Yi's arms. She vaguely had a guess in her heart, and a trace of anticipation appeared in her eyes as she quickly began packing up. Half an hour later, the living room was already piled full of all kinds of supplies. Song Xin looked around the house, and a trace of reluctance showed in her eyes, but quickly faded. "That's it. We already have everything else over there." Song Xin turned and said to Wang Yi. Song Ying also stood to the side, staring at Wang Yi with a curious expression, wanting to see how he was going to take all of this away at once. Wang Yi nodded, then lowered his head and said to little Lingxi, "Lingxi, help the sisters move." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the supplies on the floor. "Put all of this away." Hearing that, little Lingxi immediately revealed a happy smile. She jumped off the sofa and cheerfully ran over to the pile of supplies. Her fair little hand lightly touched the supplies, and in the next second, whatever she touched disappeared. When Song Xin saw that scene, the way she looked at little Lingxi almost turned soft enough to melt. In the apocalypse, this kind of ability could be called strategic level. As long as a team had one space ability user, that team would basically never have to worry about supplies. She never would have thought that little Lingxi, not even 1 year old, had actually awakened a space ability. Song Ying directly ran over to little Lingxi's side, watching her put away the supplies one by one. Her eyes were full of amazement. In just a few short minutes, all the supplies in the living room had been stored away by little Lingxi. Wang Yi stood up, walked over to the little one, and picked her up. Then he said to Song Xin, "If nothing has been left behind, then let us go." Song Xin swept her gaze around once, then picked up a suitcase. Inside were all her and Song Ying's personal clothes. "Let us go." Suppressing the reluctance in her heart, Song Xin took the lead and walked out. And Song Ying, the little devil girl who was always full of energy, was also feeling a little down at this moment, quietly following her sister out. After taking one last look at the home she had lived in for over 10 years, Song Xin slowly closed the door. Then the 4 of them quietly went downstairs. Just as they reached the ground floor, they saw several figures entering from the neighborhood gate in the distance. Each of them had a backpack on, clearly survivors who had just returned from gathering supplies. Song Xin's gaze paused on the person in front for a second before she withdrew it. Wang Yi casually swept his eyes over them, then stopped paying attention. To him, these people would most likely end up being eliminated. In fact, compared to other areas, the surroundings of Xining residential complex were much safer, because Dawa went out every day to hunt mutant creatures, and as long as it encountered them, it would basically kill them on the spot. So, compared to other places, the number of mutant creatures here was definitely less than half. Compared to elsewhere, the pressure these survivors faced was almost negligible. But this situation would not last long, because one day, the supplies in this area would be used up. Once they came into contact with other areas, they would definitely be suppressed by the survivors there. And mutant creatures were also constantly evolving. The gap between them would only grow wider and wider, unless someone provided them shelter. These people would most likely be eliminated by this apocalypse. Naturally, those few people also saw Wang Yi's group. The leading man's gaze paused on Wang Yi for a moment, then shifted to Song Xian. Seeing that Song Xian had no intention of greeting him, a trace of gloom flashed through the leader's eyes. "Boss, did this chick find herself some teammates?" One of the teammates behind him asked. "Let us go." The leading boss snorted coldly and took the lead in walking in another direction. Wang Yi took in their reactions. "Those are the people who invited you to join their team?" Song Xian nodded without speaking. "Impure intentions. It's a good thing you didn't agree." Wang Yi commented flatly. Song Ying asked curiously, "How do you know his intentions weren't pure?" Wang Yi rolled his eyes at her and ignored her. Holding little Lingxi, he opened the unit door and walked toward the stairs. Seeing that, Song Ying glared at Wang Yi's back and stamped her foot in dissatisfaction. After arriving at room 503, Wang Yi had little Lingxi release the supplies. "You can handle the rest yourselves. We're heading back." After Wang Yi said that, he took little Lingxi by the hand and left. Back at home, he let little Lingxi read her picture book by herself. Meanwhile, Wang Yi brought over the backpack, holding the peaches, and took one out. This peach looked pretty much the same as an ordinary peach, but if he brought it under his nose, he could smell a rich, fruity fragrance. His divine sense entered it, and after sensing that the energy inside was dozens of times richer than the little tomatoes, a trace of heat flashed through Wang Yi's eyes. He wondered whether this peach could make the golden flame change again. If it could dilute the pale golden flame one more time, then maybe he would be able to use that ability. Thinking of that, Wang Yi could no longer hold himself back. He brought the peach to his mouth and took a bite. The spirit peach melted in his mouth, completely different from how it felt in his hand. Before he even had time to savor the taste of the spirit peach, Wang Yi impatiently ate the rest of it. He slightly closed his eyes and felt the spirit peach's energy spread from his stomach through his whole body. His body had already gone through many rounds of tempering, so it showed no discomfort in the face of this huge amount of energy. Compared to the energy inside crystal cores, the energy in spirit fruit was much more stable. With his divine sense activated, Wang Yi guided the energy through his entire body, which was equivalent to tempering it once again. It consumed less than 1/10 of the energy contained in that spirit peach. As for the remaining energy, Wang Yi no longer continued tempering his body and instead sent all of it into his eyes. As that energy entered, Wang Yi felt a swelling pain coming from both eyes. Along with the swelling pain, a burning sensation spread from the depths of his pupils outward. Enduring the discomfort, Wang Yi sent his divine sense into his eyes and saw that the golden runes, which had originally sunk deep into the cells, appeared once again. Those golden runes kept flickering, and with each flicker, they absorb a portion of energy. Golden patterns began appearing in the flesh and blood around the runes, and they continuously spread outward. At this moment, Wang Yi's eyes were giving off a bright golden light even in broad daylight. Not far away, little Lingxi was reading. When she saw this, she looked curiously at her brother's eyes, but remembering that her brother had told her not to disturb him, little Lingxi sat to the side with her chin propped in her hands and watched quietly. Meanwhile, all of Wang Yi's attention was focused deep within his pupils. Originally, he had thought that after absorbing this spirit peach, the golden flame would undergo some changes. But to his surprise, after the energy entered his eyes, it was directly absorbed by the golden runes and used to transform them. Wang Yi did not stop those golden runes from absorbing the energy, because he knew that even if the pale golden flame was diluted again, its temperature was still not something his eyes could withstand right now. Very soon, all the remaining energy was absorbed by the golden runes. The golden patterns in his eyes had already spread over 1/5 of the area. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Yi picked up another spirit peach and swallowed it in a few bites. This time, Wang Yi did not let the energy disperse on its own. Instead, he used his divine sense to guide it toward his eyes. The swelling pain struck again. The golden runes hidden within his eyes seemed as if they had taken a tonic, and their golden radiance flared brilliantly. And under the illumination of that golden light, the golden patterns that had already covered 1/5 of the area continued to spread. 1/5, 2/5, 3/5. Very soon, more than half of the area in his eyes was covered by the golden patterns. Wang Yi did not stop. He took out another spirit peach and swallowed it again. When all the energy from this spirit peach had been fully absorbed, Wang Yi slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, and then a burst of golden light bloomed from them. The golden light dyed the entire room gold. Gidge, seeing Wang Yi open his eyes, little Lingxi quickly ran over, her round black eyes constantly studying his. Wang Yi looked at little Lingxi, a smile appearing on his face. He gently pinched her little cheek. Lingxi, Gidge has something very important to do right now. I'll play with you in a little while, okay? Hearing this, little Lingxi obediently gave Wang Yi a kiss on the cheek, then ran back to continue reading. Wang Yi smiled in relief, then closed his eyes once more. At this moment, the swelling pain in his eyes was gone, replaced by a cool sensation. Countless golden patterns spread across his eye sockets and pupils, but from the outside, no abnormality could be seen at all. They looked exactly like ordinary eyes. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yi took out another spirit peach. What came next was the most important step. He swallowed the spirit peach in a few bites, and the familiar energy was once again guided by Wang Yi toward the depths of his pupils. This time, the golden runes and patterns in the flesh of his eyes did not actively absorb the energy. The energy contained in the spirit peach was smoothly guided by Wang Yi into the depths of his pupils. Deep within his pupils, the golden flame remained completely still, while the pale golden flame on the outside began to sway. Each sway was like a breath, drawing all the energy into itself. And as more and more energy was absorbed, the pale golden flame began to pulse more and more frequently. Very soon, all the energy from one spirit peach had been absorbed by it. At this point, Wang Yi naturally would not stop. He took out another spirit peach and swallowed it. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. Of the 12 spirit peaches he had brought back, only 4 remained. After continuously absorbing the energy of 5 spirit peaches, the pale golden flame began to release heat outward. As that heat appeared, golden runes and golden patterns gradually lit up within his pupils, perfectly sealing the heat inside. Buzz! As time passed, the heat released by the pale golden flame grew more and more intense. A golden red glow gradually appeared in both pupils. Then a cluster of golden red flame bloomed within them, sweeping away all the heat released by the pale golden flame. And that golden red flame gathered toward the golden flame like birds returning to their nest. In the end, it formed a layer of golden red flame outside the pale golden flame. Now the flames in his pupils had undergone a strange transformation. First was the golden flame, still the same as before, quietly suspended in the center of his pupils. Then came the pale golden flame, wrapping around the golden flame. And now there was another layer of golden red flame wrapping around both of them. From the outside, it looked like a golden red fire lotus. With the appearance of the golden red flame, the surrounding golden runes also began to change. Countless golden runes started to manifest within both pupils. In the end, they continuously arranged and recombined, forming a mysterious and complex pattern, like the legendary diagram of an array, enveloping the golden red fire lotus within. Right at that moment, Wang Yi felt something in his heart, and his eyes suddenly snapped open. The next second, 2 golden red beams shot out from his eyes and instantly pierced through the wall opposite him. Wang Yi's heart jolted, and he hurriedly steadied his mind. Deep within his pupils, the golden pattern wrapping around the golden red fire lotus was spinning continuously. A strand of energy carrying terrifying heat erupted from the outermost golden red flame. After being transformed by the golden pattern, it condensed into a golden red beam, which finally burst out from his eyes. With a thought, the golden pattern slowly stopped rotating, and the high-temperature energy in the golden red flame also slowly withdrew. In the end, everything returned to calm. Looking at the 2 smooth holes in the wall opposite him, a strange thought rose in Wang Yi's mind. Why did this ability feel a little familiar? He stood up and walked over to the wall, looking at the 2 holes. These 2 holes were very smooth, truly smooth in the strictest sense, because the terrifying heat from those 2 beams had already burned them into glass. Walking to the balcony, Wang Yi moved his mind, and his eyes began to glow with golden red light. Deep within his pupils, the golden pattern slowly began to rotate once more, and the terrifying heat contained within the golden red flame gathered again. With another thought, the golden pattern slowly stopped rotating. The terrifying heat withdrew once more, and everything returned to calm again. Only now did Wang Yi reveal a smile. In this apocalypse, aside from the power of divine sense, he had gained another powerful method. Returning to the living room, Wang Yi, in an excellent mood, picked up little Lingxi. Come, Gidge will give you something tasty. After speaking, he carried little Lingxi to the sofa, took out a spirit peach from the bag, and handed it to her. Gidge, what is this? Holding the spirit peach with both hands, little Lingxi asked curiously. Wang Yi said gently, this is called a peach. It's a very delicious fruit. Little Lingxi brought the spirit peach under her nose and sniffed it, then said happily, it smells so good. After speaking, She took a bite with the 8 little teeth she had just grown in. Wang Yi did not stay idle either. He began using the power of his divine sense to guide the energy and help cleanse and refine her body. One peach was quickly finished by the little one. Then the little girl began to grow drowsy, and before long, she fell asleep in Wang Yi's arms. Gently placing the little one on the sofa, Wang Yi's divine sense followed the flow of energy inside her body and easily entered the depths of the area between her brows. Very soon, a ring-shaped object emitting a silver-gray radiance appeared within the perception of his divine sense, but its core could not be seen clearly. After the energy from the spirit peach entered this place, it was quickly absorbed by that radiance. Because the little one's body was still very delicate, less than 1/10 of the energy was used to cleanse and refine her body. All the rest surged into the area between her brows. Wang Yi's divine sense did not make direct contact with the silver-gray radiance. That was the core of the little one's ability and could not be touched lightly. He only controlled the speed at which the energy flowed in from the outside, making it easier for the radiance to absorb the energy. Very soon, the radiance's absorption neared saturation, but more than half of the remaining energy was still left. In the end, it formed an energy barrier around the radiance. This scene was the same as with the Song sisters, Song Xin and Song Ying. It was all because of excess energy that could not be absorbed in a short time and could only gather around the core of the ability. Wang Yi withdrew his divine sense, looked at the little one's sleeping face, and gently pulled the thin blanket over her. Looking at the 3 spirit peaches left in the bag, Wang Yi planned to leave 2 for Dahua. As for the last one, he would wait until the little one finished absorbing hers before letting her eat it. Anyway, the energy in these spirit peaches was stable, so there was no need to worry about them rotting after 2 or 3 days. Then, his divine sense entered his eyes again. Deep within his pupils, the golden red fire lotus floated quietly in the center. A golden pattern silently enveloped the fire lotus. Wang Yi could clearly feel that with a single thought, he could make the golden pattern move, then release a golden red beam. His divine sense swept across the pattern made of golden runes. Unfortunately, aside from sensing a mysterious and sacred aura, he discovered no other useful information. But he always felt that this pattern should be the legendary array diagram. The golden red beam used the golden red flames as its source, condensed them into a high-temperature beam through this array diagram, and finally shot it out from his eyes. Through these mysterious runes, and combined with the ability cores of the other survivors, Wang Yi increasingly felt that these abilities were not simple superpowers, but were related to the legendary path of cultivation. But the current state of the apocalypse was different from the so-called spiritual energy revival. If it were really spiritual energy revival, then those mutants would not have appeared. At most, bodies would have become a little stronger. It would have been impossible for them to turn into monsters. But the mutants and mutant beasts appearing now felt more like some kind of great selection. Those who passed the selection naturally became awakened survivors and spirit beasts like Dahua. Those who failed had their intelligence erased and turned into mutants and mutant beasts that knew only slaughter. Especially since these mutants could even produce crystal cores inside their bodies. And those crystal cores could provide survivors with energy to strengthen themselves. It was as if the purpose of those failed mutants and mutant beasts was to provide nourishment for the survivors' growth. And everything behind this, was it nature's selection? Or was there a giant hand controlling it all? Wang Yi kept letting his thoughts wander, but in the end, he was still completely confused. Forget it. No matter what secrets were hidden behind all this, raising his strength was the true path. Wang Yi suppressed the doubts in his heart, took out a crystal core, and began absorbing it. Time quickly reached the evening. After Song Xin and Song Ying finished tidying up the house, they brought over some supplies and planned to have dinner together. Wang Yi naturally did not refuse. Having someone help cook was obviously a good thing. It was just a pity that the meal was still a little plain, lacking some green vegetables. After dinner, the group chatted for a while. As the sky gradually darkened, the 2 sisters got up and said goodbye before heading back. Not long after, Dahua returned from hunting. Wang Yi glanced over it and, seeing no wounds on Dahua's body, immediately let out a breath of relief. Ever since he had seen those giant mutant beasts on Yuantong Mountain, he was no longer as confident in Dahua's strength. With Dahua's current strength, if it went up against that tiger on Yuantong Mountain, it would probably only be delivering itself as food. Not to mention that before, Dahua had already encountered a flying beast capable of seriously injuring it. As for how many terrifying mutant beasts were still hidden in Koan City, no one knew. Moreover, the mutants were constantly evolving as well. Who knew whether some powerful existence might evolve among them? He took the cowhide pouch off Dahua's neck and counted. There were a total of 110 crystal cores. Wang Yi cleaned the crystal cores and put them into the drawer. Then he looked at Dahua with a smile and said, "Dahua, I've got 2 good things for you. Want them?" Hearing that, Dahua raised its head and looked at him out of the corner of its eye. At once, Wang Yi was displeased. What kind of look is that? You think I lied to you or something? Do you want them or not? Meow. Dahua let out a hesitant cry, clearly not believing Wang Yi could bring out anything good. Wang Yi glared at it somewhat speechlessly, then directly took out 2 spirit peaches from his backpack and held them under its nose. Do you want them or not? Dahua gave them a sniff and instantly stood up. Its eyes kept swaying with Wang Yi's hand, and glistening saliva quickly began to gather in its mouth. Meow. Dahua cried out excitedly, then rubbed its big head against Wang Yi. Wang Yi was shoved straight onto the sofa. Seeing that Dahua was about to pounce over and lick him, Wang Yi hurriedly held the spirit peaches to its mouth. Here. Take them and get to the side already. Dahua did not hesitate and swallowed both spirit peaches in one bite. Then it trotted happily off to the side, lay down, and began absorbing the energy of the spirit peaches. Looking at Dahua as it was gradually shrouded in black mist, Wang Yi tucked the blanket around the little one again, then lay down on another sofa. In his mind, he could not help but think of Yuantong Mountain, of the faint energy contained in the air there, and of that spirit peach tree. Gradually, Wang Yi began to fall asleep. However, just as he drifted in that half-asleep state, a dazzling purple radiance suddenly covered heaven and earth. Wang Yi had just wanted to open his eyes wide and see what was happening when a sharp pain suddenly came from the center of his brow. And then he passed out on the spot. Under that purple radiance, all of heaven and earth fell completely silent. No one knew where that purple light had come from, and no one knew when it disappeared. And the survivors, mutants, and mutant beasts across the entire world all seemed to undergo some kind of change in their sleep. Viewed from outer space, the originally azure planet was now covered by a layer of purple light curtain. Countless purple patterns crawled across the curtain like worms. It gave that originally noble and mysterious purple color several more traces of eeriness. And the eeriest thing of all was the moon not far away. The lunar surface, originally covered in craters, was now blanketed by streak after streak of purple patterns. From afar, those purple patterns formed a gigantic and mysterious array diagram. Every so often, this array diagram would flash once, and every time it flashed, countless purple points of light would appear in the surrounding space, only to be completely absorbed by the array diagram. When the array diagram lit up again, the entire moon would bloom with purple radiance. That purple radiance did not scatter outward. Instead, it was restrained by an invisible force and ultimately shone straight on a blue star. At this moment, the moon was like a giant receiver, using the purple array diagram to draw in purple points of light from some unknown place. These points of light were stored inside the moon, and after being transformed by the array diagram, they turned into streak after streak of purple beams that shot toward blue star. No one knew who was controlling all this behind the scenes. Was it alien life, or some unknown existence from a higher dimension? At this moment, the entire blue star seemed to have been struck by a time-stop spell and had fallen into silence. Purple radiance filled every corner of blue star. Even some underground caves were penetrated by the light. And as time passed, every place on blue star touched by human activity seemed to go through accelerated time. Abandoned cars on the streets began to rust and decay. On the tall buildings lining both sides, the outer walls kept peeling away, while cracks spread all across the surfaces. Inside supermarkets, countless unsealed foods began to rot. Even the surfaces of some canned goods showed signs of rust. The greenery on both sides of the streets began to grow wildly, and the once flat roads were split apart by the madly expanding trees. Tuft after tuft of green weeds sprouted from those cracks, and in the blink of an eye, it looked as if the place had been abandoned for decades. And all of this was due to the changes in the environment. The dormant mutants, mutated beasts, and survivors are naturally not spared by the purple light either. In the corners of the streets, countless mutants and mutated beasts were wrapped in a faint purple membrane of light. Specks of purple light continuously sank into their bodies. On the mutants' originally bluish-gray skin, patches of pale purple scales began to appear, and their claws became even sharper. Some mutants not only became covered in scale armor all over, but some also grew long horns, some gained an extra eye, and some grew a sharp tailbone. As for the vast majority of mutated beasts, their bodies also began to grow larger at this moment. They had already become much bigger after evolving, but now they had nearly doubled again. The remaining portion, although their size did not increase, underwent changes in appearance. If they had previously only been enlarged versions of ordinary animals, then now these mutated beasts seemed to possess a trace of the mystical. Some of them even showed certain traits of legendary divine beasts. Compared to the obvious changes in mutants and mutated beasts, the changes in survivors were far less noticeable. The survivors wrapped in the purple membrane of light showed no changes in appearance, as if they were simply fast asleep. But with each breath they took, specks of purple light emerged from the membrane and finally sank into the center of their brows. A mysterious rune faintly appeared at the center of every person's brow, except some runes were complete, while others were relatively incomplete. If someone were to compare them, they would find that those with complete runes were basically the survivors who often took part in battle. As for those survivors hiding at home and barely clinging to life, the runes at the center of their brows were basically incomplete. Some had no rune manifestation at all. Perhaps from this moment on, a clear gap would appear between the two sides. Time passed amid these silent, unseen changes. The purple radiance gradually faded, and Blue Star returned to its former azure color. Only, the originally pure white and chilly moon had now turned a mysterious purple. Sheening residential complex, Koen City. Wang Yi slowly woke from his slumber. The moment he opened his eyes, two streaks of golden light flashed past. At the center of his brow, a purple rune flickered a few times before slowly fading away. Rubbing the center of his brow, Wang Yi took in the scene in the living room, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He hurriedly got up and walked toward little Lingxi. When he got close, Wang Yi looked at her tender little face and listened to her long, steady breathing. The heavy stone in his heart instantly dropped. Then he shifted his gaze to Dahua in the corner. Dahua had already changed in appearance. Its size had not changed much, but its fur had gone from the previous gray-black to purple-black, with a faint dark gleam flashing through it. What caught Wang Yi's attention was that at the center of Dahua's brow, a yellow light was faintly leaking out. Wang Yi looked closely and discovered that a slit had appeared in the originally smooth fur there. That yellow light was radiating out from that slit. Meow. At that moment, Dahua woke from its sleep. Still dazed, the slit on its forehead opened along with it. The next second, a beam of yellow light shot out from the slit and landed directly on the bedroom door not far away. There was no sound at all. The yellow light vanished silently. But Wang Yi's eyes were fixed on that bedroom door. He saw that the somewhat rotten door panel was gradually being covered by a layer of grayish white. A few breaths later, the door panel could no longer hold up and shattered directly. The parts covered in grayish white fell to the floor as well, finally breaking into several pieces. And those broken pieces of the door had clearly been petrified. Dahua was also drawn by the sound and looked over. After glancing at the fragments on the floor, it turned its head, preparing to look at Wang Yi. Stop, don't move. Wang Yi quickly raised a hand to stop Dahua's movement. Dahua looked at Wang Yi in confusion, but still stopped moving. Wang Yi's gaze fell on Dahua's forehead, where a vertical eye had appeared. Unlike Dahua's green pair of eyes, this eye was earthy yellow and relatively smaller. Close your third eye. Wang Yi pointed at the vertical eye and spoke to Dahua. Dahua was stunned for a moment when it heard that, then seemed to sense something and closed both of its eyes. But the vertical eye on its forehead was still open, its amber eyeball even turning slightly. A moment later, Dahua seemed to have grasped its new ability. The vertical eye began to close, finally leaving only a thin slit on its forehead. If someone did not part the fur and look carefully, it would be impossible to notice it. Meow. Dahua opened its eyes and looked at Wang Yi with some pride. Wang Yi was instantly speechless. Dahua was still the same old Dahua. The commotion just now also woke little Lingxi. She sat up drowsily, both of her little hands constantly rubbing her eyes. At the center of her brow, a rune emitting a silver-gray glow was slowly fading away. Gidge. After little Lingxi saw Wang Yi clearly, she stretched out both hands, asking for a hug. Wang Yi quickly walked over and picked the little one up. Lingxi, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Dahua also brought its big head over and licked the little one's face with its pink tongue. Hee hee hee. The little one laughed from Dahua's licking. While pushing Dahua's face with her little hands, she said in a soft childish voice, Cici, doesn't he feel uncomfortable, seeing how spirited she was? Wang Yi finally felt at ease. Only then did he begin looking around. Wang Yi raised his hand, just about to check the time, but the next second the watch strap snapped directly, and the watch face fell to the floor. Wang Yi frowned, put little Lingxi down, then picked up the watch that had already stopped ticking and looked at the strap again. The nylon-woven strap had become as rotten as if it had been buried in the dirt for decades. With a light rub of his fingers, it broke apart directly. Then he looked around. The originally new-looking interior decoration was already covered in mold spots, and there were even extra cracks running across the walls. As for the sofa they had slept on just now, aside from the places where he and little Lingxi had lain, the rest was already close to rotting away. In some places, the rusty springs underneath were even exposed. On the coffee table, the snacks that had originally been placed there had also gone bad. The only thing unaffected was that little cherry tomato plant. Not only was it unaffected, it had even bloomed with more than a dozen pale yellow little flowers. Then he looked at the supplies they had collected before. Staple foods like rice and flour had basically completely rotted away. Even the bottled water was already full of algae. Wang Yi stepped across the floor covered in cracks and walked toward the balcony. The purple light he had seen before falling asleep had already disappeared. The sky was azure blue, without a single white cloud, and the dazzling sunlight shone across the land. But by now, Wang Yi's attention had already been captured by the scene outside the balcony. The residential plaza that had originally been there was gone. replaced by towering trees dozens of meters high. Under the giant trees, aside from the occasional exposed patch of concrete, nearly everything else was covered by all kinds of weeds and shrubs. If he had not been on the 5th floor and still barely able to make out the residential complex's layout, he would have thought he had crossed into some primeval forest. At that moment, Wang Yi's gaze was drawn to a scene in the distance. That Yuantong mountain? Wang Yi stared fixedly in that direction. In the direction he was looking, a colossal tree that reached into the sky stood there quietly. Even from far away, its sheer size was obvious, and, judging by that direction together with the shape of that tree, Wang Yi could be sure that was the former Yuantong Mountain Zoo. And that giant tree was the old banyan tree on the mountaintop. Crash! Rumble! Not far away, an office building collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. The sound pulled Wang Yi's attention back. He looked at the collapsed office building, then at the 6-story small building under his feet that looked ready to fall at any moment. With a thought, his divine sense shot out instantly. In just a moment, he inspected the entire building. He found the problem was worse than he had imagined. Not only were the walls cracked, even the load-bearing pillars had developed fractures. The foundation was especially bad. It had already started sinking. If not for the roots of the surrounding trees propping up the gaps, it probably would have collapsed already. And that sound of collapse just now seemed like some kind of signal. Buildings around them began collapsing one after another. Along with them came bursts of roars. Faintly, Wang Yi could also hear the screams of survivors. Wang Yi's divine sense kept spreading outward, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, and finally to a distance of around 2,800 meters. It actually increased this much. Wang Yi was a little surprised. Before he fell asleep, his divine sense could at most probe around 1,200 meters. Now it had directly more than doubled, suppressing the joy of his strengthened divine sense. Wang Yi swept the area within a radius of over 2,000 meters. Very quickly, his brows knit deeply together. He discovered that those mutants seemed to have all undergone another round of evolution. Judging from the scales on their bodies and the speed they ran at, their strength was probably more than twice what it had been before he fell asleep. Wang Yi even sensed energy fluctuations from one mutant. The fluctuation was somewhat similar to the kind produced when survivors used abilities. That meant this mutant not only had powerful physical attack abilities, but also possessed a special ability. Besides that, Wang Yi also found a mutated rat beast in a basement. But this mutated beast not only had a layer of scales growing beneath its fur, it also had a white horn on its head. It actually carried a faint trace of something mystical. As he slowly withdrew his divine sense, the calm in Wang Yi's eyes was gone, replaced by incomparable gravity. If this were the apocalypse from before he went to sleep, then for Wang Yi, life would only have been less convenient. Other than that, it basically would not have affected him much. But now it was different. Just now, he had already used his divine sense to inspect the nearby supermarkets and stores. Of the supplies inside, aside from some canned food and alcohol, almost everything else, including vacuum-packed goods, had mostly gone bad. In other words, supplies would be more scarce than ever from now on. On top of that, with the mutant strength increased, the difficulty of gathering supplies would also rise sharply. Sigh, this was the real apocalypse. Wang Yi let out a sigh and turned back to the living room. Looking at the little one playing on Dahua's back, a smile appeared on Wang Yi's face. He did not disturb the girl and the cat. Instead, he began checking himself again. First was his height. There was basically no change there, judging from the degree of decay around them. This was clearly the result of the passage of time. But neither his height nor the little one's height had changed. That meant either dozens of years had truly passed outside, while they themselves had not been eroded by time, or not much time had actually passed outside, and all these changes were effects brought by the purple light. Wang Yi leaned more toward the latter, because aside from a few more cracks, there was basically not much dust on the living room floor. He sent his divine sense into the depths between his brows. In a pitch-black, unknown space, a crystal emitting a faint purple glow quietly floated at the center. Inside the crystal, a purple rune drifted about, releasing a mysterious aura. This was the core of Wang Yi's divine sense power. Before, his divine sense had only been a faint purple ball of light, with no actual substance. Now all of his divine sense power had condensed into a crystal, like rootless duckweed finally finding a home. And the originally pitch-black space now had a trace of light because of this crystal. Wang Yi named this space his Sea of Consciousness. He did not know whether this Sea of Consciousness was the legendary Taoist Sea of Consciousness, but that did not stop him from calling it that. After withdrawing from the Sea of Consciousness, Wang Yi's divine sense entered his eyes again. Compared to before, the golden patterns in his sockets and pupils were denser than before, and the aura they gave off was heavier as well. Then he looked at the golden flames deep within his pupils. At this moment, the golden flames had grown a full circle larger than before. Both the pale golden flame layer and the gold-red flame layer were more than twice as large as before. The gold-red flame layer in particular had almost reached double. The jumping flames made them look even more like a fire lotus, appearing incomparably mystical, as he slowly withdrew his divine sense. The gravity in Wang Yi's eyes faded somewhat. The reason he had been worried before was because the mutated beast's strength had risen dramatically, with divine sense power alone. And with the few flying knives and steel needles in his hand that had most likely already rusted, they were probably no longer enough for self-defense. Now his second ability had clearly improved. Even though he still had not truly fought a mutant yet, he believed his gold-red beam could break through their defenses. Still, calling it a golden beam was no longer quite appropriate. He needed to give this ability a new name. Laser eyes? Wang Yi shook his head. His eyes were not the same as Homelander's heavenly eye. That would not work either. A heavenly eye clearly grew on the forehead. Wang Yi kept thinking about what kind of name to give it. Very soon, a name appeared in his mind. Although the ability itself did not completely match, in terms of literal meaning, it fit perfectly with his eyes. It was the great sage Sun Wukong's fiery eyes and golden pupils. Never mind what functions the great sage's fiery eyes and golden pupils actually had. Just those 4 words alone. Didn't Wang Yi have them? Fiery eyes. There was a fire lotus in each of Wang Yi's eyes. Golden pupils. Every time he used his ability, Wang Yi's eyes turned golden. The reasoning was solid. Wang Yi only hesitated for a moment before settling on the name. From now on, this ability of his will be called Fiery Eyes and Golden Pupils. Just then, someone knocked on the door. With a movement of Wang Yi's divine sense, the door opened. The next second, Song Ying charged straight in. Ignoring the cracks in the floor, she immediately fixed her gaze on little Lingxi. She had just been about to go over and hold little Lingxi, but the moment she saw Dahua, she stopped in her tracks, looking like she wanted to go over, but did not dare. Wang Yi shook his head speechlessly. Can't you be a little gentler? Didn't you see the floor already has cracks? Hearing that, Song Ying stuck out her tongue, then carefully edged over to Wang Yi's side, though her eyes remained fixed on Dahua. At this time, Song Xin also walked in. She first glared at her younger sister, then looked at Wang Yi and said, Xiaoya, are you all okay? Wang Yi nodded. We're fine. It's just that the days ahead won't be easy. Song Xin nodded. She had already checked the supplies at home just now. Aside from a few cans, basically everything else had already decayed. This is Dahua. Song Xin's gaze landed on Dahua, a little surprised. Wang Yi nodded. It was like this when it woke up. It should evolve again. Hearing its name, Dahua turned its head over and looked at the two of them with some confusion. Song Xin raised a hand and greeted it, Dahua. Meow. Dahua let out a soft cry in response. That interaction instantly piqued Song Ying's interest. She came to Wang Yi's side, bent down, and held his shoulder, her eyes full of anticipation. Little bro, can I pet Dahua? After saying that, she turned a glance at Dahua again. Wang Yi reached up and slapped her hand off his shoulder. If you want to pet her, then go pet her. Dahua remembers you. Hearing that, Song Ying cheered and was just about to jump. Seeing this, Wang Yi moved his divine sense and instantly pressed her firmly to the ground. Can't you stay still for once? Song Xin was startled too. She walked over at once, grabbed Song Ying by the ear, and smacked her a few times on the butt. At the sight of this, little Lingxi immediately burst into giggles. Song Ying's little face turned red from the spanking. Ow, sis, I know I was wrong. After saying that, she broke free from Song Xin's fingers and tiptoed toward little Lingxi. Song Xin shook her head helplessly. Can you use your abilities now? Wang Yi looked at Song Xin and asked. Hearing that, a smile appeared on Song Xin's face. Yes, not only can we use them now, but they're also much stronger than before. Our control over them has become a lot more flexible too. Wang Yi nodded, looked at the place where the supplies had been stacked, and continued, we can't stay here anymore. We had to find a new place. Song Xin nodded in agreement. Right now, they didn't even have a change of clothes left. If not for the set they were wearing not being affected by the purple light, they probably would be ended up naked by now. What are you planning to do next? Song Xin asked. Wang Yi shook his head. Other than having gone to Yuantong Mountain before, I don't know anything about the other places at all. Do you have any good suggestions? Song Xin fell into thought. Wang Yi didn't disturb her. His gaze shifted to the backpack on the sofa. The backpack had already decayed, and the flying knives and steel needles inside were now exposed. What surprised Wang Yi was that the last spirit peach left from before had actually not been affected at all. It looked exactly the same as before. That also proved from another angle that Wang Yi's earlier guess had been right. They had not been asleep for very long. He picked up the spirit peach and sent his divine sense into it. Wang Yi discovered that the silvery white particles inside had nearly doubled compared to before. One peach was now equal to 2 of the previous ones. Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction and put the spirit peach into his pocket. Then he turned his attention to the flying knives. With just one glance, Wang Yi shook his head. These flying knives had originally been made by Wang Yi from a few steel strips he had ground down himself. Their original thickness had only been a few millimeters to begin with. Now they had long been eaten away by rust, and with just a light bend, they snapped into 2 pieces. Throwing the flying knives aside, Wang Yi picked up the two steel needles. Compared to the flying knives, the two steel needles were in much better condition. They had originally been ground out from rebar. Whether in strength or corrosion resistance, they were both better than steel strips. Although they were now covered in rust, their overall weight had not changed much. As long as he polished off the rust on the surface, they could still be used for a while longer. However, Wang had already made up his mind. Later, he had to find suitable materials and forge a few new flying knives and steel needles. Holding the steel needles, he went to the kitchen, where there had previously been a whetstone. With a thought, a clump of water covered with moss splashed onto the whetstone. Wang Yi controlled the two steel needles and began polishing them, one after the other. As he polished them, he looked at the long quan sword hanging on the wall. By now, the hilt of the long quan sword on the wall had already begun to rot, and the scabbard was covered in cracks as well. With a movement of divine sense, the long quan sword let out a harsh scraping sound and slowly slid out of the scabbard. The next second, the rope it was hanging from snapped, and the scabbard fell straight to the floor with a crisp smack. Looking at the long quan sword floating before him, a trace of regret flashed through Wang Yi's eyes. Although the blade itself was still intact, it was already covered in a thick layer of rust. Even if he polished it back out, it would only be a useless ornament. Setting down the rusted sword, Wang Yi began focusing on polishing the steel needles. Meanwhile, Song Xin kept thinking about where they should go next. But no matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't come up with anywhere suitable to use as a new foothold. After all, before the apocalypse, she had only been an ordinary college student. She knew nothing clearly about bomb shelters or basements. As for Song Ying, this little troublemaker was currently hugging little Lingxi and leaning against Dahua with her eyes comfortably narrowed. She didn't care about the plan ahead at all. As for little Lingxi, having someone to play with naturally made her even happier. So of course she had no worries in her heart. For a time, the only sound left in the room was Wang Yi polishing the steel needles. Before long, the grinding sound gradually came to a stop. Wang Yi looked at the two steel needles in his hand, now gleaming once more, and a trace of helplessness flashed through his eyes. After this purple light incident, the toughness of these steel needles had been greatly affected. If they ran into a mutant or mutated beast with terrifying defense later on, these steel needles would probably snap on impact. Carrying the steel needles back into the living room, Wang Yi found that Song Ying and little Lingxi had already fallen asleep, leaning against Dahua. When Song Xin saw Wang Yi walk over, she gently shook her head. Xiao Yi, I still can't think of any suitable place. Judging from the current situation, the other buildings probably aren't in much better shape either. Wang Yi was disappointed when he heard that. After all, Song Xin couldn't possibly know every place in Kuan City. The most urgent matter right now was to find a relatively sturdy place. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yi said, no matter what, we have to leave here first. Just as his words fell, a rumble came from not far away. Then the floor beneath their feet and the walls around them started trembling slightly. With a sweep of his divine sense, Wang Yi immediately knew what had happened outside. Building 2 in the residential complex has collapsed. Let's go. Pack up anything still usable and leave the apartment building as soon as possible. Wang Yi said to Song Xin. Song Xin not dead? Then her gaze fell on Song Ying, who was sleeping soundly. She walked over and smacked Song Ying twice on the butt. What is it? Song Ying jolted and jumped up. After seeing clearly that it was her sister, she said with some dissatisfaction, Sis, why are you hitting me? Song Xin had no intention of explaining at all. Come on, go back and pack up. We need to leave. After saying that, she headed outside. Song Ying looked at Song Xin's back, then leaned over and kissed little Lingxi on the cheek before hurrying after her. Watching the whirlwind that was Song Ying, Wang Yi could only shake his head speechlessly. He looked around at what was still usable in the house. There were only 7 or 8 cans left, and they were all luncheon meat. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he paused. When they had tested little Lingxi's ability before, it seemed they had stored some supplies in her space. Joy rose in Wang Yi's heart, and he quickly walked over and picked the little girl up from Dahua's back. Lingxi, wake up. Wang Yi gently patted the little girl on the back. Little Lingxi sleepily opened her eyes, then gave Wang Yi a sweet smile. Big brother. Wang Yi scraped her little nose and said softly, Lingxi, do you still have some things in your space? Little Lingxi tilted her head and thought for a moment, then nodded. A lot. Wang Yi instantly let out a sigh of relief when he heard that. He had remembered correctly. At the time, because he thought it took up too much space, he had not had the little girl take out all the supplies she had stored inside. Lingxi, take the stuff out. Let your brother see what's in there, Wang Yi said, pointing at the ground. Little Lingxi obediently nodded when she heard that. She looked at the floor and waved her tiny hand. Instantly, a pile of things appeared on the ground. Wang Yi swept them with his divine sense and immediately knew what was there. There were 6 bags of rice, all in 5-kilogram packs. There was 1 barrel of bottled water. Since it had never been opened, he had the little girl take it out. As for the many others that had already been opened, he didn't. There were 20 bundles of noodles, since Lingxi was still little and mainly ate rice porridge. And he only changed things up once in a while, he and T taken all of them out. There were more than 40 packets of various seasonings, all collected while scavenging buildings. There were 2 sets of Lingxi's clothes. Wang had told her to put those away herself. There were 4 or 5 quilts and blankets, and more than 10 bedsheets, all brand new. Wang had planned to use those as replacements. Once they got dirty, there was no way he was actually going to wash them himself. What delighted Wang Yi was that there was actually a baby carrier in there. Anyone who had ever carried a child knew how exhausting that was. Even with Wang Yi's enhanced body, he still couldn't keep it up for long. With a baby carrier, he could carry the little girl on his back while traveling. The rest was all rapeseed oil, all brand new, 7 barrels in total. There were also 2 kitchen knives. Wang Yi had already forgotten when he had picked them up. Looking at the things on the ground, Wang Yi felt no joy, only endless regret. Back then, he had already been planning to take the little girl to Yuantang Mountain once. But man proposes, heaven disposes. Before he could act, the purple light had appeared. Thinking about it now, if he had taken the little girl back there, right, after returning, and swept clean all the bottled water in supermarkets in that area, why would he need to worry about supplies now? At that thought, Wang Yi felt as if a knife were twisting in his heart. He secretly swore to himself that from now on, he absolutely could not delay when doing things. Once he made a decision, he had to act on it. This kind of situation could not happen again. Other than these supplies, what comforted Wang Yi was that, because he had been afraid something unexpected might happen before, he had told the little girl to put away his parents' phones and power banks. There was no signal, but the photos inside were what mattered most. He picked up the baby carrier and then said to the little girl, "Lingxi, put all of this away." As he spoke, he also brought over the 2 clay pots from the kitchen. Compared to the other cookware, these clay pots had barely been affected and looked almost brand new. Sure enough, in the end, it was still these crafts passed down from ancient times that were reliable. Little Lingxi obediently walked over and put everything on the ground away. After that, Wang Yi used the baby carrier to strap the little girl to his back. With his height, carrying the little girl like that didn't exactly affect his walking, but he still looked a little bulky. Then he said to Dahua, let us go. But after only taking 2 steps, Wang Yi suddenly slapped his forehead, turned around, and went back to the coffee table. Almost forgot about you. He opened the already decayed drawer, took out all the crystal cores inside, kept 30 of them, and had the little girl store the rest in her space. He buried the 30 crystal cores at the roots of the little tomato tree. Looking at the tomato tree that had already bloomed, a trace of anticipation flashed through Wang Yi's eyes. Then he had the little girl put it away. As for whether her space could store living things, Wang Yi felt that this wasn't some novel-esque storage ring with all kinds of random restrictions. This was the little girl's ability. Since she could store objects, she can naturally store air as well. As long as it wasn't kept there for too long, it wouldn't affect the little tomato tree at all. Wang Yi looked around the house one more time. After confirming that nothing had been left behind, he walked out the door. Outside, Dahua was already waiting there. At that moment, the sisters Song Xian and Song Ying also came out. Song Ying had her head lowered, looking listless. Song Xian seemed calm on the surface, but the pained look that flashed through her eyes still slipped out unintentionally. A puzzled look appeared on Wang Yi's face. What's wrong? Song Ying looked up at him, but said nothing. Song Xian gave a bitter smile and pointed at the room. After cleaning up for half the day, we only found a little more than 10 cans. Everything else had rotted away. Hearing that, Wang Yi walked in. Sure enough, from the huge pile of supplies from when they had moved here before, only a little more than 10 cans were left, sitting there on the floor all by themselves. Wang Yi shook his head, then stepped forward and had the little girl store them all away. After doing all that, Wang Yi looked at Song Ying. "I want to ask you for a favor." Song Ying froze for a moment and looked at Wang Yi in confusion. Song Xian beside her also looked puzzled. Wang Yi said nothing and turned to walk outside. Song Xian and Song Ying quickly followed him. With the little girl on his back, Wang Yi came to apartment 501. Looking at the dust-covered door, a trace of sorrow flashed through his eyes. With a movement of his divine sense, the door slowly opened. Behind him, the moment Song Xian saw this, she instantly understood what Wang Yi was going to do. A complicated look flashed through her eyes as she looked at Wang Yi's back. This child, not even 3 years old, showed a maturity that often made her forget the age gap between them. She gently tugged at Song Ying beside her, then silently followed him inside. Inside the room, traces of the fight from back then still remained. Wang Yi walked straight to the bedroom door. On the ground in front of it sat a flower pot covered in dust. Inside the flower pot was still the incense ash that had fallen there last time. With a movement of his divine sense, 3 sticks of incense flew over from the cabinet not far away. Looking at the incense sticks, which had already started to decay, Wang Yi turned his gaze to Song Ying. Seeing that, Song Ying extended her fair little hand. A small flame flickered on her fingertip. Wang Yi lit the incense and slowly placed it in the flower pot. Then he untied Xiao Lingxi, took her little hand, and knelt down. Xiao Lingxi didn't know what her brother was about to do, but she knelt down with him all the same. Her tiny figure made people's hearts ache. Lingxi, inside are brother S dad and mom, and your mom too. Kneel and kowed out to them with brother, Wang Yi softly said to Xiao Lingxi. When Xiao Lingxi heard that, she looked at the bedroom door, and her eyes gradually grew wet. She already knew many characters. When she looked at picture books, she often saw descriptions of mothers too. Now that she heard her brother say that her mother was behind that door, the clever little girl already understood what that meant. Brother. Tears filled Xiao Lingxi's eyes as she looked at Wang Yi. Her little hand clutched his clothes so tightly that it turned a little pale. Wang Yi reached out and wiped the tears from her face, comforting her. Lingxi, don't cry. Mom is watching you. She definitely wants to see you looking happy. Behind them, the sisters Song Xin and Song Ying both started to redden around the eyes as they watched this scene. Holding Song Xin's hand, Song Ying softly said, Sis, I miss Dad and Mom. With reddened eyes, Song Xin squeezed her little sister's hand. She said nothing, but a tear still slid from the corner of her eye. Hearing Wang Yi's words, Xiao Lingxi's eyes brimmed with tears. Her little body trembled, but she still showed 8 pearly white teeth, trying to put on a happy smile. But the smile that used to come so easily just wouldn't appear now. Wang Yi felt a wave of pain in his heart at the sight. He quickly squeezed her little hand. Lingxi cowed out at Dad and Mom with brother. As he spoke, he bent down and knocked his head seriously once. Seeing that, Xiao Lingxi followed along and did the same. After that, the two of them kowtowed 2 more times in a row, each one done with utmost sincerity. After doing all that, Wang Yi faced the bedroom door and said, Dad, Mom, I'll come to see you. And Aunt Yi, Lingxi came to see you too. After today, we'll be leaving this place. Xiaoya wants to take you with us. I had no choice but to disturb your rest. Please forgive Xiaoya for being unfilial. After speaking, he respectfully kowtowed once more. Then he stood up and pulled the little one to her feet. With a thought, the bedroom door slowly opened. Wang Yi glanced into the bedroom. Beneath the somewhat rotten quilt on the bed, 3 outlines could be seen. He turned around and used his divine sense to clear away the clutter on the living room floor. Taking a deep breath, the 3 remains in the bedroom, along with the quilt, slowly floated up, then landed on the living room floor. He turned to look at Song Ying. Sorry to trouble you. Song Ying nodded, then stepped forward and raised her right hand. The next second, an orange-red fireball slowly appeared. With a light wave of her hand, the fireball fell onto the remains. Boom! Flames quickly engulfed the remains, and the 4 of them quietly watched it all. Time slowly passed. The fire gradually weakened and finally went out completely. Only 3 piles of ashes remained on the floor. In silence, Wang Yi placed the ashes into 3 ceramic jars one by one. Then he cut 3 pieces of cloth from a new bedsheet and wrapped the jars up. After that, he handed them to Lingxi. Lingxi put them away. Lingxi sniffled, rubbed her eyes with her little hands, and waved her hand, storing the 3 ceramic jars into her space. Let us go. Wang Yi carried the little one onto his back again and took the lead walking out. Song Xin and Song Ying silently followed behind. After coming outside, Wang Yi patted Dahua. Dahua, let us go. Meow. Dahua let out a soft cry and took the lead heading downward. Walking down the stairs, looking at the cracks underfoot growing larger and larger, every step they took was careful. Fortunately, there was danger but no mishap the whole way, and they safely left the small building. The moment they stepped out, it felt as though they had entered a primeval forest. As far as the eye could see, there were weeds and bushes over 2 meters tall everywhere. The sunlight was almost entirely blocked by the canopy overhead, with only scattered patches of light filtering through. Dahua was the first to enter the grass. Seeing this, Wang Yi followed with Lingxi on his back. But after only 2 steps, Wang Yi stopped. What's wrong? Song Xin, following behind, quickly asked. Wang Yi shook his head and said somewhat uncomfortably, too short. It feels a bit oppressive. As he spoke, he called out to Dahua. Ahead, Dahua. Dahua turned his head and looked at Wang Yi in confusion. Wang Yi took Lingxi off his back, then said to Dahua, Lingxi can't see what's ahead. You carry her. Dahua looked at Lingxi, hesitated for a moment, but still turned around and returned to Wang Yi's side. A trace of triumph flashed through Wang Yi's eyes, and then he placed the little one onto Dahua's back. However, with Dahua's eyes, the little one simply couldn't sit steady. So the moment Dahua moved, she slid right off. After several tries, Wang Yi looked at Dahua and said, Lingxi can't sit steadily. How about I get on and hold her? Meow. Dahua directly shook its head in refusal. Wang Yi wasn't too angry. Pointing at Lingxi, he said, Then what do you suggest? This is Lingxi's first time traveling far from home. Are you really going to make her stare at these weeds the whole time? At that moment, Lingxi, sitting on Dahua's back, spoke up. Gidge hug. Hearing that, the corners of Wang Yi's mouth curled slightly. Well, what do you say? Dahua looked at Lingxi, then at Wang Yi. In the end, it could only agree helplessly. Meow. Wang Yi didn't hesitate in the slightest. He jumped right up and pulled Lingxi into his arms. Then he patted Dahua's back. All right, we can set off now. Dahua got up and slowly walked forward. Seeing this, Song Xin and Song Ying behind them could only keep following on foot. Song Ying looked at Wang Yi and Ling Si on Dahua's back, her eyes full of envy. But all she could do was envy them. Even Wang Yi had only gotten up there because of Ling Si. For her, it was even more impossible. Seeing the longing in her sister's eyes, Song Xin said helplessly, "All right, once you get more familiar with each other later, there'll be a chance." Hearing that, determination appeared in Song Ying's eyes. In the future, I'll definitely be able to ride Dahua too. After saying that, she quickened her pace and chased after Dahua. After riding on Dahua, the field of view really was much better. Although the original concrete road was already overgrown with weeds and bushes. Those weeds and bushes had all grown out from the cracks in the concrete. So as long as they followed the road, the obstruction wasn't too great. Gidge, that has flowers. It was Ling Si's first time going far from home, and her little head kept turning. Everything she saw felt new and fascinating. Wang Yi pulled up the hood of his black hoodie, then reached out and helped the little one put hers on too. So the surrounding grass, leaves, wood, and scratched their skin. The two of them wore matching clothes and pants. On top were black hooded sweatshirts, and below were matching black pants, with a pair of black sneakers on their feet. Together with Dahua's dark purple-black fur, they looked a bit more mysterious. Through the large trees on both sides, Wang Yi's gaze kept sweeping over the surroundings. Every few minutes, he used his divine sense to probe the area once. Through observation, after the purple light incident, almost all man-made structures have been greatly affected. That purple light seemed to be deliberately increasing the difficulty of survival for the survivors, forcing them out of their shelters. Because although both were steel, the rebar inside buildings should logically have been more corrosion-resistant, yet compared to the cars on the street, the opposite was true. The cars on the road, although they looked rust-covered, had basically not suffered too much loss in overall strength. Wang Yi specifically used his divine sense to inspect the engines of those cars and found that only the outer surfaces of the cylinder blocks had suffered some rust. The insides of the cylinders were basically unaffected. For another example, food. Even though both used vacuum packaging, they were treated differently. Things like canned food were still basically edible. But those lightweight foods packed in vacuum seal bags had spoiled. Then there were clothes. Garments made from other materials had nearly all rotted away. But pure cotton clothes had only become somewhat old and worn. Likewise, with glass bottles, if what was inside was baijiu or beer, they were almost unaffected. But if what was inside was mineral water, then all of it had gone bad. Every sign pointed to one thing, forcing the survivors to go out, fight mutated bodies and mutated beasts, and obtain supplies that way. Wang Yi told the Song sisters about what he had discovered. Hearing this, Song Xn's delicate brows furrowed slightly. You mean there is some unknown existence behind that purple light controlling it? Wang Yi shook his head. I don't know either. But all of this is just too strange. Hearing that, Song Xin raised her head and looked through the branches at the azure sky. Her expression slowly became firm. No matter what, as long as we survive, one day everything behind this will come to light. Wang Yi nodded, then asked, after waking up this time, did your perception improve at all? Song Xin asked in confusion. Perception? Seeing this, Wang Yi took out 2 spare crystal cores from his pocket. Then he used his divine sense to send the crystal cores in front of the two of them. Try it. See if you can sense the energy inside. Song Xin and Song Ying took the crystal cores and asked hesitantly, how do we sense it? Wang Yi patted Dahua, signaling it to stop, then turned to the two of them and said, place the crystal core against the center of your forehead and focus your mind to sense it. Song Xin and Song Ying exchanged a glance, then did as Wang Yi said and placed the crystal cores against the center of their foreheads. However, before they could focus their minds, 2 runes appeared between their brows. Then a cool aura flowed out from the crystal core and was absorbed by the runes into their foreheads. Song Xin said in surprise, I sensed a cool aura. As she spoke, she looked at her younger sister, Song Ying. At this time, Song Ying also opened her eyes. I sense it too. Both of them looked at Wang Yi in delight. They knew what this meant. Wang Yi nodded about what I expected. Shang Xin Hestita. You mean, this is also the work of that unknown existence? A bitter smile appeared on Wang Yi's little face. Isn't it obvious? If we want to grow stronger, we have to absorb crystal cores. That also means we have to actively hunt those mutants and mutated beasts. Song Xin and Song Ying exchanged a glance and fell silent. After a long while, Wang Yi waved his hand. Forget it. This isn't something we can worry about. As he spoke, he looked up at the sky. It's getting late. We should find a place to stay first. After saying that, he signaled for Dahua to keep moving. Song Xin thought for a moment and said, since buildings aren't safe to stay in, how about we find a bus and use it as a shelter? Wang Yi's eyes lit up when he heard that. It really was a very good choice. They would only need to remove the seats, and it would become a perfect shelter from wind and rain. Do you know where there is a bus nearby? Wang Yi asked. Song Ying excitedly raised her hand. I know. Wang Yi quickly asked where. Song Ying looked at the road underfoot, thought for a moment, then pointed ahead. Turn right up ahead, and that's South Bayan Road, leading to the second ring. There's a gas station not far from us by the second ring. Before the apocalypse, buses often stopped there to rest. My dad used to take me jogging by the second ring. Every time we passed by, I could see them. By the end, Song Ying's excited mood quickly dimmed. She had clearly thought of her father. Seeing this, Song Xin pulled her into her arms with a pained expression. Wang Yi saw this scene and did not urge her. Big brother, what is wrong with big sister? Little Lingxi asked curiously as she looked at the downcast Song Ying from Wang Yi's arms. Wang Yi rubbed her head. Big sister misses her dad and mom. When little Lingxi heard that, she tilted her little head and a pacifier suddenly appeared in her hand. Then she looked at Song Ying and said in a babyish voice, Big sister, don't cry. This is for you. Wang Yi looked at the pacifier in the little girl's hand, then at Song Ying, and for a moment, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Song Ying was also stunned by the little girl's move, but the next second, she burst out laughing. Song Xin was amused by the scene as well. Seeing Song Ying laugh, the little girl thought Song Ying liked her pacifier, so she smiled too. Big sister here. Cece has already grown up and doesn't cry anymore. As she spoke, she even pushed her hand forward a little. Wang Yi smiled and patted the little girl's head. All right, put it away. Big sister doesn't need this. He truly had not expected this little girl to store the pacifier in her space. Before this, he had thought it had rotted away under the purple light. The atmosphere turned cheerful again, and the group set out once more. However, the moment they stepped onto Bayan Road, Wang Yi's brows furrowed. Dehua also stopped and looked toward the front right, a trace of vigilance appearing in its eyes. Wang Yi sent his divine sense in that direction, and his expression changed the next second. Seeing this, Song Xin quickly asked, Xiaoya, what is wrong? Wang Yi said gravely, a group of mutated rats is coming this way from over there. Song Xin cried out, a group? Wang Yi nodded. At least 100. Song Xin's face changed. Can we avoid them? Wang Yi shook his head. Too late. After saying that, he quickly jumped down from Dehua's back with little Lingxi in his arms and fastened her onto his back again with the carrier. Song Xin and Song Ying exchanged a glance, and their expressions also turned grave. Meow. Dehua let out a cry toward the distant woods. The intelligence in its eyes gradually faded, replaced by a dense, vicious aura. Black mist slowly began to rise from its purple-black fur. Then it slowly walked into the shadows at the side and gradually vanished from sight. Song Ying looked in the direction where Dehua disappeared. Dehua is... Wang Yi glanced over and waved his hand. That is Dehua's ability. For mutated rats that move in groups like this, there has to be a rat king among them. Dehua has to find it. Song Ying nodded, the ponytail behind her head swaying slightly, while the flame rune between her brows flickered faintly. Song Xin looked at little Lingxi on Wang Yi's back and said worriedly, Xiaoya, you're still young. It's inconvenient carrying little Lingxi. Let me carry her instead. Wang Yi shook his head. A steel needle slowly rose and began circling beside him. Seeing thee, you know my strength. As long as I'm here, little Lingxi won't suffer any harm. Wang Yi stared coldly in the direction of the mutated rat swarm, and a faint golden light appeared in the depths of his pupils. Hearing this, Song Xin thought of Wang Yi's ability and gave up trying to persuade him. Wang Yi was right. Little Lingxi was safest on him. The three of them did not look for cover or climb trees to hide, because the buildings on both sides were now as fragile as tofu dregs and would shatter at a touch. As for the surrounding trees, they looked tall, but they were all ordinary trees and had no resistance at all against the claws of mutated beasts. At this time, the chaotic noise coming from the woods up ahead could already be heard clearly. Mixed in with it were noisy squeaks. Wang Yi stood in front with little Lingxi on his back, while Song Xin and Song Ying stood to his left and right. Buzz! The flame rune between Song Ying's brows instantly blazed, and two fireballs slowly gathered above her hands. The crystalline frost rune between Song Xin's brows slowly lit up, and a layer of frost gradually spread across the ground centered around her. At the same time, several icy spikes gleaming with a cold light slowly formed in front of her. Whoosh! A flash of silver streaked by, and the steel needle that had been floating beside Wang Yi vanished. The next moment, several miserable cries came from the woods not far away. Squeak! Squeak! The cries of the rat swarm grew more and more chaotic, and their speed also increased. Wang Yi's brows knitted deeply together. A streak of silver flew back out of the woods. It was the steel needle that had shot out just now. But now the steel needle had lost its tip, and there were still bloodstains at the broken edge. As expected, the mutated beasts had evolved as well. If this had been before the purple light incident, Wang Yi would not have taken a mere 100 mutated beasts seriously at all. He could even have killed them all from 500 meters away. But now, even though the power of his divine sense had doubled and the distance had been reduced to 200 meters, he had only killed 3 before being forced back, and the steel needle had even shattered. Song Xin and Song Ying also saw the change in the steel needle, and both their expressions changed. But neither of them retreated in the slightest. Their eyes remained fixed on the rat swarm, drawing closer and closer. Buzz! Song Ying's fireball turned into a streak of light and blasted toward the woods ahead. Boom! An explosion rang out in the forest, accompanied by flying dirt and branches everywhere. Squeak! Squeak! The explosion also cleared away a patch of weeds and bushes that had been hiding them, revealing the appearance of the mutated rats. Every single one of them was over 2 meters long, covered in gray fur, and beneath that fur, a dark, dull gleam flashed faintly. Crimson eyes blazed with madness. On their 2 front paws, 5 pitch black, razor-sharp claws gleamed with a cold light. And the fireball just now had only managed to singe the fur off 2 of them, revealing the dark, dull scales underneath. Wang Yi swept his gaze across the rat swarm, spreading out his divine sense. Very quickly, he found a familiar mutated rat at the rear of the swarm. It was the same one he had detected earlier with his divine sense, the mutated rat with a horn. At this moment, that mutated rat was hiding behind the swarm, staring cruelly at Wang Yi and the other 3. Squeak, squeak. By now, the rat swarm had already rushed close. Every pair of crimson eyes was filled with madness and savagery. Boom! The second fireball exploded in the middle of the swarm. 2 mutated rats were hit directly. Their bodies blasted into the air. However, after rolling twice on the ground, they got back up again and continued charging at the 4 of them. Song Ying's face turned ugly as she said anxiously, "Their defense is too thick. My fireballs can't hurt them." At that moment, the ice spikes before Song Xin turned into streaks of white light and shot toward the foremost mutated beast. Poochie! Crack! The ice spike pierced the mutated beast's scales. But that was all. Seeing the effect of her attack, Song Xin's expression became incomparably grave. Wang Yi saw this and reminded them, "Attack their weak points, the eyes and the face. Song Ying, compress your fireballs with all your strength. Keep compressing until you can't anymore." Hearing this, Song Xin and Song Ying instantly understood what Wang Yi meant and hurriedly adjusted their state. The mutated beasts were already right in front of them. Wang Yi watched the mutated rats getting closer and closer, then slowly raised his right hand. The power of divine sense erupted in an instant. An invisible wall immediately blocked the mutated rat's path. Bang bang squeak squeak, one mutated rat after another slammed into the invisible wall, then was bounced flying back. In just a few breaths, a mountain of flesh had piled up in front of them. When the mutated rats in the rear saw this, they all went around the pile of bodies in front and continued charging madly at their target from both sides. However, what awaited them was the same as before. One after another, they crashed into an invisible wall. Bang bang bursts of collision sounds rang out all around. On Wang Yi's back, Xiao Lingxi looked at the mutated rats around them with shining eyes. There was not the slightest fear in her eyes, only curiosity and disdain. Then her little face slowly scrunched up, and she raised a small hand to point at the mutated rats as she said in a childish voice, "Big brother, ugly." Hearing the voice by his ear, several black lines instantly appeared on Wang Yi's forehead. Did this little girl not see that they were in danger right now? Seeing that Wang Yi had blocked the rat swarm, Song Xin and Song Ying both let out a sigh of relief. Now, they could finally focus all their attention on attacking. The rune at Song Xin's brow flickered, and one ice spike after another shot out, all aimed at the mutated rats' eyes and faces. At the same time, a layer of frost began spreading outward without stop, gradually creeping onto the mutated rats. Although it could not injure these mutated rats, it could still weaken and disrupt their ability to move. Squeak squeak. When the horned mutated rat at the rear saw how useless its underlings were, it immediately cried out in anger. What it did not know, however, was that the moment it made that sound, beneath a nearby shadow, a blurry figure was slowly approaching it. And after hearing the Rat King's cry, the surrounding rat swarm became even more frenzied. Ignoring their own casualties completely, they threw themselves forward one after another, charging at Wang Yi and the others. Pairs of sharp claws kept attacking the invisible barrier. Seeing how useless its underlings were, the crimson color in the horned mutated rat's eyes flared even brighter. Then the horn on top of its head began to shine with waves of golden light. As the golden light grew brighter and brighter, a sharp aura spread through the jungle. Wang Yi, who had been keeping an eye on the horned mutated rat the whole time, immediately noticed the change in the surroundings. A metal element ability? Wang Yi looked at the horned mutated rat in slight surprise. After discovering that many mutated beasts had evolved some strange body parts, Wang Yi had already guessed that these mutated beasts had most likely awakened special abilities just like the surviving humans. Now that he was seeing it with his own eyes, Wang Yi still could not help but sigh inwardly. From now on, the survivors' good days were truly over. And, at that very moment, the horned mutated rat had also finished charging up. Then, a half-meter-long golden needle made of golden light detached from the horn and shot straight at Wang Yi. Prepared in advance, Wang Yi watched the golden needle flying toward him without making any other move. He had absolute confidence in his divine sense barrier. As someone who had received 9 years of compulsory education in his previous life, when it came to defense, he naturally was not stupid enough to only know how to increase the power of his divine sense. With a thought from Wang Yi, the originally invisible divine sense barrier began to take shape. One shockwave after another alternated across the divine sense barrier. It sounded like a lot, but all of this was completed in an instant. Bang! Carrying extreme speed, the golden needle struck the barrier directly. A hole instantly appeared in the spot where the divine sense barrier had been hit. Be careful! Song Xin cried out in alarm when she saw this. However, Wang Yi's expression did not change in the slightest. As soon as the golden needle pierced into the barrier, it was directly stuck in the middle of it. Then the surrounding shock waves swept over it. The golden needle trembled slightly, then instantly exploded, finally turning into specks of golden light that dissipated completely. Seeing its attack blocked, the horn-mutated rat let out a burst of furious squeaks. But immediately after, the fur all over its body began to glow faintly with golden light. The horn on top of its head started gathering energy again, and the originally jade-white horn once more lit up with golden radiance. What the horn-mutated rat did not know, however, was that a shadow had already appeared soundlessly behind it. As it was activating its ability, it noticed nothing at all. Just as the horn finished charging and the horn-mutated rat was about to launch its ability again, a streak of dim light flashed past. Poochie! The horn-mutated rat's whole body stiffened, and the golden glow on its horn slowly dimmed. Its rat head, which had originally been raised high, slowly lowered, and its pair of crimson eyes looked downward. At some unknown point, for claws had appeared there, and crimson blood was dripping from them onto the ground. Behind it, a creature shrouded completely in black mist slowly revealed itself. It was Dahua, who had disappeared earlier, and Dahua's right claw was thrust straight into the back of the horn-mutated rat's neck. The sharp claws had directly pierced through its throat. Dahua slowly withdrew its right claw, then turned its gaze, full of baleful ferocity, toward Wang Yi's direction. At its feet, the horn-mutated rat twitched a few times, then completely stopped moving. Wang Yi naturally saw everything that happened over there clearly. Seeing that Dahua had already killed the Rat King, Wang Yi also lost the mood to keep this going. Looking at the mutated rat swarm around him that was still crazily crashing into the barrier, a cold sneer curled at Wang Yi's lips. A streak of golden red light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. In the next second, 2 golden red rays shot out from his eyes. The head of one mutated rat directly in front of him was instantly pierced through by the rays. Then the golden red rays swept across the area, and the smell of burnt flesh instantly spread through the jungle. With Wang Yi at the center, every mutated rat within a 180-degree range was cut into 2. Behind him, when the remaining few mutated rats saw this, the madness in their eyes instantly faded. Then, without the slightest hesitation, they all turned and burrowed into the jungle. Song Ying had no time to be shocked by Wang Yi's methods. She hurriedly threw the 2 fist-sized fireballs in her hands at 2 mutated rats that were fleeing. The compressed fireballs, whether in flight speed or temperature, were far beyond the fireballs from before. The 2 mutated rats that had just entered the jungle were instantly caught by the fireballs. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions rang out, and the surrounding trees were instantly torn apart by a terrifying force. Half of the 2 mutated rats' bodies directly vanished. On the other side, a white streak flashed past, and one mutated rat was instantly pinned to the ground. Just as it tried to struggle, another streak shot down and instantly pierced through its eye. Wang Yi turned around and looked at the 3 mutated rats that had already burrowed into the jungle. Golden red rays swept through his eyes, and everything in their path was cut cleanly in half at the waist. Crash! As the wind blew, the trees around Wang Yi began falling one after another. Song Xian and Song Ying looked at the mutated rats split in 2 all over the ground and the toppled trees around them, their eyes full of shock. Only after long while did Song Ying recover, her gaze falling on Wang Yi's tiny figure. Why you? Song Ying pointed at Wang Yi, not knowing what to say for a moment. Song Xian also came back to her senses, but the shock in her eyes had not completely faded. Wang Yi's fiery golden eyes slowly faded, returning to their usual clear black and white appearance. Big brother is amazing. At that moment, Xiaoling C's voice came from behind him. As she spoke, she clapped her little hands. Wang Yi reached out and pinched the little girl's hand, then turned his gaze to the mutated rat corpses all over the ground. With a thought, crystal cores flew out from the corpses one by one and gathered toward Wang Yi. There were a total of 121. Each one was more than twice the size of the mutated body's cores. Wang Yi did not take the one-horn mutated rat's S crystal core. That was Dahua S spoils of war. In fact, if Wang Yi had not wanted to see the one-horn mutated rat S ability, he would have let Dahua kill it long ago. The reason Dahua had delayed making a move was because it had received Wang Yi's signal. After handing the crystal cores to the little girl to put away, before Wang Yi could speak, Song Ying darted over in one step. She directly cupped Wang Yi's little face with both hands. Little bro, hurry up and tell me, are you in cahoots with the mastermind behind all this? Otherwise, how could you be this strong? Wang Yi irritably waved his hand and slapped away the hands taking advantage of him. What mastermind? I'm just naturally gifted. After saying that, he ignored Song Ying and carried the little girl over to the mutated rat corpses. His divine sense spread out and carefully swept over the flesh of the mutated rats. On his back, Xiao Lingxi stared at the corpses on the ground with her bright, lively eyes. The bodies everywhere and the thick smell of blood in the air did not affect her in the slightest. Song Xin followed over. Seeing Wang Yi staring at the mutated rat corpses, she asked curiously, Xiao Yi, what are you looking at? Song Ying at the side was also a little curious, not understanding what was so interesting about these corpses. I want to see what's different between the flesh of these mutated beasts and ordinary meat. Wang Yi replied while examining them. Song Xin nodded thoughtfully and did not disturb him further. Song Ying froze for a moment when she heard that, then reacted. You're not thinking of eating this rat meat, are you? Wang Yi could not be bothered to answer her. His divine sense continued to probe deeper into the flesh. Soon, Wang Yi slowly withdrew his divine sense and let out a light breath. How is it? Song Xin looked at Wang Yi expectantly. Wang Yi nodded. Compared to meat from before the apocalypse, the meat of these mutated rats contains some extra energy. This energy is the same as the energy inside the crystal cores. It should not have any harmful effect on the body. Song Xin's eyes lit up. You mean the meat of these mutated rats can be eaten? Wang Yi nodded, then shook his head again. Not sure. We still need to test it first. Song Ying looked at the two of them, her eyes full of disgust. Wang Yi ignored Song Ying's disgust and turned his gaze toward the one-horned mutated rat not far away. Dahua was squatting there, holding a heart in its two front paws and eating happily. Dahua eat. Xiao Lingxi pointed at Dahua with her little hand. Only then did Wang Yi remember that ever since waking up, none of them had eaten anything. Be good, Lingxi. Big brother will make you something tasty in a bit. He reached out and patted the little girl but then stepped toward Dahua. Song Xin and Song Ying carefully avoided the blood on the ground as they followed behind. When he reached Dahua's side, Wang Yi patted its belly. Then his gaze landed on the one-horned mutated rat-esque corpse. At this moment, a large hole had already been torn open in the back of its head, and there were 4 claw holes on its neck. Its chest had already been ripped open, and the heart inside was gone. His divine sense swept over it and found that the energy contained in the flesh of this one-horned mutated rat was around 3 times higher than that of ordinary ones. When he came to the head, Wang Yi used the broken steel needle to tap the jade-like horn. The sound it made was not like metal striking stone, but more like metal colliding with metal. A trace of joy flashed through Wang Yi's eyes. Earlier, when he saw that the one-horned mutated rat's special ability was metal type, he had guessed that this horn was definitely not simple keratin. Now that he had tapped it himself, he could confirm that this was exactly what he wanted. Dahua, help me take out this horn. Wang Yi pointed at the horn and said to Dahua. Dahua, who was gnawing on the heart, turned to look at the horn when it heard him. Meow. Dahua looked at Wang Yi in confusion. Wang Yi pointed at the steel needle and said, my weapon broke. I want to use this horn as my new weapon. Dahua glanced at the broken steel needle, then extended its right paw. A sharp claw blade popped out from its paw pad. Crack! With a crisp sound, the claw blade had already stabbed completely into the one-horned mutated rat's head. Then the claw blade traced a circle along the edge of the horn. With a light flick, the horn directly separated from the skull. Seeing this, Wang Yi moved his divine sense and slowly lifted the horn to float before his eyes. Looking at the horn, dense in texture and white as jade, satisfaction appeared in Wang Yi's eyes. This horn had an overall conical shape. The entire cone was straight, and spiral patterns ran across its surface. It weighed more than 5 times as much as the steel needle, roughly around 10 jin. Its length was about 20 centimeters, and the sharpness of the tip far surpassed the steel needle, perhaps because it had been tempered by metal-type energy. Wang Yi's divine sense could sense a hidden sharp aura within the horn. At this moment, Dahua had also finished eating the heart and was grooming its fur. Smelling the thick scent of blood in the air, Wang Yi knew they could not stay here any longer. Otherwise, who knew what kind of special mutated beasts it might attract? He took Xiao Lingxi off his back and pointed at the one-horned mutated rat on the ground. Lingxi, put this away. Xiao Lingxi touched it curiously, then obediently stored the one-horned mutated rat-esque corpse into her space. Climbing back onto Dahua's back, Wang Yi turned and said to the Song sisters, let us go. We can't stay here for long. Song Xi nodded and pulled Song Ying along as they followed. After they had not gone far, Song Ying asked, "Are we really going to eat mutated beast meat?" Song Xin note that, other than canned food, most of the supplies in supermarkets and stores have already rotted away. If we don't eat it, we just have to go hungry. Song Ying nodded, but she still found it hard to accept rat meat. Still, she also knew that this was the apocalypse. If she wanted to survive, she had to adapt to the new environment. At that moment, Wang Yi's gaze fell on the green belts on both sides. The original green belts had long since been split apart by tree roots. On top of that, the streets were now overgrown with weeds and shrubs. If the concrete road could not still be seen between the grass, no one would have been able to tell those were once green belts. Sister Xan, do you know wild vegetables? Wang Yi suddenly asked. Song Xan hesitated for a moment before saying, I knew some before the apocalypse, but now I don't know if I can still recognize them. Wang Yi thought about it and felt that made sense. After all, after this baptism of purple light, no one knew whether the wild vegetables from before had changed. It's enough if you know some. I'll look for them later, and you can identify them. Wang Yi said. Song Xan nodded in agreement. After all, they couldn't just live on canned food or mutant beast meat. In his previous life, Wang Yi had only seen some wild vegetables in restaurants or short videos. Now, he only had a vague impression of them. He could only pick out the ones that looked familiar and let Song Xan identify them. Lowering his head, he said to the little Lingxi in his arms, Lingxi, take out the black handbag from space. Hearing this, little Lingxi waved her tiny hand, and a black handbag appeared on Dahua's back. Using his divine sense, Wang Yi sent a handbag in front of Song Xan. Song Xan took it, looked at the intact handbag, and then looked at Wang Yi in surprise. Seeing this, Wang Yi explained, some things that we couldn't use for the time being and took up too much space, I had Lingxi store them away. The supplies in the space weren't affected by the purple light. The moment Song Ying heard that, she immediately brightened up. Doesn't that mean we 1 be short on supplies? Wang Yi shot her an annoyed glare. Wasn't she just poking right where it hurt? If he had taken Lingxi out to do a supply sweep before, then yes, they really wouldn't be lacking supplies now. But he had only swept through the nearby floors. How much could he have found? Still, seeing the hopeful look in Song Ying's eyes, he could only explain helplessly. Before this, I thought Lingxi was still too young, and, on top of that, supplies were plentiful. So I just stayed at home and didn't go out searching for supplies. So there are indeed some supplies stored in Lingxi's space now, but at most, it's only enough for the 4 of us to eat for half a month. When Song Ying heard that, her little face immediately fell. Seeing that, Song Xan rubbed her head irritably. You're already this old, and you're still so carefree. All right, Sister Xan, I'll pick them, and you identify them. Wang Yi interrupted their interaction. Song Xan quickly nodded. Don't worry, Xiaoya. I know some common wild vegetables. Wang Yi nodded and said nothing more. His divine sense spread out and kept searching through the green belts on both sides. As for the shrubs on the street, there was no need to search there at all. What kind of wild vegetable could grow out of concrete? Very soon, a plant growing close to the ground like a rosette, with pinnately lobed leaves, entered his mind. Wang Yi's heart stirred. This one looked very familiar. There was a high chance it was a kind of wild vegetable. With that thought, his divine sense moved and pulled the whole plant out by the roots. Then he directly sent it in front of Song Xan and said, Sister Xan, is it this one? Looking at the shepherd's purse in front of her. Its leaves nearly 1 meter long. Song Xan's eyes filled with delight. Xiaoya, this is shepherd's purse. I didn't expect it to grow this big. Song Ying was also full of joy as she reached out to touch the emerald green leaves. Hearing the confirmation, Wang Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. Now he didn't need to worry about little Lingxi becoming malnourished. After successfully finding one, Wang Yi's confidence immediately soared. During the rest of the journey, whenever he saw something familiar looking, he directly picked it and sent it to Song Xan for identification. Just like that, the group moved through the grass and shrubs, heading along Baiyun Road toward the second ring. Along the way, the handbag in Song Xan's hand was quickly filled up. Besides shepherd's purse, Wang Yi also found plantain, malintu, dandelion, purslane, and wild scallions. And because of the purple light, all of these wild vegetables were much larger than normal. Seeing that Song Xan was already starting to struggle from carrying it, Wang Yi ended the search. All right, this should be enough for us to eat for a while. As he spoke, he said to Song Xan again, Sister Xan, give me the bag. Song Xan had just been about to say there was no need when she suddenly felt the handbag in her hand grow lighter, so she simply let go. Pulling the handbag in front of himself, Wang Yi smelled the fresh scent of plants coming from inside and said to the little Lingxi in his arms, Lingxi, put these wild vegetables away. Hearing that, little Lingxi obediently waved her hand and stored the handbag into the space. Gidge, are we going to eat this later? Little Lingxi asked curiously. Wang Yi nodded. When we get there, Gidge will cook it for you. Little Lingxi nodded her little head happily. The black hood made her tender little face look even fairer, watching the 2 little figures interacting on Dahua's back. A trace of doting warmth appeared in Song Xan's eyes. But the moment she looked at Song Ying beside her, who was swinging a stick around wildly. The warmth in her eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a headache. Perhaps because of Dahua's presence, aside from the rat swarm earlier. They didn't run into any other mutants or mutant beasts along the way. It wasn't that there were no mutants nearby. It was just that those mutants only watched from a distance and showed no sign of charging over. Wang Yi actually felt a little disappointed about that. He had wanted to test the horn he had just gotten and see how powerful it really was. Very soon, the group arrived by the second ring. Compared to Baiyan Road, the second ring was much less affected by the plants. Aside from the branches and leaves extending in from the greenery on both sides, there were basically very few weeds or shrubs on the road itself. The road hadn't been affected too much, but the elevated bridge above was a hidden danger. Although it hadn't completely collapsed yet, it was already covered in cracks. It probably wouldn't be long before it completely came down. The four of them quietly walked along the second ring road. All around them were lush green trees, and under the sunlight, everything looked full of life. If this had been before the apocalypse, this place definitely would have become a hot internet check-in spot. As they walked, Song Xian suddenly said, "Xiaoya, what do you think the world will become in the future?" Wang Yi, who was playing with the jade horn, raised his head and looked at the sky when he heard that. "I don't know. After all, if it weren't for this apocalypse, I'd still be wearing diapers right now, and probably wouldn't even be walking steadily yet." Song Xian looked at Wang Yi with some heartache when she heard that. Although Wang Yi's words and actions were nothing like those of a small child, in the end, he was still not even 3 years old. At this age, he should have been living without a care in the world. But now, not only had he survived alone in the apocalypse, he was even raising a baby girl. Song Xian's expression naturally fell into Wang Yi's eyes. But Wang Yi didn't feel much about it. After all, with awakened past life memories, he couldn't be judged by ordinary standards to begin with. Still, he was used to being looked at like that by a girl who was even 20 yet. So he quickly changed the subject. "Sister Xian, after waking up this time, how have your abilities changed compared to before?" Song Xian thought for a moment, then organized her words before saying, "I'm not sure about the specifics, but before we went into dormancy, we could only use our abilities a little over 10 times before they were exhausted. After waking up this time, I found that aside from becoming even colder, my frost power can also be used many more times. In that battle, just now, I fired more than 50 ice spikes in total, but I didn't feel like my energy was exhausted at all. From start to finish, it felt like I hadn't even used up half my energy." Songing also nodded along. "Same here. Not only did my fireballs become stronger, but after your reminder, I even learned how to compress them. Anyway, compared to before we went dormant, my strength has increased by at least 3 times. Hearing that, Wang Yi nodded thoughtfully. Combined with the changes in his own divine sense, after this purple light event, everyone's abilities had probably advanced to a whole new level. Seeing that, Song Xian asked curiously, "Xiaoya, did you discover something?" Wang Yi shook his head. "No, I just wanted to see if we could come up with some kind of summary of our abilities. Since this apocalypse caused all of us to awaken abilities, there should be some kind of level system for how those abilities improve. It's a pity that this kind of deduction needs more data to support it. We can't do it with just a few of us." Song Xian understood what Wang Yi meant. Just like the cultivation stories from legend, there are all kinds of realms, and every realm corresponded to a matching level of strength. "Xiaoya, do you think government agencies are still operating in big cities like the capital and Modu?" Song Xian asked with a trace of expectation. Wang Yi nodded. "Most likely yes. The capital is the political and economic center of our Huaxia. There are definitely multiple emergency plans there. In that period before the power went out, the leaders among the survivors would have activated emergency procedures right away. The major municipalities and first-tier cities definitely would have received instructions from the capital. That month or so before we fell asleep was enough time for them to start establishing survivor bases. Even though most facilities are basically ruined now, with the government's execution ability, rebuilding a new order won't be hard." Hearing that, a glimmer of hope flashed through Song Xian's eyes. But then her expression turned complicated as she looked at Wang Yi's back. A thought suddenly rose in her heart. "Xiaoya, are you still the Xiaoya I know?" Wang Yi noticed the change in Song Xian's mood. His heart stirred, and he immediately knew what she was thinking. Thinking that they would most likely be surviving together for a long time to come, he couldn't let something like this become a knot in her heart. So he simply opened his mouth and started bluffing. "Sister Xian, don't make wild guesses. I really am Wang Yi. The reason I know so much is because after I woke up, there was a lot of information in my head. While I was unconscious, my brain was like a receiver, constantly taking in information from the outside world. That information was messy and disorderly, like garbled code being stuffed straight into my brain. You all know my ability is related to spiritual power. Maybe this is a side effect of awakening that ability. And because of that, I was able to keep Lingxi alive with me until now." Hearing Wang Yi's explanation, Song Xian's pretty face flushed red. He had actually seen right through the thoughts in her heart. Compared to Song Xian's embarrassment, Song Ying was as carefree as ever. She hadn't taken Wang Yi's mature behavior to heart at all. Now that she heard his explanation, an expression of sudden understanding immediately appeared on her face. Just as Song Xin was about to apologize, she was interrupted by Song Ying's excited voice beside her. Sis, look, the gas station I told you about is right up ahead. Song Xin and Wang Yi both looked forward. Sure enough, not far ahead. Although it was already covered by all kinds of plants, they could still vaguely make out the outline of buildings. As his divine sense swept over it, the entire outline of the gas station appeared in his sea of consciousness. After seeing it clearly, a trace of surprise flashed through Wang Yi's eyes. This gas station seemed to cover quite a large area. Although it was a bit smaller than a highway service station, it was still more than twice the size of ordinary gas stations. No wonder the inner-city bus had stopped here. After checking the surrounding environment again, Wang Yi was quite satisfied with this place. Because it was close to the second ring, the back of the gas station was enclosed by walls. Aside from the side facing the second ring, the other three sides all had walls, effectively separating the gas station from the residential complex not far behind it. It was just that it would probably need to be reinforced later. Wang Yi had already decided in his heart to temporarily use this place as a shelter for their group. But before that, they still had to clear out the mutants inside. Once he thought of it, he acted immediately. Wang Yi turned to Song Xin and said, Sister Xin, you all bring Lingxi and come over slowly. Dahua, and I will go ahead first. Song Xin knew Wang Yi's and Dahua's strength, so she didn't object. She simply nodded and agreed. Lingxi, stay with the sisters for now. Big brother S going away for a little while, okay? Wang Yi said to little Lingxi in his arms. Cici will be very good, little Lingxi said in her adorable voice. Wang Yi smiled with relief and gently pinched her soft fair cheek, then handed her to Song Xin. After taking little Lingxi, Song Xin reminded him, Xiaoya, be careful. Wang Yi nodded. Don't worry, Sister Xin. I'll be careful. After saying that, he patted Dahua beneath him. Dahua understood. With a burst of speed, it charged toward the gas station. At Dahua's speed, it only took 2 or 3 minutes to reach the area near the gas station. Before they even got close, Dahua's aura had already drawn the attention of the mutants inside the gas station. Roar. The next second, waves of roars rang out through the woods. Just from the sound, there were no fewer than 30 of them, but a disturbance like that naturally couldn't scare Wang Yi and Dahua. By now, Dahua had already slowed its pace, and Wang Yi's divine sense clearly saw every mutant hiding behind the bushes. A trace of surprise suddenly flashed through Wang Yi's eyes. His divine sense found a special mutant inside the gas station's convenience store. As for the other mutants, even after going through one evolution, the vast majority were still ordinary mutants. Their strength, speed, and defense had just improved quite a bit. The most obvious change was that their claws had become tougher and sharper, and their bodies had grown densely packed scales. But this one inside the convenience store was different. It also had claws, but both their length and sharpness were weaker than those of ordinary mutants. Its head, however, was more than twice as large as that of an ordinary mutant. A skinny, shriveled body carrying an enormous head looked rather ridiculous. But Wang Yi did not underestimate this mutant, because up to now, not a single mutant in the gas station had fled. The reason they hadn't been attacked by mutants along the way wasn't because there were fewer mutants. It was because they had been intimidated by Dahua's aura. Earlier, those mutants had only given warnings without leaving, which could still be explained by the distance being a little too great. But now Wang Yi and Dahua had already reached the front of the gas station, yet not one of those mutants had fled. That was a problem. From Wang Yi's observation, aside from the one in the convenience store, the others were all ordinary mutants. Logically speaking, those mutants should have fled this place long ago. But they hadn't. Then there was only one possibility. The instincts of those ordinary mutants had been suppressed or controlled by some unknown force. Combined with the big-headed mutant in the convenience store, Wang Yi guessed that this group of mutants was under its control. Woo! At that moment, a low wailing sound came from deep within the gas station. The next second, the dozens of mutants hiding behind the bushes seemed to receive an order. Roaring, they charged at Wang Yi and Dahua. Looking at the charging mutants, a faint golden light flashed through Wang Yi's eyes. Perfect. Time to test my jade horn. As soon as he finished speaking, the jade horn in his hand turned into a streak of white light and vanished. 3 seconds later, the entire gas station fell silent, and the jade horn returned to Wang Yi's side. 20 meters ahead, dozens of mutants lay quietly on the ground. Every single one of them had a bloody hole in its head. Wang Yi looked at the jade horn, which was not stained with even the slightest trace of blood, then looked at the corpses on the ground. His eyes were full of delight. The sharpness of this jade horn far exceeded his expectations. The mutant's scales and skulls were like thin paper before it, offering no defensive effect at all. Looks like I still underestimated that one-horned strange rat. As expected of a treasure that carried metal element energy, it really didn't disappoint me. Wang Yi reached out and took the jade horn into his hand, turning it over with a bit of care. Then his gaze fell on the supermarket behind the gas station. Let us go meet this big-headed monster. Meow. Dahua let out a disdainful cry. Wang Yi patted its back when he heard that. All right. Dahua, you're the strongest, okay? Woo. Right then, a whining sound came over, along with an invisible force sweeping toward them. Wang Yi only felt his head sink, but a cool current immediately restored him. Dahua's steps also came to a halt, but it recovered in less than 2 seconds. Meow. Dahua cried out in embarrassment and anger. It had just finished acting proud, only to get slapped in the face by the big-headed monster inside. And it happened right in front of Wang Yi. Where is it supposed to put its face now? The next second, a slit opened on its forehead, and an earth-yellow beam instantly pierced through the shattered glass and landed directly on the big-headed mutant. Crack, crack! Before the big-headed mutant could even react, the spot that was hit began turning gray-white, and it rapidly spread to the surrounding area. Woo! A trace of fear flashed through the big-headed mutant's scarlet eyes, and it unleashed another invisible attack. But this time, neither Dahua nor Wang Yi was affected in the slightest. A few breaths later, the big-headed mutant was completely petrified. Even the fear in its eyes had been frozen in place. Seeing this, Wang Yi was inwardly shocked by Dahua's petrification ability. From a moment it hit to full petrification, it only took around 5 seconds. And that was only because Dahua had just evolved. If some more time passed, wouldn't that mean instant death on contact? Meow. Dahua let out a satisfied cry, pulling Wang Yi's thoughts back. His divine sense swept over the area. The entire gas station had already been cleared out. Wang Yi's gaze landed on the plaza to the right, where 2 buses were parked, both covered in vines. The bodies of the vehicles were rusted all over, but overall they still looked fairly intact. Wang Yi let out a sigh of relief. Just as he had guessed, compared to buildings, these vehicles hadn't been affected too badly. Although they looked old on the surface, the sturdiness of the cabins hadn't been impacted. After that, he only needed to remove the seats inside, and he would have a shelter that could block the wind and rain. With the mutants gone, Wang Yi got down from Dahua's back and took out all the crystal cores from the mutants on the ground. Then he walked toward the supermarket. When he arrived at the entrance, Wang Yi didn't go in right away. The supermarket's glass doors had long since shattered, and even the surrounding walls had developed cracks. The worst was the top. Any slight disturbance might make it collapse completely. Using his divine sense, he moved the big-headed mutant out and studied it carefully for a moment before noticing what was different. Aside from its oversized head, the emotion frozen in its eyes was what truly caught Wang Yi's attention. He had seen many mutants, but almost all of them only showed 2 kinds of expressions. One was dullness, the other savagery. Wang Yi had never seen any other emotion on a mutant's face. But this big-headed mutant could actually feel fear. That thought was terrifying. The reason was simple. If these mutants could feel fear, then that meant they already had judgment. And once they had judgment, how far away could they still be from the ability to think? This was only the second appearance of the purple light. If it came a few more times, truly intelligent mutants might really appear. He had originally wanted to see whether the crystal core inside had been affected after Dahua petrified it. But now, he decided it was better to wait until Song Xin and the others arrived before doing anything. After placing the stone statue on an open patch of ground to the side, Sikhen began searching through the supermarket. The goods on the shelves had basically all rotted away. But Sikhen still found 8 cans and some alcohol. Other than that, there was bottled water. Most of the bottles stacked on the shelves had already gone bad. But the ones inside 2 vending machines had somehow not been affected. Even the drinks inside were still intact. When Wang Yi discovered this, he was delighted. It seemed the situation wasn't as bad as he had imagined. He had originally thought that after the purple light, aside from canned food, all food and bottled water had completely rotted and spoiled. He had expected a few lucky survivors in some places. Looks like he would have to search much more carefully for supplies in the future. In a much better mood, Wang Yi searched again. But aside from the canned food he had just found, everything else had basically completely rotted away. Using his divine sense, he searched the supermarket one more time. After finding nothing else useful, Wang Yi used his divine sense to take out all the canned food, bottled water, and drinks from the vending machines. Before long, a small pile had formed on the open ground. Then Wang Yi turned his attention to the utility room beside the supermarket. His divine sense entered it, and what he saw immediately brought joy to his face. Everything he wanted was stored in that utility room. He slowly walked over and opened the door. Inside were 2 buckets, 5 mops, and 7 brooms. And at the very back, a black toolbox sat there quietly. That was Wang Yi's real target. He was about to modify the buses, and he couldn't do that without these tools. Using his divine sense, he moved all those things onto the open ground. After checking once more and confirming there was nothing else useful, Wang Yi turned and headed toward the small plaza on the right. Then, with a movement of his divine sense, the jade horn turned into a streak of white light and shot toward the supermarket. Several streaks of white light passed through different parts of the supermarket, and the already crumbling walls instantly collapsed. Using his divine sense to block the dust outside, Wang Yi waited quietly. Soon, the smoke and dust scattered. Wang Yi looked up at the canopy and found that aside from some rust on the surface, its structure had not developed cracks like the buildings had. It seemed his purple light really was selective. It had hit hiding-capable buildings hard. But for steel structures like the gas station canopy, it had shown mercy, or rather, it simply didn't take care. At this moment, Song Xin and Song Ying also arrived, carrying little Lingxi. Song Xin swept a glance over the mutant corpses on the ground, then started looking for Wang Yi. When she had just seen the dust rising over here, she had worried about Wang Yi's safety, so she ran all the way over while holding little Lingxi. Very soon, she saw Wang Yi on an open patch of ground not far away. Seeing that Wang Yi was standing there unharmed, with Dahua beside him, Song Xin immediately let out a sigh of relief. The moment little Lingxi saw Wang Yi, she shouted, "Big brother." When Wang Yi heard that, he walked over to the three of them and took the little one from Song Xin's arms. "Sister Xin." Wang Yi nodded to Song Xin. Song Xin looked him up and down. "Xiao Yi, you're not hurt, are you?" "Van Yi see me that. Don't worry. I'm fine." At that moment, Song Ying noticed the big-headed statue standing not far away. "Kid bro, what is this? Why does it look kind of like a mutant?" Standing in front of the statue, Song Ying asked hesitantly. Song Xin turned to look when she heard that, and she also noticed what was different about the gray-white statue. Wang Yi put little Lingxi down and walked over while holding her small hand. "This is a mutant. Did you notice anything different?" Song Ying looked it over from top to bottom, then touched the obviously unusual giant head. "Do you even need to ask? It's carrying such a huge head. How is that not obvious?" Wang Yi ignored her and turned his gaze to Song Xin instead. Song Xin circled around the statue once, then fixed her eyes on its face. Then, as if she had thought of something, her expression turned grave. "Xiao Yi, are you talking about its expression?" Wang Yi nodded. "That's right. This mutant has awakened an ability similar to spiritual power. It can control other ordinary mutants. It can even issue attack commands. That's not a good sign." Song Xin understood what Wang Yi meant. For survivors like them, this really was not a good thing. "Coo-coo." At that moment, a series of cooing sounds came from beside Wang Yi. Wang Yi lowered his head and saw Xiao Lingxi staring curiously at her little belly. Then she looked at Wang Yi in surprise. "Big brother, tummy made a sound." Wang Yi was amused by her expression. If your tummy made a sound, that means Lingxi is hungry." Song Xin was also amused by Xiao Lingxi's innocent words and reached out to stroke her little face. Then she said to Wang Yi, "I'll cook." Naturally, Wang Yi agreed. Then he had Xiao Lingxi take out the 2 clay pots and the kitchen knife. He also had her take out the handbag that had previously held the wild vegetables, along with the corpse of the one-horned mutant rat. Finally, after thinking for a moment, Wang Yi had Xiao Lingxi take out a bag of rice as well. The moment she saw the rice, Song Xin's eyes lit up. She said in surprise, "Wow, there's actually rice too." Song Xin was delighted at first, but soon showed hesitation. "Xiao Yi, we already have wild vegetables and rat meat today. How about we save the rice for later?" When Song Ying heard that, her expression stiffened, but she also knew supplies were scarce now, so she said nothing. Wang Yi shook his head. "It's fine. We can cook some plain rice porridge. We can go without it, but Xiao Lingxi can't. All right, then I'll cook a little less." Song Xin looked at Xiao Lingxi and nodded in agreement. Just as she was about to start, Song Xin suddenly realized that while they no longer lacked ingredients, they lacked water. Seeing her reaction, Wang Yi, who had just been about to deal with the mutant corpses, could not help asking, "Sister Xin, what's wrong?" Song Xin showed a bitter smile. "Xiao Yi, we have to find a water source. We can't use up too much of our drinking water." Wang Yi was startled for a moment, then smiled. "I forgot to mention it just now. There's a hidden well over by that corner wall. The water inside probably hasn't been affected." "A well?" Song Xin looked around, a little doubtful. This gas station was not a highway service area. It should definitely have its own supporting water supply system. So how could there be a well? Wang Yi nodded. "That's right. I was surprised too. I only discovered it after the supermarket collapsed just now." Hearing that, Song Xin stopped dwelling on it and quickly said, "Xiao Yi, let us go take a look together. If the water inside can be used, then we won't have to worry about water resources anymore." Seeing how anxious she was, Wang Yi did not object and turned to lead her toward the well. At this moment, Song Ying was searching through the collapsed supermarket for bricks and stones that could still be used. Where they stood, only Dahua and Xiao Lingxi were left. Very soon, the 2 of them arrived beside the hidden well. This was an open patch of ground between the supermarket and the enclosing wall. From a distance, there was no way to tell a well was hidden here. Song Xin looked around, then understood. This should be a well the gas station dug in private. Wang Yi nodded. Then, with a movement of his divine sense, the iron plate covering the well mouth was removed, revealing the deep well below. Before the 2 of them could even look inside, a cool breeze rushed toward them. Wang Yi sniffed and did not smell any strange odor. His divine sense probed into it and found that the water in this well was extremely abundant. The deepest part of the well was 15 meters down, but the water surface was less than 1 meter from the opening. When Song Xian saw this, her eyes were full of delight. Xiaoye. Now we never have to worry about lacking water again. Wang Yi was also delighted and nodded. He did not know if it was just an illusion, but at this moment, he felt itchy all over and wished he could immediately take a hot bath. Sister Xian, I found 2 buckets over there. They can be used to draw water. Wang Yi pointed at an open patch of ground not far away. When Song Xian heard this, the joy in her eyes deepened again. Now, they really lacked nothing. Just now, she had even been preparing to use her ability to condense ice for cooking. Although the ice she condensed would indeed turn into water after melting. Even if she drained all her energy, she could produce less than 1 bucket at most. For them, that amount of water was just barely enough, but if they wanted to bathe or do anything else, it would basically be impossible. Now that they had a water source, Song Xian began preparing to cook. Over on the square, Song Ying had already built a crude earthen stove and was currently searching everywhere for things that could burn. Xiaoling Si, meanwhile, lay on Dehua's back, watching the busy crowd. Wang Yi did not go over to help. He planned to clean up the mutant corpses. Leaving them there like this really affected One's appetite. When he arrived before the statue of the big-headed mutant, Wang Yi moved his divine sense, and the statue instantly crashed to the ground and shattered into pieces. His divine sense swept over it and immediately found the crystal core hidden among the fragments. Looking at the crystal core in his hand, a trace of surprise flashed through Wang Yi's eyes. This big-headed mutant-esque crystal core was different from the other ordinary ones. First of all, it was more than twice the size of an ordinary one. Second, besides the silvery white particles inside, there was also a trace of purple within it. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yi directly sent his divine sense into it. The moment his divine sense entered, a warm and cool aura wrapped around it. This spiritual level sensation instantly made Wang Yi shiver. Compared to the silvery white particles inside ordinary crystal cores, this energy was purer and more compatible with the power of divine sense. A long while later, Wang Yi slowly opened his eyes and tossed the now transparent crystal core in his hand onto the ground. After absorbing this special crystal core, the power of divine sense in his sea of consciousness had clearly grown by about 10%. This crystal core's enhancement to divine sense was dozens of times greater than that of ordinary crystal cores. Wang Yi knew it was not because this crystal core contained dozens of times more energy than ordinary crystal cores, but because its effect on divine sense or spiritual power was far more pronounced. For anyone else, this crystal core would only be about twice as strong as an ordinary one, at most just increasing the speed at which energy was absorbed. Looks like if I run into this type of mutant in the future, I can't let it go. This is only right after it evolved. If it had been allowed to grow for a while longer, the special energy inside might have directly doubled the power of my divine sense. Wang Yi thought to himself, but very quickly, he threw that thought to the back of his mind. Mutants of this special type were definitely extremely rare. Whether he would encounter another one later was anyone's guess. So thinking about it now was still too early. Arriving before that pile of mutant corpses, Wang Yi looked around, then finally fixed his eyes on Second Ring Road. With a movement of his divine sense, several corpses were sent on his Second Ring Road. After repeating this several times, dozens of corpses had already been piled together. Wang Yi turned his head and shouted to Song Ying, who was watching Song Xian cook on small square. Song Ying, come here. Hearing Wang Yi call her, Song Ying immediately ran over. Kid bro, why do you call me? By now, Wang Yi was already immune to how this girl addressed him. Pointing at the pile of corpses, he said, your task is to burn all of them. When Song Ying heard that, she looked at the corpse pile, then turned to look at the square. A conflicted expression appeared on her face. Kid bro, can't we wait until after we eat? Wang Yi asked in confusion. Why wait until after we eat? Song Ying pointed toward the square and said, Sis is processing the mutated rat meat over there. She said she'll use it for barbecue later. The moment Wang Yi heard that, he reacted too. If they burned those corpses now, once the smell spread, who would still be able to eat barbecue? He immediately nodded and said, then let us burn them after we finish eating. Song Ying let out a sigh of relief. Then her eyes turned, and with a beaming smile, she said to Wang Yi, Lil bro, that is such a huge pile of corpses. Burning all of them will take a lot of work. Is there a reward? As she spoke, her eyes glanced twice toward the place where the drinks were piled up. When Wang Yi saw that, how could he not know what this girl was after? He couldn't even be bothered to expose her, and simply nodded. You'll get a bottle of drink as a reward when we eat later. Yay! Song Ying jumped happily, then bent down, cupped Wang Yi's fair little face, and fiercely kissed him once. Wang Yi was caught off guard by the sudden attack, and didn't react for a moment. By the time he was about to make a move, Song Ying had already let go and turned to run toward the small square, wiping the saliva off his face. Wang Yi felt that the authority he had built up in the hearts of the two sisters during this period had suffered a huge challenge. Song Xian, who was washing the rat meat, saw this scene, and a trace of amusement flashed through her eyes, especially when she saw Wang Yi's gloomy little expression. The amusement in her eyes deepened a bit more. Looking at Song Ying's back, Wang Yi shook his head helplessly. Since these corpses couldn't be burned for the time being, he couldn't just stay idle either. Now that he had decided to make this place their long-term base, he had to plan it out properly. Wang Yi came to the wall and used his divine sense to inspect the inside of it, only to find that the bricks and stones within had already developed problems. The fact that it could still stand firmly now was entirely because of the support of the whole structure. With just a little force, these walls would very likely collapse instantly. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yi turned his gaze toward the surrounding trees. With a movement of his divine sense, the steel plate that had previously covered the well flew over and quietly hovered by Wang Yi's feet. Wang Yi stepped onto it, then controlled the steel plate to slowly rise. Very soon, he reached a height of 20 meters, and golden light gradually gathered in his eyes. The next second, two golden-red rays shot out from his eyes. Chi! The two rays landed at the base of the wall. In just an instant, the concrete ground was pierced through and began to melt. In only 2 breaths, the places hit by the rays had turned into 2 pits more than 1 meter deep and 20 centimeters in diameter. For the next stretch of time, Wang Yi followed the wall and made a hole every 30 centimeters. After spending 10 minutes, holes had been made all around the entire gas station, including the area around the small square. In the air, Wang Yi looked at the pits below and nodded in satisfaction. Controlling the steel plate to descend, Wang Yi began cleaning up the trash in the gas station, especially the ruins formed after the convenience store collapsed. If it were anyone else, clearing out all this trash would have taken at least several hours. But under the power of divine sense, Wang Yi used less than 20 minutes to clean everything out. All of the garbage was thrown outside the wall. Now the whole gas station looked much more open and tidy. Sensing the consumption of divine sense within his sea of consciousness, Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction. From the previous battle to the cleaning, just now, his divine sense had only used up about 1/5. Next were the 6 fuel pumps. After being corroded by the violet light, all of them had already begun to rust. On top of that, with the power out, these 6 pumps had basically lost their function. Wang Yi sent his divine sense into them, then followed the fuel pipes into the underground oil reservoir and found that more than half of the reserve was still there. Of that, about 80% of the gasoline remained, and roughly 60% of the diesel was left. Wang Yi didn't know how to judge the quality of gasoline, but under his divine sense, the gasoline all seemed to be in normal condition. With this discovery, Wang Yi became even more certain that outside Yun province, there were definitely government-established bases. Although the original buildings had decayed after being corroded by the violet light, with the government's capability, rebuilding a base wasn't anything difficult. One had to know that Huaxia's strategic reserves were stored according to the standard of covering 2 years of wartime consumption against the entire world. As long as those reserve energy resources were still there, establishing large bases and restoring part of the basic infrastructure would be no problem at all. Even though the overwhelming majority of supplies had already decayed, if one searched carefully, some things that slipped through the net could still be found. And with the farming talent carved into their bones, as long as they endured the initial hardship, food supply would recover very quickly. As for the threat of mutants and mutated beasts, to be honest, in front of a properly organized army, Wang didn't think they could pose much of a threat. Of course, if they encountered a commander-type mutant like Big Head, or a special case like Yuantong Mountain, that would be another matter. I wonder if those old firearms can still be used? Wang Yi thought to himself, shaking his head, whether there were bases outside or not. All of that was too far from him. After confirming that there was no gasoline or diesel left in those pumps, Wang Yi began to move. The jade horn flew out and instantly pierced through the bases of the 6 fuel pumps. Then, using the power of divine sense, he moved all of the pumps outside the wall. Originally, Wang Yi had planned to keep them in case they might be useful in the future, but unfortunately, all the electronic components inside had rusted, so they could only be thrown away as trash. Even now, Wang Yi still couldn't figure out what exactly this violet light mainly targeted. The only thing he could be sure of was enclosed buildings. Buildings like this gas station, which only had a roof, had not been too badly affected. Then there were high-tech products like electronic components, which had also been targeted, but not all of them. For example, although some of the electronic components inside cars had rusted as well, the effect wasn't too great. In short, everything seemed to be selectively targeted. Judging from these signs, the purpose behind all this targeting seemed to be forcing survivors out of their comfort zones and making them go out and fight mutants and mutated beasts. All of this gave Wang Yi the feeling of a massive military drill. Looking at the few pipes exposed on the ground and smelling the gasoline scent drifting out from them, Wang Yi directly used mud slurry to seal them all up. Now, in the whole gas station, aside from a few pillars and the 2 buses in the small square, everything else had already been cleaned up. Once they finished eating and fenced it up with wooden stakes, this gas station would officially become their territory. At this moment, Song Xin's voice rang out. Xiaoye, food is ready. Hearing that, Wang Yi also felt a bit hungry, so he quickly walked over. Before he even got close, Wang Yi smelled a waft of meat fragrance, and couldn't tea helped swallowing. When he got nearer, he saw that on the earthen stove, a clay pot was steaming, and inside were the wild vegetables they had picked today. In another clay pot was fragrant white rice porridge. Beside it, over a fire, 2 rat legs roasted to a golden brown were sizzling with oil. The aroma from just now had come from that. What made Wang Yi not know whether to laugh or cry was that De Hua, Song Ying, and little Lingxi were all squeezed beside the fire at this moment, with 3 pairs of eyes staring straight at the roasted meat. Song Ying and little Lingxi were one thing, but what was going on with De Hua? Didn't it only eat mutated beast hearts and crystal cores? At this time, Song Xin pointed at the pits around them and asked curiously, Xiao Yi, what did you make those holes for? When we eat dinner later, I'm going to use tree stumps to fence this place in. We'll probably be staying here long term from now on. If I don't fence it up, it just feels a little off, Wang Yi explained. Song Xin nodded when she heard that. Fencing it up is good too. Even if it won't provide much defense, it can still give us a bit more of a sense of security. After saying that, she crouched down and started slicing the roasted meat with a kitchen knife. As they watched slice after slice of evenly cut roasted meat being neatly placed onto the plate, Xiao Lingxi and Song Ying were practically drooling. Very soon, all the meat on one mouse leg had been carved off, and the plate was piled full. Meow. Seeing that, De Hua couldn't help but let out a cry. Hearing it, Song Xin smiled and directly held the other leg up to De Hua's mouth. De Hua, this one is yours. Meow. De Hua cried out, directly grabbing the other end of the branch with its paw before impatiently stuffing it into its mouth. Song Xin smiled at the sight, then handed a small bowl and a pair of chopsticks made from tree branches to Wang Yi. Xiao Yi, you're hungry, right? Try your sister's cooking. Wang Yi thanked her and took them. Then he immediately picked up a piece of mouse meat and put it into his mouth. A rich fragrance of meat instantly spread through his entire mouth. The texture of the roasted meat was tender, with a slight chewiness to it. It could be said to taste better than any meat he had eaten in his previous life. The meat of this one-horned mutant mouse gave Wang Yi an extremely unique kind of enjoyment, whether in flavor or texture. But that was the most important part. The moment the mouse meat entered his stomach, a cool current spread outward from his stomach through his entire body. This feeling was extremely similar to when Wang Yi used his divine sense to temper his body, except the effect wasn't as obvious. But for other people, this was a way to strengthen themselves, especially for survivors who had awakened physical body strength. The effect would be even better for them. How is it? Song Xin asked expectantly. Wang Yi nodded. This is definitely a rare delicacy. And this meat also contains energy. Eating more of it can improve physical constitution. Song Xin said in surprise. Really? Are there any side effects? Wang Yi smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. There aren't any side effects. Song Ying had already been unable to wait any longer. After seeing that the mouse meat really could be eaten, she didn't even wait for Song Xin to hand out bowls and chopsticks before helping herself. They made the drooling Xiao Lingxi next to her anxious. Gidge, hungry. Hearing that, Wang had just been about to put down his bowl when he heard Song Xin say, You eat yours. Leave Xiao Lingxi to big sister. After saying that, she reached out and picked Xiao Lingxi up, filled a bowl with white rice porridge from the clay pot, fished out some wild vegetables and mouse meat, and started feeding her one bite at a time. Seeing this, Wang Yi smiled, then began the great business of eating. Very quickly, 1 pot of wild vegetables, 1 pot of white rice porridge, and 1 plate of mouse meat all went into their stomachs. Putting down his bowl, Wang Yi looked at the position of the sun. It was probably around 3 o'clock in the afternoon by now, so he didn't delay any longer. He stood up, pointed at the corpses on Second Ring Road, and said to Song Ying, That pile of corpses is yours. Song Ying was currently rubbing her overstuffed belly and weakly said, Don't worry. I guarantee I'll burn them so thoroughly that not even ashes are left. Wang Yi nodded, then gently rubbed Xiao Lingxi's face before walking toward the distant woods. In Yin Province, everything might be lacking, but trees definitely weren't, especially by the Second Ring Road, where all kinds of trees had been planted. After the purple light, every single one of those trees had a diameter of over 20 centimeters, with fiery eyes of truth. It only took 20 minutes before more than 100 large trees had fallen to the ground. After making a rough estimate to himself, Wang Yi felt it was about enough and stopped cutting. Next came moving all of them back. Since the trees Wang Yi had chosen were all fairly straight, he only needed to strip off the branches and cut them into roughly equal lengths before carrying them back to the gas station. Now that Wang Yi's divine sense had already improved tremendously, he could transport 5 at a time. Even so, by the time Wang Yi had moved all the trunks back to the gas station, it was already evening. Using his divine sense with such intensity also made Wang Yi once again feel the sensation of divine sense exhaustion. Wang Yi, covered in sweat, slowly leaned back against a tree trunk, took out a bottle of mineral water, and poured it down his throat. Song Xin, carrying Xiao Lingxi, walked over somewhat worriedly. Xiao Yi, there's no need to rush so much. Using your ability like this is bad for your body. Wang Yi waved his hand. Don't worry, Xinjia. I know what I'm doing. Gidge here. Xiao Lingxi, in Song Xin's arms, held a bottle of mineral water with both hands and bent her little body as she tried hard to pass it toward Wang Yi. Seeing that, Wang Yi was instantly charmed by how adorable she looked and quickly took the bottle. Thank you. Xiao Lingxi is so good. Seeing her brother accept her water and hearing his praise, Xiao Lingxi instantly revealed 8 pearly white teeth, her eyes curving into crescents from smiling. Song Xin carried Xiao Lingxi and sat down beside Wang Yi. Her gaze rested on the gradually westering sun, and there was an extra trace of melancholy in her eyes. Seeing that, Wang Yi asked, "What's wrong, Xinjia?" Song Xin shook her head. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I keep feeling that days like this probably one tea last much longer. Wang Yi reached out and took Xiao Lingxi into his arms. A trace of solemnness also appeared on his childish little face. No one knows what will happen in the future, but as long as we're strong enough, nothing will be a problem. Hearing that, Song Xin turned to look at Wang Yi. After looking for a while, she suddenly burst out laughing. Every time I see you putting on such a serious face, Xiao Yi, big sister can't help laughing. You're just too cute. The serious expression on Wang Yi's face froze, followed by a wave of speechlessness. Everything had been perfectly fine, so how'd the whole mood suddenly shifted like this? This damned age was seriously affecting his authority within the team. He handed Xiao Lingxi back to Song Xin, then silently walked off to one side and began using crystal cores to restore his divine sense. Seeing that, Song Xin found it a little amusing as she watched his back. She didn't disturb him further and carried Xiao Lingxi back toward the bonfire. Song Ying, who had already finished burning the corpses, was currently currying favor with Dehua at its side, but Dehua remained consistently aloof toward her. By the time the sun had completely set, Wang Yi threw away the crystal core in his hand after fully absorbing it, slowly stood up, and stretched lazily. A burst of crackling sounds immediately came from all over his body. Comfortable. He looked around. Aside from the bonfire, not far away, everything else was already shrouded in darkness. But none of that affected Wang Yi. Ever since fiery eyes of truth had first awakened, he had already been able to see in the dark. Since it was still early, Wang Yi simply decided to finish the fence in one go. The moment he thought of it, he acted. The steel plate automatically flew over, and Wang Yi stepped onto it and slowly rose into the air. At this moment, his divine sense had already fully recovered. Under the effect of his divine sense, one tree stump after another rose into the air, then slammed fiercely into the pits below. For a time, a series of heavy thudding impacts rang out across the entire gas station. The commotion here naturally drew Song Xin and Song Ying's attention. The two of them watched as tree stumps around 20 centimeters thick rose into the air, then heavily plunged into the pits. Their understanding of Wang Yi's strength was once again refreshed. Very soon, aside from a gap near the second ring road, the entire gas station had been enclosed by tree stumps. Wang Yi slowly descended from the air. As his view was blocked by those tree stumps, a sense of security instantly rose from the bottom of his heart. This was human instinct, even though he knew these tree stumps would not be of much use in the apocalypse. Letting out a breath, Wang Yi slowly walked toward the bonfire. By the time he got close, little Lingxi was already asleep, sprawled on Dehua's back. Song Ying was leaning against Dehua's belly, lost in thought about who knew what, but judging from her expression, it had to be something good. When Song Xin saw Wang Yi coming over, she handed him a bowl of already cold-boiled water. "Xiaoya, have some water." Wang Yi took the bowl and drained it in one gulp. "Thanks, Sister Xin." Song Xin took the bowl back. "What are you thanking me for? You've been busy for so long. You must be hungry, right? Come, have some roasted meat." As she spoke, she handed Wang Yi a plate by the fire. On it was a neatly arranged pile of roasted rat meat. Just then, Wang Yi, who had just brought a piece of roasted meat to his mouth, suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Song Xin looked puzzled. "Xiaoya, what's wrong? Does the roasted meat taste bad?" Wang Yi said nothing. He set down the plate in his hand and slowly closed his eyes. A moment later, Wang Yi opened his eyes again, his expression grave. Song Xin's heart jolted when she saw this. She thought there was some danger nearby and immediately prepared to get up and wake little Lingxi. Wang Yi quickly waved his hand. "Sister Xin, let her sleep." Song Xin paused and turned to look at him. "Xiaoya?" At this time, Song Ying, who had been in a daze, also came back to herself and looked toward the two of them. Wang Yi raised his head and looked at the night sky, but it was pitch black at the moment, without even a trace of starlight. "Kiddo, did you notice something?" When Song Ying saw the two of them staying silent, she asked directly. Wang Yi's expression was not looking good right now. Hearing Song Ying's question, and then seeing Song Xin looking at him with worry all over her face, he did not hide it and directly told them what he had discovered. Just now, I sense some faint energy suddenly appear out of nowhere in the surrounding void. Song Xin's expression changed the moment she heard that. She knew exactly what this meant. Before this, whether it was mutants or mutated beasts, there had only been one way to grow stronger: devour other mutants or mutated beasts. As for survivors, aside from constantly training and exhausting their abilities, the only ways to become stronger were to absorb the energy inside crystal cores or get lucky enough to find spiritual fruit. Now that energy had suddenly appeared in the void, a new path had opened for mutants and mutated beasts to strengthen themselves. Although survivors could also absorb this energy to grow stronger, the bodies of mutants and mutated beasts, remade by the violet light, naturally held the advantage. Right then, Song suddenly cried out, "I can sense it too. It's just that this energy is really disobedient. I have no idea how to absorb it." Song Xin quickly asked, "Xiaoying, you really sensed it?" Song nodded. "Really? Sis, just close your eyes and sense it like when we sensed crystal cores before. It's easy." Hearing her younger sister's certainty, Song Xin stopped hesitating and directly closed her eyes to sense it. Wang Yi, standing beside them, said nothing, but his expression became more and more solemn. A moment later, Song Xin slowly opened her eyes. "Sis, how is it? You sense it too, right?" Song asked at once. Song Xin nodded, then fixed her gaze on Wang Yi. "Xiaoya, can you absorb this energy?" Wang Yi knew what she meant and slowly nodded. "I have divine sense, so I can absorb it directly. You can't absorb it yet, probably because the energy concentration is still too thin right now." After getting Wang Yi's confirmation, a trace of confusion appeared in Song Xin's eyes. The heart she had only just managed to settle was suddenly thrown into tension again by this abrupt change. Seeing that, Wang Yi comforted her. "Sister Xin, don't worry. Maybe this is also a good thing. At least for now on, we have one more path to increase our strength." Song Xin took a deep breath. The bewilderment in her eyes gradually faded and was replaced by determination. "Xiaoya is right. This may not be a bad thing." After saying that, her gaze landed on Wang Yi's fair little face, and her heart was filled with indescribably mixed emotions. She was truly glad she had met this miraculous child in the apocalypse. If not for him, she and her sister would have died long ago under the claws of mutated beasts. Just then, Wang Yi let out a soft sound of surprise and closed his eyes again. Song Xin and Song Ying saw this and also closed their eyes, sensing the changes around them. A long while later, the three of them opened their eyes almost at the same time. Song Ying was the first to speak. She looked at Wang Yi with surprise all over her face. "Kiddo, is it just me, or does the energy around us feel like it's getting denser and denser?" Song Xi nodded as well. She had noticed the same thing. Wang Yi nodded with certainty. "It really is increasing, and the rate of increase is getting faster and faster." Meow. Dehua, who had originally been resting with its eyes closed, suddenly cried out and looked toward the night sky with its pair of jade-green eyes. Seeing that, Wang Yi immediately followed its gaze. He saw that in the originally ink-black night sky, a faint trace of purple light had appeared at some unknown time. This was a flash of shock and doubt passed through Wang Yi's eyes. Song Xin and Song Ying saw it too. Song Xin said uncertainly, "Is that the moon?" As the purple light grew brighter and brighter, a violet moon appeared in the night sky. And with the appearance of the violet moon, the surrounding darkness was gradually driven back by the purple glow. At the same time, Wang Yi also sensed that the energy concentration around them was starting to rise sharply. "Meow!" Dehua cried out again. Then, without caring about Wang Yi and the others, it closed its eyes once more. Gradually, Dehua's purring breath grew louder and louder. The fur all over its body began to give off a faint violet glow, flickering in and out with each breath. Little Lingxi, sleeping on its back, comfortably wriggled her, but smacked her lips and sank back into deep sleep. Wang Yi's divine sense covered both Dehua and Little Lingxi. Very soon, he discovered that every single breath Dehua took was drawing energy from the surrounding void. And because of Dehua, Little Lingxi, lying on top of it, also had energy continuously entering her body. Wang Yi followed that energy with his divine sense as it entered Little Lingxi's body and discovered that most of it was absorbed by her, while the rest passed through her body and was drawn into Dehua beneath her. After carefully examining Little Lingxi's body and confirming that this energy was not harmful to her, Wang Yi turned to Song Xin and Song Ying. "Sister Xin, with the current energy concentration around us, you should be able to absorb it now. We still don't know if tonight's situation will happen again in the future, so we should take this chance to raise our strength." Song Xin and Song Ying exchanged a glance, then both nodded. "Okay, we'll listen to Xiaoya." After saying that, they sat down cross-legged, closed their eyes, and began focusing on absorbing the surrounding energy. Wang Yi also wanted to see which was faster, directly absorbing this energy, or absorbing the energy inside crystal cores. So he also sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began absorbing it. As for why they sat cross-legged, Whether it was Wang Yi or the Song sisters, they were all just doing it instinctively. Very soon, the only sounds left around them were the Hua's purring and the occasional crackling from the fire. That night, the entire world seemed to fall silent. The mutants and mutated beasts that had originally been active in the darkness all quieted down beneath the violet moonlight. And the survivors who had already gone through the last violet light cleansing also began to sense the surrounding energy. Everyone had gone through 9 years of compulsory education. So naturally, no one was stupid, especially in a nation like Huaxia, one deeply enamored with the culture of cultivation. Almost the moment they sensed the surrounding energy, the first thing they thought of was cultivation. Even those who did not react immediately would quickly realize it as the violet moon appeared and the energy concentration around them kept rising. The purple moon did not last long. Around 2 in the morning, it slowly faded away, and darkness once again covered the earth. At the same time, the energy contained within the void also rapidly dissipated, vanishing without a trace before long. Wang Yi silently sensed the changes in his sea of consciousness and discovered that from the moment the purple moon appeared to the moment it vanished, the energy he had absorbed was already comparable to the amount contained in 20 crystal cores. And those 20 crystal cores were all from evolved mutants. This discovery did not make Wang Yi happy, because if he could absorb that much energy, then those mutants and mutated beasts would only absorb even more. In other words, if the survivors did not actively hunt mutants and collect crystal cores, they would soon be left far behind by the mutants and mutated beasts. Although Wang Yi still held a certain advantage for now, and his trump card was still the extremely destructive fiery eyes of truth, that advantage would soon be broken by the appearance of the purple moon. His divine sense was strong, but it was limited by the weapon he used. Like the steel needles before, when facing the rat swarm, they had only lasted a few seconds before shattering on the spot. And although the jade horn he was using now could easily pierce the defenses of mutated beasts or mutants, it would not be long before this jade horn became more and more inadequate. After all, this jade horn was not some top-tier heavenly material or earthly treasure. It was only the single horn of a mutated rat king. If the mutants at the beginning were considered tier 0, then the ordinary mutants after the purple light would be tier 1, while something like the horned mutant rat would count as tier 2, though it belonged to the very top among tier 2. Wang Yi did not know how other places classified the strength of these mutants. But based on his own growth experience, he divided the mutants and mutated beasts he had seen so far into tiers 0 through 4. Judging from how Song Xian and Song Ying had felt after the purple light, their strength before the purple light should have been tier 0, though after eating the spirit peach, they had been relatively close to tier 1. After the purple light, their strength had both undergone a qualitative leap. Their current power should now be within the tier 1 range. By that comparison, Wang Yi himself should now be within tier 2, but infinitely close to tier 3. As for Dahua, in Wang Yi's divine sense, it had already firmly stepped into the tier 3 category. As for tier 4, Wang Yi thought the giant beasts on Yuantang Mountain. They had absolutely already entered that category, and even tier 5 was not impossible. After all, even before the purple light, he had already sensed the presence of energy in the air on Yuantang Mountain. Now, after the baptism of the purple light, and combined with the appearance of the purple moon, Wang Yi had no idea what Yuantang Mountain looked like at this moment. Back to the point, with the appearance of the purple moon, Wang Yi's current advantage would gradually weaken. Although the fiery eyes of truth had terrifying killing power, its consumption was also huge. If he encountered lower tier or same tier enemies, then the fiery eyes of truth could basically kill instantly, allowing the battle to end quickly. But if he encountered a higher tier enemy, with the terrifying energy consumption of the fiery eyes of truth, it definitely would not last long. After all, in a cross-dire battle, the higher tier side, whether in defense, vitality, or speed, was far stronger than the lower tier side. No matter how strong the attack power was, if it could not hit the enemy, it was nothing more than wasted energy. So at this moment, Wang Yi no longer had his previous calmness. A sense of urgency gradually surged into his heart. Meow. Just then, Dahua at the side woke up, and the faint trace of purple light in its eyes gradually faded. Wang Yi could sense that the energy inside its body had grown a little denser. Perhaps noticing Wang Yi's emotional fluctuation, Dahua let out another soft cry. Wang Yi took a deep breath, suppressed the urgency in his heart, and nodded at Dahua. Mifine. Meow. Dahua looked him over for a moment. After confirming that he was fine, it closed its eyes again, and before long, the purring sound rang out once more. At this time, the Song sisters, Song Xian and Song Ying, also opened their eyes. Song Ying got up and stretched her somewhat numb arms and legs, then said to Wang Yi with a smile, "Little bro, do you know about cultivation?" Wang Yi gave her a flat glance and ignored the little devil girl. Song Ying was not annoyed and continued, in the legends, cultivation means absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen yourself. We were absorbing energy just now too. Maybe in the future, We can become immortal just like cultivators. After saying that, she looked hopefully toward the night sky. Song Xn, standing at the side, glared at her irritably. She did not take her wild fantasy seriously. Then she turned to Wang Yi. Xiao Yi, I saw your expression was off just now. Did you discover something? Wang Yi did not hide it. He explained his classification of strength in the coming crisis. After hearing it, Song Xin's face also turned grave. If things were really as Wang Yi said, then it would not be so easy to continue living here peacefully in the future. Xiao Yi, your concern is right, but these are already established facts. The only thing we can do is keep improving our own strength. Thinking too much about anything else is useless. MHM, don't worry. I was just feeling a little emotional, that's all. Wang Yi revealed a faint smile and completely threw the irritation out of his mind. Song Xi nodded and looked toward the buses parked in the darkness not far away. Tomorrow, we'll clear out both buses and prepare everything we need for daily life. Then we'll go out together to hunt mutants and do everything we can to raise our strength. Although we still don't know what secrets are hidden behind this apocalypse, judging from all the signs during this time. This apocalypse does not seem to be here to wipe out humanity. As long as there's hope, one day we will definitely uncover everything behind this. Hearing this, Wang Yi looked somewhat surprised at this girl who was not even 20 yet. He had not expected her heart to be so strong. Seeing Wang Yi stare at her, Song Xin's expression became a little awkward. Somewhat annoyed, she reached out and pinched his face. Little guy, why are you looking at me like that? Wang Yi's expression stiffened. He realized that as they spent more time together, the two sisters in front of him were becoming more and more unrestrained with him. Rubbing his little face that had just been pinched, Wang Yi took a deep breath and glared at Song Ying, who was watching the show from the side. It was this little devil girl constantly challenging his authority that had caused the current situation. Go to sleep. We still have a lot to do tomorrow. After saying that, he got up on his own and came to sit beside Dahua. Leaning against Dahua's soft belly, he fell asleep not long after. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Wang Yi was woken up by Xiao Lingxi teasing him with her hair. Brother. Seeing that Wang Yi had woken up, Xiao Lingxi smiled and kissed him on the face. Wang Yi yawned, rubbed the little girl's hair, then picked her up and got to his feet, carrying her to the campfire not far away. Song Xin and Song Ying were already up. At this moment, they were cooking meat porridge. The aroma drifting continuously from the clay pot made Xiao Lingxi drool unconsciously. Morning, Sister Xin. Wang Yi called out. Song Xin looked up at him, then pointed to the bucket beside her. There's still hot water there. Wash up and you can eat breakfast. Wang Yi nodded, put down the little glutton in his arms, and walked over. Breakfast was very simple, but with the addition of exotic beast meat, it tasted fairly delicious. After breakfast, Wang Yi had Dahua take Xiao Lingxi to play in the square. The gas station had already been cleared and leveled. There was enough space for Xiao Lingxi to run around, and the well opening had also been covered with a steel plate. With Dahua there was no need to worry about Xiao Lingxi getting into danger. Meanwhile, Wang Yi led the Song sisters, Song Xin and Song Ying, toward the bus. When they arrived in front of it, Wang Yi looked at the rust-covered body of the bus, and his divine sense quickly spread toward the interior. Very soon, the situation inside the entire bus appeared in Wang Yi's mind. The seats inside hadn't been affected too badly. Only the cushions and backrest had rotted somewhat. But compared to the sofa, bedding, and clothes back at home, this level of decay was hardly worth mentioning. This once again proved Wang Yi's guess. That purple light had specifically targeted surviving humans, all to make it harder for survivors to scrape by. Although the outside world was very unfriendly to survivors, compared to houses that had been specially taken care of, it was still much better. At least outside, if your luck was good, you could still find some things that had slipped through the cracks. Cotton clothes, pants, and other daily necessities in shopping malls have become old and worn. But after washing and drying them, they could still be used without issue. They could also do what Wang Yi and the others were doing, find a bus or truck to use as a shelter. As for the dangers outside, now they could already actively absorb crystal core energy, and survivors had all awakened abilities as well. As long as they stuck together and dared to fight, surviving wasn't as difficult as imagined. After all, the mutated beings and mutated beasts still acted mostly on instinct. Cases like the horned mutant rat and the big-headed mutant were only a minority. Wang Yi focused on checking the bus's engine and found that aside from some rust on the surface, the cylinder block itself hadn't been affected. He immediately nodded in satisfaction and turned to Song Xin. Sister Xin, do you know how to drive? Hearing that, Song Xin looked at the bus and hesitated. I only just got my license, and that was for a small car. I've never driven a bus like this. I don't know if I can. As she spoke, she looked the rusty bus up and down and asked, Xiao Yi, you mean this bus can still run? A faint smile appeared on Wang Yi's face. Yeah, I checked it over. The engine and the rest weren't affected too much. If we can't stay here in the future, we can still drive away and relocate. And this place is right by the second ring road. The roads here were affected much less than the ones deeper in the city. Song Xin immediately looked delighted. That's great. With a bit of modification, it'll be like we have two RVs. When Song Ying heard the words RVs, she became even happier and started circling around the bus, already imagining the scene of them driving it around and traveling everywhere. Wang Yi smiled and shook his head. Let us get to work. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can focus on improving our strength. As soon as he said that, his divine sense moved and the bus door opened. In an instant, a rotten smell spread out from inside the bus. Song Xin's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She waved a hand in front of her face, then walked up. Wang Yi found suitable tools in the toolbox, got onto the bus, gave it a glance, and started taking apart the seats. With divine sense control, the job went quickly because he could control 3 tools at once. If the space hadn't been so cramped, he could have controlled even more. Every time he removed a seat, Song Xin dragged it outside. And outside, Song Ying directly used fire to burn the seats down until only the frames remained. Those frames were all made of steel. If they collected them, they would definitely be useful in the future. With 2 buses, it took Wang Yi half an hour in total to dismantle all the seats inside. And once the seats were gone, the interior space immediately felt much more open. Next came the washing. Wang Yi controlled 2 large buckets, constantly drawing water from the well, while the Song sisters used mops to push the water out of the buses. The commotion here attracted little Lingxi's attention, and she came running over on her short little legs, while Dahua leisurely followed behind her. Very soon, little Lingxi's laughter as she played with water could be heard outside the bus. Seeing this scene, Song Xin fell into a daze, as if she had returned to the days before the apocalypse. Wang Yi noticed and walked over. Sister Xin, what's wrong? Song Xin came back to herself, shook her head, and said it would be nice if we could keep living like this forever. Wang Yi looked at little Lingxi outside, barefoot and jumping around in the water, and for a moment he also fell silent. Song Ying came over carrying a mop, looked at the 2 of them, then looked outside at little Lingxi, not understanding what the 2 were doing. Then she directly tossed aside the mop in her hand and ran off the bus to play in the water with little Lingxi. Before long, cheerful laughter filled the entire plaza. With Wang Yi's divine sense, the 2 buses were quickly cleaned up. Once the moisture dried, they could move in. At noon, Song Xin grilled all the remaining meat from the horned mutant rat. With a big eater like Dahua around, there was no need to worry about not finishing it. After eating and drinking their fill, the group rested for a while, then prepared to head out hunting. Song Xin glanced at little Lingxi and said to Wang Yi, Xiao Yi, how are you planning to arrange this? Take turns or go out together? Wang Yi thought for a moment, then let his gaze fall on little Lingxi. Let us all go together. Hearing that, Song Xin looked toward the buses with some concern. What if other survivors find this place? Lingxi is still too young. No matter which of you stays behind to take care of her, I want to feel at ease. As for the camp, Wang Yi thought for a moment, and his gaze landed on a steel pillar not far away. With a movement of his divine sense, a piece of charcoal flew from the campfire toward the steel pillar. Swish, swish, swish. Very soon, several large black characters appeared on the steel pillar. Private property. Trespassers will bear the consequences. After doing all that, Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Let us go. If someone really finds this place, they probably won't enter so easily now. Shang Xin nodded, then followed Wang Yi as they headed out. After arriving outside the fence, Wang Yi used several tree stumps to block the gap, then headed toward the area behind the gas station. Dahua carried little Lingxi on its back and followed behind. Song Xin glanced back at the camp with some lingering concern, then also left. Behind the gas station had originally been a residential complex, but now both the complex and the roads had already been covered by jungle. Wang Yi's divine sense continuously scanned everything around them, while the jade horn floated quietly above his head. The Song sisters watched their surroundings with solemn expressions. Dahua's ears twitched slightly as it moved steadily through the bushes. Little Lingxi sat on Dahua's back, her small hands tightly clutching its fur, her big eyes watching everything around her. To her, everything in the outside world was fresh and new. As they went deeper and deeper into the city, the roars gradually became denser, and the sound of collapsing buildings constantly rang out through the jungle. Wang Yi frowned slightly, a puzzled look appearing on his little face. Song Xin noticed something was off and quickly asked, Xiao Yi, what is wrong? Wang Yi looked toward the left front. The mutated beings today seemed much more violent than yesterday. They seemed to be actively searching for survivors. Within Wang Yi's divine sense, a group of mutated beings was darting through the collapsed ruins ahead on the left. He had also discovered bloodstains in several corners of walls. Judging by the color, they had all been left by survivors. Combined with the situation at the scene, the survivors hiding there had most likely already been torn apart and eaten. Should we go take a look? Although Song Xin couldn't see it, hearing the continuous roars rising and falling, she also knew something was wrong. Because when they had come out of the residential complex yesterday, although there had also been mutated beings moving around nearby, it hadn't been this lively. Wang Yi nodded, then turned and climbed onto Dahua's back, pulling little Lingxi into his arms. Dahua that way. Meow. Dahua cried out, then plunged headfirst into the jungle ahead on the left. Song Xin and Song Ying exchanged a glance and hurriedly followed, with Dahua opening the path. It wasn't too hard for the sisters to keep up behind. 5 minutes later, Wang Yi and the others arrived in front of that stretch of ruins. This place had originally been an even older residential complex than Xining Community, judging from the exposed red bricks in the ruins. This residential compound had at least 40 years of history. Wang Yi sat on Dahua's back and slowly moved toward the place where the bloodstains had been found. When he got closer, Wang Yi looked at the blood on the ground that still hadn't coagulated. That meant the fight had ended not long ago. Song Xin walked up, swept her gaze around, then looked at the blood on the ground. Xiaoya, this blood is still fresh. Wang Yi nodded, then looked ahead. The jade horn above his head trembled slightly, then vanished in an instant. Roar. The next second, a roar came from ahead, followed by dense, running footsteps. Seeing this, Song Xin and Song Ying immediately became alert. The runes between their brows slowly lit up, and one cold aura and one hot aura spread from their bodies. Meow. Dahua cried out, and its cat eyes gradually turned sharp. Its originally emerald green eyes were slowly covered by a layer of blood red. Rustle, rustle. The sound of branches and leaves crashing together kept drawing closer. The next second, 9 mutants charged out of the jungle. Pairs of scarlet eyes instantly locked onto Wang Yi and the others. Sitting on Dahua's back, Wang Yi looked at the mutants ahead, and a trace of confusion flashed through his eyes. Something was off about these mutants. In the past, ordinary mutants would quickly flee the moment they caught Dahua's scent from afar. But now they had actually appeared right in front of Dahua, and, judging from their posture, they were clearly preparing to attack. Wang Yi extended his divine sense and swept it over them. Very soon, his divine sense caught a faint thread of purple smoke on their bodies. Wang Yi could be certain that these mutants absolutely hadn't had this smoke on them yesterday. This had only appeared after the purple moon showed up last night, and the scales on these mutants had also changed. Compared to yesterday, their scales now had some extra purple patterns. The 9 mutants slowly spread apart, forming a fan-shaped encirclement around Wang Yi and the others. At this moment, the jade horn that had just flown out had already returned above Wang Yi's head. Wang Yi suddenly felt a chill on his hand. Lowering his head to look, he saw a drop of blackish-red liquid on the back of his hand. When he looked up, he found that the black blood had dripped from the jade horn. Wang Yi's heart sank. What he had been worried about had happened. With the jade horn's sharpness, when dealing with these ordinary first-order mutants, it should have stayed clean without a trace of blood. But now it had been stained with blood. That meant it had met some resistance when killing that mutant. There was only one possibility for this. After being tempered by last night's purple moon, these mutants' defense had clearly grown stronger. Roar. Right then, one mutant ahead let out a roar and lunged at Wang Yi and the others. Oomph. Wang Yi let out a cold snort, and the jade horn above his head vanished. The next second, a flower of blood burst open on the head of the foremost mutant. Its 2-meter-tall body staggered and crashed to the ground, sliding several meters away. Song Ying at the side wasn't idle either. She had long since compressed a fireball and now threw it toward the front left. Song Xin waved her hand, and dozens of ice spikes turned into streaks of light and shot toward the mutants on the front right. Boom! An explosion rang out, and the 2 mutants on the front left were instantly blasted to the ground. Cracks appeared across the scales on their bodies. Although they weren't blown to death on the spot, they were briefly stunned. Bang! 2 more mutants fell beneath the jade horn. Wang Yi could clearly sense the resistance the jade horn encountered when it collided with the mutants' heads. This was something it hadn't encountered yesterday when killing the mutants at the gas station. Fortunately, although it met a bit of resistance, the jade horn's lethality was still guaranteed. A few more streaks of white light flashed by, and all 9 mutants were killed. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Song Xin's eyes were filled with gravity. Xiaoya, these mutants seem to have grown much stronger. Wang Yi nodded. That's right. They're still all within the first-order range, but both their speed and defense have been strengthened. With a thought, 9 crystal cores flew out from the bloody holes and into Wang Yi's hand. He glanced over the crystal cores and found that the energy inside them was a bit denser than the crystal cores they had gotten yesterday at the gas station. But Wang Yi's brows furrowed instead, because he discovered that the energy inside these crystal cores was somewhat violet. It would be much harder to absorb than before. He had the power of divine sense, so naturally it wouldn't affect him much. But if Song Xin and Song Ying tried to absorb them, it would definitely take much more time. Thoughtful, Wang Yi turned his gaze toward the jungle ahead. There was still another mutant corpse in there. This mutant hadn't rushed at them right away just now. Instead, it had hidden itself in secret, clearly different from the 9 that had charged over. Dahua, go over there. Wang Yi gently patted Dahua's back and pointed ahead. Song Xian and Song Ying exchanged a glance, stepped over the corpses on the ground, and followed. Before long, the group arrived in front of that mutant corpse. With a thought from Wang Yi, a crystal core flew out from the bloody hole in its head. Wang Yi reached out and caught it, then sent his divine sense directly into it. Very soon, Wang Yi's brows drew tightly together. Xiaoya, what is wrong? Seeing this, Song Xian walked over. Wang Yi looked around, his tone heavy. I'm afraid the days ahead won't be easy for the survivors. What do you mean? Song Xian asked with a frown. Wang Yi didn't answer directly. Instead, he took out one of the crystal cores from the 9 mutants and handed it together with the one in his hand to Song Xian. Sister Xian, sense the energy inside these 2 crystal cores and see what the difference is. A trace of confusion flashed through Song Xian's eyes, but she still reached out and took them. Then she placed the 2 crystal cores against her brow one after the other. Before long, Song Xian said hesitantly, Xiaoya, the energy density inside these 2 crystal cores is the same. The only difference is that the energy in this one is a bit unstable. As she spoke, she took out the crystal core obtained from the 9 mutants. Wang Yi nodded and pointed at that crystal core. The crystal cores from those 9 mutants all have unstable energy. The other one was taken from this mutant. Aside from having slightly denser energy, it's no different from the earlier crystal cores. Hearing this, Song Xian lowered her gaze to the corpse on the ground. She wanted to see what was different between this mutant and the previous 9. At the side, Song Ying's eyes also fell on the mutant on the ground. Suddenly, Song Ying pointed at the mutant's claws and cried out, I know. This mutant just ate a survivor. As soon as Song Xian heard that, she quickly looked along the direction of Song Ying's hand. Sure enough, she saw a streak of bright red blood on the claws. And near the base of his sharp claws, there was even a small piece of blood-stained cloth hanging there. Xiaoya, you mean the reason this mutant wasn't as berserk as the others is because it ate a human? Song Xian said in disbelief. Wang Yi nodded, and a streak of golden light flashed through his pitch-black eyes. After getting a confirmed answer, Song Xian froze completely. If that was really the case, then the survivors would be heading into their darkest hour. Unless the purple moon stopped appearing and these mutants digested the energy they had absorbed from it on their own, then these mutants would absolutely keep hunting down survivors by instinct. Little Lingxi looked at her older brother and sister's grave expressions. Her big eyes blinked, and the hand clutching Dahua's fur unconsciously tightened. Song Ying had also come to understand from their conversation. Even with her big nerves, she knew how serious the situation was. After a long while, Wang Yi spoke again, let us go. No matter how these mutants change, as long as we're strong enough, they won't affect us. Song Xian took a deep breath and nodded. From here on, these mutants will evolve faster and faster. We have to make good use of our time. Wang Yi said nothing. He sent his divine sense outward, and a few breaths later, he pointed to the right. This way. After saying that, he patted Dahua. Dahua understood at once, turned its head, and slowly walked to the right. Song Xian and Song Ying also stepped over the corpses on the ground and followed. The figures of the group gradually disappeared into the forest. On Chuanjin Road, the once broad street was now covered in weeds. In the green belts on both sides, tall trees stood one after another, their wide canopies blocking out the sunlight, leaving only scattered spots of light. The high-rise buildings that had once stood there were now covered in cracks. If there were even a slightly bigger tremor, those buildings would collapse in an instant. Roar! At that moment, a howl came from the nearby intersection. It was accompanied by the sound of countless panes of glass shattering. Xiao Xia stopped them. A deep voice rang out from the street corner. The next second, several figures stumbled out from around the corner in a sorry state. The one who had just spoken was a burly man with a sturdy build, and the person called Xiao Xia was currently standing with his back to them. Yellow light glowed from both his hands, and not far in front of him, a thick stone wall was rising from the ground. Behind the stone wall, dozens of mutants were charging down the street toward them. In the blink of an eye, they had already rushed up to the wall. Then, one sharp claw after another raked across the stone wall, carving out deep gouges. Xiao Xia dispersed the yellow light in his hands. His body swayed slightly, and his eyes were full of exhaustion. Clearly, using his ability just now had drained him heavily. The burly man's expression changed at the sight. In a few quick strides, he returned to Xiao Xia's side. Then he hoisted him onto his shoulder and quickly charged forward again. The others followed at once, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished into the grass. Less than a minute after they left, the stone wall collapsed with a thunderous crash under the assault of dozens of claws. The mutants' nostrils twitched slightly. Then they let out howls and chased in the direction the group had fled. Lu Dong carried Xiao Xia on his shoulder as he wove through the grass. Listening to the constant howls behind him, a trace of anxiety flashed through his eyes. In his mind, he kept searching for a suitable place nearby to hide. There were high-rises on both sides, but those buildings were no longer shelters. They were tombs that could collapse, at any moment. Brother Lu, we can barely keep running. If this keeps up, once they catch us, I'm afraid we won't have any room to resist at all. Behind him, Li Chan said between heavy gasps. As a physical speed type ability user, he had already used up most of his stamina while scouting earlier. Now, he could only move at a normal person's speed to conserve his strength for the coming danger. The others were in the same state. Everyone's legs were beginning to tremble slightly. It was a sign of rapidly draining stamina. Lu Dong turned his head and glanced at them. He knew that if this continued, the mutants wouldn't even need to make a move. They would all collapse from exhaustion first. His gaze swept the surroundings. But aside from the cracked high-rises, every other place was covered by weeds and trees. There was no suitable hiding spot at all. Just then, a booming sound came from the left front. Brother Lu's eyes sharpened. This wasn't the sound of a building collapsing. It was an explosion. Are there other survivors in that direction? A trace of hesitation flashed through Brother Lu's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by resolve. He shouted behind him, "Hold on a little longer. Run this way with me." After saying that, he carried Xiao Xia and charged toward the street on the front left. Li Chun and the others had naturally heard the explosion too. Seeing Lu Dong move, they instantly understood what he meant. They only hesitated for a moment before gritting their teeth and following. Their speed even increased by a few points compared to before. On Lu Dong's shoulder, Xiao Xia lifted his head and looked ahead. Enduring the discomfort coming from his abdomen, he said, "Brother Lu, we still don't know how many people are over there. If we go there like this, one it." Lu Dong knew what Xiao Xia meant, but the mutants behind them were already getting closer and closer. If they didn't do this, they would definitely die here today. "Xiao Xia, don't talk. Save your strength. We can't worry about that much now. With one more helper, our chances of surviving go up a bit." After saying that, he sped up again. Several more explosions came from ahead in succession. The intervals between them were very regular, which meant the other side's battle was not very urgent. That either meant there was an expert over there, or there were many people who had divided the work among themselves. No matter what, that was a good thing for them. Hearing Lu Dong's words, Xiao Xia also understood that with their current situation, the place ahead might be their only chance at survival. Meanwhile, Wang Yi and his group were heading toward the inner city. Along the way, whenever they encountered lone mutants, Wang Yi did not make a move. Instead, he left them to Song Xin and Song Ying. One used ice, the other used fire. Working together, dealing with a single mutant was not difficult for them. It also helped train their combat ability. At this moment, Song Ying, who had just dealt with a mutant, lifted her foot and kicked the charred corpse. Pride showed in her eyes. She looked up at Wang Yi, who was sitting on Dahua's back. "Little bro, your big sister is awesome, right?" Wang Yi merely glanced at her and said nothing. Standing to the side, Song Xin smiled helplessly. She had no idea how Song Ying had developed this kind of personality. Still, in this apocalypse, being able to keep such a mindset was a good thing. Seeing that Wang Yi ignored her, Song Ying did not mind. She was already used to it anyway. She immediately shifted her target to Little Lingxi. "Little Lingxi, is big sister awesome or not?" Little Lingxi turned her head to look at Song Ying. Her little mouth opened, and her eyes showed some hesitation. Song Ying quickly said, "Think carefully before you answer. Tonight, big sister will make something tasty for you when we get back." Little Lingxi's eyes lit up. She swallowed and said in a childish voice, "Big sis is the best." Hearing that, Song Ying put her hands on her waist and shot Wang Yi a smug look. Then she said to Little Lingxi with a beaming smile, "I'll make you something tasty tonight." "Ha ha." Song Xin smiled helplessly at the scene. Then, she condensed an ice blade in her hand and began digging out the crystal core. At that moment, Wang Yi, who was sitting on Dahua's back, raised a brow and looked ahead. Then, his divine sense quickly swept over. The scenes ahead kept shifting, and soon it reached its destination. When a scene there appeared within Wang Yi's divine sense, his expression froze slightly. He had not expected to run into acquaintances here, but the next scene made him frown slightly again. What Wang Yi saw was naturally the scene of Lu Dong's team being chased down. At first, he had been a little surprised to run into them on this street, but when he saw Lu Dong turn and head in their direction, a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. Wang Yi naturally knew exactly what Lu Dong's team was doing. They had clearly heard the explosion of Song Ying's fireball and wanted to drag them into the mess as well. At this moment, Song Xin, who had already taken out the crystal core, noticed Wang Yi's expression and also looked ahead. Unfortunately, the grass was too deep, and she could not see anything. Still, she could faintly hear the howls of the mutants. "Xiao Yi, is something happening up ahead?" Song Xin wiped the blood off the crystal core and asked. Wang Yi nodded. "Prepare for battle. Someone is bringing a group of mutants toward us." Song Xin's expression turned cold when she heard that. "Shifting the trouble onto us?" Wang Yi nodded lightly, then jumped down from Dahua's back with Little Lingxi in his arms. He pinched the little girl's chubby cheek and instructed, "Little Lingxi, stay obediently by Big Brother's side later. You absolutely must not run around, understand?" Little Lingxi nodded obediently. Don't worry, big brother. Lingxi definitely won run around. Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction, then patted De Hua's front paw. De Hua lowered its head and licked little Lingxi's face once. It let out a soft cry at Wang Yi, then walked toward the nearby bushes and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. The moment Song Xian saw this, she instantly understood that the number of incoming mutants ahead was definitely not small. After thinking for a moment, she still said, Xiao ya, if there are too many, it's better to avoid them for now. Little Lingxi is still here too. What if she didn't finish the rest? But Wang Yi understood what she meant. Wang Yi showed a relaxed smile. Sister Xian, don't worry. Even though there are quite a few of them, it's still within control. Song Xian relaxed a lot after hearing that. Since Wang Yi said so, then he was definitely confident. After spending this period of time with him, she knew that although the person before her looked like just a child, his temperament was already no worse than an adult's, and even surpassed most adults. At this moment, they could already clearly hear the mutants' roars. Wang Yi's expression turned cold. His divine sense swept across the area, and the weeds within 100 meters ahead were instantly flattened. The originally oppressive surroundings immediately became open. De Hua had already hidden itself in some corner, while the four of them simply stood there quietly, waiting for the coming battle. On the other side, listening to the mutants getting closer and closer, a trace of anxiety flashed through Lu Dong's eyes. The long run had already consumed too much of his stamina, but he knew he still couldn't stop now, because the moment they stopped, the only thing waiting for them would be death. Hold on, we're almost there. Lu Dong kept encouraging the teammates behind him. Li Chun and the other two behind him were already drenched in sweat. Although their running speed hadn't slowed, their legs were already beginning to stop obeying them. The only reason they could still hold on until now was because of adrenaline. But all of them knew very well that this was only temporary. This state wouldn't last long. They could only keep hypnotizing themselves, squeezing out their own strength in search of a sliver of survival. Time passed second by second like this. Suddenly, Lu Dong, who was running at the front, felt his eyes brighten, and his field of vision instantly widened. But the next second, his whole body stiffened, and he froze in place. His gaze locked tightly onto the figures not far ahead, while despair kept welling up in his eyes. The sliver of hope he had been seeking was actually a woman with 3 children. But right after that, another wave of regret rose in his heart. If he had known the situation here would be like this, he never would have led the mutants this way. Now, the one adult and 3 children before him would likely die indirectly by his hands. Thinking of this, Lu Dong put down Xiao Xia from his shoulder and shouted loudly toward Wang Yi and the others in the distance. Little kids, run. It's dangerous here. At this time, Li Chun and the other 2 behind him had also caught up. After seeing Wang Yi and the others, their faces were also filled with despair. Hearing Lu Dong's words, they didn't refute him either. Anyway, they were all going to die today. If they could save a few children before dying, they would count as a worthy death. Even though the people before them had fallen into danger because of them, Wang Yi looked at Lu Dong and the others' actions with some surprise. He had originally thought they would rush straight over, then use them as shields while escaping themselves. He hadn't expected that the moment they saw them, they would stop and tell them to run. After thinking about it a little, Wang Yi understood. Lu Dong and the others must have heard the explosion earlier and thought there was another team here, which was why they rushed this way. They just hadn't expected that there was no team here at all, only a girl under 20 with 3 children. With their stamina about to run out, they knew they wouldn't get far even if they kept running, so they simply stopped. As for telling Wang Yi and the others to run, they probably thought that with just a young girl and 3 children, even if they stayed, they wouldn't be much help. As for why Lu Dong and the others hadn't recognized Wang Yi, that was easy to understand too. At such a critical moment, they simply had no extra energy to observe carefully. What is more, little Lingxi, this tiny little thing, was also among Wang Yi's group. Song Xian at the side was also very surprised by this. She had originally already been prepared to attack them, although they weren't afraid of these dozens of mutants. Lu Dong's group's act of shifting the trouble onto them had made her very angry. She just hadn't expected the people before her to stop and tell them to run instead. Judging from their expressions and actions, they had clearly already prepared themselves to die in battle. Roar! Right at this moment, the roars were already right before them. A burst of chaotic noise came from the forest ahead, and the sound of sharp claws colliding with the ground rose and fell through the woods. Buzz! Song Ying had already begun condensing fireballs in both hands, compressing them over and over. Song Xian wasn't idle either. A layer of frost spread over her whole body, while several ice spikes slowly condensed. Go! Song Ying waved both hands, and 2 fist-sized fireballs streaked through the air toward the grass 100 meters away. When Lu Dong saw that Song Ying had actually attacked first, he quickly shouted, "Little girl, this isn't a place for you to show off. Leave now." Young Li, the fire element ability user among them, Couldn't he help but chuckle when he saw the two small fireballs Song Ying released. Little sister, this is what a fireball looks like. You'd better hurry and go. As he spoke, he condensed a blazing red fireball the size of a basketball. However, before he could continue speaking, Song Ying's two small fireballs had already landed and exploded. Boom! Boom! Two explosions rang out not far ahead of them. Right after that, a shockwave instantly spread outward. The fireball in Yang Li's hand shook, and the whole man was forced back several steps by the shockwave. The others, aside from Lu Dong, were more or less the same. Looking again at the site of the explosion, two craters over a meter deep had appeared there. 3 mutants were currently struggling shakily on the ground, their bodies covered in scorched marks. The other mutants, charging over at high speed, suddenly slammed on the brakes and finally stopped 50 meters away from Lu Dong's group. Pairs of scarlet eyes stared fixedly at them. Roar! The roars spread from among the mutants, and then these mutants began scattering outward as if by tacit understanding. The mutants gradually formed an encirclement and slowly moved toward them. Lu Dong looked at the craters on the ground, then at the mutants closing in around them. His throat moved unconsciously. The few of them retreated backward at the same time. At this point, how could they not know they had run into experts? Especially Young Li. The moment he thought of what he had just said, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. His originally pale face had now turned exceptionally hot. It was from embarrassment, and as they moved, the mutants further tightened the encirclement. It was also at this moment that Xiao Xia suddenly cried out, "Little sword immortal!" Lu Dong and the others were stunned at first, but the next second they thought of something. Completely disregarding the mutants ahead of them, they turned and looked toward Wang Yi and the others. When they saw Wang Yi in the black hoodie, all of their eyes revealed joy at the same time. This really was the kid who had saved them not long ago. They hadn't expected to run into him again. Roar! Perhaps being ignored by them had enraged the mutant creatures. Several of the ones in front suddenly accelerated and lunged straight at them. The other mutant creatures sped up as well. A distance of 50 meters was only a few seconds for creatures moving at that speed. Lu Dong's face changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted, "Careful! Go all out now!" A yellow rune flickered at Xia Xia's brow. Yellow light surged over both her hands again, and then she slammed a palm onto the ground. Crack, crack! Sharp earth spikes burst out of the soil one after another, stabbing toward the mutant creature's feet while also slowing them down. The others attacked as well. The fireball in Yang Li's hand dragged a tail of flame as it blasted toward the area where the mutant creatures were packed together. Xiangzi's hair swayed nonstop. A cyan aura wrapped around his whole body, and a half-meter-long wind blade condensed in front of him. Slash! With a loud roar, the wind blade tore through the air and chopped toward the mutant creature in the very front. Lu Dong and Li Chun guarded the 3 from the left and right. Boom! Explosions and impacts kept ringing out among the mutant creatures. However, of the 3 attacks, only Xiangzi's wind blade managed to cause any real damage to the mutant creatures. Yang Li's and Xia Xia's attacks could at most break open the scales on their bodies and interfere with their speed a little. The most miserable damage came from Yang Li's fireball. It did almost no damage at all to the mutant creatures, only barely scorching some of the fur on their bodies. Compared to the damage Song Ying had done, Yang Li's face turned even redder. He had just joked about how small her fireball was, but her casual strike had dealt several times more damage than his. Wang Yi looked at the 5 people who had been surrounded, but he did not make a move right away. Instead, he observed their attacks. After seeing the damage they caused, the corner of his mouth twitched. What was the difference between this and scraping? Seeing that the mutant creatures were about to completely surround them, Song Xian hesitated for a moment before decisively taking action. Several ice spikes shot through the air toward the mutant creatures in front. Clang! Clang! With several crisp sounds, a few mutant creatures were forced back by the ice spikes, and several cracks appeared in the scales on their bodies. "Hey, you people, get farther back for this young lady," Song Ying shouted at Lu Dong's group of 5. The 2 fireballs she had condensed in her hands flew out again. Hearing Song Ying's voice and sensing the scorching heat from behind them, Lu Dong and the others all changed expression. They no longer cared about the mutant creatures that had already closed in. They turned around and charged to the rear. Before they could even run 10 meters, boom, boom, 2 explosions erupted behind them. The next second, a wave of force directly sent them flying. Bang! Bang! The few of them crashed to the ground together like dumplings being dropped into a pot, but they had no time to care about the pain. Scrambling up, they kept running forward. They had seen Wang Yi's methods before. They knew that as long as they made it there, their lives would be safe. Ignoring the sorry state of the group, the jade horn above Wang Yi's head gave a slight twitch and vanished. The next second, shrill, miserable howls rang out from the mutant creatures not far away. At the same time, a figure wrapped in black mist burst out from the jungle on the left. After a few leaps, it landed right in the middle of those mutant creatures. Wherever it passed, cold flashes kept appearing. and one mutant creature after another fell to the ground with head and body separated. This sudden turn of events threw the mutant creatures into momentary chaos. If it had been before, they would have already turned and fled. But now that they had fallen into a frenzy, the mutant creatures only stirred slightly before continuing to pounce toward Lu Dong and the others. Boom! One fireball after another flew from Song Ying's hands, blasting away the mutant creatures running in front. The shockwaves also made the group run even faster. In just a few breaths, they had already reached Wang Yi and the others. Song Ying glared at them, then shouted disdainfully, "Hurry up and get to the side. Don't stand here and get in the way." After saying that, she even gave Yangli a snort. Naturally, Lu Dong and the others had no objections. They hurriedly ran off to both sides, then slumped down not far behind them, looking at the mutant creatures that kept falling to the ground. Their eyes were full of relief at having survived the disaster. But in the next second, they looked at Wang Yi's group of 3 with incomparably complicated expressions. They were all ability users, so why was the gap this huge? Especially Young Li. As he looked at Song Ying's back, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Was this really the same kind of fireball? Go, big brother. Go, big sister. Go, big sister. Protected in the middle by the 3 of them. Little Lingxi kept clapping her tiny hands. Her little mouth didn't stay idle either, as she kept cheering them on. What Wang Yi failed to notice was that a complex rune had also appeared at little Lingxi's brow, giving off a silver-gray glow. Every time little Lingxi clapped, a slight ripple appeared in the space her tiny hands passed through. Behind them, Lu Dong and the others looked at that cheerful little one, and for a moment, did not know what to say. Even though they did not know her real age, judging by her size, she was at most 2 years old. She was so little, yet they dared to bring her out. Were they really not afraid something might happen? They really were bold because they had the skill to back it up. Especially judging from the little one's appearance, she was not the least bit afraid of those ferocious-looking mutant creatures. That meant she had already seen scenes like this many times. Lu Dong shook his head and turned his gaze back to the battle in the field. At this moment, of the nearly 70 mutant creatures, more than half had already fallen under the slaughter of Wang Yi's group of 3 in Dahua. When the last one died, less than 20 meters in front of Wang Yi, exactly 3 minutes had passed. Miao Dahua stepped around the blood on the ground with graceful cat steps and slowly walked toward Wang Yi. The scarlet in its eyes gradually faded, returning to emerald green. The black mist around its body also gradually withdrew before finally disappearing. That's it. Xia Xia stared at the corpses covering the ground, her mouth hanging wide open. As the leader of the team, Lu Dong was also shocked by Wang Yi and the other strength. He knew they would be strong, but he had not expected them to be this strong. What he had not expected even more was that there was actually a mutant beast in Wang Yi's group. Judging from the strength that mutant beast had displayed just now, even if all 5 of them attacked together, they would definitely be instantly killed. By now, Dahua had already come to Wang Yi's side and was lowering its head to rub against little Lingxi's face. Little Lingxi was tickled into giggling. Her pure laughter formed a sharp contrast with the corpses all over the ground. With a movement of Wang Yi's divine sense, dozens of crystal cores flew out from the heads of the corpses on the ground and gathered over here. The crystal cores spun once in front of Wang Yi, shaking off the blood on them, and then all went into his pocket. Only after doing all that did Wang Yi turn his gaze to Lu Dong and the others. "You led these mutant creatures here?" Wang Yi said flatly, his tone clearly unfriendly. The words of thanks Lu Dong had been about to say were immediately choked back down. The expressions of the others changed as well. This matter really was their fault. For a moment, the atmosphere turned somewhat heavy. Wang Yi simply looked at them quietly, with no extra emotion in his eyes. Song Xian and Song Ying each held one of little Lingxi's hands and stood quietly at the side, while little Lingxi tilted her tiny head and sized up Lu Dong and the others, her eyes full of curiosity. Dahua lay beside the 3 of them, grooming its fur. After a long while, Lu Dong struggled to his feet. The soreness in his muscles made his whole body tremble nonstop. Once he steadied himself, a bitter smile appeared on his face. "Little bro, sorry. We really did lead those mutants here. Even though the one before him was just a child, in this apocalypse, strength was everything." Calling him little bro was nothing embarrassing to Lu Dong. After a pause, he continued, "We heard explosions coming from this side while we were on Chuanjin Road, and the intervals were basically the same. We thought it was a large survivor team, so we led the mutants this way to seek a sliver of hope. We just didn't expect it would be you." At that, guilt showed in Lu Dong's eyes. Behind him, Xiao Xia and the others also struggled to get up. Although Lu Dong had proposed the idea, they couldn't just dump all the blame on him. Wang Yi glanced at them. Of course he knew those mutants had been led here by them. The reason he asked was to see whether they would hide the truth. Now it seemed these people really did have decent character. In the apocalypse, that was truly rare. Thinking of that, Wang Yi couldn't be bothered to pursue it further. After all, those mutants had also saved him quite a bit of time collecting crystal cores. He then asked again, Why are you here? And why did you attract so many mutants? Hearing this, Lu Dong immediately let out a sigh of relief. Since the little bro in front of him did not continue the previous topic, it was obvious he was no longer going to pursue the matter of them leading the mutants over. When he heard Wang Yi's question, Lu Dong didn't dare hide anything and quickly explained everything. Not long after we woke up yesterday, we found that pretty much everything at home had already decayed. So we thought we'd go outside and check the situation. But before we went very far, a beast roar came from the direction of Yuantong Mountain and directly shook all the surrounding buildings into collapse. The nearby shops and supermarkets were almost all buried under the rubble. To find survival supplies, we searched in the direction away from Yuantong Mountain. But along the way, almost all the supplies had already decayed. Aside from a few cans and some clothes, we found nothing else. I used to drive delivery trucks often, so if I knew there was a large supermarket on Chuanjin Road, I thought we might as well try our luck there. When we got there, the supermarket was the same as everywhere else. There was almost nothing usable inside. Luckily, for my earlier deliveries, I knew where this supermarket-esque warehouse was. At this point, excitement appeared on Lu Dong's face. Originally, I thought the supplies in the warehouse would decayed too, just like everywhere else. But when we opened the warehouse door, aside from the outermost layer of goods having decayed, the supplies deeper inside were unaffected. As he spoke, Lu Dong looked at Wang Yi with blazing eyes. Little bro, I can take you there. When the time comes, you only need to give us a small portion of the supplies inside. The rest can count as our thanks for saving our lives. What do you think? Wang Yi raised a brow. There really was a fish that slipped through the net. If what Lu Dong said was true, then just how many supplies would be inside? This was the warehouse of a large supermarket. At the thought of mountains of supplies stacked inside, Wang Yi's heart gave a sharp jump. Song Xin and Song Ying beside him showed little on their faces. But from how often they glanced toward Wang Yi, it was obvious they were tempted too. Without changing expression, Wang Yi suddenly asked, "You just said a single beast roar from Yuantong Mountain shook down all the surrounding buildings?" Lu Dong's expression tightened, and fear appeared in his eyes. Even his voice carried a slight tremble as he said, "That's right. The sound really did come from Yuantong Mountain. There used to be a zoo there. Judging from the sound, it should have been a tiger's roar." Wang Yi's expression changed slightly, and the image of the giant tiger he had seen before instantly surfaced in his mind. Now, after the baptism of the purple light and purple moon, no one knew how many times stronger the giant beast on Yuantong Mountain had become. He took a deep breath and suppressed the thoughts in his heart before asking calmly, "Can you still walk?" Lu Dong was overjoyed and quickly nodded. "Don't worry, little bro. We're not injured. It won't affect our walking." Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, let us set out." "Yes." The few of them responded in unison. After speaking, they ignored the soreness in their bodies and supported one another as they headed back the way they came. Wang Yi picked up little Lingxi in one arm and returned to De Hua's back, signaling De Hua to follow them. The sisters Song Xin and Song Ying walked on either side, their steps becoming noticeably lighter. Along the way, furious mutants kept approaching, but they all became targets for Song Xin and Song Ying to practice on. Watching the Song sisters easily deal with the mutants, Lu Dong and the others' eyes were full of envy. The gap between people became tangible at this moment. Before long, Wang Yi and the others arrived at the giant supermarket Lu Dong had mentioned. Looking at the tottering supermarket, Wang Yi released his divine sense and scanned the inside once. It was indeed just as Lu Dong had said. The supplies throughout the entire supermarket had already decayed. At this time, Lu Dong pointed toward the underground garage hidden in the overgrowth on the right side of the supermarket and said, "The supermarket-esque warehouse is down there. But the support pillars below have already cracked. In a bit, we absolutely can't make too much noise otherwise." He did not finish the rest, but everyone present understood. Wang Yi's expression also turned solemn. If a collapse happened after they went down, then with the power of his divine sense as it was now, he had no confidence in getting out unscathed. When they reached the entrance to the underground parking lot, it had already been covered by wildly overgrown weeds. Sunlight could only barely shine in for a meter or two. Standing outside, the inside was completely silent. Without the slightest movement, Song Ying bent over and looked inside. Other than darkness, she could see nothing at all. "Kid bro, hurry and see if there are any monsters inside." Hearing Song Ying's form of address, Lu Dong and the others were all stunned. They looked at Wang Yi, then suddenly felt that the title was quite fitting. Sitting on De Hua's back, Wang Yi shot her an annoyed glare. No, the mutants were already lured away. Song Ying pouted in disappointment. "How can there be none?" Song Xin said speechlessly from the side. "What? Were you hoping there'd be some monster inside?" Song Ying waved a hand, looking a little embarrassed. "No, it's just that in the novels I used to read, places like this usually had some big boss or something." Everyone was speechless. At a time like this, she was still thinking about that kind of nonsense. No longer paying attention to this little witch, Wang Yi patted De Hua's back and took the lead into the darkness. The others quickly followed. Soon, the group vanished into the dark. After being abandoned for some time, the underground parking garage was already covered in moss, and the air was filled with a thick smell of decay. Little Lingxi, held in Wang Yi's arms, wrinkled her cute nose. Clearly, she was very uncomfortable with the smell here. When they reached the garage, Wang Yi swept his gaze around and found that the parking lot was mostly empty, with not many vehicles inside. At this time, Lu Dong, who had been walking at the back, quickly stepped forward and pointed in one direction. Little bro, the supermarket-S warehouse is over there. Wang Yi nodded. He naturally already knew the warehouse-S location. What he had been doing just now was checking the condition of those support pillars. Just as he had expected, every one of those support pillars had cracks of varying severity. They obviously would not hold out much longer. Without wasting any more time, Wang Yi took the lead and walked toward the warehouse. This kind of place gave no sense of security at all. It was better to get the supplies as soon as possible. The group walked lightly in that direction, trying their best not to make a sound. Even Song Ying, that little demon girl, was unusually quiet. It was obvious the cracks on the surrounding pillars had put a lot of pressure on her. 2 minutes later, the group arrived at the warehouse entrance. The door here had already been opened. There was no need to guess. It was obviously done by Lu Dong and the others earlier. Wang Yi carried little Lingxi down from Dehua's back, left Dehua outside, then took the lead and walked in. Inside, rows of shelves lined both sides, and the supplies piled on them had long since rotted away. Without stopping, the group continued deeper inside. Very soon, they reached the center of the warehouse. There were no shelves here. The goods were all stacked on wooden platforms. Part of the outermost layer of rotten supplies had already been turned over, revealing the intact supplies hidden inside. This was clearly Lu Dong and the others doing. At this moment, Lu Dong came to Wang Yi's side and pointed ahead. Little brother, this is the area we dug through. I already checked the supplies inside. They've been affected a little, but they can still be used. As for whether the other directions are the same, we don't know. Wang Yi nodded without saying anything. The power of his divine sense instantly covered the supplies in front of him. The next second, those rotten supplies were peeled away layer by layer like an onion by an invisible giant hand. Even though they already knew Wang Yi's ability might be related to telekinesis, seeing this scene with their own eyes still shocked Lu Dong and the others. Song Xin and Song Ying had seen it before, so they remained calm. Still, their eyes were fixed on the revealed supplies without even blinking. The black rotten layer on the surface was quickly cleared away by Wang Yi, revealing the normal supplies underneath. Everyone's attention was drawn to the pile of supplies, and blazing excitement appeared in every pair of eyes. On the wooden platforms that occupied at least 1/3 of the entire warehouse, all kinds of supplies were piled up. Among them, rice, flour, grain, and cooking oil were the most attractive to Lu Dong and the others. After all, from waking up yesterday morning until now, they had not eaten a single bite of normal food. Now that they saw so much grain, the fact that they could hold themselves back from pouncing on it already showed great restraint. Aside from rice, flour, grain, and oil, there were also all kinds of daily necessities. Clothes, blankets, and various tools could all be found inside. If all the supplies here were taken away, they would be enough for Wang Yi and the others to use for several years. Wang Yi did not know why the purple light that night had left behind these fish that slipped through the net, but the appearance of these supplies directly solved their survival problem for a long time to come. He swept his gaze around, suppressed the excitement in his heart, then turned to Lu Dong. There are backpacks over there. Go pack them yourselves. Take as much as you can carry. Consider it your reward for providing this information. Lu Dong and the others exchanged glances, and surprise appeared in all their eyes. To be honest, it was impossible for them not to covet these supplies. Although Wang had already saved their lives twice, they still were not sure he would keep his promise and give them a share. Now that they had heard Wang Yi say it with their own ears, the hearts they had kept tense finally relaxed quite a bit. Lu Dong took a deep breath and looked at Wang Yi with gratitude in his eyes. Little brother, thank you. If there's ever anything you need us for in the future, just say the word. We definitely won't refuse. The others all nodded together. From their expressions, it was clear they meant it. Wang Yi waved his hand. No need for that. We're just taking what we each need. Lu Dong gave Wang Yi a deep look, then turned and nodded to Li Chun and the others before taking the lead toward where the backpacks were. Wang Yi and the Song sisters did not move. They simply stood there quietly. Lu Dong and the others moved quickly. After getting the backpacks, they headed straight for the area where the rice and flour were stacked. After stuffing the backpacks full, they took handbags and started filling them with high-calorie snacks like chocolate and beef jerky. Finally, when the group returned to Wang Yi again, all 5 of them were covered in supplies. Each person had a large hiking backpack on his back, a handbag in each hand, and several buckets of grain and oil hanging from his neck by ropes. Lu Dong, in particular, as a physical strength ability user, had 3 large backpacks hanging directly from his body. In each hand, he carried 3 handbags, all stuffed to the brim. Unlike the others, what hung around his neck was not grain or oil, but packs of toilet paper. Song Ying widened her eyes and kept looking the group over, making their ears turn red, especially Lu Dong. His face had already been dark to begin with, but now it was flushed all over as if he had been drinking. Little brother. Lu Dong looked at Wang Yi somewhat awkwardly. Wang Yi waved his hand with an amused expression. No need to say more. I already said it just now. Take as much as you can carry. Is this enough? If not, you could take a bit more. Lu Dong quickly shook his head. Enough, enough. This is already enough for us to use for a long time. Li Chun and the others also hurriedly nodded along and all said it was enough. Seeing that they had no intention of taking more, Wang Yi said, in that case, let us part here. What happens next has nothing to do with you anymore. Hearing this, Lu Dong glanced at the pile of supplies that had barely changed at all and said, little brother, where are you staying now? We can help you move the supplies back. Quite a few people know about this supermarket. If the stuff isn't moved away in time, I'm afraid people will find this place very soon. Naturally, Wang Yi would not tell them about little Ling Xi's ability. He only said flatly, no need. We have our own way. When Lu Dong heard this, his gaze swept across the Song sisters' faces. Seeing that they were calm and clearly had no objection to Wang Yi's words, he knew it was time to leave. So after thanking Wang Yi once more, he led Li Chun and the others toward the entrance. Watching their departing backs, Wang Yi suddenly seemed to remember something and called out to them. The meat of some mutated beasts can be eaten. It's especially beneficial for physical strength ability users. Lu Dong's footsteps paused. He turned around and bowed deeply to Wang Yi. Many thanks for telling me this, little brother. I, Lu Dong, will remember this favor. After saying that, he did not linger and quickly led Li Chun and the others outside. Do not underestimate this information. For Lu Dong and the others, this information could let them quickly widen the gap between themselves and other survivors in the early stage. In the eyes of survivors right now, mutated beasts and mutated entities were not all that different. Unless they were pushed to the brink, the vast majority of survivors would not dare try eating mutated beasts. And that gap in time in between would widen the difference in strength between the two sides. Only after their figures gradually disappeared into the darkness did Wang Yi withdraw his gaze. Song Xian looked at Wang Yi. These people's character is pretty decent. Wang Yi nodded. That is also why I was willing to help them. As he spoke, he told her about the time he had saved Lu Dong and the others before. After hearing Wang Yi's words, Song Xian sighed. In this apocalypse, it's really rare to still keep this kind of character. Wang Yi nodded, then revealed a smile. All right, next comes harvest time. Hearing that, Song Yin got so excited she almost cried out, but fortunately Song Xian beside her covered her mouth in time. Shut up. Don't you see the situation around us? Behave yourself. Song Xian reached out and poked Song Ying on the forehead. Song Ying also knew she had almost caused trouble. She stuck out her tongue and did not dare make a fuss again. Wang Yi shook his head speechlessly, then carried little Ling Xi to the supplies and set her down. Xiao Ling Xi, it's up to you now. Put all of this away, and we won't be short on good food anymore. Xiao Ling Xi looked at the supplies piled higher than she was, then looked at Wang Yi. She stepped forward a few paces and pressed her little hand against them. The next second, a corner of the pile of supplies vanished right before their eyes. That scene surprised Wang Yi quite a bit. Before this, Xiao Ling Xi had needed to touch things one by one to store them. Now, she could actually collect them in an area. It seemed that after the purple light, Xiao Ling Xi's ability had also been strengthened. After putting away one corner, Xiao Ling Xi moved on her short little legs and continued collecting the other supplies. There was nothing Wang Yi and the others could do to help with this. At most, they could carry her when she got tired from walking. And while Wang Yi's group was collecting supplies, Lu Dong and the others, who had just left, ran into trouble. At this moment, at the entrance to the underground parking lot, more than 30 survivors had gathered there at some point. And Lu Dong's group of 5 was now being vaguely surrounded in the middle by those 30 people. Lu Dong looked around, then slowly set down the supplies he was carrying and fixed his gaze on a man directly in front of him. Li Chun and the others also put down their supplies with grim expressions. The runes at the center of their brows flickered faintly, ready to fight at any moment. Why have you all stopped us? Lu Dong looked at the leading man and asked. The man did not answer Lu Dong's question. His gaze swept over the supplies at their feet, then shifted to the entrance behind them. There was not the slightest expression on his gaunt face, as if he had not even seen Lu Dong's group. A moment later, the man withdrew his gaze and looked back at Lu Dong. You found these supplies inside? The man finally spoke. His voice was slightly hoarse, and it gave people an uncomfortable feeling. Combined with his gaunt face and narrow eyes, that feeling became even more obvious. Lu Dong's gaze swept over the people around him before finally looking at the man. So what if we did? So what if we didn't tea? Judging from the situation in front of them, there was clearly no way this would end peacefully. If it had been before the purple light appeared, this amount of supplies would not have been worth fighting to the death over. But now things were different. The vast majority of supplies had already decayed. Although there were still some wild vegetables in the jungle that could fill their stomachs, they had no oil or fat in them. How could that little bit possibly keep up with the body's consumption? They were all ability users. Their consumption was far greater than that of ordinary people. The man's cold gaze swept across Lu Dong's face. Then he let out a sneer. Heh, I know you. Your name is Lu Dong, right? Lu Dong frowned and searched his memory, trying to find information on this person. But after thinking for a long time, he had no impression at all. That's right. My name is Lu Dong. Have we met? No, but that doesn't matter. Leave the stuff behind, and I'll let you go. The man did not explain further and stated his goal directly. Lu Dong's expression turned cold. Heat gradually radiated from his body, and the muscles on his arms twitched slightly. Huh, if you want our supplies, you can try. Li Chun reached behind his lower back and drew 2 daggers. They had just found them among the supplies. Xiao Xia, Qiangzi, and Yang Li slowly lit up the runes between their brows, and waves of energy spread from their bodies. Seeing Lu Dong's group move, the man frowned, and his face grew even gloomier. The people around them also began releasing various energy fluctuations, but the vast majority of them were body-type ability users. The atmosphere instantly froze. The man's gaze passed over Lu Dong and looked toward the entrance to the underground garage, calculation flashing in his eyes. He knew something about Lu Dong's group, because this team had been very active before, often going out to search for supplies. He had also seen from afar how they fought mutants. Compared to the others, these people definitely had much richer combat experience. At the moment, it seemed like their side had an absolute advantage in numbers, but if they really fought, more than half of these people would hold back in fear. Even if they won in the end, with Lu Dong's group's combat strength, they would definitely lose some manpower too. That would have a huge impact on their future development. On the way here earlier, they had also encountered mutant attacks. Although they had dealt with them all, they had still suffered some losses. So if they could avoid fighting, it would be better not to fight. Just as the man was weighing things, a yellow-haired man beside him suddenly spoke up. Brother Gay, since they don't know what's good for them, there's no need to waste words with them. There have to be more supplies down there. Kill them, and everything inside will be ours. Hearing that, everyone else looked toward the depths of the entrance with burning eyes. This was a large supermarket. There had to be even more supplies below waiting for them. The man, Brother Gay, had a slight change in expression, and a trace of killing intent rose in his heart toward the yellow-haired man. That idiot only saw that they had more people. He didn't stop to think that out of their 30 men, only 3 were ranged ability users. And one of them was pure water element, with almost no attack power at all. He had wanted to resolve this conflict, but looking at the people around him, already blinded by appearances and profit, he swallowed the words that had reached his lips. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lu Dong also knew things were heading in the worst possible direction. His gaze landed on Brother Gue, and Lu Dong let out a cold laugh. Huh, looks like there's no peaceful end between us. As he spoke, he pointed at the supermarket building behind him. But before that, how about we change locations? Brother Gue's gaze landed on the tottering building, and he also knew this was not a place to fight. I'll give you one last chance. Leave the stuff, and we can let you go, Brother Gue said coldly. Lu Dong and the others exchanged glances. No one backed down. There was no way they would hand over the supplies they had worked so hard to get. Lu Dong shook his head. If you want our supplies, fine. Let us see whether you have the ability to take them from us. Brother Gue's expression instantly turned sinister. Then he said blankly, in that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. After speaking, he turned and walked to the back, his voice slowly drifting over. We'll wait for you outside. A savage smile appeared on the pockmarked face of the yellow-haired man. He pointed at Lu Dong's group of 5, then turned and followed. Seeing this, the others also followed one after another. Everyone knew they could not make too much of a disturbance here, and that was also why they had not attacked right away. Lu Dong took a deep breath and said to the people behind him, go all out later. With Xiao Gu's perception ability, he should be able to notice what is happening here. As long as we hold on until Xiao Gu arrives, we'll be fine. Li Chun and the others nodded to show they understood. After speaking, the 5 of them did not take the supplies on the ground. They lifted their feet and walked outside. When they arrived on Chuanjin Road, Brother Gue and the others were already waiting there. Lu Dong walked in front, his muscles bulging all over his body. Li Chun followed behind with a knife in each hand, while in the middle were the 3 mage types, Xiao Xia, Yang Li, and Qiangzi. When Brother Gue saw that Lu Dong's group really dared to come over, viciousness also surged in his heart. The reason he had taken the lead and left just now was to give Lu Dong's group a chance to leave. He had not expected them to be this stubborn and actually follow him out. At this point, there was no room left to turn things around. Brother Gue could not be bothered to waste words anymore and directly waved his hand. Attack! The yellow-haired man was the first to respond. The instant he heard the order, the aura around him exploded upward. His stick-like body began to swell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he expanded from a short man of 1.7 meters to over 2 meters tall. Roar! With a face full of fierce flesh. The yellow-haired man let out an angry roar and charged toward Lu Dong's group. The others with body enhancement abilities also activated their powers and rushed after him. As for Brother Gue, black mist spread from his whole body, and he slowly vanished from where he stood. As for the three ranged fighters in their group, one water type, one fire type, and one wood type, they were still standing in place, gathering their abilities. Dense energy fluctuations spread out around them, facing Huang Mao as he charged over. A flash of red passed through Lu Dong's eyes. The muscles in his arm twitched non-stop as a terrifying force gathered there. Without any extra nonsense, Huang Mao swung his thick arm, and his huge fist smashed straight at Lu Dong. Lu Dong did not dodge. He threw a punch right at it. Boom! The two fists collided, and the surrounding air let out an explosive blast from the pressure. Li Chan held his blade with both hands. His eyes locked tightly on the people charging over. In the middle, Xiao Xia slammed his right palm onto the ground. The next second, a stone wall appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, yellow light bloomed from his left hand, and spikes of earth shot up into the crowd. Some people failed to dodge in time. Their feet and thighs were instantly pierced through, and cries of agony immediately rang out from the crowd. Buzz! A fireball radiating a violent aura flew over the top of the stone wall and dropped toward the crowd. Boom! The fireball exploded in the middle of the crowd. Several people nearby were blown flying on the spot, their bodies engulfed in flames. For a moment, screams rose one after another. Xiangzi was not idle either. A wind blade condensed in front of him, but he did not release it right away. Instead, he looked around, trying to find Brother Gui's figure. Since these people obeyed Brother Gui's orders, that meant Brother Gui was the strongest one and also the greatest threat. Unfortunately, from the very start, Brother Gui had disappeared without a trace. Xiangzi could only hold back and not attack, constantly watching for anything unusual around him. At this moment, the three ranged fighters in the distance also made their move. A fireball likewise smashed toward Lu Dong's group. But this fireball, whether in size or in the aura it gave off, was much weaker than Yang Li's. At the same time, tiny green lights began gathering in the surrounding jungle. In the end, they condensed into 3 wooden spikes in front of the wood-type ability user. Swish! The wooden spikes turned into 3 streaks of light and shot toward Yang Li. As for the water-type ability user, he did not attack. Instead, he condensed a water snake and began putting out the flames on the few people rolling on the ground. Facing the incoming attacks, Xiao Xia gave up on continuing to attack and switched to defense. He did not condense another stone wall. Instead, he condensed 2 earth pillars to block in front of the wooden spikes and the fireball. Boom! The explosion of the fireball and the sound of the wooden spikes piercing into the earth pillars rang out together, and cracks immediately spread across the pillars. At the very front, the clash of fists between Lu Dong and Huang Mao had also produced a winner. Lu Dong stood firmly where he was, while Huang Mao, whose build was clearly a whole size larger, was forced back several steps. A look of disbelief appeared on Huang Mao's pockmarked face. Your strength is actually this strong? Lu Dong gave a cold smile and did not continue the chase. Instead, he stood firmly in place and kept Xiao Xia and the other 3 tightly protected behind him. In the shadow of a patch of bushes to the right, Brother Gui watched the battle in the field. When he saw Huang Mao lose in terms of strength, his gaze turned cold. Then his eyes fell on those injured by the fireball, and his expression became even colder. This was exactly why he had not wanted a conflict before. They might have had the advantage in numbers, but they were all people with no combat experience. If they were fighting a favorable battle, naturally there would be no issue. But once they ran into a team that knew how to coordinate, they would collapse in minutes. And just so happened, Lu Dong's group of 5 was exactly that kind of team. Looking at the few people lying on the ground wailing, then at those who were still attacking the stone wall, Brother Gui suddenly felt exhausted. The ones crying on the ground were one thing. But were these idiots attacking the stone wall sick in the head, or what? This was on Chuanjin Road. That stone wall was only 2 or 3 meters wide. If it blocked your way, couldn't you just go around from either side? What a bunch of rabble. Brother Gui cast an envious glance at Lu Dong's group of 5, then shifted his gaze onto Xiangzi. The one here who posed the greatest threat to him was this wind-type ability user. He was confident he could dodge everyone else's attacks. But he was not confident about Xiangzi's windblade. And, judging from the way Xiangzi was holding back without firing, he was obviously on guard against him too. If he did not get rid of Xiangzi at once, then he would not be able to focus on dealing with the others. As for Li Chun, who was guarding nearby, he did not take him seriously at all. Xiangzi, who was still searching for Brother Gui, had no idea he had already been targeted. His gaze swept around warily. Huang Mao, who had lost the fist clash, also noticed the situation behind him and instantly roared in fury. Are you idiots? Then go around from both sides. Hearing Huang Mao's angry shout, the people attacking the stone wall finally reacted and all went around it, charging toward Lu Dong and the others. In an instant, the pressure on Lu Dong surged sharply. Although his combat experience was indeed much stronger, 2 hands could not beat 4 fists. It did not take long before several people tied him down. Seeing this, Huang Mao stopped bothering with Lu Dong and strode straight toward Yang Li, who was condensing a fireball. Facing the charging Huang Mao, Xiangzi hesitated for a split second. Then the wind blade in front of him shot out from his hand. The half-meter-long wind blade tore through the air and slashed straight at Huang Mao's neck. Huang Mao's expression changed when he saw the incoming wind blade, and he hurriedly dodged to the left. However, in his current state, while he had gained doubled strength, his speed was also restricted. Facing the rapidly approaching wind blade, although he dodged most of it, the edge of the blade still grazed his neck. Pucci! A spray of bright red blood burst from his thick neck. The next second, Huang Mao's body, which had grown to over 2 meters tall, began shrinking until it returned to normal. Huang Mao struggled to cover the wound on his neck, but unfortunately, all the strength in his body had already been drained away. He could only collapse onto the ground with a face full of terror, and in the blink of an eye, he stopped moving. With Huang Mao's threat gone, Xiao Xia quickly condensed another stone wall and placed it in front of Lu Dong, helping him share some of the pressure. Beside him, Yang Li's second fireball had already finished condensing. Without the slightest hesitation, he hurled it straight at the 3 ranged fighters in the distance. The moment Brother Gui saw Xiangzi release the wind blade, he finally moved from the shadows where he had been hiding, turning into a streak of black mist. He rushed toward Xiangzi along the shadows on the ground. This was the person who posed the greatest threat to him. He had to kill him first. In the blink of an eye, the black mist had already reached Xiangzi's location. Without any warning, Brother Gui's figure appeared beside Xiangzi. A pitch-black claw shot directly toward the center of Xiangzi's back. "Be careful," Li Chun shouted, activating his ability. With a flash, he rammed toward Brother Gui. The blade in his hand was also thrown out directly, stabbing straight toward Brother Gui's back. Hearing Li Chun's warning shout, Xiangzi only felt a chill rise from the bottom of his heart and instinctively turned to look behind him. And in that very instant, Brother Gui's claw viciously stabbed into Xiangzi's body. Brother Gui's expression turned cold. His claw had not pierced into Xiangzi's heart. He could feel the resistance coming from the tip of his claw. It had struck the shoulder blade. A trace of unwillingness flashed through his eyes. But the sound of something cutting through the air behind him was already right on him. Left with no choice, he could only turn back into black smoke and sink into the shadow on the ground again. "Xiangzi, are you all right?" Ignoring the thrown blade that had missed, Li Chun hurried over to Xiangzi's side to check his injury. Enduring the pain coming from his shoulder, Xiangzi shook his head and said, "I'm fine. It didn't hit anything vital. Don't worry about me. Go help Brother Lu." As soon as he finished speaking, energy ripples rose from his body again, and green energy condensed in front of him once more. Li Chun looked at Lu Dong, who was being besieged by several people, then at Yang Li, who was gathering a fireball. In the end, he still didn't go help. Compared to Lu Dong, Xia Xia and the other two were in even greater danger. After all, there was still that Gui nearby, watching them like a tiger eyeing its prey. Besides, their task right now was to hold out until Wang Yi arrived. There was no need to risk their lives like this. Just as Lu Dong's team was being surrounded and attacked, Wang Yi, who was inside the warehouse holding little Lingxi and collecting supplies, suddenly turned his head to look outside. There seemed to be an energy fluctuation out there. Wang Yi's brows furrowed slightly, and his divine sense instantly swept toward the source of the fluctuation. The next second, the scene outside appeared in his sea of consciousness. Seeing Wang Yi look outside, Song Xian quickly asked, "Xiao Yi, what is wrong?" Wang Yi frowned and said, "Lu Dong and the others ran into trouble." After saying that, he handed little Lingxi to Song Xian. "Sister Xian, keep collecting supplies. I'll go take a look." Song Xian took little Lingxi and reminded him, "Be careful." "MHM." Wang Yi nodded, then strode outside. Song Ying had just been about to follow when Song Xian glared her back with a look. After coming outside, Wang Yi directly climbed onto Dahua's back. "Dahua outside. Fast. Meow." Dahua cried out, then leaped toward the entrance, because it was wary of the load-bearing pillars around them. Every step Dahua took was completely silent. The distance hadn't been far to begin with. In less than 5 seconds, Dahua reached the entrance. Within his divine sense, Lu Dong and the others were already in grave danger. Wang Yi's expression turned cold, and the jade horn shot out as a streak of light. At this moment, on Chuanjin Road, the 5 of Lu Dong's group had already been compressed into a narrow space. Luckily, Xia Xia had formed a semicircular stone wall behind them, so they only needed to deal with attacks from the front. Even so, Lu Dong and Li Chun, the 2 body enhancement ability users, had gained quite a few wounds. Especially Lu Dong. There was basically not a single patch of intact flesh left on his body, just as the 5 of them were bitterly holding on. From the shadows in the corner of the stone wall, Gu once again approached Xiangzi. A black claw slowly extended out from the shadows, aimed straight at Xiangzi's heart. Swish! A black flash streaked by, and the claw stabbed toward Xiangzi at high speed. Yet Xiangzi, Yang Li, and Xia Xia beside him noticed nothing at all. A pleased smile appeared on Gu's face. Suddenly, A streak of white light flashed past, and the black claw was instantly pierced through. Gu cried out in alarm and directly revealed himself from the shadows. The commotion behind them instantly startled Xiangzi and the other two, and they hurriedly turned to look. Unfortunately, Gu had already hidden back in the shadows, and the white light that had just pierced through the claw now revealed its true form. It was Wang Yi's jade horn. Meow. With a cat-esque cry, Dahua's figure slowly emerged from the woods. Its enormous body instantly drew everyone's eyes. When Lu Dong and the other five saw this, joy instantly appeared on their faces. The person they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Dahua stepped forward with cat-like grace, walking toward the crowd. Faint black mist coiled around its body, making Dahua look even more oppressive. For a moment, the people surrounding Lu Dong's group all retreated. At the same time, they also noticed Wang Yi on Dahua's back. A child was actually riding on the back of a mutated beast. No matter how they looked at it, the scene felt strange. Little brother, you saved us again, Lu Dong said to Wang Yi with a bitter smile. Gu, who had already revealed himself, had a sudden change in expression when he heard that. They knew this child, and when he saw the jade horn quietly floating above Wang Yi's head, his pupils shrank. That was what had just pierced through his right hand. His wariness toward Wang Yi instantly rose to the highest level. Wang Yi glanced at the injuries on Lu Dong and the others. Seeing that they were all just flesh wounds, he paid them no more attention. Dahua walked over and stopped beside them, its emerald green eyes lazily sweeping over the people opposite them. Wang Yi's gaze swept across the ground around them, where 7 corpses were lying. Clearly, in that brief clash, the side with more people had suffered badly. Looking at Dahua under Wang Yi, Gu subconsciously swallowed. He always felt that Dahua was his natural enemy. Every time he looked at it, he felt his heart tremble. Especially just now, when Dahua had appeared. Black mist had been clinging to its body. That looked extremely similar to when he used his own ability. At the same time, Wang Yi was also sizing Gu up from above. So, you're the leader of these people? Wang Yi's crisp, clear voice rang out. Hearing this, Gu hurriedly tore his gaze away from Dahua. Seeing Wang Yi's bright eyes fixed on him, he gave an awkward laugh. Little brother, we only came here to search for supplies. We didn't know they were your people. Hearing that, Wang Yi glanced at the 20-plus people they had left. Aside from a few, more or less all of them were carrying some injuries. Over 30 of you against 5 of them. And this is how it turned out? The moment those words came out, Gu's face stiffened. Wasn't that just a pure humiliation? The others also exchanged looks. They wanted to refute him. But after glancing at Dahua, they held it in. You've given us a laugh, little brother. The situation was stronger than the man. Gu could only force down the displeasure in his heart and lower his head with a smile. Seeing this, Wang Yi shook his head. He had no plans to do anything to these people anyway. After all, these people hadn't offended him, nor did they have any conflict of interest with him. From the fight, just now, Wang Yi had also seen that the overwhelming majority of these people were body enhancement ability users. The only somewhat special one was the Gu in front of him. His ability was somewhat similar to Dahua's. As for the 3 long-range ability users, they were just ordinary water, fire, and wood abilities. If you wanted to build a team, those 3 could be somewhat useful. Especially the water and wood abilities. Whether for drinking water or for farming later on, they could play a major role. Wang Yi didn't want to waste time with them. He still had to hurry back. With little Lingxi and the others under this dangerous building, it was never truly safe. All right, the supplies here already belong to someone. Go search somewhere else. Wang Yi waved his hand and directly issued an order to leave. Hearing this, the heart Gu had been holding up the whole time finally settled. The mysterious child in front of him had no intention of attacking them. His gaze swept over Lu Dong's group of 5, and in the end, he still gritted his teeth and pulled out more than a dozen crystal cores from his pocket. He walked over to Lu Dong and said, Brother Lu, this time I was in the wrong. Take these crystal cores as an apology. After saying that, he directly stuffed the crystal cores into Lu Dong's hand. Then he turned to the remaining 20-plus people and said, We're leaving. Hearing this, everyone finally let out a breath of relief. They also didn't want to face that mutated beast, so they quickly followed Gu and left at a fast pace. Lu Dong looked at the backs of Gu's group as they left, then looked at the crystal cores in his hand. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Wang Yi's gaze swept over the few of them, and he said flatly, All right, you should leave early too. Since these people could find this place, others can too. After saying that, he signaled for Dahua to return. Seeing that Wang Yi was about to leave, Lu Dong quickly called out, Little brother, wait. Hearing that, Wang Yi's brows furrowed as he looked at Lu Dong. Lu Dong saw that Wang Yi had misunderstood and quickly handed over the crystal cores in his hand. Little brother, you saved us again this time. These crystal cores may not be much, but they're still a token of our gratitude. Please accept them. Wang Yi waved his hand and said, No need. You helped me too. Keep those crystal cores and use them yourselves. After saying that, He didn't wait for Lu Dong to speak and signaled for Dahua to head toward the underground parking lot. Watching Wang Yi's disappearing figure, Lu Dong let out a helpless sigh. He turned to Li Chun and the others and said, "Take the supplies. Let's leave too." A few of them nodded. Even though they were still injured, they endured the pain and took all the supplies with them. After giving the supermarket one last look, the 5 of them did not leave along Chuanjin Road. Instead, they went straight into the forest on both sides. In the underground parking lot, Wang Yi returned to the warehouse. Song Xin was holding little Lingxi while collecting supplies. When she saw Wang Yi come back, she could not help but ask, "What happened?" Wang Yi briefly told her what had happened outside, then looked at the remaining supplies and said, "We need to speed up. This place could collapse at any time." Hearing that, Song Xin nodded, then lowered her head and said to little Lingxi, "Lingxi, can you go any faster?" Little Lingxi looked at her brother, then nodded and said, "Big sister, I can." Sure enough, the speed of collecting supplies nearly doubled after that. Wang Yi's gaze fell on little Lingxi's glabella. A mysterious silver-gray rune had appeared there. Before this, whenever little Lingxi used her ability, there had never been any change at her glabella. Whether it was Song Xin or Song Ying, whenever they used their abilities, a rune would appear between their brows. The same was true for Xiao Xia and the others. Wang Yi had originally thought little Lingxi's spatial ability was special, but now it seemed that little Lingxi simply had not been using her full strength at all. 5 minutes later, all the supplies had been stored in little Lingxi's space. At this time, Song Ying walked over to Wang Yi and handed him a notebook. "Little bro, this is the supply list. Take a look." Wang Yi had seen her writing things down with Song Xin earlier and thought she was just bored. He had not expected her to be recording the supply inventory. He had previously swept over everything with his divine sense. So he had a general impression of this batch of supplies, but he had not remembered the details clearly. With this list, when they needed something in the future, they would not have to take everything out just to search for it. Wang Yi took it and glanced at it, then handed it to Song Xin. "Sister Xin, I'll leave this list with you. If you need anything, just communicate directly with little Lingxi." Song Xin took the notebook and nodded. "Don't worry, I'll use these supplies reasonably." After saying that, she handed the notebook to little Lingxi. "Lingxi, put this away too." Little Lingxi obediently stored it in her space. Wang Yi looked around the warehouse, then picked little Lingxi up. "Let us go. The sooner we leave this place, the better." After saying that, he carried little Lingxi and walked outside. After coming out of the underground garage, sunlight shone on them again, and the invisible pressure in their hearts instantly vanished. The group did not stop. They had gained a huge haul today, so there was no need to keep staying outside. They had also gotten a lot of tools from the warehouse, so once they got back, they could set up the 2 buses a bit better and make them more comfortable to live in from now on. However, less than 5 minutes after leaving, while Wang Yi and the others were moving through the forest, they suddenly felt a shadow drift over their heads. Along with it came an invisible pressure that made every hair on Dahua's back stand on end. Then black mist spread out from her entire body, and the vertical eye at her glabella slowly opened, emitting an earthy yellow glow. Chirp! A clear yet mighty cry rang out in the sky. The sound seemed able to pierce straight through the soul, making people tremble uncontrollably. "Woo, woo!" Da let out a low growl, all 3 eyes fixed firmly on the sky. Wang Yi only looked up once before quickly calming Dahua down, telling her not to make a sound. The Song sisters, Song Xin and Song Ying, were also shocked by the giant creature in the sky, and their faces turned pale. Only after that figure had flown far away did Song Xin speak up and ask, "What was that just now?" While soothing the tense Dahua, Wang Yi whispered, "A mutated golden eagle." "A golden eagle?" Song Xin cried out. The thing was at least 50 meters long. Can a golden eagle grow that big? Before Wang Yi could answer, a rumble came from not far away. Song Xin looked in the direction the sound had come from. Was that the supermarket from earlier? Wang Yi spread out his divine sense, and the scene at the supermarket quickly appeared in his mind. That cry just now had caused the already crumbling supermarket to collapse directly into ruins. And that mutated golden eagle's target seemed to be the 7 corpses on the ground from earlier. After grabbing all the corpses, it flew straight toward Yuantong Mountain. Withdrawing his divine sense, Wang Yi let out a light breath and said to the tense Song Xin and Song Ying, "It's fine now. That golden eagle has flown away." Only then did the expressions on Song Xin and Song Ying's faces look a little better. The black mist around Dahua also slowly withdrew, and her vertical eye closed again. "Let us go," not daring to linger any longer. The 4 people and 1 cat continued toward the gas station. On the way, Song Xin still could not help asking, "Xiao Yi, how did you recognize at a glance that it was a golden eagle?" Wang Yi did not hide it and told them about what he had seen earlier on Yuantong Mountain. At the end, Wang Yi turned to look at the 2 of them. "I really don't know whether you were lucky or something else, but you actually made it up Yuantong Mountain and came back in one piece." Song Xin and Song Ying exchanged a glance, their eyes full of lingering fear. They had thought there was only that giant gorilla on Yuantong Mountain. They had never expected so many giant beasts to be hidden there. With so many giant beasts gathered on Yuantong Mountain, didn't they attack each other? Song Ying asked curiously. Wang Yi shook his head. That's what I can't figure out either. The distance between them isn't that far. But they each stay in their own territory and show no intention of attacking one another at all. Song Xin said thoughtfully. Could it be that some unknown force on Yuantong Mountain is restricting them? I don't know, but Yuantong Mountain really is different from other places. When I went to pick the spirit peaches back then, I sensed the presence of energy in the air on Yuantong Mountain. As Wang Yi spoke, he turned and glanced in the direction of Yuantong Mountain, already making up his mind that once he was strong enough, he had to go investigate it properly. Not to mention the secrets hidden there. Even just for that spirit peach tree, it would be worth going there again. No one spoke of the rest of the trip. Song Xin and Song Ying were still digesting what they had just learned. If that golden eagle had not appeared, they never would have known that such terrifying existences still existed in this world. Only when they got near the gas station did Song Xin ask, Xiao Yi, if we go by the rank system you mentioned before, what rank was that golden eagle just now? Wang Yi pondered for a few seconds before saying, at least rank 5, maybe even rank 6. Song Xin fell silent when she heard that. According to Wang Yi's classification, both she and her younger sister were currently within the rank 1 range. Wang Yi was at rank 2, but he had already touched the threshold of rank 3. Dahua was the strongest and had already reached rank 3, and they had seen Dahua's strength with their own eyes. If strength like that was only rank 3, then just how strong would rank 5 or even rank 6 be? After returning to the gas station, Wang Yi moved aside 3 wooden stakes. Once everyone had gone in, he put them back in place. After what had just happened, no one except little Lingxi was in the mood to talk anymore. After getting down from Dahua's back and letting little Lingxi play by herself in the square, Wang Yi walked straight toward the bus. After getting on the bus, Wang Yi began planning out its layout. With little Lingxi around, there was no need to deliberately reserve storage space. The luggage compartment that came with the bus was already enough. With that, the entire bus interior could be put to use. First was the bed. Wang Yi planned to place it directly behind the driver's seat. He would leave an open area in the middle, reserved for Dahua to rest. As for the space in the back, Wang Yi didn't have any good ideas. He simply didn't have the proper tools. Even if he wanted to do something fancy, he didn't have the conditions for it. In the end, Wang Yi realized that after planning for half the day, he had basically planned nothing. With the current conditions, he could only make a bed. It just so happened there were 2 buses, so 1 bed for each. With his ability, he could get it done quickly. The moment he thought of it, he moved. He jumped off the bus and headed straight for the pile of logs stacked in the corner. Those logs were leftovers from yesterday, which saved Wang Yi quite a bit of trouble. On the other side, Song Xin also began preparing lunch. The horned mutant rat meat was already gone, but little Lingxi still had 2 pieces of cured meat in her space. With some canned food and wild vegetables, she could still make a decent meal. Lingxi, come here. Wang Yi called out to little Lingxi, who was playing with Dahua. Hearing her brother call, little Lingxi immediately ran happily toward Wang Yi, her little short legs moving fast. Brother, Lingxi is here. When she reached Wang Yi's side, little Lingxi looked up at him expectantly. Wang Yi reached out and rubbed her hair, then said with a smile, Lingxi, take out a saw from your space for brother. After saying that, he suddenly realized little Lingxi might not know what a saw was. So he couldn't help asking, right? Lingxi, do you know what a saw is? Little Lingxi tilted her little head and thought for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she said happily, Lingxi saw it in a picture book before. Is it this? As soon as she finished speaking, a half-meter-long hacksaw dropped onto the ground. Seeing that, Wang Yi quickly praised her. Lingxi is amazing. You found it so fast. The moment little Lingxi heard the praise, she immediately lifted her little chin, her eyes narrowing into happy crescents. After interacting with her for a while and sending her off to play with Song Ying, Wang Yi began today's work. With his divine sense, he didn't need to draw any lines at all. He directly controlled the hacksaw and started cutting. Very quickly, 1 log was broken down into 8 or 9 planks. Every single one was exactly the same thickness, without the slightest deviation. Time passed slowly amid the sound of sawing wood. By the time Song Ying called everyone to eat, aside from a few pieces left to make the bed frame, the remaining 20+ logs had all been cut into planks. Wang Yi looked at the pile of planks stacked to the side, satisfaction flashing through his eyes. After stretching lazily, he walked over to Song Xin and the others. When he arrived by the earthen stove and saw the crude tools, Wang Yi couldn't help smacking his forehead. If he had known, he would have made a table and a few chairs first. He was used to eating while sitting down. Now that he had to squat, it just felt uncomfortable. Today's meal wasn't as rich as yesterday's, but there was plenty of rice, and they no longer had to scrape and save every bite. Dahua moved over and sniffed with its big head. After discovering there was nothing it wanted to eat, it looked at Wang Yi with some dissatisfaction. Wang Yi said awkwardly, "Duh, we didn't run into any other mutant beasts when we went out this morning. How about you go out and eat something by yourself?" Meow. Dahua let out a dissatisfied cry, then licked little Lingxi on the face before turning and walking outside. Seeing that, Wang Yi quickly said, "If you run into mutants, remember to bring the crystal cores back." Hearing that, Dahua stopped. It tilted its head, its pair of emerald green eyes staring fixedly at Wang Yi. "Well, forget I said anything. Do whatever you want." Wang Yi immediately lowered his head and shoveled rice in his mouth, not daring to provoke this guy anymore. Song Xin and Song Ying, who were nearby, wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Only little Lingxi thought Dahua was looking at her, so she quickly raised her little hand holding the spoon and waved at Dahua. Meow. Dahua let out a warning cry at Wang Yi. Then with one leap, it cleared the fence and disappeared into the jungle. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Seeing that Dahua had already left, Song Ying finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Pointing at Wang Yi, she said, "Little bro, you've got your day too. Got put in your place, huh? Ha ha ha." Song Xin was also looking at Wang Yi with a smile on her face. Seeing both big sisters laughing, little Lingxi also started laughing along. Wang Yi shot the two of them an annoyed glare, but said nothing, lowering his head and focusing on eating. After the meal, Wang Yi got busy again. As an overworked nobody in his previous life, he might not have known beds inside and out, but he still had a general idea of how one was structured. So the process went very smoothly, under the control of his divine sense. There was no need to measure dimensions on purpose. Every component could be assembled together perfectly, without the slightest gap. In only 20 minutes, 2 large beds, each around 3 meters long and 2.5 meters wide, were finished. Actually, it could have been even faster. But the first bed had taken a bit of time because he needed to recall its structure. He took the beds apart again and placed them in the center of the square to dry. By nighttime, they should be about ready. After that, Wang Yi used the leftover materials to make a table and a few chairs. That counted as today as work done. Taking advantage of the bright sunshine, Wang Yi had little Lingxi take out the bed sheets and quilts they would need and air them out. That also reminded Song Xin and Song Ying that if they didn't change clothes soon, theirs and little Lingxi's clothes would start stinking. Fortunately, there had already been quite a few clothes in the warehouse, though they were all rather ordinary styles. Also, this time they had found several large iron barrels. Song Xin had little Lingxi take them all out and place them directly on the earthen stove to heat water. At a glance, it was obvious she was planning to take a bath. Seeing that, Wang Yi also started feeling itchy all over. He grabbed a bottle of body wash and headed toward the well. With the sun blazing like this, he could just rinse off with well water. It was quick and refreshing. But looking at the bare square, Wang Yi could only go out and get someone back again. He set up a bathing shed not far below the well. Even though this shed was useless under divine sense, it still had to block things a little. After all, with his small body, he was afraid of seeing something he shouldn't see and getting a sty. After quickly finishing his shower, Wang Yi returned to the bus and prepared to temper his body. After all, what was about to happen next really wasn't suitable to do outside. This trip out had brought in more than 80 crystal cores. Adding in the ones left over from before, he now had more than 130 in total. Wang Yi first took out the crystal cores from earlier, then sat down cross-legged and began absorbing them, feeling the flow of energy inside his body. He gradually entered a selfless state. Outside, Song Xin glanced at the bus where Wang Yi was, then looked at the shed in the corner. And the corners of her lips curved slightly upward. Watching her younger sister, who had already impatiently rushed into the shed, Song Xn's thoughts gradually drifted away. Without realizing it, she thought of their home in Xining residential complex, thought of her parents whose fate was unknown, and thought of life before the apocalypse. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the sun was already setting in the west. Song Xin had already prepared dinner, this time with a table and chairs. Things finally looked a little more decent. After dinner, the group sat around the campfire. As if recalling something, Wang Yi said to little Lingxi in his arms, "Lingxi, take out that tomato spirit fruit." Hearing that, little Lingxi waved her little hand, and a pot of cherry tomatoes appeared on the ground nearby. Wang Yi checked it with his divine sense. After finding there was no problem, he couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. He should have taken out last night in the first place. After all, since that purple moon could affect humans and mutants, then it should help spirit fruit trees too. This is the spirit fruit you were talking about? Song Xin reached out and touched the small tomatoes. Wang Yi nodded. It's not mature yet. Once it is, the energy contained in a single tomato will be comparable to dozens of crystal cores. And the energy it contains is much gentler than that of crystal cores, so it's easier to absorb. Song Ying stretched her neck out and counted all the cherry tomatoes. Pursing her lips, she said, "There are only 21. Hearing that, Wang Yi smiled faintly. If you think it's too few, then don't eat any when they're ripe. The moment Song Ying heard that, she instantly perked up. No way. I want to eat them. Huh. Wang Yi let out a cold laugh. Seeing her little sister get shut down, a gentle smile appeared on Song Xin's face. Suddenly, little Lingxi pointed at the leftovers on the table and said to Song Ying in a soft childish voice, "Big sister, eat." Wang Yi and Song Xian instantly broke and laughed out loud. "Little Lingxi, you actually want me to eat leftovers?" Song Ying let out a shriek and reached out to pinch little Lingxi's cheeks, so scared that little Lingxi hurriedly hid in Wang Yi's arms. For a moment, the entire gas station was filled with cheerful laughter. Just then, a figure jumped in from outside the fence. Meow. Dahua walked toward Wang Yi and the others with elegant cat steps. A large fish glowing with golden light clamped in its mouth. The moment Song Ying saw it, she quickly got up to greet it. "Dahua, you actually brought back a fish." Little Lingxi also left Wang Yi's arms and ran toward Dahua. When Dahua saw little Lingxi, it quickly put down the fish in its mouth. Just as it was about to lick her, Wang Yi stopped it. "Dahua, little Lingxi just finished bathing. Don't lick her with that tongue of yours full of fishy smell." Meow. Hearing that, Dahua shot Wang Yi an unhappy look, but still gave up on licking little Lingxi. At this moment, little Lingxi had already squatted down and was curiously examining the big fish. It was her first time seeing a fish in real life. Wang Yi swept it with a glance and instantly estimated its size. The fish weighed about 90 to 100 jin. Its whole body was golden, and at a glance, it looked extremely delicious. And through a scan with his divine sense, the flesh of this fish also contained energy. Eating it would likewise benefit the body. When the sky completely darkened, Wang Yi once again sensed the appearance of faint energy in the air. So he had little Lingxi put the fish away and call for the Song sisters to get ready to cultivate. At around 8 o'clock that night, the purple moon appeared again. The land was dyed purple once more, and the roaring sounds that could still faintly be heard before had now quieted down. It was as if the entire world had been pressed on pause, with only the rustling of leaves and the breeze left behind. Wang Yi emptied his mind and absorbed the energy between heaven and earth with all his strength. He had a feeling that after tonight, his strength would rise to another level. As time passed, the energy in the air grew denser and denser. Within Wang Yi's sea of consciousness, the divine sense crystal that had originally been the size of a grain of rice began to bloom with a faint purple glow. Gradually, a silver-white vortex appeared around the crystal. If one looked closely, one would discover that this vortex was entirely made up of silver-white particles. And with the appearance of the vortex, taking Wang Yi as the center, the energy in the surrounding void began to rapidly gather toward him. The energy that had originally been invisible to the naked eye gradually formed strips of silver-white light in front of Wang Yi's glabella. At the same time, Wang Yi's eyes also began to change. Golden patterns started spreading outward from his eyes to both sides. These patterns were both complex and mysterious, and looked full of sacredness. Within the sea of consciousness, the rice-sized crystal began to rotate, and strands of silver-white energy were drawn into the pale purple crystal. A mysterious purple rune manifested inside the crystal, absorbing the silver-white energy and converting it into divine sense power. And as his divine sense power grew, the suction force of the vortex around the crystal also became stronger and stronger. The silver-white bands of light at Wang Yi's glabella also became denser and denser. As energy continuously poured in, the conversion speed of the purple rune inside the crystal gradually failed to keep up with the inflow. It was also at this moment that the two clusters of golden flames deep within Wang Yi's pupils flickered slightly. The overflowing energy within the sea of consciousness seemed to be pulled by an invisible giant hand as it rapidly surged toward his eyes. Gradually, the sea of consciousness in his eyes formed a kind of tacit understanding. Time slowly flowed on. As the energy was continuously converted into divine sense power by the purple rune, the crystal began to expand without cease. And at some point, tiny cracks had appeared across the surface of the crystal. As the rune continued its conversion, those cracks also grew larger and larger. Buzz, until a certain moment, the rune inside the crystal suddenly trembled, and in the next second, the entire crystal shattered. At that instant, the purple rune burst forth with a dense purple radiance, instantly dyeing the sea of consciousness purple. Immediately after, the purple light began to rapidly contract, accompanied by a frenzied intake of energy. Gradually, a crystal the size of a soybean recondensed within the sea of consciousness, while the rune that had originally been radiating purple light gradually fell silent. In the end, it completely disappeared into the crystal. As if sensing the changes in the sea of consciousness, the two golden flames deep within his pupils gave a slight flicker. An invisible radiation spread out, and the surrounding golden patterns bloomed with a faint golden light. Within the sea of consciousness, those strands of silver-white light seemed to have found an outlet and began to surge madly toward his eyes. After entering his eyes, part of the silver-white light was absorbed by the golden patterns, while the remaining 80% of the energy all poured into the two golden flames. And as a huge amount of energy poured in, the outermost layer of the golden red flames around the two golden flames began to expand. The golden red flames gradually formed into a lotus, completely wrapping the pale golden flames within the inner layer. This golden red fire lotus was like a refining device. While continuously absorbing energy to strengthen itself, it also transmitted a portion of the refined energy into the pale golden flame layer. After absorbing that energy, the pale golden flames also began to grow. It was just that compared to the golden red fire lotus, their growth speed was negligible. But the energy temperature contained within them was several times greater than that of the golden red flames. And every time the pale golden flames grew a little, a thread of golden energy would condense and pour into the golden flames at the center. From this point on, the energy conversion structure of Wang Yi's fiery golden eyes was formed. Time passed quickly during cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, the purple moon began to recede. The energy in the void also started to decrease along with it, until it completely vanished. Wang Yi's eyelids trembled slightly as he slowly opened his eyes, and a streak of golden light flashed past. Sinking his consciousness into his sea of consciousness, and looking at the crystal that had grown from the size of a grain of rice to the size of a soybean, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up in delight. Buzz! The surrounding air trembled slightly, and an infinite fluctuation rapidly spread outward in all directions with Wang Yi at the center. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters. A moment later, Wang Yi withdrew his divine sense, and the purple rune at his glabella slowly faded away. Through that attempt just now, Wang Yi knew that he had already broken through to a new level, from the peak of Tier 2 to Tier 3. But because of this attempt, Wang Yi also came to understand the gap between Tier 2 and Tier 3. That so-called peak of Tier 2 from before was completely incomparable to Tier 3. After reaching Tier 3, his divine sense power had undergone a qualitative transformation, becoming more than 3 times what it had been at Tier 2. But the moment he thought of the golden eagle he had encountered during the day, the joy that had just risen in Wang Yi's heart instantly vanished without a trace. Now, he could almost be certain that the golden eagle was not some Tier 5 mutant beast at all, but Tier 6. Because even after breaking through to Tier 3, when he recalled the scene of encountering that golden eagle, he still felt the same powerlessness. He had no idea what secret Yuantong Mountain was hiding. At the same time, why were the giant beasts there growing so fast? Wang Yi grew even more curious about Yuantong Mountain. At that moment, Song Xian and Song Ying also woke from their cultivation. Wang Yi looked at the sky. It should be around 4 o'clock in the morning. You two sit here for a while first. I'll go assemble the beds. After saying that, he got up and walked toward the center of the square without waiting for them to respond. Since both beds had been designed according to the width of the bus, the installation process went very smoothly. In less than 10 minutes, the 2 beds were assembled. Song Xian came over carrying the quilts and bedding that had been aired out during the day. Xiaoya, go take care of little Lingxi. I'm afraid the little one will be grumpy when she wakes up. Wang Yi nodded, then turned and got off the bus. When he arrived by the campfire, the little girl was still lying on Dahua's back, sleeping soundly, with a trace of drool hanging from the corner of her mouth. Gently picking her up, Wang Yi nudged Dahua with his foot. Dahua opened its eyes and glared at Wang Yi with some displeasure. The violent aura brought on by the purple moon had not fully faded from its eyes yet. Wang Yi did not mind. He pointed at the bus and said, "Are you sleeping here, or coming onto the bus with us?" Dahua looked at the bus, then at little Lingxi in Wang Yi's arms. Meow. It let out an unwilling cry, then stood up. Wang Yi glanced at Song Ying, who was still dozing by the campfire, and ignored her. Carrying little Lingxi, he headed toward the bus. When he got on, Song Xian had already made the bed. Wang Yi opened the back door and said to Dahua, "Come up in the back. I already left you a spot there." Fortunately, the height and width of the back door were enough, so it did not affect Dahua getting on and off. When it reached the spot Wang Yi had left for it, there was already a cushion laid out there. Dahua turned in a circle on top of it, let out a satisfied cry, and then laid down directly. Seeing this, Wang Yi revealed a faint smile. Then he gently placed little Lingxi on the bed. Looking at the sleeping little girl, Wang Yi reached out and lightly brushed across her small face. Then he got onto the bed, pulled over the blanket to cover the little girl, and laid down as well. Perhaps because of the breakthrough, before long, Wang Yi's breathing gradually became long and steady. On the other bus, Song Ying, who had just lain down, turned and squeezed closer into Song Xian's arms. Sensing something off about her younger sister, Song Xian could not help but ask softly, "Xiaoying, what wrong?" Song Ying mumbled, then finally said, "Sis, I miss Mom and Dad." Hearing that, Song Xian's eyes also dimmed a little. She reached out and pulled her younger sister closer into her arms. "Don't worry, Xiaoying, you still have your sister." Song Ying sniffed and gave a soft "Sis, why do you think little bro looks like nothing wrong after seeing his parents die with his own eyes?" How do you know he isn't sad? Xiaoya's mentality is already no less than an adult S now. He is just hiding the emotions in his heart. You're right, sis. But every time I see him acting like a little grown-up, I want to tease him. But I'm also afraid he hit me. You always so naughty. You should be glad we met Xiaoya. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know whether we'd be dead or alive right now. I know. It's just that he is younger than me. But when he talks, he sounds like an adult. I'm not used to it. At that point, Song Ying suddenly propped herself up with one hand and looked at Song Xin. Sis, have you noticed? The way we absorb energy these last 2 nights is kind of like the immortal cultivation from Legends. Do you think, in the future, we might really be able to cultivate into immortals? A glint flashed through Song Xin's eyes. Then she pinched Song Ying's cheek. What are you daydreaming about? We're just simply absorbing energy. How did that get connected to immortal cultivation? Hearing that, Song Ying lay back down on the bed. She obviously also knew that her thoughts were a little too fanciful. Seeing that her younger sister was no longer talking, Song Xin also closed her eyes. However, before she could empty her mind, Song Ying suddenly sat up straight, her eyes shining as she looked at her. Sis, right now, we can only absorb a little energy in a simple way. But what about outside Yin province? Could their situation be different from ours? And those Taoists before, when there was no energy, they could only strengthen their bodies. Now that energy can be absorbed at night, do you think they might really cultivate something real? And in big cities like the capital and Magic City, could it be that the government hasn't collapsed? With the government's resources, could they already have researched something we don't know about? Listening to Song Ying's wild thoughts, Song Xin had originally wanted to tell her not to aim too high. But after thinking carefully, what Song Ying said was not impossible. First was the government. If it were overseas, she basically held no hope. But in Huagua, with the government's execution ability and the support of the people, as long as the upper levels of government had not all died, then in the beginning, as long as the power outage had not happened yet, they definitely could have rebuilt a new order at the first moment. As for the Taoist Song Ying mentioned, if they really cultivated something, she would not find it strange at all. After all, even spirit fruit trees had appeared, so what else was impossible? But all of that was too far away from them. Whether it was the government or the Taoists, neither could affect them in the short term. Thinking of that, Song Xin reached out and knocked Song Ying on the head. Go to sleep already. Stop thinking about all this random stuff. After saying that, she ignored Song Ying, turned over, faced her back to her, and closed her eyes. Song Ying rubbed the spot where she had been hit, pouted in dissatisfaction, and also drifted off to sleep. In the morning, Wang Yi was woken up by little Lingxi. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw little Lingxi lying on top of him, pinching his nose with her small hand. Seeing that Wang Yi was awake, little Lingxi quickly rolled off him with a tumble and giggled out loud. Wang Yi rubbed his nose and glared at her irritably. Then he looked outside the bus and found that Song Xin and Song Ying were already up, busy by the earthen stove. He raised his head and looked at the sky, estimating that it should be around 9 o'clock in the morning. Although he had slept for less than 5 hours, he did not feel tired at all. On the contrary, he felt refreshed and full of energy. He got out of bed and turned to glance at Dahua, which was still sleeping. Then he carried little Lingxi off the bus and came to the well not far away. There were 2 buckets placed there, both filled with water. Beside them was a simple small wooden rack with 4 sets of washing supplies placed on it. These had all been prepared yesterday. While washing up, he played around with little Lingxi, making the whole gas station echo with her cheerful laughter. After washing, he applied a little sunscreen lotion to the little girl, then held her little hand and walked towards Song Xin and the others. As soon as he got close, Wang Yi's eyes were immediately drawn to the small tomatoes on the table, just as he had expected. The purple moon also had an effect on spirit fruits and spirit trees. The small tomatoes that had originally still been green now already had some parts starting to turn red. He released his divine sense and carefully checked them. At the current rate, these small tomatoes would only need 2 more nights to fully ripen. This filled Wang Yi with delight. Even with the assistance of divine sense, he still wasted a large portion of energy when absorbing it. That was because the energy that appeared at night was far more violent than the energy inside crystal cores. But the energy inside the small tomatoes was gentle and peaceful, yet still full of vitality. As long as he ate them, there was no need to worry about wasting it or being unable to absorb it at all. Only after checking all of the small tomatoes did Wang Yi shift his gaze to the earthen stove. At this moment, the porridge on the stove had already come to a boil, rolling continuously inside the pot, while a fragrant aroma drifted out from it. Off to the side, little Lingxi stared unblinkingly at the rice porridge in the pot with her big black eyes, her nose twitching nonstop. Her adorable look made Song Xin's maternal instincts overflow. She scooped little Lingxi up and kissed her plump pink cheek. At that moment, Song Ying stirred the rice porridge in the pot with a spoon, then said to little Lingxi, hurry and take out that big fish from last night. We're eating fish today. The moment little Lingxi heard that, She quickly struggled out of Song Xin's arms. With a wave of her little hand, a huge golden fish appeared on the floor. Last night, they hadn't been able to see much. But now, under the sunlight, they finally saw how extraordinary this golden fish was. Its entire body was covered in gold without a single trace of any other color. Even the inside of its mouth was golden. Where did Dahua catch this from? It's way too pretty. Song Ying crouched down and touched the golden scales on the big fish. Then she tapped them with a kitchen knife. Instantly, a metallic clanging sound rang out. That meant those golden fish scales were more than hard enough. That also caught Wang Yi's interest. He took the knife from Song Ying, then hacked down on the fish with all his strength. There was only a clang, and the kitchen knife snapped cleanly into 2 pieces. As for the fish scales, not even a mark was left behind. Song Xin and Song Ying were instantly shocked by the scene. What kind of fish is this? These scales are way too hard. Aren't they? Song Ying touched the spot that had been struck and said in astonishment. Wang Yi looked at the kitchen knife in his hand, then at the fish scales on the big fish. A glint flashed through his eyes. He ignored Song Ying's shock and took out the jade horn instead. Back up a little. Be careful the scales don't fly off and hit you. After saying that, he used the power of his divine sense to slowly spin the jade horn. Seeing this, Song Xin quickly pulled little Lingxi and Song Ying farther away. Only after the 3 of them had moved back did Wang Yi control the jade horn and thrust it toward the fish scales. Clang! A crisp impact rang out. Wang Yi swept over it with his divine sense and found that the fish scales were completely unharmed under the jade horn's attack. He controlled the jade horn and struck again. This time, the force was twice as strong as before, but the fish scales were still completely intact. This time, even Wang Yi was surprised. What kind of fish was this? Where had Dahua gotten it from? But after observing it carefully, he found that this fish looked somewhat similar to those arowanas people used to keep in fish tanks before the apocalypse. Could it be that this fish had mutated from an arowana? He did not continue testing it. Wang Yi already had a clear idea of just how hard those golden fish scales were. If he kept attacking, he was worried the jade horn itself might shatter. Seeing Wang Yi stop, Song Ying quickly ran over. Looking at the fish scales that had not changed in the slightest, she said in shock, "Even little bro, couldn't he damage it? Then how did Dahua kill it?" Wang Yi rolled his eyes at her and asked speechlessly, "What is this?" Song Ying looked puzzled. "A fish." Wang Yi immediately stopped paying attention to her. Instead, he crouched down and carefully examined the fish, trying to see where he could start cutting. But after turning it over and over for a long time, aside from an expiratory opening near the tail, every other part was tightly wrapped in golden scales of various sizes. With ordinary knives, cleaning this fish was basically impossible. Meanwhile, Song Ying was still frowning, thinking about what Wang Yi had meant. Seeing that, Song Xin let out a helpless sigh and said, "It's a fish. If it stays out of water too long, it naturally dies." Hearing that, Song Ying smacked her forehead. "Right, fish can't live without water." As she spoke, she turned to Wang Yi and said, "Little bro, what was that expression just now? Were you saying I'm dumb?" Wang Yi gave her a bland look, his face completely expressionless, then shouted toward the bus, "Dahua, get up. Time to eat." "You." Song Ying was so irritated by Wang Yi ignoring her that she was just about to say something when Song Xin stopped her with a look. After hearing Wang Yi call out, Dahua came down from the bus in the blink of an eye and arrived in just a few steps. It sniffed with its nose, and after finding no familiar smell of roasted meat, it fixed Wang Yi with a pair of wide eyes. The meaning was obvious. It wanted an explanation from Wang Yi. Wang Yi spread his hands helplessly and pointed at the big fish on the ground. "The scales on this fish are too hard. We can't break them open, so we can only rely on you." As he spoke, he also raised the broken knife in his hand. Dahua looked at the broken knife, then lowered its head to look at the big fish on the ground. "Meow." Dahua shook its head, indicating that it could not break it open either. Seeing that, Wang Yi used his divine sense to lift the big fish upright, exposing its belly where the scales were comparatively smaller, then said to Dahua, "Use your claws and split it open from the stomach." Dahua looked at the fish's belly, and its eyes lit up. Last night, it had had no way to deal with this fish and could only drag it out of the water and let it slowly suffocate to death. Now, looking at the obviously softer belly, it was confident it could rip it open with one swipe. Thinking that, Dahua let out a cry, raised its right paw, and a claw blade about 20 centimeters long popped out. Scritch! The claw blade slashed across, making a sharp scraping sound, but it successfully split open the fish's belly. Crash! As the fish's belly was torn open, the organs inside immediately spilled out from the abdominal cavity. Wang Yi sensed a dense energy aura dispersing from those organs. Dahua lowered its head and sniffed, then opened its mouth and yanked them out. After that, it carried them off to the side and slowly started eating. Wang Yi ignored it and used his divine sense to hold the big fish in the air. Then he controlled another knife and began peeling the skin and scales off the fish bit by bit from the inside. Very soon, a sheet of golden fish skin was peeled off. And, right at that moment, a fragrant aroma began to spread. After taking a careful sniff, they discovered that the fragrance was coming from the fish itself. Wow, not only does this fish not smell fishy, it actually has a fragrance. What kind of fish is this? Song Ing said in amazement. A trace of surprise also flashed through Song Xina's eyes. But when she thought of the golden fish's extraordinary nature, it no longer felt strange. Wang Yi turned to look at Song Xin. Sister Xin, I'll leave the rest to you. After saying that, he placed the fish meat on the table. Song Xin nodded and took the kitchen knife from Wang Yi. Don't worry, I'm pretty good at cooking fish. Then she started directing Song Ing as they got to work. Meanwhile, Wang Yi carried the fish skin off to the side and began carefully removing the golden scales from one by one. The reason he was being so careful was because the edges of these scales were abnormally sharp. If he was not careful, they could easily cut his hand. Clang! The first fish scale slipped off, pierced straight through the ground, and embedded itself there. This scale was the largest one on the right side of the golden fish, as big as 2 adult palms put together. Wang Yi could now confirm that this fish had indeed mutated from a golden arowana. Someone had probably released it before the apocalypse, and after the apocalypse it mutated into what it was now. Judging from its long body shape and the size of its scales, only an arowana could grow scales this large. After all, this fish was only close to 2 meters long and weighed 80 or 90 kilos. At this size, other fish simply could not grow scales this big. Using his divine sense, Wang Yi lifted the scale from the ground. Feeling the weight coming from the scale, he was extremely satisfied. With these fish scales, his combat power would rise by several more levels. With the first one removed, taking apart the rest of the scales became much easier. In only 2 minutes, all the scales had been completely removed. Wang Yi counted them. There were a total of 81. Aside from the one just now, he got another equally large scale from the other side. As for the rest, although they were not as large as those two, each one was still about the size of a palm. Looking at the pile of fish scales on the ground, Wang Yi kept thinking about how to make use of them. But after thinking it over, Wang Yi realized he had no way to do anything with these fish scales at all. They were too hard. Ordinary methods couldn't damage them in the slightest. In the end, Wang Yi could only helplessly have Xiao Lingxi store them away, leaving behind only the 2 largest pieces. He reached out and weighed them in his hand. He estimated they were around 7 or 8 kilograms. No wonder they were so hard. Just from the density alone, it was obvious these fish scales were far from ordinary. But how was he supposed to carry these 2 scales? They weren't like the jade horn that could be stuffed straight into a pocket. With how sharp they were, if he put them in his pocket, he might not even know when they slice him open. Suddenly, Wang Yi's gaze landed on that sheet of golden fish skin. If it could grow such miraculous golden scales, then this fish skin naturally wasn't anything simple either. Wang Yi instantly got an idea. He planned to use the fish skin to make 2 sheaths to hold the scales in place. From now on, when he went out, he could just carry them on his back. With divine sense, there was no need to worry about not being able to reach them. As soon as he thought of it, he got to work. Wang Yi spread out the whole sheet of fish skin and carefully used a scale to cut away all the remaining bits of flesh on it. Then, based on the idea in his mind, he roughly measured out and cut off enough fish skin to make the sheaths. After that, he propped up the piece of fish skin with sticks and placed it in the shade to air dry slowly. As for the rest, Wang Yi thought for a moment and still had Xiao Lingxi stored away. After all, if it was kept in Xiao Lingxi's space, there was no need to worry about it going bad. If the first attempt failed, he would still have a spare. Looking at the golden fish skin on the ground, Wang Yi had no idea whether drying it like this would ruin it, but whether in his previous life or this one, he had never learned how to process leather. In his previous life, he had just been an ordinary person. Other than seeing similar videos on short video apps, he had almost never come into contact with it in real life. In this life, he was only a little kid, before awakening his past life memories. He had even cried for milk from time to time. There was no way he would know how to process leather either. So Wang Yi could only place his hopes on the golden fish skin's own special properties. Anyway, this piece of fish skin was only about 1/10 of the whole hide. Even if it was ruined, it wouldn't be much of a loss. Just then, a strange fragrance drifted over. The moment he smelled it, his stomach let out a series of growls. Throwing aside his thoughts, Wang Yi turned his gaze toward the earthen stove. He saw that at this moment, Song Xian, Song Ing, Xiao Lingxi, and Ahua, 1 big and 3 small, 4 heads in total, were all gathered by the fire. 4 pairs of eyes were locked firmly onto the roasted fish on the fire, its surface glistening with oil. Especially Dahua. A strand of transparent drool thicker than a pinky finger was hanging from the corner of its mouth. Seeing this, Wang Yi quickly shouted to Dahua, "Get farther away from that. Your drool-'s about to drip onto the fish." Interrupted by Wang Yi like that, Dahua unconsciously took a step back, and then that strand of transparent drool splat onto the ground. Song Xian and Song Ing also reacted and quickly took a big step forward to block Dahua's head. Song Ing even directly pushed at Dahua's head. "Dahua, the fish isn't cooked yet. You can't come close. We'll give you some later. Song Xian also nodded and looked at Da Hua warily. If Wang Yinti reminded them, Da Hua's drool definitely would have fallen straight onto the fish just now. Looking at the puddle of drool on the ground, bigger than a child SP, Song Xian couldn't help patting her chest. If it had landed on the fish, were they supposed to eat it or not? At this moment, Wang Yi also walked over and looked at the fish on the grill, unconsciously swallowing his saliva. Calling it a grill was really a stretch. It was actually something Song Xian had made out of a clothes hanger and iron wire. It looked crude, but grilling fish with it was no problem. Big brother. Fish meat. Smells good. Xiao Lingxi said, while swallowing drool, tugging on Wang Yi's hand. At this time, Da Hua went around Song Xian and Song Ying, came to Xiao Lingxi's side, and lay down. It even cast Wang Yi a dissatisfied glare. If Wang Yi hadn't interrupted, maybe the whole fish would have been its. Now things were great. Now it could only get half. Wang Yi pretended not to see it. He had noticed that after Ziwei appeared, Da Hua's intelligence had grown higher and higher. If anyone said it hadn't done that on purpose just now, he wouldn't believe it, even if he were beaten to death. Seeing that Da Hua looked unhappy, Xiao Lingxi thought it was upset because of what had just happened. She quickly let go of Wang Yi's hand, hugged Da Hua's head, and comforted it. Da Hua, be good. I'll give you a big piece later. Da Hua happily rubbed against Xiao Lingxi, and in the end, it still didn't forget to glare at Wang Yi again. At this time, Song Xian began sprinkling salt over the fish. She didn't add any other seasoning, just plain salt, because no matter how tasty the seasoning was, in front of this fish meat, it would lose all color. Another 3 minutes passed. Song Xian took out a basin and placed the back section of the golden dragon fish into it. Then she carried it to Da Hua and said, Da Hua, this is yours. Meow. Da Hua cried out and immediately shoved its head into the basin impatiently. After giving Da Hua its share, Song Xian directly carried the remaining fish to the table together with the grill. Song Ying proactively took out small bowls and began serving white rice porridge for everyone. She also poured the wild vegetable soup from the other pot into soup bowls. With that, the meal was complete. Time to eat. Song Xian called out. She picked up Xiao Lingxi into her arms and used chopsticks to place a big piece of fish into the bowl specially prepared for her. Wang Yi was happy to relax. He sat down in his chair and eagerly reached toward the fish. Song Ying was even less polite, directly going for the fattest part with one stroke of her chopsticks. The moment the fish entered his mouth, Wang Yi felt as if his entire soul had instantly ascended. He could swear he had never eaten fish this delicious before. This simply wasn't a flavor that should exist in the mortal world. One had to know, this grilled fish only had a small amount of salt on it. No other seasonings had been added at all. Song Xian and Song Ying were so overwhelmed by how good it tasted that tears streamed down their faces. For a time, the only sounds at the table were chewing and swallowing. No one sighed in praise, no one spoke. They silently focused on eating the whole time. However, as he ate, Wang Yi suddenly stiffened all over, and his expression turned serious. He reached out and stopped Song Ying, who was about to keep picking up more fish. Kid bro, what are you doing? Song Ying said unhappily. Seeing how serious Wang Yi looked, Song Xian quickly stopped her younger sister, and then asked worriedly, Xiao Yi, what happened? At this moment, Xiao Lingxi had also eaten the last bite of meat in her bowl. Wang Yi walked over and picked Xiao Lingxi up. Then he said to Song Xian and Song Ying, Sister Xian, you can't eat any more of this fish. Song Ying cried out in shock. The fish is poisonous? Seeing Wang Yi carry Xiao Lingxi away, Song Xian also realized how serious this was and quickly looked at Xiao Lingxi worriedly. Wang Yi shook his head and said, the fish isn't poisonous, but the energy contained in it is too great. If you keep eating, your bodies will probably have problems. Drink a little porridge first. After I help Xiao Lingxi regulate her body, I'll help you too. Hearing that the fish wasn't poisonous, both Song Xian and Song Ying let out a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to speak, their whole bodies suddenly began to heat up, and streams of energy started rampaging wildly inside them. The better it had tasted just now, the more painful it was now. Their faces flushed red, and the muscles all over their bodies twitched non-stop like they were cramping, hurting so much that both of them were drenched in sweat. Wang Yi endured the pain in his own body. Compared to Song Xian and the others, his pain was much weaker. After all, he had been using crystal cores to temper his body the whole time before this. His body's strength was far beyond what the two of them could compare with. His divine sense entered Xiao Lingxi's body, and the powerful force of his divine sense directly suppressed the energy inside her that was on the verge of erupting. Then he slowly guided the energy to begin circulating through Xiao Lingxi's body. Every time it passed through a spot, part of the energy would be absorbed, constantly tempering Xiao Lingxi's body. Xiao Lingxi only felt her body turn light and floaty, and before long, she fell asleep. 10 minutes later, the energy inside Xiao Lingxi's body was finally exhausted. after placing Xiao Lingxi onto Dawa, who was lying to the side with its eyes closed while absorbing the energy from the fish meat. Wang Yi turned his gaze towards Song Xin and Song Ying. Which he wants to go first? At this moment, sweat had also started appearing on Wang Yi's forehead. Song Xin glanced at Xiao Lingxi, then at the sweat on Wang Yi's forehead. Knowing that Wang Yi was definitely enduring intense pain as well, she spoke in a trembling voice, Xiao Yi, help yourself first. We can still hold on. Song Ying also endured the pain and nodded along, even though tears and snot were already coming out from the pain. Wang Yi shook his head and said, Sister Xin, don't worry about me. I already used crystal cores to temper my body before this. This energy still can't hurt me. But you're different. If we don't deal with it now, it'll definitely cause damage to your bodies. If some nerve gets injured, that'll be troublesome. Only after seeing that, aside from sweating, nothing else seemed wrong with Wang Yi's body did Song Xin nod and say, then I'll trouble you to help Xiao Ying sort hers out first. Just as Song Ying was about to refuse, Wang Yi cut her off. All right, stop arguing. We'll start with you first. The sooner it's done, the sooner I can help your sister too. After saying that, the power of his divine sense directly entered Song Ying's body. Looking at the energy darting around everywhere, Wang Yi could only use his divine sense to gather it bit by bit, then lead it circulating continuously through Song Ying's body. About 6 minutes later, Wang Yi's divine sense slowly withdrew from Song Ying's body. By then, Song Ying had already gone limp on the ground, gasping for breath. Without delaying, his divine sense entered Song Xin's body again and began helping her sort out the energy. Another 5 minutes passed, and the energy inside Song Xin's body was also used up. After glancing at Song Xin, who had likewise gone limp on the ground, Wang Yi closed his eyes and began sorting out the energy within his own body. Compared to Song Xin and the others, the situation inside Wang Yi's body was much better. With the power of his divine sense keeping everything under control, the energy quickly became orderly. In just 2 minutes, all the energy was completely absorbed by his body. When he slowly opened his eyes, Song Xin and Song Ying had already fallen asleep on the ground. Wang Yi knew this was the body's self-protection. Once their bodies adapted to the changes, they would wake up. He stood up and stretched lazily, and a series of crackling sounds rang out from his whole body. That feels good. After letting out a long breath, Wang Yi walked toward the shower shed. He had broken out in sweat all over, and the sticky feeling on his body was uncomfortable. A few scoops of water poured down, some body wash applied, and he quickly rinsed himself clean. After changing into the clothes Song Xin had washed for him yesterday, he returned to the dining table. Without disturbing the others, he took out a crystal core and began absorbing it with his eyes closed. In the blink of an eye, it was already a little past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Perhaps because the afternoon sun was too hot. Song Xin's brows twitched slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Sitting up straight, she first looked at Wang Yi, who was still sitting there with his eyes closed absorbing a crystal core, then at her still sleeping younger sister. The events of the morning surfaced in her mind. Seeing that Wang Yi really was fine, she finally relaxed. Suddenly, her nose twitched, and she instinctively looked down at herself. Only then did she see that her whole body was sticky, and a sour smell rushed straight into her nose. She hurriedly got up and ran toward the bus. Less than a minute later, she ran back down from it and headed straight for the shower shed. At the same time, Song Ying also woke up. After only freezing for a moment, she too hurried off to take a shower. Wang Yi was not surprised by this at all. Earlier, when he had sorted out their bodies, it was equivalent to helping them temper their bodies once. 30 minutes later, Song Xin came back. Seeing that Wang Yi was still cultivating, she began clearing up the table, looking at the fish meat with more than half still left. Fear lingered in Song Xin's heart. Luckily, Wang Yi had noticed that something was wrong. If they had eaten all that fish meat, the only ending waiting for them would probably have been getting crippled by the energy. By the time Song Xin finished putting away the bowls and chopsticks, Wang Yi had also finished absorbing the crystal core in his hand. He slowly opened his eyes and saw the Song sisters sitting in front of him, looking at him. He could not help touching his face and asked in confusion, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Song Ying pointed at the grilled fish on the table and said, "What do we do with this fish meat? Can we still eat it?" Wang Yi rolled his eyes at her. "Of course you can eat it. Don't tell me you're planning to throw it away." Song Ying shivered when she heard that. "I wouldn't dare eat it. If you want it, you eat it yourself." Wang Yi tilted his head. "You sure?" Song Ying had just been about to say yes when Song Xin covered her mouth from the side. "Xiao Yi, don't listen to this girlish nonsense. How can we not eat something this good?" After saying that, Song Xin did not forget to glare at Song Ying. "Cease." Song Ying hugged Song Xin's arm and started acting spoiled. Song Xin tapped her forehead with a finger. "Check your own ability." Only then did Song Ying seem to react, and she quickly closed her eyes. A moment later, Song Ying cried out in surprise, "Sis, my ability got stronger." Shang Xin Tuka Lai Di. "Still not eating the fish meat?" "Eat. Of course I'm eating it." Song Ying grabbed Song Xin's arm and shook it repeatedly. Watching the interaction between the two sisters, Wang Yi smiled and shook his head. At that moment, Xiao Lingxi, who had been lying on Dahua, rubbed her eyes and sat up. When she saw Wang Yi, she called out adorably, "Gidge." Wang Yi walked over and picked her up, then pointed at the fish meat on the table and said, "Lingxi, put this fish meat away, or it'll spoil if we leave it out." Xiao Lingxi nodded, placed her little hand on the grill, and the next second, both the grill and the fish meat disappeared. Song Xin looked at Xiao Lingxi's clothes, then at Wang Yi, and suddenly asked, "Xiao Yi, didn't you say before that the reason you grew this tall was because you used crystal cores to temper your body? But this time, it seems like neither you nor Xiao Lingxi changed at all." Wang Yi said helplessly, "I want to grow a little taller too, but my current height is already the limit for my age. If I want to grow more, I can only wait until I'm older." It's the same for Xiao Lingxi. If you count it up, she is still not even 5 months old yet. Look at her height now. Who would guess she is not even 1 year old? Song Xin nodded in understanding. Whether it was height or anything else, if she did not know the truth, she would never believe Wang Yi was a 2-year-old child. How do you feel now? Other than your abilities getting stronger, has your body changed in any way? Wang Yi asked. Song Xin stood up and moved her arms and legs a little. A look of surprise appeared on her face. "Xiao Yi, if you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have noticed. My strength seems to have increased too." The moment Song Ying heard that, she went straight to the table. With both hands exerting force, she lifted the table effortlessly. After putting the table back down, Song Ying stared at Wang Yi with burning eyes. Wang Yi felt uncomfortable from the way she was staring at him and said speechlessly, "If you've got something to say, then say it." Song Ying jogged over to Wang Yi, crouched down, and lightly started tapping his legs with her small hands. "Little bro, can you help temper my body once every day from now on?" Looking at Song Ying's eager, lackey-like expression, Wang Yi did not know what to say for a moment. Seeing this, Song Xin also shook her head with an amused smile. "HM?" Wang Yi let out a soft sound of surprise and turned his gaze toward the second ring road. Seeing that, Song Xin quickly asked, "Xiao Yi, what is wrong?" "Vang, you thrown it. Someone is coming, and there are quite a lot of them." Song Xn's delicate brows furrowed as well when she heard that. "Could it be the same group you ran into yesterday when you saved Lu Dong?" Wang Yi shook his head. "No, it's a convoy, heading this way along the second ring road." "A convoy?" 23 vehicles in total, around 135 people altogether. Song Xin glanced around and said worriedly, "Xiaoya, this is a gas station. What if they want to refuel?" Wang Yi's expression turned cold. "This place is already under our control. That means everything here is ours. If they want fuel, fine. They can trade crystal cores for it." Song Xin said nothing more. The 2-year-old child before her had always been very opinionated since the day she met him. She could only hope those people wouldn't start having thoughts they shouldn't have later. Otherwise, with Wang Yi's temperament, those people probably wouldn't end well. Perhaps sensing the tremors coming through the ground, Dahua, who had been sleeping, slowly got up and also turned its gaze toward the direction of the second ring road. Song Ying put away her usual playful grin as well, and the red rune between her brows flickered faintly. The four of them just sat quietly in the plaza, waiting for the uninvited guests who were about to arrive. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes passed, and the roar of approaching vehicles gradually drew closer. Wang Yi toyed with 2 golden fish scales in his hand. When the scales struck each other, they gave off a clear, crisp clink. Little Lingxi stayed quietly in Song Xin's arms. As if sensing that something was off, her round black eyes darted around restlessly. Virum, the convoy got closer and closer, and soon the first vehicle appeared at the bend in the second ring road. It was an off-road RV. Its exterior looked somewhat worn down, with rust showing in many places. Then came the second vehicle, a Jinbei van, also covered in rust. The third, the fifth, the seventh, one vehicle after another, of all different models, slowly drove out from the curve. Inside the off-road RV at the very front, a burly man sat in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, resting. At that moment, the thin young man in the driver's seat suddenly spoke. "Brother Xiong, there seem to be survivors at the gas station ahead." The burly man called Brother Xiong snapped his eyes open and looked forward. Sure enough, the words XX Petrochemical could already be seen clearly not far ahead. But the entire gas station had been surrounded by tree stumps more than 2 meters tall, and from outside, it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Brother Xiong straightened up slightly and stuck one hand out the window, slowly waving it toward the rear. After receiving the signal, the vehicles behind them all began to slow down. "Brother Xiong, should we drive straight over or?" the thin young man asked. Brother Xiong looked at the fence ahead, his brows deeply furrowed. The thin young man drove while waiting for orders. "Stop at the gas station." "Got it, Brother Xiong." The RV slowly came to a stop in front of the gas station, and the 20-plus vehicles behind it stopped as well. Click! The door opened, and Brother Xiong and the thin young man got out. People also began getting out of the vehicles behind them one after another. Before long, more than 40 people had gathered in front of the gas station. There were both men and women among them, and they carried all kinds of weapons in their hands. But most of them were wooden clubs. Only occasionally did a few people have metal weapons. There were also a small number with empty hands. But from the faintly flickering runes at their brows, it was clear that these people were all spiritual ability users. Spiritual ability users was the collective name Wang Yi used for all ability users other than body enhancement ability users. He had originally planned to call them elemental ability users. But many special abilities simply couldn't be summed up with the word element, so he just referred to them all as spiritual ability users. At that moment, all of those people gathered around Brother Xiong. Judging from their movements, Brother Xiong was the person in charge of this convoy. Brother Xiong swept his gaze over the crowd, and a trace of satisfaction flashed through his eyes. There was also a little less caution in the way he looked at the fence. Right then, the wooden stakes in front of Brother Xiong suddenly began to float up slowly, then were neatly placed to one side. Very quickly, an entrance 2 meters wide appeared in the tightly enclosed fence, and the scene inside left everyone stunned. Brother Xiong in particular had words ready to say, but they got stuck in his throat before he could speak, and his expression froze on his face. At that moment, Brother Xiong's mind was full of question marks as his gaze swept over the fence made of several hundred wooden stakes. The moment he had seen the fence earlier, he had been certain that such a massive project meant there had to be quite a few people inside the gas station. Before getting out of the car, he had already prepared several negotiation plans in his mind. But what was he seeing now? A girl around 20 years old with a 10-year-old little girl? And in her arms, she was holding a baby girl not even 2 years old yet. As for the little boy standing at the very front, he directly ignored him. Well, is it just a few of you at this gas station? Brother Xiong looked past them. Aside from the 2 buses parked in the small plaza, the whole gas station looked empty. Even the fuel pumps had all been dismantled, not a single one left. Combined with the earthen stove and campfire, Brother Xiong had already overturned his earlier guess. There couldn't be many survivors at this gas station. Thinking of that, the heart that had been tightly strung finally relaxed. Hearing Brother Xiong's question, Song Xin said nothing and instead looked at Wang Yi. Wang Yi's gaze landed on Brother Xiong. He had already examined everyone outside thoroughly with his divine sense. Among the more than 100 people, there were 13 spiritual ability users. The rest were all body enhancement ability users. From this alone, it could be seen that spiritual ability users were not something commonly found among survivors. Wang Yi did not answer Brother Xiong's question and instead asked, "This is private territory. Is there a reason you stopped here?" Wang Yi's crisp voice landed clearly in everyone's ears. Brother Xiong's gaze instantly shifted from the girl to the child he had ignored. The other convoy members behind him also all looked at Wang Yi in unison. Yet even with so many eyes on him, Wang Yi's expression did not change in the slightest. Brother Xiong took a deep breath, looked Wang Yi up and down, and opened his mouth as if to say something, only to get stuck for a moment. As if seeing through Brother Xiong's thoughts, Wang Yi spoke again. "No need to struggle over it. I'm the one who calls the shots here." Hearing Wang Yi's words, Brother Xiong looked towards Song Xin and found that she had no intention of objecting. Then, thinking of the wooden stakes that had floated into the air just now, he no longer dared to look down on the child in front of him. A smile immediately appeared on Brother Xiong's face, and he said gently, "Little brother, we stopped here because we want to refuel the convoy. Is the fuel at this gas station still here?" A trace of surprise flashed through Wang Yi's eyes at that. Had this man noticed something? Dahua had already been sent back onto the bus by him. Unless there was someone among them with a detection-type ability, there was no way they could know Dahua existed. But this man, who was clearly the leader of the convoy, was actually being this polite when facing what looked like a weak group of 1 adult and 3 children. To be honest, that truly caught Wang Yi off guard. Could it be that Huaxia's 9-year compulsory education had really been so successful that even in the apocalypse, people still had standards this high? Those thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Wang Yi nodded. Both gasoline and diesel are still here. Brother Xiong was overjoyed when he heard that. After all, organizing such a large convoy had indeed improved their chances of survival in the apocalypse. But the immense pressure of supplies weighed heavily on him as well. Gasoline in particular. This was the very foundation that allowed the convoy to keep moving forward. Along the way, they passed several gas stations. The fuel inside was either already gone, or so full of impurities that it was unusable. If they hadn't stocked up on enough fuel before setting out, their convoy would have stalled long ago. According to his estimate, combined with the amount of fuel the convoy had left, they still needed to prepare 2 more tanks of fuel for all the vehicles if they wanted to reach their destination. Just as Brother Xiong was about to speak, a middle-aged man who looked honest and simple squeezed out from behind him. After glancing at Wang Yi and the others, the man leaned close to Brother Xiong's ear and said in a low voice, "Brother Xiong, you saw what those previous gas stations were like. We still don't know whether we'll be able to find fuel on the road ahead. This gas station is considered a fairly large one in the city. Since the gasoline here is still untouched, why don't we take this place for ourselves? As he said this, his gaze swept over the two buses before he continued. When the time comes, we can gather enough containers and take away all the gasoline and diesel here. That way, before we reach Xuanyu, we won't have to worry about fuel at all. Hearing this, a trace of temptation flashed through Brother Xiong's eyes. But when he thought of what he had just seen, he hesitated again. Naturally, the middle-aged man's words couldn't escape Wang Yi's ears. Looking at that honest and simple face, Wang Yi let out a cold sneer inwardly. He had really thought these people had decent character just now. He hadn't expected to get slapped in the face so quickly. Still, he didn't say anything. He only watched quietly. He wanted to see how Brother Xiong would choose. At this moment, Brother Xiong was also conflicted. It was that he was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to bully the young and weak. It was that this place felt wrong, no matter how he looked at it. A gas station this big couldn't possibly have had no mutants here before. From the two buses alone, he could conclude that when the apocalypse broke out, there must have been quite a few mutants here. But now, not only had all the mutants here been cleared out, the entire gas station had even been surrounded by tree stumps. And then there was this group of 1 adult and 3 children. Facing so many of them, they showed no fear at all. The more he looked at it, the stranger it felt. Seeing that Brother Xiong seemed hesitant, a gloomy look flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. Then, without drawing attention, he said to the lean young man at his side, "Shaolin, you should also persuade Brother Xiong. This concerns whether we can leave Yin Province." Hearing this, Shaolin seemed to think of something, and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he still gritted his teeth, leaned close to Brother Xiong's ear, and said, "Brother Xiong, I think old Zhang is right. We still don't know what we'll run into later. If we have enough fuel, we can leave Yin Province sooner." After hearing that, the hesitation in Brother Xiong's eyes gradually faded, and his gaze became firm. He stepped forward, put a gentle smile back on his face, and said to Wang Yi, "Little brother, our convoy has already been driving for 5 or 6 hours. I wonder if we could rest here for a while." Hearing this, Song Xian glanced at the middle-aged man. The moment this man appeared, he gave her an uncomfortable feeling. From Brother Xiong's reaction just now, it was obvious he hadn't planned to stay. Now that he was proposing to rest here, that middle-aged man must have said something that changed his mind. Thinking of this, Song Xian couldn't help but look at Wang Yi worriedly. Sensing Song Xian's gaze, Wang Yi turned and gave her a reassuring smile. Then he cast a somewhat playful glance at the middle-aged man before saying to Brother Xiong, "I don't object if you want to rest here, but how long are you planning to stay?" Seeing Wang Yi agree just like that, Brother Xiong was slightly stunned and thought to himself, was I overthinking it? But in the next moment, he threw that thought aside and said kindly, "Then many thanks, little brother. Don't worry, we'll leave after lunch. At most, we'll rest for 2 or 3 hours." After saying that, he was about to call over the convoy members. However, before he could speak, Wang Yi's crisp voice rang out again. "In that case, please hand over 60 crystal cores first as the site usage fee." HM, Brother Xiong's expression tightened, and his gaze fell back onto Wang Yi's face. Wang Yi looked at him expressionlessly, as if those words just now hadn't even come from his mouth. "Brother Xiong." Anger appeared on Shaolin's face as he shouted. A flash of surprise passed through old Zhang's eyes, but he quickly returned to his honest-looking appearance. The others immediately grew noisy after hearing that, and the way they looked at Wang Yi turned hostile. Brother Xiong looked at Wang Yi, meeting his gaze. There was the slightest emotional ripple in Wang Yi's clear eyes, as if charging him a site usage fee was only natural. Taking a deep breath, Brother Xiong put a smile back on his face and reminded him, "Little brother, this gas station belonged to the state before the apocalypse." Wang Yi said calmly, "You also said that was before the apocalypse. Right now, this gas station is my territory." After a pause, he added, "I said so." The moment those words came out, Shaolin could no longer hold back and shouted angrily, "Brother Xiong, why waste words with this little brat? We can just go in." As he spoke, arcs of electricity appeared around his body, crackling loudly. A faint light purple rune slowly emerged at the center of his brow, and he lifted his leg, preparing to force his way into the plaza. Seeing this, Brother Xiong pressed a hand onto his shoulder. "Shaolin, don't be impulsive." Then he turned to Wang Yi and said, "Little brother, if resting here requires crystal cores, then does the fuel also need to be exchanged with crystal cores?" Wang Yi calmly swept a glance over Shaolin, then nodded without hesitation. "Naturally, this is my territory, so the fuel here is naturally mine as well. If you want fuel, fine. Bring crystal cores in exchange. There's no room for negotiation?" Brother Xiong asked in a deep voice. "None," Wang Yi said firmly. "You're courting death." Shaolin roared, electricity flashing all over his body. A bolt of lightning as thick as a forearm shot from his hand straight at Wang Yi in an instant. "Xiao Yi, be careful," Song Xian cried out. An ice pattern appeared between her brows, and the surrounding temperature instantly plunged. A layer of white frost began spreading across the ground with her at the center. A flash of fire lit up in Song Ying's hand, and a fireball condensed above her palm. Faced with Shaolin suddenly making a move, Wang Yi's divine sense stirred, and an invisible barrier instantly appeared in front of him. Boom! The bolt of lightning slammed into the barrier, exploding into a shower of sparks. The surging electric current wrapped around Wang Yi. Everyone thought that after taking this hit, even if Wang Yi didn't die, he would at least be heavily injured. Yet when the light faded, Wang Yi appeared before everyone completely unharmed. Not a bad ability. Too bad the power is a little lacking, Wang Yi said calmly. After saying that, his face turned cold. The power of his divine sense erupted instantly, and an invisible force carrying terrifying power slammed directly into Shaolin. Bang! With a muffled sound, Shaolin's whole body flew back like a kite with a snapped string and crashed into the crowd behind him. The huge force sent him barreling into several people before he finally rolled to the ground. The moment he stopped rolling, a mouthful of blood sprayed from Shaolin's mouth. Shaolin! Brother Xiong cried out in alarm and rushed to Shaolin's side in a few steps. Looking at Shaolin's blood-covered face and unconscious body, a cold glint flashed through Brother Xiong's eyes. He gently laid Shaolin down, then slowly stood up. A layer of blood-colored aura gradually covered his body. An invisible pressure spread across the entire scene. When old Zhang saw Shaolin get heavily injured by a single strike from the child in front of him, his pupils shrank slightly, and he quietly retreated 2 steps into the crowd. Yet his face still wore that honest and simple expression. Seeing Shaolin's miserable state, everyone else's expressions changed as well. They knew Shaolin's strength well. In the convoy, he could definitely rank in the top 5. But Wang Yi didn't even move, yet he heavily injured Shaolin. For a moment, a trace of fear appeared in the way everyone looked at Wang Yi. Looking at Brother Xiong's eyes filled with killing intent, Wang Yi's own eyes held only calm. Think it through. Just now was only a lesson. If you make a move, the consequences won't be something you can bear. Wang Yi's crisp voice rang out, making Brother Xiong's body pause. Brother Xiong let out a slightly hoarse laugh. Your so-called lesson is leaving Shaolin lying on the ground, dead or alive unknown. Wang Yi shuruk. He attacked me. I didn't kill him. How does that not count as a lesson? Those in different words sent a chill through Brother Xiong and the other members of the convoy. Judging from Wang Yi's appearance and build, he was a genuine 5-year-old child. Dwarfism could be completely ruled out. But was that something a child could say? Taking a deep breath, the redness in Brother Xiong's eyes faded, and a bit of clarity returned. His gaze swept over the 2 golden scales in Wang Yi's hand. Combined with the ability Wang Yi had just used, the rationality in his eyes grew a little stronger. One look was enough to tell that those golden scales were no ordinary items. If that child in front of him controlled them and sent them charging into the crowd, he didn't even dare imagine what would happen. Thinking of that, the bloody aura on Brother Xiong slowly receded, and he completely regained his senses. Seeing this, the other convoy members all let out sighs of relief. They were all modern people. They could more or less guess what Wang Yi's ability was. If they really fought, whether they could win was another matter. But more than half of them would definitely fall. Brother Xiong walked back to a spot not far in front of Wang Yi, already calm again. His gaze lingered for a moment on Song Xian and Song Ying. Out of the convoy's 100+ people, only a little over 10 were spirit ability users. And that was after he had searched dozens of residential communities to gather them. Yet among these 4 people in front of him, 3 were spirit ability users. And looking at the little girl in their arms, unless something unexpected had happened, she was probably one too. By now, Brother Xiong was already starting to regret provoking these people. He shook his head, throwing off the frustration in his heart. His gaze fell back on Wang Yi, and he said directly, "Fuel, how do you plan to trade it?" Wang Yi gave Brother Xiong a surprised look. For this guy to become the leader of a convoy, it seemed he really did have some ability. No rush. Let me deal with something first. Wang Yi shook his head. Brother Xiong immediately frowned when he heard that. As for old Zhang, who had already shrunk back into the middle of the crowd, panic rose in his heart, and his body involuntarily retreated a few more steps. Only now you're putting other people in front of you for protection? Isn't that a little late? Wang Yi's icy voice rang out. The next second, old Zhang felt an invisible force lock him firmly in place, then forcibly lift him out of the crowd and into the air. Seeing this, the others quickly scattered to both sides. Old Zhang was unable to move at all. He looked at Brother Xiong. Brother Xiong, save me. When Brother Xiong saw that the matter Wang Yi wanted to deal with was actually old Zhang, he immediately recalled that it had seemed to be this man egging things on from the side, which had led to everything that happened after. So the words of pleading that had been about to leave his mouth were swallowed back down at once. But old Zhang usually acted honest and simple, and they were from the same convoy. He also couldn't bear to watch him die. So he very decisively turned his head to the side, Looking at the wildflowers blooming in the bushes not far away, he suddenly found them quite beautiful, and before he knew it, he was staring at them in fascination. Meanwhile, old Zhang, fixed in the air by Wang Yi, saw that Brother Xiong was going to leave him to die. The struggling in his body immediately stopped. The honest and simple expression on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold and sinister one. Damn little brat. If you want me dead, let us see whether you have that ability. As soon as he finished speaking, old Zhang's eyes instantly turned pitch black, and wisps of black qi even began to seep faintly from between his brows. Kill him. A hoarse voice came from old Zhang's mouth. The next second, 7 figures in the crowd suddenly stiffened, and then strands of black qi rose from their bodies. The terror in their eyes instantly turned vacant, and their bodies kept twisting, producing a string of crisp cracking sounds. Sharp black claws grew from both hands, and 2 fangs in each mouth pierced through their lips and were exposed directly to the air. Roar! The 7 figures let out a roar and instantly turned into 7 afterimages as they lunged at Wang Yi. Brother Xiong and the other members were all caught off guard by this sudden change. Looking at the 7 who no longer looked human, Brother Xiong's expression completely darkened. Someone in the crowd cried out, "These people are all the ones who usually stayed with old Zhang." A trace of surprise flashed through Wang Yi's eyes. This guy actually had another trick up his sleeve. Still, he was only mildly surprised, looking at the 7 figures charging at him. This was a good chance to test the golden scales he had just obtained. Whoosh! 2 flashes of golden light streaked by, and 7 heads flew straight into the air. The 7 headless corpses followed their momentum and crashed directly to the ground in front of Wang Yi. The 2 golden scales that had just vanished had already returned to his hand. Looking at the golden scales without even a trace of blood on them, Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at old Zhang in the air and said flatly, "Nice ability. Got any new tricks?" At this moment, old Zhang's eyes were locked on the 7 corpses on the ground, and he muttered to himself, "Impossible. How could this happen?" Seeing that, Wang Yi instantly lost interest. With a movement of his divine sense, a series of bones breaking rang out in the air. Oh, the scream had only just come out before it was cut off. Old Zhang's figure in the air had already disappeared, replaced by a blood-colored ball of flesh. This scene changed the way everyone looked at Wang Yi from fear to terror. Thud! Wang Yi withdrew his divine sense, and the ball of flesh dropped straight to the ground, smashing into a heap of rotten meat. The people around him all retreated, afraid of being splashed by the filth. Some even couldn't hold back and ran to the side to dry heave. Clearly, this scene was far too bloody for them. Looking at old Zhang, who had already turned into mangled flesh on the ground, Brother Xiong felt not the slightest bit of sympathy. He didn't know how old Zhang had controlled those 7 people, and he didn't care. What made him angry was that 2 of those 7 had actually been spirit ability users. There were already very few spirit ability users to begin with, and now 2 more were gone. The strength of the entire convoy had been affected. He took a deep breath and suppressed the rage that was about to explode. No longer looking at the corpses on the ground, he fixed his gaze on Wang Yi again. "Can we talk about the price now?" Wang Yi revealed an innocent, childlike smile. Of course. Brother Xiong was briefly stunned, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. Ignoring Wang Yi's age, he asked in a deep voice, "Little brother, how do you plan to make the trade?" Wang Yi swept a glance over the more than 20 vehicles on the road and found that they were basically all vans. The one that consumed the most fuel was Brother Xiong's off-road RV. On average, each vehicle would need around 50 liters. If all of them were filled up, that would be about 1,000 liters. And for what they had just said, not every gas station had fuel. Looks like he could make a nice profit today. However, Wang Yi did not give a price right away. Instead, he asked, "How much do you want?" Brother Xiong looked toward the convoy parked by the roadside, then said 1,000 liters. Wang Yi nodded. That matched his estimate. Then he asked, "And what do you plan to trade with?" Brother Xiong was very straightforward about this and said directly, "Cristal cores." Wang Yi was delighted inside. That was exactly what he wanted. If these people wanted to trade with supplies, he wouldn't refuse either. But he definitely wouldn't be interested. So he said, "I agree. But you also know that ever since the purple light, supplies have become extremely scarce. So for this 1,000 liters of fuel, you'll need to give me 1,000 crystal cores." "How much? 1,000? Brother Xiong cried out in shock. The people around him also started discussing it at once, clearly very dissatisfied with the price Wang Yi named. Some of them even revealed angry looks. Before the purple light incident, they already knew crystal cores were good things. When hunting mutants, they would deliberately collect them, but they had never known how to use them, so they didn't care that much. Now, however, absorbing the energy inside crystal cores to increase one's strength was no longer a secret. And in this apocalypse, strength was what gave people the confidence to survive. Naturally, they treasured crystal cores dearly. Brother Xiong took a deep breath and looked at Wang Yi's youthful face. At this moment, he had completely ignored Wang Yi's age. Do you even know how much 1,000 crystal cores means? Wang Yi nodded calmly. I do. You know. And you still dare ask for such an outrageous price? Wang Yi chucked it. Right now, you're the ones who want this trade. If you think it's too expensive, you can leave. Maybe at the next gas station, you'll also find ownerless fuel. You. Brother Xiong's expression grew uglier and uglier. If the kid in front of him hadn't been so terrifyingly strong, he would have long since ordered them to seize it by force. Brother Xiong, how many mutants would we have to kill to get 1,000 crystal cores? Yeah, there are gas stations ahead too. There's enough fuel in our tanks to get us there. Brother Xiong, let us go. At worst, we just check a few more gas stations. We'll definitely find fuel. The members of the convoy all began persuading Brother Xiong. Wang Yi said nothing. He simply stood there quietly, as if he didn't care about this trade at all. Brother Xiong was extremely conflicted at this moment. Although their convoy had more than 100 people and had killed quite a few mutants and mutant beasts, the consumption was also huge. Every person had to absorb at least 2 crystal cores a day. Before the Purple Light incident, most of the time they had relied on buildings for defense. So they had not collected many crystal cores at all. Now, it was almost impossible for them to take out 1,000 crystal cores. But if he just left like this, Brother Xiong was unwilling. Along the way, they had encountered 7 or 8 gas stations, but had not found any usable fuel. What they had in their cars now had been gathered bit by bit from other vehicles before they set out. But after the Purple Light, if even 1 out of 100 cars still had usable fuel, that already counted as unbelievably good luck. If they missed this place today, Brother Xiong didn't know whether they would be able to find enough fuel later. To be honest, he didn't dare gamble. The discussions around them gradually quieted down, and everyone's eyes turned to Brother Xiong. Wang Yi did not urge him either. He only looked at him calmly. After a long while, Brother Xiong slowly said, We can't take out 1,000 crystal cores, but we can offer 500. As for the other 500, at this point, Brother Xiong's expression turned serious, and his gaze swept across Wang Yi's group of 4. I'll use a piece of information that will be useful to you to make up for it. How about it? When Wang Yi heard that Brother Xiong was willing to offer 500 crystal cores, he could not help feeling delighted inside. He naturally knew this convoy could not produce 1,000 crystal cores. The reason he had said it was only to make bargaining easier later. In fact, the real number in his mind was around 500 or even lower. However, when he heard what Brother Xiong said after that, he was a little surprised. What kind of information could be worth 500 crystal cores? Though surprised inside, nothing showed on his face. His tone remained as flat as ever. You want to offset 500 crystal cores with 1 piece of information? Aren't you thinking too highly of it? Perhaps because he now had the confidence that came with a possible deal, Brother Xiong was no longer in a hurry. Looking at Wang Yi, he said, This information concerns your survival, even your lives. Do you think it's worth it? Wang Yi frowned when he heard that. Looking at Brother Xiong's calm expression, he became somewhat uncertain. Then, recalling what that Shaolin had said earlier, could it be that something really was about to happen that he didn't know about? After thinking it over, Wang Yi felt he could agree to it. The number of crystal cores had already reached his psychological expectation, so there was no need to keep haggling. So he said coldly, If that is the case, I agree. But if the information you give is useless to me, then don't even think about getting a single drop of oil from here today. Of course, you can also try taking it by force. As he spoke, he waved toward the bus behind him. Brother Xiong and the other convoy members followed his gaze. They saw the bus sway slightly, and then a huge figure slowly walked down from it. A mutant beast. The instant Dahua got off the bus, everyone's attention was drawn over. Brother Xiong's pupil shrank, his eyes fixed tightly on Dahua as it walked toward them. This is a tabby cat? The convoy members around him all stepped back, fear written across their faces. Wang Yi was stunned by this. Dahua hadn't released any pressure at all. So why were these people so frightened? Then he looked at Brother Xiong and found that he too was extremely tense. What exactly was going on? Just as he was about to ask, he heard Brother Xiong say, Little brother, this mutant beast. Wang Yi waved a hand. No need to worry. Dahua is different from other mutant beasts. As long as you don't show hostility, it won't hurt anyone. Hearing that, Brother Xiong looked at Dahua as it drew closer, and fine beads of sweat began to seep from his forehead. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tension in his heart, and said, Please keep Dahua under control, little brother. After saying that, he pulled his gaze back from Dahua. Let's talk about the trade. Wang Yi nodded to Song Xin. Song Xin glanced at Brother Xiong, then carried little Lingxi toward Dahua. And when Dahua saw Song Xin carrying little Lingxi over, it stopped walking and stretched its enormous cat head toward her. Before long, little Lingxi's giggling laughter rang out. Seeing this, Brother Xiong could not help letting out a sigh of relief. When the other convoy members saw this scene, although they were still a little nervous, the fear in their eyes gradually faded. Some of them even revealed looks of envy. Although Dahua's size had grown much larger, it was still obvious that this was a tabby cat. Without needing to guess, they knew that before the apocalypse, This mutant tabby cat in front of them had probably been raised by Wang Yi's group. Wang Yi ignored everyone's envy and said to Brother Xiong, "Go on. If the information you provide can really help us, then this deal counts as successful." Brother Xiong withdrew his gaze from Dahua, and his expression also grew more restrained. "Do you know why so many of us didn't stay in the city collecting supplies, and instead chose to form a convoy?" Wang Yi's heart stirred. Could something have happened in Kuan City that he didn't know about? He could not help asking curiously why. Brother Xiong took a deep breath, then said with an incomparably grave expression, "Because the survivors in Kuan City, or rather, in the entire Yun province, are about to face a catastrophic disaster." Wang Yi's expression tightened, and he frowned. "Tell me in detail." Seeing that Wang Yi was interested, Brother Xiong relaxed inwardly. He did not hide anything and began explaining. "Other than a few people, the members of our convoy all came from residential compounds near Shishan. Before the Purple Light incident, a deputy district mayor of Shishan district government happened to live nearby. Not long after the apocalypse began, he stepped forward and organized everyone to collect supplies together and jointly resist the attacks of the mutants. With a backbone to rely on, everyone stopped panicking. In just a few days, they cleared out the residential complex we were living in. After that, everyone reinforced the fences and turned the whole complex into a survival base. There was also a large supermarket nearby, so supplies weren't too scarce. Life was still manageable. At this point, Brother Xiong seemed to think of something, and a trace of warmth appeared in his eyes. Wang Yi listened quietly without interrupting. After a pause, Brother Xiong continued. "However, all of that was shattered by the appearance of a mutated beast. A giant mutated tiger came from who knows where, driving tens of thousands of mutants as it kept advancing toward Shishan. Everywhere it passed, any survivors who failed to escape in time were buried in beast jaws. Our residential complex was hit soon after as well. Luckily, back when there was still electricity, the deputy district chief had already organized everyone to reinforce the fences. On top of that, everyone had awakened abilities. After sacrificing nearly half our people, we barely managed to hold on through the assault. By the time the mutant horde left, everyone thought the disaster had passed. But only 2 days later, something changed on Shishan. Every night, tiger roars would come from the mountain. Then all kinds of mutated beasts would come down from Shishan. These mutated beasts moved in groups, hunting mutants and survivors at the foot of the mountain. From what we found out, after killing mutants, they would dig out the crystal cores from their bodies. As for the survivors, once they were killed, their corpses weren't eaten. They were dragged away. Dragged away. Vank, Yifronit. Brother Xiong nodded. "That's right, dragged away. We don't know exactly where, but the direction was Shishan." Wang Yi nodded thoughtfully, signaling him to continue. "And in the entire Shishan district, the place with the most survivors was our residential base. After that, every single night, we were attacked by mutated beasts. Compared to mutants, these mutated beasts were generally much stronger offensively. Almost every night, some of them would break through the walls and enter the complex. The casualties among the survivors kept rising. In the end, even that deputy district chief died in beast jaws. That kind of life continued until the Purple Light incident appeared. At that point, a trace of fear flashed through Brother Xiong's eyes. Seeing this, Wang Yi's heart tightened. Could it be that something even more terrifying had happened? Sure enough, Brother Xiong said in a trembling voice, "After the Purple Light incident, when we woke up, we found that nearly all the supplies in the warehouse had rotted away. We were just about to organize everyone to go out and search for supplies, but a tiger roar from Shishan made us give up that idea. That giant tiger that had entered Shishan before appeared again. It didn't come down the mountain, but even from several thousand meters away, its huge figure was still perfectly visible. Compared to when we first saw it, that mutated giant tiger had grown at least more than twice as large. It was also giving off white light all over its body. I saw it with my own eyes. This mutated giant tiger spat a beam of white light from its mouth and instantly blasted a small hill flat." Wang Yi's expression changed. He could almost be certain that this mutated giant tiger was the one from Yuantong Mountain. Then he heard Brother Xiong continue. "After that, the surviving people we had left discussed it and decided to migrate out of Shishan district." At this point, Brother Xiong looked deeply at Dahua again, his expression grave. "The matter," I said, "concerns your survival and lives. That's what we discovered during the migration." Wang Yi's expression sharpened as he said in a low voice, "Go on. On the road during our migration, we found that in areas close to the mountains, mutated beasts had already started moving down from the mountains into the urban districts in groups. These mutated beasts weren't fighting each other. Instead, they kept hunting mutants and survivors. Just like on Shishan, after hunting mutants and survivors, these mutated beasts would return to the mountains with the crystal cores and the survivors' corpses. The mutated beasts that found nothing would keep searching for and hunting mutants and survivors. And just yesterday, when we passed Panlong River, we saw a giant python from far away. Its body length was probably already close to 100 meters. At this point, Brother Xiong became incomparably serious. From what we've seen along the way, it won't be long before the entire Koen city is occupied by mutated beasts. If we don't find a way to leave, then, as the mutated beasts keep advancing, we'll definitely end up buried in beast jaws. With that, Brother Xiong stared at Wang Yi and said gravely, "Little brother, do you think this information is worth 500 crystal cores?" Wang Yi thought for a moment, then asked, "Your convoy is planning to go Chuanyu?" Brother Xiong looked at Wang Yi in surprise. "You know there's a large base established by the government over there too?" Wang Yi shook his head. "I don't." Brother Xiong froze. "Then how did you know?" Halfway through, he suddenly thought of old Zhang from before. Clearly, Wang Yi had already overheard their previous conversation. At this point, Wang Yi continued, "How did you know there's a large base over there?" Brother Xiong didn't hide it and answered directly, "That deputy district chief told us before he died. He personally went to the district government before the power outage and brought back the news. According to him, in all the municipalities and first-tier cities, government personnel are organizing and building survivor bases. The municipality and first-tier city closest to Yun province is in Chuanyu. We just don't know what the situation there is now." Hearing this, Wang Yi knew that Deputy District Chief must have received the information from some secret government department. His earlier guess had been right. Even if all the satellites in the sky were destroyed and the signals lost, places like those municipalities and first-tier cities definitely had special emergency measures in place. With Huagua's habit of preparing for danger in times of peace, this was nothing strange. After that, Wang Yi asked a few more questions. Brother Xiong didn't hide anything. As long as he knew the answer, he replied seriously. Seeing how tactful Brother Xiong was, Wang Yi had no intention of making things difficult for him anymore. He nodded and said, "All right, direct refueling is impossible, but you can bring your own containers inside." Brother Xiong instantly relaxed when he heard that. He quickly turned to the members of the convoy behind him and said, "Quick, pour all the fuel from the barrels into the tanks, then gather the empty barrels together." "Yes, Brother Xiong." Everyone ran toward the vehicles parked on the road. And the people who had originally stayed inside the vehicles, after seeing that the matter had been resolved, took the chance to get out and move around. For a moment, the entire gas station became lively. Song Ying looked curiously at the people outside and discovered that there were actually 5 or 6 children among them. After noticing that, she found Brother Xiong much more pleasing to the eye. And when Xiao Lingxi, who had been playing with Dahua, saw that Wang Yi was done talking, she ran over on her short little legs. "Gidge, so many people," Xiao Lingxi said as she grabbed Wang Yi's hand. Her big eyes kept looking at the people outside. When she saw those children, her eyes immediately lit up, and she quickly said to Wang Yi, "Gidge, look, there are a few little brothers and little sisters over there." Wang Yi looked toward those children and found that they were also carefully looking this way. To be precise, they were looking at the clean clothes on him and Xiao Lingxi. A complicated look flashed through Wang Yi's eyes. At a glance, these children were clearly orphans who had lost their parents. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, the convoy was still bringing them along. That really was something rare. Before long, dozens of people came gathering this way, with one fuel container after another in hand. Wang Yi glanced over them. Most were plastic jugs that had once held soybean oil. There were only about a dozen real fuel cans. "Little brother, how should we do this?" Brother Xiong asked as he carried over 2 fuel cans. Wang Yi waved a hand. "Follow me." After saying that, he turned and walked toward the back of the small convenience store from earlier. The others all followed. Though when they passed Dahua, every one of them unconsciously kept their distance. When they reached the area above the fuel storage, Wang Yi moved his divine sense and opened the valve above it. In an instant, a rich gasoline smell spread through the air. Brother Xiong stepped forward and looked down. Seeing the clear fuel inside, a smile instantly appeared on his face. Brother Xiong straightened up, took a drink bottle from his pocket, and handed it to Wang Yi. "Here are 500 crystal cores. Count them." Wang Yi took it. A sweep of his divine sense told him there were exactly 500 inside, so he directly stuffed it into his pocket. When Brother Xiong saw that Wang Yi accepted it without even counting, he instantly felt trusted, and the pained look on his face eased quite a bit. "Open the fuel cans," Wang Yi said to Brother Xiong. At that, Brother Xiong quickly opened the 2 cans. Both were standard 5-liter containers. With a move of divine sense, a small snake made of gasoline shot up from the fuel storage and slipped precisely into the cans. Then stream after stream of gasoline rose from the storage. The others hurriedly opened the containers they had brought, and every bit of that gasoline poured accurately into the containers. Watching Wang Yi's control, whether they were body-type ability users or spiritual ability users, all of them revealed envious expressions. This was the legendary telekinesis. Among all abilities, this kind could definitely rank in the top 10. Whether as a support ability or a combat ability, it was top tier. Very soon, all the containers were filled, and Wang Yi closed the valve to the fuel storage again. Then he said to Brother Xiong, "All right, this is about 1,200 liters of fuel. Since we can count this as making each other as acquaintance, the extra can be a meeting gift." Brother Xiong was overjoyed when he heard that and quickly thanked him. Many thanks, little brother. If there is a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay this favor. Wang Yi waved it off. No need to be so polite. It's getting late, so I want to keep you here. Brother Xiong hesitated for a moment. Little brother, Kuan City isn't safe anymore. Why not come with us? That way, we can look after each other on the road. Wang Yi shook his head. No need. We have our own plans. After saying that, his gaze suddenly swept over the people around him, and his brows furrowed slightly. After hesitating a moment, he pointed at the well in the corner by the wall. There is a well over there. The water inside is clean. If you want to bathe, you can use the shed over there. The moment those words came out, the women in the crowd instantly revealed looks of delight. Their gazes all turned toward Brother Xiong, since he was the convoy's captain. Brother Xiong lowered his head and sniffed himself, then said to Wang Yi with a bitter smile, "Then many thanks, little brother." After that, he said to the members around him, "All right, put the gasoline back first. Anyone who wants to bathe, line up properly on your own. No fighting over it." "Yes. Thank you, Brother Xiong," the crowd said happily. Seeing this, Wang Yi no longer paid attention to them. In any case, all the washing supplies in the shed had already been put away by little Lingxi. With the well's water capacity, even if all of them finished bathing, it wouldn't have any effect on it. When he came to Song Xin's side, not far away, little Lingxi was chirping away with those few children. Song Ying was standing beside little Lingxi, watching over her. At the sight, Wang Yi showed a trace of relief. He had always worried that if little Lingxi never met other children her age, her personality might be affected. Now it seemed he had worried too much. But then his brows knit again, and his gaze turned toward the milk candies in the hands of those children. Song Xin, standing nearby, noticed and followed his gaze, instantly understanding why Wang Yi was frowning. Don't worry, little Lingxi is very smart. She didn't expose her spatial ability. She took those candies from her pocket. Shang Xin et lai. Wang Yi's brows instantly relaxed when he heard that, and he chuckled. That's because I taught her well, hee. Song Xin lowered her head and gave him an amused look, but did not refute him. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed, and it was around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The convoy had also finished resting, and Xiong He, now changed into a fresh set of clothes, came to say farewell to Wang Yi. Wang Yi looked at the clothes on him. They were clearly somewhat old, but not damaged in the slightest. He understood at once that these should be the pure cotton clothes that had not been affected by the purple light. Little brother, thank you again for your help. If fate lets us meet again in the future, I, Xiong Hai, will definitely repay today as kindness, Brother Xiong said with a serious expression. Van Yi similit faintly. Then you'd better stay alive. Maybe we really will meet again someday. Hee. Brother Xiong nodded seriously. I will, but I still hope you leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Without changing expression, Wang Yi glanced in the direction of Yuantong Mountain, then nodded. I'll think about it. Be careful on the road. Seeing Wang Yi like this, Xiong Hai did not try to persuade him any further. After nodding to Song Xin beside him, he headed toward the off-road RV. On the second ring road, the other vehicles had already finished preparing to depart. Beep. The window of the off-road RV rolled down. Xiong Hai waved at Wang Yi, then slowly drove forward along the second ring road. Every vehicle that passed honked once in greeting. Gradually, the convoy disappeared at the end of the road. Boom! A burst of fire shot into the sky from the forest, and a shock wave from the explosion blasted the surrounding tree trunks into splinters. When the smoke and dust settled, a slender figure slowly walked out from the woods. The newcomer was about 1.75 meters tall. On her upper body was dark red leather armor, paired with slightly worn skinny jeans below, and on her feet were long boots already covered in scuff marks. A high black ponytail swayed constantly with her movements, making her look full of heroic spirit. The woman walked on her long legs and slowly came to the center of the explosion. There lay a severely charred humanoid corpse, giving off a disgusting smell. The figure crouched down, and a small jade-white knife appeared in her hand. Then, with a light flick of the jade blade, a pale purple crystal core the size of a grape was picked out. Her fair, jade-like hand moved and caught the crystal core in her palm. That damn little kid, bro, actually gave me such a heavy task. Song Ying casually wiped the crystal core on her leather armor, then put it into the belt at her waist, producing a crisp ding. From that clear, clinking sound, one could tell there were already quite a few crystal cores inside. Only 38. Still 12 short. It's another 20 minutes to the next nest. Sigh. Song Ying lifted her head and looked at the sky. Fine beads of sweat already covered her fair forehead. She raised a hand to wipe away the sweat. After fixing her direction, Song Ying's figure flashed, and she shot into the forest. Her body leaped between the giant trees like an ape, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished without a trace. From high above, this was a boundless green forest, but now and then, through the gaps in the woods, one could still see traces left behind by human civilization. In another direction, one large and one small figure were squatting on the trunk of a giant tree. Brother, there are more than 60 in this nest. Why don't we change targets? The slightly smaller figure spoke in a soft voice. Her voice still sounded very young, with the innocent sweetness unique to a little girl. No need. This place is just right. It'll also let me see if you've been slacking off lately. The one speaking was a boy. Judging by his height alone, he should be 8 or 9 years old. The girl's face was full of resistance. Wailing, she'd buried her fair and adorable little face into the crook of her arm. The two were Wang Yi and Yi Lingxi. Not far in front of them was a patch of building ruins hidden within a forest. From the remains of the wreckage, this place had probably once been a shopping mall. A faint golden light flickered in Wang Yi's eyes, and the mutant creatures hiding in the ruins had nowhere to hide from his sight. Be good. Big brother S got your back. Don't be scared. Wang Yi reached out and rubbed her little head. Yi Lingxi shook her head and brushed Wang Yi's hand away, letting out a dissatisfied snort with her little mouth. Then, she slowly stood up. A silver-white rune at the center of her brow flickered in and out of view. The dissatisfaction in her eyes, as she looked toward the ruins, was already gone, replaced by traces of coldness. Buzz! The space above little Lingxi's head seemed to twist. The next second, a pitch-black crescent-shaped crack appeared above her head. Wang Yi watched from the side, his eyes full of envy. Every time he watched little Lingxi make a move, he showed that expression. The power of this ability was simply unreasonable, and as the crack appeared, the originally quiet ruins seemed to awaken and begin boiling over. Roars rose one after another from beneath the ruins. Go! Little Lingxi gave a delicate shout, and with a wave of her little hand toward the ruins ahead, Wong, space twisted for a moment, and the crack above little Lingxi's head instantly vanished. The next second, the ruins ahead trembled slightly, then collapsed in an instant. The entire stretch of ruins was split into two soundlessly, as if it had been cut apart. At the same time, a foul stench spread out from the ruins. Clearly, under that strike, quite a few mutant creatures inside the ruins had died. After using her big move, the rune at little Lingxi's brow gradually dimmed, then disappeared completely. Roar! The thick stench instantly drove the remaining mutant creatures even more berserk. Little Lingxi wiped the sweat from her forehead. With a grab of her little hand to the side, a pure white spiked club appeared in her hand. Then she turned to look at Wang Yi beside her. Big brother, you better watch over Lingxi carefully. If Lingxi gets even the tiniest bit hurt, Lingxi won't talk to you for a whole month. Hearing that, Wang Yi shot her a speechless glare, then pointed at the two golden rays beside him. Don't worry. With your brother here, I definitely won't let you get hurt. Only then did little Lingxi nod in relief. Then she bent her little legs and sprang forward, her petite body shooting toward the ruins like a cannonball. Roar! A mutant creature that had just crawled out of the ruins saw little Lingxi and immediately roared as it lunged at her. Still in midair, little Lingxi looked at the mutant creature pouncing at her without the slightest panic. She swung the spike club in her hand fiercely, smashing it straight at the creature's head. Bang! Her tiny body erupted with a tremendous strength that did not belong to her age. The 2-meter-tall mutant creature was sent flying on the spot. Its scale-covered head had been smashed into a dent by that strike, and bloody holes covered its surface. Golden light shone in Wang Yi's eyes. The two golden rays kept circling around little Lingxi, making sure no accidents happened. Bang! Little Lingxi landed steadily and gave the spike club in her hand a shake. Her big eyes kept sweeping over the ruins ahead. Crash! At that moment, the ruins on the left were flipped open by a huge force. 3 mutant creatures rushed out from within, their scarlet eyes locking onto little Lingxi at once. Their flared nostrils twitched slightly, as if they had smelled a delicacy. All 4 claws struck the ground as they lunged at little Lingxi together. Every time their dark purple claws landed, they carved deep marks into the ground. Facing 3 mutant creatures, there was no panic in little Lingxi's eyes. With a wave of her little hand, a rust-covered heavy truck appeared out of thin air above the mutant creatures. Boom! The truck fell freely and directly pinned 2 mutant creatures beneath it. Although the truck's weight did not smash them to death right away, it temporarily restricted their movements. As for the remaining one, it reacted quickly and just barely brushed past the truck as it charged out. With 2 gone, little Lingxi dragged the spike club with both hands, stepped forward on her short little legs, and met the mutant creature head-on. Huh! Little Lingxi gripped the spike club with both hands and swung it fiercely. A bang rang out as the spike club collided with the mutant creature. That strike was perfect in both power and distance. One moment earlier and it would not have hit. One moment later and the mutant creature would have gotten close. Boom! The mutant creature's massive body flew sideways like a cannonball. Its body, clearly already bent out of shape, slammed straight into the ruins. Up in the tree, Wang Yi watched the battle below, the corners of his mouth twitching. Every time he saw little Lingxi make a move, Wang Yi would curse Song Ing bloody in his heart. The originally obedient and adorable little Lingxi had, over the course of this year, been forcibly turned into a little tyrannosaur. That's right. At this moment, exactly 1 full year had passed since the apocalypse began. Compared to the first 2 months, both mutant creatures and mutant beasts had undergone huge changes over the past year. Originally, according to Xiong Hai's estimate before he left, it would not take long for the entire city of Kuin to be occupied by mutant beasts. Yet things were often just as unexpected. At the beginning, it did indeed go according to Xiong Hai's estimate. The mutant beasts from the surrounding mountains kept advancing toward the city center. Wherever they passed, whether mutant creatures or survivors, all became their prey. But this situation lasted for less than half a month before the circumstances changed. For some unknown reason, the mutant creatures, which had originally fought on their own, actually learned to band together. Moreover, according to Wang Yi's later observations, the more mutant creatures gathered together, the faster they evolved. Every night, these mutant creatures would gather and continuously let out low growls toward the purple moon. Those growls seemed to contain some kind of strange power, making the speed at which they absorbed energy become faster. The larger the gathering, the faster the absorption. At the same time, special mutant creatures also kept increasing. After that, in only half a month, the one-sided situation completely reversed, facing mutant creatures that evolved faster and faster and also knew how to group together. Those mutant beasts gradually fell into a disadvantage and were even hunted in turn by the mutant creatures. After all, the meat of those mutant beasts was far more nutritious than the survivors back then, and the rise of the mutant creatures also gave the remaining survivors a chance to catch their breath. The survivors who had originally been scattered everywhere began to gather, forming groups of various sizes. Wang Yi alone had encountered 4 or 5 of them. Among them were the 2 teams led by Lu Dong and Ghost Brother. The last time he met Lu Dong's group, they were no longer just 5 people but more than 10. Ghost Brother's team had directly broken past 100 members. As for the other groups, the larger ones had dozens of people, while the smaller ones still had more than 10. And the vast majority of survivor teams had placed their respective territories along the edge of the second ring. Because after continuous searching, everyone discovered that vehicles were affected the least by the purple light. Many vehicles could be used after just a bit of repair. This discovery led the overwhelming majority of survivors to choose vehicles as their shelters. But the roads in the city had basically all been covered by shrubs or weeds several meters tall. Even if cars could still run, they couldn't get through. In the end, the vast majority of survivors began moving toward the second ring on their own, because in the entire city, only the second ring road had been affected the least. Even if some shrubs occasionally grew there, they were easy to clear out. As time passed, the battles between mutant beasts and mutants gradually fell into a stalemate. The mutant beasts no longer carried out large-scale sweeps, and the mutants also stopped attacking the surrounding mountains and forests. Gradually, the whole of Kuin City formed into a situation where mutants and mutant beasts confronted each other, while the survivors lived in the cracks between them. Of course, this situation was a good thing for the survivors, because after the mutants that had originally been everywhere started gathering together, the risk for survivors searching for supplies dropped by a lot. Although they could still be hunted by mutants, as long as they did not get close to a mutant detection range, they could basically retreat unscathed. However, the ones who did this were only those survivors barely clinging to life. The vast majority of survivors would team up to hunt lone mutants and mutant beasts, because they all knew that if they wanted to survive in this apocalypse, strength was the foundation of everything. And if they wanted to increase their strength, then aside from the purple moon every night, the only ways were absorbing the energy in crystal cores or eating mutant beast meat. As for treasures like spirit fruits, they were far too rare. Even if there were any, they would definitely be occupied by powerful mutant beasts. If one wanted to rely on spirit fruits to increase strength, it could only depend on luck. And over this nearly 1 year, the strength of Wang Yi's group had undergone earth-shaking changes. Compared to other survivors, Wang Yi's small team could be said to have held every advantage. First was Wang Yi's own strength. He had already been a cut above ordinary mutants and mutant beasts from start, where he broke through to Tier 3. Even the stronger mutants were only at Tier 2. Among mutant beasts, aside from a few beast kings that came out of Yuantan Mountain, who were crushingly stronger by a whole gap, the strongest of the others were only Tier 3. As for Tier 4, Wang Yi did not know whether any existed, because he had never encountered one. In the days that followed, Dahua would bring back mutant beasts it hunted from time to time. Wang Yi and the Song sisters, Song Xian and Song Ying, went out to hunt mutants almost every other day. On top of that, the appearance of the purple moon let the little tomato spirit fruit ripen almost once a month. It could be said that compared to other survivors, the speed at which their strength increased was absolutely far ahead of the pack. By now, Wang Yi's strength had steadily entered Tier 4. If each tier were divided into early, middle, and late stages, Then Wang Yi's current strength was already at the middle stage of Tier 4 and was about to break through to the late stage. Dahuai's strength was rising even faster than Wang Yi's, and it was now infinitely close to Tier 5. As for the Song sisters, Song Xian and Song Ying, both had now broken through to Tier 3 and had already reached the late stage, not far from Tier 4. The most terrifying growth speed belonged to little Lingxi. The little girl was still not even 1.5 years old, yet with Wang Yi's full support, her strength had already broken through to Tier 3. Every time the little tomato spirit fruit ripened, most of it went into her belly. Wang Yi almost washed and tempered her body once every day, helping her absorb the energy she had eaten. If not for the fact that she was too young and could not keep her patience to cultivate under the purple moon every night, her strength would definitely be even higher. Of course, the tiers mentioned here represented the improvement of their respective abilities. Aside from their abilities, their physical bodies had also been strengthened. Of the crystal cores they had hunted over this nearly 1 year, a small half had been used to temper their bodies. Other spiritual energy ability users absorbed crystal cores through the runes in their sea of consciousness. What they mainly improved was also their own abilities, while their physical bodies received almost no improvement, unless someone had awakened a spiritual power type ability like Wang Yi and could control the energy in crystal cores to temper his own body. Other than that, if they wanted to improve their physical bodies, then aside from cultivating every night, they could only eat mutant beast meat or spirit fruits. Or they could find a spiritual ability user to help temper their body the way Wang Yi did. But whether through cultivation or eating mutant beast meat, the growth speed of the physical body would be far lower than the growth speed of abilities. Among the four of them, Song Xian and Song Ying, after nearly a year of tempering, their physical strength and speed were basically already comparable to ordinary mid to late Tier 2 body type ability users. As for Wang Yi and little Lingxi, their growth speed was even more terrifying. Wang Yi did not know how strong a Tier 4 body type ability user was, but his current strength and speed had definitely already surpassed Tier 3 body type ability users. Little Lingxi was even more outrageous than Wang Yi. The growth speed of her physical body was almost on par with her abilities. As for why such a gap appeared, Wang Yi guessed it was probably related to age. Because even with the same body tempering, Song Ying's improvement speed was a little faster than Song Xian's, and Wang Yi was faster than Song Ying. While little Lingxi was faster than Wang Yi, and the younger the age, the bigger this gap became. This was also why little Lingxi could swing a spike club and clash head-on with mutants. The current little Lingxi had broken through to Tier 3 in both physical body and ability. And as their abilities improved, Song Xian, Song Ying, and little Lingxi's abilities had all undergone new changes. First were the Song sisters, Song Xian and Song Ying. At the beginning, their abilities were only simple ice spikes and fireballs, while their auxiliary abilities were just frost and high temperature. But as their strength increased, the runes in their sea of consciousness became more mysterious and complex, which gave rise to new functions. Aside from ice spikes, Song Xian had already been able to condense ice shields and ice armor when she broke through to Tier 2. At Tier 3, she was already able to change the environment within a small area. For example, during battle, she could freeze a thick layer of ice over a 50-meter area around her. Although the temperature of this ice might not necessarily freeze the enemy stiff, with this layer of ice, Song Xian could exert a certain degree of control over it. For example, during battle, she could freeze a thick layer of ice over the ground. When an enemy entered the area covered by the ice, Song Xian could directly control the ice layer to form sharp ice spikes one after another, or condense an ice wall, and other methods to fight the enemy. Song Ying, on the other hand, had only known how to condense fireballs at first, but now she could condense fire arrows with much faster shooting speed. And she could also cast fire vines that could restrain enemies. The temperature of her flames was also more than several times higher than before. At the same time, as their abilities continued to improve, their control over their own abilities also grew higher and higher. Before breaking through, they could only use the abilities derived from their runes. In every battle, they could only use ice spikes and fireballs. At most, a little frost or a few scorch marks would appear in places near them. They could not even actively condense an ice disc or a small flame in their palms. Now, they could already preliminarily use the elemental attributes of their abilities according to their own will. Of course, the one whose changes were greatest was still little Lingxi. Before breaking through, her ability was a storage space. When she broke through to Tier 1, her storage space grew from only being able to store one item at a time to being able to store items within a certain range. When she broke through to Tier 2, little Lingxi was already able to merge into the surrounding space, but she could not move. However, it was precisely this ability that had helped her avoid danger several times over this nearly 1 year. Now, that little Lingxi had broken through to Tier 3. She was even more terrifying. Not only had the range at which she could store items become wider, but when merging into space, She could already move a short distance of 2 or 3 meters. And finally, there was the spatial blade she had just used. Its attack power was unbelievably terrifying. It still couldn't truly cut through space, but the blade of space condensed through its spatial ability was definitely the most lethal attack among the 4 of them. At least during this time, Wang Yi had yet to see a mutant or mutated beast survive being hit by a blade of space without being split into 2. As for Wang Yi himself, things were a bit unsatisfying. He hadn't gained all kinds of new moves like the others. He had only purely strengthened the power of his divine sense. Other than the golden red fire lotus and his fiery golden eyes becoming larger and heavier, his flame ray lasting longer, and its temperature steadily approaching that of pale golden flames, there was almost no change. In Wang Yi's view, the reason for this was probably because the power of divine sense already possessed subjective initiative to begin with. After all, from the moment he first awakened, he had already been able to use the power of divine sense to do many things. For example, controlling objects, scouting, defense, restraint, and so on. As for the fiery golden eyes, Wang Yi felt that the reason he still couldn't use the pale golden flames and the core golden flames was most likely because his physical body still wasn't strong enough to meet the requirements. Because every time he tried to draw out the pale golden flames, his eyes would be hit by intense stabbing pain, and a sense of danger would also arise from the depths of his heart. In short, if Wang Yi wanted to come up with new tricks, he could only rely on himself to study them. Roar! The mutant that little Lingxi had smashed flying just happened to crash a bigger opening through the collapsed ruins. Another 5 mutants stuck their heads out from the rubble. The 5 mutants squeezed and struggled against each other, their scarlet eyes fixed on little Lingxi's tiny body. Faced with this scene, little Lingxi showed no fear at all because she had already seen this kind of situation many times. Unfortunately, the blade of space consumed too much energy. With her current strength, she could only use it once. She could force herself and use it a second time, but after that, she would feel dizzy and lightheaded. If any dangerous situation came up then, she would no longer be able to merge into space to dodge. So after trying a few times, Wang Yi told her that before reaching the late stage of Tier 3, she could use it at most once. That was also why she had chosen close combat. Bang! The ruins blocking the opening were completely shoved aside. The 5 mutants charged at little Lingxi all at once. Dragging her spiked club, little Lingxi took a step forward on her short little legs. Her figure sank into space and vanished, and the 5 charging mutants instantly lost their target and froze in place. The next second, above the mutant on the left, a figure suddenly appeared. Bang! The spiked club smashed down viciously onto that mutant's head. There was no scream. Its head exploded on the spot like a watermelon. Roar! The moment little Lingxi appeared, the nearest mutant slashed at her with its pale purple claws. But with little Lingxi's Tier 3 speed, she only gave a slight sway and dodged it. Her petite body spun, slipping right under its claws. The spiked club in her hand, taller than she was, swung up viciously from below, and the spiked head of the club smashed directly between the mutant's legs. Ayo! A shrill, high-pitched scream burst from its mouth. Its scarlet eyes bulged wide, nearly popping out on the spot. The other 3 mutants paused, clearly startled by that miserable scream. Up on the tree trunk, Wang Yi's legs involuntarily tightened, then slowly relaxed. Seeing that little Lingxi was heading further and further down the female Tyrannosaur route, Wang Yi cursed Song Ying in his heart once again. But little Lingxi paid no attention at all to the mutant's miserable scream. This move was the ultimate skill Big Sister Song Ying had taught her. Every previous use had worked well, and this time was no exception. Without waiting for the mutant to recover, her short little legs kicked off the ground, and her whole body shot into the air. She raised the spiked club high, then smashed it down viciously. Crack! The sound of bones shattering rang out, and the mutant died beyond any chance of living. Seeing this, the remaining 3 no longer charged her in a pack. Instead, they formed a triangle and surrounded little Lingxi. They did not pounce right away. They slowly circled around her instead. At the same time, movement came again from beneath the ruins. It was a sign that the mutants buried deeper below were about to break through the ground. Up on the tree trunk, Wang Yi's gaze sharpened, and he didn't act carelessly. His divine sense spread out in full. He carefully inspected all the remaining mutants under the ruins one by one. Ever since the mutants had started grouping together, more and more of them had awakened special abilities. Although this was only a small nest, there was no guarantee that some special mutant wouldn't appear. After checking once, he found no special mutants, and Wang Yi relaxed quite a bit. Seeing that the 3 mutants didn't make a move right away, little Lingxi's clever little head turned slightly, and she understood what they were planning. Her rosy little mouth curled in disdain, and then her figure vanished again. The 3 constantly circling mutants instantly froze in place. Their 3 pairs of scarlet eyes swept around non-stop, and their flared nostrils kept sniffing the air. Buzz! Space trembled slightly, and little Lingxi's petite figure appeared above one of the mutants. The same move, the same effect. That mutant dropped to the ground instantly. After that, little Lingxi stopped using her ability. Dragging her spike club, she kicked off the ground with her short little legs and shot straight toward the remaining two mutants. Roar! With their companion dead, the two mutants became even more frenzied. All four claws slashed toward little Lingxi at once. Huh! Little Lingxi let out a crisp shout, and the spike club in her hand smashed straight into the four claws. Clang! The spike club and claws collided, and both little Lingxi and the two mutants were forced several steps back. Without the slightest pause, little Lingxi rushed forward again with the spike club before the two mutants could steady themselves. Bang! Bang! After two heavy blows, the two mutants were both sent flying backward. They only came to a stop after smashing through two trees. Little Lingxi walked over with the spike club on her shoulder and ended their sinful lives. One swing for each. Then she lifted her head and looked at Wang Yi with big, pitiful eyes. The moment Wang Yi saw that, how could he not know what she meant? She didn't want to keep fighting anymore. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Yi finally nodded in agreement. Yay! Seeing Wang Yi nod, little Lingxi immediately jumped up in place with joy. Then, without caring at all about the mutants behind her that were about to break out of the ground, she leaped a few times and arrived on the tree trunk. Wang Yi reached out and wiped the sweat from her forehead, then looked toward the ruins. Bang! Several places on the ruins were suddenly thrown open, and one mutant after another crawled out. Roar! Their keen noses locked onto Wang Yi and little Lingxi on the tree trunk almost instantly. In just a few breaths, the remaining 20-plus mutants were already roaring as they charged toward them. Wang Yi held little Lingxi's hand and, with a thought, sent two golden streaks slicing through the air, weaving non-stop through the mutants. In only 3 breaths, the noisy ruins instantly fell silent. By the time the two golden streaks returned to Wang Yi's side, the mutants below were still frozen in place in their charging postures. A breeze passed by, leaves rustling softly, and the mutant charging in front swayed slightly before its savage head fell to the ground. Then, like dominoes, the heads of the mutants behind it all dropped from their necks like a rain of falling stones. Bang! Headless corpses slammed to the ground one after another. Kicking up clouds of dust, Wang Yi expressionlessly raised his right hand. With a movement of his divine sense, pale purple crystal cores gathered from the ruins one by one. There were a total of 65, and none of them were crystal cores from special mutants. Lingxi. Wang Yi turned and nodded at little Lingxi. Little Lingxi waved her small hand and put away all the crystal cores into her space. At this moment, the two streaks of golden light also revealed their true forms. They were precisely those two golden scales from before. It was just that after nearly a year of use. The golden scales had become smoother and sharper than when he had first obtained them. Brother, are we still going to the next nest? Little Lingxi tugged on Wang Yi's hand and asked. Wang Yi looked ahead, then finally shook his head. No, the next nest in this direction is a bit far. If we go, it'll all be very late by the time we get back. The moment little Lingxi heard that, she broke into a happy smile. Then let us hurry back, brother. I made a bet with Big Sister that we'd definitely get back earlier than her today. As she spoke, she waved her little hand, and a narrow wooden boat appeared on the tree trunk. Wang Yi could not help laughing. He put the golden scales into the leather sheath on his back, then wrapped the wooden boat with the power of his divine sense. Get on. Let us go. We're going home. Little Lingxi gave a light jump and entered the wooden boat. After checking the ruins one more time and confirming that nothing had been missed, Wang Yi also jumped onto the boat. Seeing that little Lingxi was seated steadily, Wang Yi moved his mind, and the wooden boat left the tree trunk and rose upward. When it reached midair and he adjusted the direction, the wooden boat instantly tore through the air and shot forward. On the boat, little Lingxi looked at the scenery on the ground, rapidly retreating behind them, her big eyes constantly scanning the forest below. She wanted to see whether she could spot Big Sister songing. Meanwhile, a nearby team of survivors heard the strange whistling sound passing through the sky and all revealed envious expressions. Is the big shot heading back? No idea, but it seems a little early today. By the way, has any of you ever seen what the big shot looks like? Is it a man or a woman? Someone suddenly asked. Definitely a man. A woman probably wouldn't be this high profile. Who cares if it's a man or a woman? It has nothing to do with us. Even if you knew, they wouldn't reward you with a single crystal core. True. These big shots with awakened special abilities really have it easy. Unlike us, suffering like this. A skinny young man in ragged clothes sighed. Perhaps that sentence had struck a sore spot for everyone. For a moment, no one said anything more. Naturally, Wang Yi knew nothing about the survivors' discussion. At this moment, he was standing on a flying boat, looking at the giant banyan tree growing on the summit of Yuantong Mountain in the distance. Compared to a year ago, the canopy of that banyan tree now probably covered a diameter of more than 1 kilometer, although it was also much taller than before. That was still not too exaggerated compared to the canopy. Every time he passed by, Wang Yi would glance that way. Occasionally, he could vaguely catch a flash of gold through the gaps in the canopy. Wang Yi knew that was the golden eagle. He just did not know whether both of the golden eagles on that tree were still there now. Wang Yi had always wanted to explore Yuantong Mountain, but every time he got close, a sense of danger would arise out of nowhere, making him not dare to act rashly. And that mutant beast that had injured Dahua back then, he did not know whether it had already left or died somewhere else. In any case, throughout this past year, neither Wang Yi nor Dahua had run into it again. The flying boat was extremely fast. Before long, they could already see the gas station from afar. As Wang Yi's strength increased, his divine sense had now become dozens of times stronger than it had been at the beginning. In the past, although he could also fly on a sword, at most it could only carry one extra little lingxi, and the speed had been very slow. Later, as his divine sense grew stronger, Wang Yi's control became better and better. The weight he could carry also increased more and more. In the end, just like in cultivation novels, Wang Yi simply made a flying boat out of wood. Wang Yi had tested it before. If the flying boat carried Little Lingxi and the Song Xian and Song Ying sisters, then at full power, its speed could reach close to more than 200 kilometers per hour, and it could fly for around 20 minutes. If he kept it at 80 to 100 kilometers per hour, the flight time could reach around 1.5 hours. Of course, Wang Yi normally would never do that, because he could not possibly devote all of his divine sense to flying. In this crisis-ridden apocalypse, he had to be ready to deal with danger at any time. Very quickly, the two returned to the gas station where they had lived for a year. Before they even landed, they saw Song Xian processing the mutant beast that Dahua had brought back yesterday. The moment little Lingxi saw Song Xian, she hurriedly waved her little hand and shouted, "Big sister, we're back." Hearing the call, Song Xian revealed a gentle smile and stood up to look toward the two in the flying boat. After being tempered every day, the heights of Wang Yi's group of 4 had all gone up quite a bit. Song Xian had grown from her original 1.68 meters to 1.78 meters now. Song Ying had originally already been in her growth period, so her height had shot up even more, from 1.37 meters to 1.75 meters now. However, her height had stopped increasing 2 months ago. This was the same as Wang Yi before. Her body had activated self-protection. Wang Yi's current height was already about the same as that of an 8 or 9-year-old child. He had grown from his original 1.10 meters to 1.40 meters, then stopped growing again. Compared to Song Ying, that increase was much smaller. The reason was simple: age. If Wang Yi were also 10 years old now, then his height would have had to reach at least 1.80 meters before it might stop increasing. Another point was that girls matured earlier than boys in the first place. On top of that, she was in the middle of her growth stage. So with that double buff, her increase in height was this large. Of course, it was impossible to grow endlessly. Song Xian, for example, was already 20 years old and had basically passed the best age for development. So after reaching 1.78 meters, the speed of her height growth gradually slowed down. As for little Lingxi, her height was now about the same as Wang Yi's before, reaching around 1.10 meters. After that, she also stopped growing. If she wanted to continue, it would only be possible after she turned 3. Back to the main topic. The flying boat slowly descended, and little Lingxi jumped down in a single quick step. Song Xian hurriedly stepped forward and caught her. "You little thing, can't you behave a little? What if you fell from that height?" Little Lingxi wrapped her arms around Song Xian's neck, buried her little face against her shoulder, and let out a string of giggles. Wang Yi followed and got off the flying boat. Looking at little Lingxi acting spoiled in Song Xian's arms, he said irritably, "You just got back, covered in sweat, and you're already clinging to Sister Xian. Go take a bath." Hearing that, little Lingxi turned and stuck out her tongue at Wang Yi. Then she climbed down from Song Xian and ran toward the bathhouse on her short little legs. Song Xian smiled as she watched little Lingxi enter the bathhouse, then looked at Wang Yi and said, "Xiaoya, you didn't run into any danger today, right?" Wang Yi shook his head. "No, all 3 were small nests. I didn't run into a single special mutant." Song Xian nodded. "You should go take a bath later too. Song Ying and Dahua should be back soon as well. Once I finish handling this one, I'll start making dinner." Wang Yi glanced at the mutant rat on the ground and saw that it had already been mostly dealt with. Then he said, "Sister Xian, there's no need to rush dinner. It's only around 4 o'clock now. Rest a bit before you start." Song Xian looked up at the sky, felt that it was indeed still early, and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Wang Yi walked toward the bus. Nearly a year had passed, and the bus had basically not changed much. However, all 4 of them, including him and little Lingxi, had already learned how to drive it. It was just that little Lingxi's legs were still too short, so she could only drive while standing. It was fine for short distances. Although the 2 buses had only been slightly affected by the purple light when they first tried to start them, there had still been cases where they would not ignite. Wang Yi's divine sense could only check for damage, but he did not really understand the principles behind their construction, so he could not figure out where the problem was. In the end, Lu Dong was the one who fixed them. After getting onto the bus, Wang Yi lowered his head and sniffed himself. After running around all day, he already smelled of sweat. He took out a clean set of clothes, planning to rinse off too after little Lingxi finished washing. He untied the leather harness on his back and set it aside, while thinking about the direction of future hunts. Today's direction was already somewhat far from the gas station. If anything happened, there would be no time to rush back. Based on Wang Yi's travel speed, the round-trip distance had to be kept within 20 minutes. Also, the direction of Yuantong Mountain was basically out of the question with his current strength. Even though he had already reached Tier 4, the moment he thought of that golden eagle from back then, he still felt uneasy. The gap was still too big. Although he had not encountered the golden eagle again afterward, he could still occasionally hear its sharp cry. As for the other giant beasts, the one Wang Yi could confirm was the giant tiger, which was now entrenched on West Mountain. The giant python was in Panlong River, but its exact location was unknown. As for the remaining giant beasts, Wang Yi did not know whether they were still on Yuantong Mountain. But Wang Yi estimated that they most likely were not. Because of the previous mutated beast assault on the city, it could basically be confirmed that it had been done to gather resources for those giant beasts. Just as Wang Yi was thinking, little Lingxi's voice came from the bathhouse. "Big sister, I forgot to bring clothes." Hearing this, Wang Yi got up, found her change of clothes from the wooden cabinet nearby, and carried them off the bus. Seeing that Song Xin was already walking over, Wang Yi handed little Lingxi's clean clothes to her. Song Xin accepted them with a smile, then walked toward the bathhouse with a doting expression. This scene had repeated itself countless times over the past year, as long as Wang Yi and the others did not remind her. Every single time someone would have to bring clothes to little Lingxi. Very soon, the freshly washed little Lingxi was carried out by Song Xin, with a towel wrapped around her head. Her fair, tender little face was flushed red from just finishing her bath, making her look incredibly cute. Wang Yi walked over, pinched her little cheek, then carried his clean clothes toward the bathhouse. The moment he stepped inside, a wave of fragrant steam rushed at him. Little Lingxi used hot water for bathing, and the hot water had been prepared in advance by Song Xin. As long as someone went out hunting, the one staying behind would prepare hot water at around 4 in the afternoon. With a large iron barrel, it was not troublesome. They just needed to partition off a section inside the bathhouse to boil water. Wang Yi walked in and looked at the hot water in the iron barrel. Seeing that there was still quite a bit left, he stopped worrying about it. He had been worried that the little girl might have wasted too much water while bathing just now, leaving none for Song Ying when she returned. As for Wang Yi himself, of course he used cold water. Ever since the power outage, Wang Yi had not used hot water again, including during those months when the weather turned cold. In fact, with their current physical constitution, it was basically impossible for them to get sick. Song Xin and the others taking hot baths was just a habit. He rubbed on some body wash, poured a few buckets of water over himself, and that counted as the bath being done. He changed clothes, tossed the old clothes into the laundry basket nearby, and walked outside. When he arrived at the plaza, 4 rocking chairs were neatly placed there. At this moment, little Lingxi was lying on one of them with her legs crossed, swinging leisurely with a lollipop in her mouth. On the other side, Song Xin, who had finished dealing with the mutated rats, was now holding a cup of flower tea and lying leisurely beside little Lingxi. When Wang Yi saw this scene, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he sighed inwardly, wondering how much longer such days could last. He walked over and lay down on another rocking chair. His whole body instantly felt a wave of comfort. It could only be said that this rocking chair truly deserved to be called an ancestral premium selection. When it came to relieving fatigue, it was simply too authoritative. Ever since Wang Yi made it, little Lingxi had basically stuck to it whenever she was not out hunting. After lying there for about half an hour, Song Xin got up and headed toward the kitchen. Compared to the old open-air stove, the kitchen now no longer had to worry about not being able to cook when it rained. "Brother, every time you come back, you always look at that big tree. What's there?" Little Lingxi tilted her head and looked at Wang Yi. Wang Yi was caught off guard by the question. "How do you know I'm looking at the big tree?" Little Lingxi wore a look that said, "I knew it," then took the lollipop out of her mouth. "That big tree is the most obvious thing there. If you're not looking at it, what else would you be looking at?" After saying that, she added proudly, "And before this, Lingxi already asked Big Sister and Big Sister about it. But as soon as I mentioned that big tree, they changed the subject and one T tell me anything." At this point, the little girl looked at Wang Yi with obvious dissatisfaction in her eyes, feeling that Wang Yi and the others were deliberately hiding something from her. Seeing this, Wang Yi felt it would be better to satisfy her curiosity. If this little girl secretly ran over there one day, that would be troublesome. So he told her about Yuantao Mountain. At the end, he warned her again, "Lingxi, remember this. If you hear an eagle cry in the future, you must stay far away, understand?" Little Lingxi's eyes opened wide, and her little head nodded repeatedly. "Brother, don't worry. Lingxi understands." Only after seeing that she had truly taken it and did Wang Yi nod in relief. After thinking for a moment, he felt this was also a chance to urge her on, So he said seriously, Lingxi, you saw that golden eagle before too. Now that nearly a year has passed, its strength must definitely be even greater. In the past, what we faced were only some ordinary mutants and mutated beasts. If we ever run into the giant beasts on Yuantong Mountain in the future, with our current strength, we would not even have a chance to escape. So at night, you can't slack off anymore. Hearing this, little Lingxi nodded her little head seriously. Brother, Lingxi definitely won't slack off anymore. Lingxi wants to protect brother and sisters. Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Aside from having some violent tendencies, little Lingxi satisfied him in every other way. This showed that his education had been very successful. Meow. Just as Wang Yi was secretly feeling pleased with himself, Dahua came back. The current Dahua had grown quite a bit larger, but one look was still enough for anyone to tell that it was a tabby cat. With unhurried steps, Dahua slowly walked to the side of the kitchen and put down the big fish in its mouth. Then, without caring about Song Exine, who was cooking, it walked toward Wang Yi and little Lingxi. When it got close, Dahua first let out a meow at Wang Yi, then moved its big head toward little Lingxi. Seeing this, little Lingxi hurriedly stretched out her hand to block it. Dahua, you still haven't brushed your teeth. You're not allowed to lick me. Meow. After being rejected, Dahua did not blame little Lingxi. Instead, it looked at Wang Yi with dissatisfaction. Wang Yi felt embarrassed from the look, because the reason little Lingxi was like this was more than half his doing. It was he who had drilled the idea into little Lingxi that if you did not brush your teeth, your mouth would not be clean. From that point on, if Dahua wanted to lick little Lingxi again, it had to brush its teeth under little Lingxi's supervision first. Meow. Dahua called out to Wang Yi, then walked toward the water well. Wang Yi simulated helplessly. The trouble he had created had to be dealt with by himself, so he could only get up and follow after it. By the well, Dahua glared at him with obvious displeasure, then opened its huge mouth and bared its fangs. Wang Yi ignored Dahua's dissatisfaction, picked up the brush nearby, and started cleaning its teeth. With Dahua's current size, once it opened its mouth wide, it could easily swallow half of Wang Yi's body. Fortunately, felines were usually fairly clean. Although Dahua's mouth had a strange smell, it wasn't foul. Just as Wang Yi was brushing Dahua's teeth, Song Ying returned from hunting outside as well. Little Lingxi, did you miss your big sister? Dressed in red leather armor, Song Ying jumped in over the fence. When little Lingxi saw Song Ying, she immediately stood up from the rocking chair, put her hands on her hips, and looked at her proudly. Big sis, we got back first today. Once the little tomatoes ripen, your share is mine. Song Ying quickly waved her hands. No. Little bro carried you back on the flying boat today. I saw you two from far away. Seeing Song Ying shamelessly trying to wriggle out of it, little Lingxi pouted and retorted, you never said before we left that we couldn't take a flying boat. At that, Song Ying directly covered her ears and shook her head like a rattledrum. I'm not listening. As she spoke, she hurried toward the bus. After grabbing a clean change of clothes, she rushed into the bathroom. Little Lingxi stared with wide eyes, her mouth hanging open. She simply couldn't believe Song Ying could be this shameless. In the kitchen, Song Xin couldn't help letting out a soft laugh when she saw this scene. Wang Yi, who was brushing Dahua's teeth, was amused too when he saw the look of disbelief on little Lingxi's face. This could count as teaching her a lesson. But would this teach little Lingxi something bad? Probably not, right? Wang Yi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Afraid little Lingxi might learn this trick too in the future. At night, the four of them sat around in the plaza, with Dahua lying behind little Lingxi as a backrest. They chatted while waiting for the purple moon to appear. This had almost become a fixed activity every night. Wang Yi sat quietly cross-legged on a soft cushion. He listened to Song Ying talk about what she had run into today, but his expression was somewhat absent-minded. Ever since dinner, he had been feeling restless. As the sky grew darker and darker, that feeling became stronger and stronger. Song Xin was attentive, and she quickly noticed that something was off with Wang Yi. Xiao Yi, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Hearing that, Song Ying and little Lingxi stopped talking and both turned to look at Wang Yi. Wang Yi shook his head. No, I just feel a little restless. I keep feeling like something is going to happen tonight. Could it be that hunting lately has been too exhausting? Why don't we rest for a few days? The crystal cores we have now are enough for us to use for a long time, Song Xin advised. Song Ying nodded along as well. Yeah, little bro. We've gone out almost every day lately. We've nearly cleared out all the nests around here. Little Lingxi said nothing. She only moved closer to Wang Yi, her small hand tightly gripping his. Wang Yi squeezed little Lingxi's soft little hand, then showed Song Xin and Song Ying a smile. Don't worry. I'm probably just overthinking it. Seeing that Wang Yi really didn't seem physically unwell, Song Xin finally let out a sigh of relief. Meow. Right at that moment, Dahua suddenly got up and let out a low growl in a certain direction. Wang Yi's expression changed. He immediately stood up, and with a thought of divine sense, the leather case he had left inside the bus shot over at high speed. after slinging the leather case onto his back. Two golden scales flew out from inside it and turned into two streaks of golden light, circling above Wang Yi's head. Dahua, what is wrong? As he asked, Wang Yi extended his divine sense toward the direction Dahua was staring at. Meow. Dahua did not turn around, but there was a hint of urgency in its cry. Wang Yi swept the area once and found nothing unusual, so he couldn't help turning to look at Dahua. At this moment, black mist had started to rise from Dahua's body, and a faint yellow glow was leaking out from the third eye on its forehead. Buzz! An invisible ripple swept past, and then bursts of emerald light suddenly appeared in the darkness far away. This green light was not dazzling. Instead, it was ethereal, like an aurora. This is... Wang Yi's pupils contracted. The place where the green light appeared was exactly in the direction of Yuantong Mountain. Song Xin and Song Ying also reacted at this time. Back then, that was where they had been chased by a black gorilla all the way into despair. If Wang Yi and Dahua had not appeared, they would have long since died in the jaws of mutated beasts. Now that they saw such a phenomenon appearing over Yuantong Mountain, they immediately thought of the few giant beasts Wang Yi had mentioned. Although they had not seen all of those giant beasts, they had personally experienced the might of that golden eagle before. After a whole year, they had already gotten used to their current pace of life. What they feared most was some sudden change that would break it. Wang Yi looked at the horizon that was gradually being dyed green, and his brows furrowed deeply. With his current divine sense, he still could not directly probe Yuantong Mountain. He had no idea what exactly had happened there. Just then, Dahua's nose twitched, and a look of longing burst out in its eyes. Meow. Dahua turned its head and cried out to Wang Yi. Wang Yi was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said, Dahua, are you saying there is a treasure there? Something useful to you? Meow. Dahua's huge head kept nodding, and the longing in its eyes grew even stronger. When Wang Yi heard that, he hesitated over whether he should wade into this muddy water. Just as Wang Yi was hesitating, a burst of noise suddenly came from far away. Wang Yi's expression changed, and his divine sense instantly swept toward the direction the sound came from. The next second, his whole body froze. Seeing this, Song Xin quickly asked, Xiao Yi, what is wrong? What did you find? Wang Yi said with a grave expression, a beast tide. The mutated beasts from the mountains are surging toward the city. Then he shook his head again. No, not just mutated beasts. Even the mutants have all come out of their nests. Song Xin and Song Ying both stiffened when they heard that, their eyes filled with disbelief. Xiao Yi, you didn't see wrong? Song Xin asked in disbelief. Wang Yi nodded, certain that he had not seen wrong. In fact, even without Wang Yi confirming it, they already knew it was true, because they could already clearly hear the roars coming from the distance. Meow. Dahua cried out to Wang Yi. Hearing that, Wang Yi looked at the Song sisters with some hesitation. Meow. Seeing this, Dahua cried out again. Then it licked little Lingxi on the face and turned into a streak of black mist, shooting toward Yuantong Mountain. Dahua. Song Ying cried out in alarm. Song Xin quickly looked at Wang Yi. Xiao Yi, Dahua is. Wang Yi nodded. A treasure that is extremely important to Dahua has appeared at Yuantong Mountain. There is no way it can give it up. Then what do we do? I'm afraid all the mutated beasts in Kuan City have already been drawn over there now. If Dahua goes over at a time like this, it'll definitely be in danger, Song Xin said anxiously. The moment little Lingxi heard that, her eyes instantly turned red. Big brother, can you bring Dahua back, please? Wang had a headache as well. From Dahua's attitude, just now, it was obvious there was no way it would give up. Just from the rate at which those giant beasts on Yuantong Mountain had evolved, it was clear that the thing appearing this time was definitely a supreme treasure. After all, the reason those giant beasts had shown such a crushing gap in strength was because they had lived on Yuantong Mountain from the very beginning. And now that such a huge commotion had been stirred up, it would definitely draw all the giant beasts over there. With Dahua's current strength, if it went there and was even slightly careless, it would be severely injured or even die. Krah! Just then, a flock of black crows with bodies 3 meters long flew overhead, numbering at least 100. Right after that, all kinds of flying mutant beasts kept passing through the sky. Flying mutant beasts, which had been rare before, were now appearing in groups. Roar! The roars were getting closer and closer. The sounds of trees breaking rose and fell one after another. The beast tide was drawing nearer. A wolf howl came from the distance, carrying an invisible ripple that made a chill rise uncontrollably from the bottom of one's heart. Roar! Another tiger's roar came from the west, directly drowning out the wolf howl. The moment Wang Yi heard it, he knew it was that giant tiger from West Mountain. Right after that, all kinds of howls rang out one after another. Some of those howls were strong, some weak, but all of them were moving closer to Yuantong Mountain. Haa! Suddenly, a hoarse cry rang out from the direction of the city center. This is... Wang Yi's expression changed. His eyes were filled with shock. Song Xin looked toward the direction the sound had come from and said hesitantly, Xiao Yi, that sound just now? Doesn't T seem like it came from a mutant beast? Song Ying had already lost her usual lively attitude. Sis is right. That wasn't T a mutant beast. It should be a mutant entity. Wang Yi stared toward the city center with a grave expression. Song Ying is right. That sound came from a mutant entity. Why didn't T expect the city center to be hiding something this huge? Song Xin said thoughtfully. The city center is the most densely populated area. Now that mutant entities can evolve faster by grouping together, this mutant entity was probably spawned that way. Wang Yi nodded in agreement with Song Xin's judgment. That's right. Judging from the pressure contained in that voice, this mutant entity should already be at the 5th tier, close to the 6th tier. Looks like whatever is about to appear on Yuantong Mountain is also attractive to mutant entities. After hearing the three of them analyze the situation, Xiao Lingxi's eyes immediately filled with tears. Big brother, will Dahua be in danger? Seeing this, Wang Yi pulled her into his arms with heartache. Don't worry. Dahua's ability is to hide its body. It'll definitely be fine. Thinking of Dahua's ability, Xiao Lingxi's eyes lit up, and her grip on Wang Yi's arm loosened a little. Xiaoya, what do we do now? Song Xin asked. Wang Yi swept his divine sense over the situation within a 2-kilometer radius. Then he shook his head. Do nothing. Right now, all the mutant beasts and mutant entities are being drawn to Yuantong Mountain. As long as we don't provoke them first, we won't be attacked. Song Xin let out a sigh of relief when she heard that. She had been afraid that when a beast tide passed by here, they might get treated like snacks along the way. I wonder how the other survivors are doing? Listening to the constant commotion coming from outside the fence, Song Xin said worriedly. No need to worry. I checked just now. The two nearby teams are both fine. Those mutant beasts are all rushing toward Yuantong Mountain. As long as they don't provoke them first, they should be fine. As for mutant entities, we've basically already cleared out the nearby ones. As long as their luck isn't too bad, they should all survive this incident. Wang Yi explained what he had seen. After speaking, Wang Yi lowered his head and glanced at Xiao Lingxi, and a trace of hesitation flashed through his eyes. Song Xin caught that scene, and her heart immediately jolted. Xiaoya, what are you trying to do? Since Song Xin had already seen through him, Wang Yi no longer hid his thoughts. Sister Xin, the treasure on Yuantong Mountain is useful to Dahua. I have to find a way to help it get it. No, it's too dangerous. Song Xin directly objected without even thinking. Seeing that Wang Yi was unmoved, she continued, trying to persuade him. Xiaoya, I know you've already reached the 4th tier, but this time is different. If you want to get the treasure, you'll have to face mutant beasts and mutant entities far stronger than yourself. And not just one, several, or even dozens. Dahua has invisibility, and it's not slow either. We have to trust it. Song Ying also spoke up to persuade him. Kiddo, sis is right. That place is full of mutant beasts and mutant entities right now. If you go there, you'll definitely be the most eye-catching one there. When that happens, whether it's mutant beasts or mutant entities, they'll attack you immediately. Even if you can you fly faster than those flying mutant beasts? Not to mention there's still those 2 golden eagles there. Hearing that, Xiao Lingxi tightened her arms around Wang Yi's neck. Even though she also wanted to help Dahua, she was even more afraid that something would happen to Wang Yi. Looking at Song Xin and Song Ying, both staring at him with worried faces, Wang Yi couldn't help but feel a warmth rise in his heart. Then he reached out and rubbed Xiao Lingxi's little head. Lingxi, if Big Brother takes you with him, are you afraid? What? You're even planning to take Xiao Lingxi with you? Song Ying cried out in alarm, immediately stepped forward and snatched Xiao Lingxi from Wang Yi's arms. Song Xin also looked at Wang Yi warily. Xiaoya, don't act on impulse. Wang Yi was stunned by the 2 women's reaction, but he quickly came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Sister Xin, listen to me. I'm not acting on impulse. I've seriously thought this through. Even if you thought it through, it's still not okay. If you want to go by yourself, but taking Xiao Lingxi with you is absolutely not allowed. Song Ying held Xiao Lingxi tightly in her arms, shaking her head like a rattle drum. Song Xin didn't speak, but she was also watching Wang Yi with a guarded expression. Wang Yi forced a bitter smile. Listen to me first. Decide after you hear me out. Shang Xin Thou Win. Xiaoya, then tell us what exactly you're thinking. If you can't convince us, Xiao Lingxi absolutely cannot go risk her life with you. Cease. The moment Song Ying heard that, she became anxious. In her view, Wang Yi was simply being too impulsive. Seeing this, Wang Yi felt somewhat helpless. If it had been at the very beginning, he never would have wasted words explaining things to them. But after living together for a year, he had long since come to treat the 2 of them as family. To keep them from worrying, he quickly explained his plan. Sister Xin, this is what I'm thinking. No matter what appears on Yuantong Mountain, it'll draw the attention of the vast majority of mutant beasts and mutant entities. If I fully release my divine sense, I can already cover an area within a 3-kilometer radius, so I can observe the situation on Yuantong Mountain from far away. Once that treasure appears, it'll definitely trigger a scramble from all the mutant beasts and mutant entities. At that time, I'll find a way to get closer and look for a chance to use the power of my divine sense to seize the treasure. The reason I want to bring Xiaolingxi is to collect the treasure. After all, we still don't know what that treasure is, whether it's big or small, or whether it has some strange scent. But as long as we store the treasure in the space, then with the speed I can achieve when I fully use the power of my divine sense, as long as we're not targeted by the golden eagles, we'll definitely be able to retreat unscathed. After hearing Wang Yi out, the two women were still worried, but their expressions had clearly softened. Song Xian and Song Ying exchanged a glance. Thinking of Wang Yi's ability, and thinking of the year they had spent with Dahua, they finally nodded slowly and agreed to Wang Yi's risky plan. Seeing that, Wang Yi also let out a sigh of relief. Although he could have ignored their objections and forcibly taken Xiaolingxi with him, that definitely would have affected their relationship. Xiaolingxi's eyes moved back and forth among the three of them. With how smart she was, she naturally understood what had happened. When she learned that Wang Yi was planning to take her along to help Dahua seize the treasure, she immediately clapped happily. She struggled out of Song Ying's arms, came to Wang Yi's side, and tugged on his hand. Big brother, when are we leaving? Wang Yi rubbed her little head. Take out the flying boat. We're leaving right now. MHM. With a wave of Xiaolingxi's little hand, the flying boat appeared on the ground. Then she jumped onto it impatiently. Wang Yi wrapped the flying boat with his divine sense, then leaped up as well. Turning to Song Xian, he said, Sister Xian, you all need to stay safe at home too. Shangxin not dead. Don't worry. By now, I'm afraid all the mutated beasts and mutants in the entire Kuan City have already gathered near Yuantong Mountain. Nothing will happen on our side. As she spoke, she added another reminder. Xiaoya, you're not alone. No matter what happens, do only what you can handle. You must bring Xiaolingxi back safely. Wang Yi replied with a serious expression. Don't worry. I will definitely protect Xiaolingxi. After saying that, he nodded to Song Ying, then controlled the flying boat and rose into the air. Big sister, little sister, goodbye. Xiaolingxi turned and waved at the two of them. Soon, the two of them and the boat sliced through the air and vanished into the night. Song Ying looked in the direction they had left and said worriedly, Sister, can they come back safely? Song Xian reached out and pulled her into her arms. Don't worry. Xiaoya 1T take risks. The two of them looked toward Yuantong Mountain and stayed silent for a long time. On the other side, Wang Yi controlled the flying boat and slowly approached Yuantong Mountain. He used his divine sense to completely conceal his aura. Both of them were dressed in black, making them hard to notice in the night. As they got closer and closer, the number of mutated beasts and mutants gathered below kept increasing. Wang Yi's divine sense was observing the movements around him at all times. Then his brows gradually furrowed, because he discovered that the mutated beasts and mutants below were not fighting each other. Instead, they were clearly divided into 4 camps. If Yuantong Mountain were taken as the center and a circle drawn around it, then on Wang Yi's side, it could be divided into 4 sections. At the far west were mutated beasts, then mutants, then mutated beasts again, and finally mutants once more. A woo! At that moment, a wolf's howl came from the direction of Yuantong Mountain. The mutated beasts directly below Wang Yi stirred for a moment, then began speeding up. Roar! Another tiger's roar rang out, and the mutated beasts at the far west also began accelerating. Seeing this, Wang Yi knew that these 2 groups of mutated beasts were led respectively by the giant tiger and the giant wolf. And the movements of the mutated beasts naturally drew the attention of the mutants. Sure enough, 2 hisses sounded one after the other from the very front of the 2 mutant armies. Immediately after, the 2 mutant armies also began moving faster. Seeing this scene, Wang Yi could confirm that both the mutated beasts and the mutants had given birth to their own kings. Although he did not know how these kings were controlling the mutated beasts and mutants, this kind of organizational ability would be a disaster for the survivors. Meow. Just then, a cat's cry pulled Wang Yi back from his thoughts. The instant Xiaolingxi heard the meow, she said in delight, Brother, it's Dahua. Wang Yi swept out with his divine sense and saw Dahua beneath a giant tree. At this moment, Dahua was mixed in with the beast pack led by the giant wolf, and its pair of emerald green eyes was looking toward them. The two of them had originally been flying along the direction Dahua had left in, with how familiar Dahua was with them. As long as they were within a certain range, it would definitely recognize the sound of the flying boat at once. Without changing expression, Wang Yi waved at Dahua, signaling it to continue following the main group. After receiving Wang Yi's message, Dahua looked once at Xiaolingxi, who was waving at it, then turned around and blended back into the beast pack. At this time, aside from its size, Dahua had none of the imposing aura a peak 4th rank being should have. If not for the fact that its body was noticeably larger than the other mutated beasts, mixed into the pack, it looked exactly like an ordinary tabby cat. Xiaolingxi kept watching Dahua until it went far away, then straightened up again. Brother, with so many mutated beasts, will Dahua be in danger? Wang Yi shook his head and comforted her. Don't worry. Don't you know Dahua's abilities? As long as it wants to leave, These mutated beasts will almost never be able to catch it. After hearing that, the worry in Xiao Lingxi's eyes eased quite a bit. Lingxi, no matter what you see later, you cannot make a sound. Even if you see Dahua get hurt, you still can't, understand? Wang Yi instructed. Xiao Lingxi nodded her little head seriously. Brother, Lingxi knows it's dangerous. I definitely want to make sound. After saying that, she muttered softly, I want to be like those silly little fairy girls in Little Sister S stories. The corner of Wang Yi's mouth twitched. Just what had that little demoness song Ing been teaching behind his back. But this time, Wang Yi had to give her a thumbs up. Such an excellent value system was worth approving. The two of them slowed down because they had already reached the area covered by the great banyan tree's canopy. They found a relatively dense tree and stopped the flying boat on its trunk. From here on, his attention would be focused on Yuantong Mountain, so it was not suitable to keep consuming the power of his divine sense. Chirp! A sharp eagle cry came from above Yuantong Mountain. Wang Yi's gaze sharpened, and specks of golden light lit up from the depths of his pupils. In an instant, Yuantong Mountain a kilometer away became perfectly clear in his sight. Every strand of divine sense was crucial protection for a critical moment now, so Wang Yi did not use divine sense to investigate. Instead, he activated fiery golden eyes and looked directly with his own eyes. At this moment, the giant banyan tree on the summit of Yuantong Mountain was already packed with mutated flying birds. All the birds were facing the central area of the great banyan tree in perfect unison. There, two giant golden eagles stood silently atop the canopy. With just one glance, Wang Yi's eyes were deeply drawn to the two golden eagles. Compared to a year ago, these two golden eagles had changed completely. Back then, they had been called golden eagles because there had been a ring of golden glowing feathers around their necks. But now, these two golden eagles could truly be called golden eagles in the real sense. One was big and one was small, aside from its eyes. The larger one had a golden beak, golden feathers, and golden talons. As for the smaller one, aside from a few black feathers still visible along the edges of its wings, everything else had also turned golden. A trace of burning desire flashed through Wang Yi's eyes. If he could get one as a mount. Gulp! Sound of swallowing, but that heat lasted for only an instant before fading away. That idea of his could only be realized in dreams. Even if he beat these two golden eagles until they were on the verge of death, it would still be impossible to subdue them, because both of their eyes were blood red. In this state, no matter how strong they were, they could never have intelligence like Dahua. Withdrawing his gaze from the golden eagles, Wang Yi looked westward. There, a giant black and white striped tiger was sitting upright atop a ruin. Its scarlet eyes were fixed on Yuantong Mountain. He hadn't expected that the ordinary giant tiger from back then had now evolved into a white tiger, Wang Yi thought with emotion. If not for the red light in that white tiger's eyes, he would have thought he was looking at a divine beast from legend. Behind the white tiger, countless mutated beasts were lying quietly on the ground. Aside from the low sounds of breathing, there were almost no roars from the beast pack. Moreover, even more mutated beasts were still arriving from behind the pack without end. With just one glance, Wang Yi could estimate that at least 10,000 mutated beasts were already following behind the white tiger. After taking one more look at the white tiger, Wang Yi shifted his gaze and looked to the right. That single glance made Wang Yi freeze, because he saw a person, and it was a woman. At this moment, she was standing quietly in an open space with her eyes closed, her jet black long hair drifting slowly in the breeze, against the surrounding flowers and grass. She looked like a fairy walking out of a painting. Unfortunately, that beautiful scene was ruined by the dense purple scales covering her body. Looking behind her, mutated ones were constantly gathering. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of mutated ones had assembled together. Every single pair of scarlet eyes was fixed firmly on the female mutant at the very front. Wang Yi's gaze returned to the woman. To be honest, even though this mutant was covered head to toe in purple scales, with Wang Yi's standard from his previous life, whether it was her bearing or the proportions of her figure, both were flawless. Just as Wang Yi was marveling, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, and a pair of scarlet eyes looked straight this way. Wang Yi shivered all over and quickly lowered his head, then used the power of divine sense to wrap himself and Xiao Lingxi in another layer. What the hell? She can sense it from that far away? From what had just happened, Wang Yi could be sure that the female mutant had definitely sensed his gaze. Sure enough, anything that could become a king had special abilities. Wang Yi secretly raised his guard. This mutant was definitely a special mutant, and her special ability was most likely spiritual in nature. He carefully glanced over there again. Seeing that the female mutant had closed her eyes once more, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Not daring to openly stare at the female mutant anymore, Wang Yi shifted his gaze farther to the right. What came into view was a giant silver-white wolf. Its entire body was wrapped in silver-white fur, and even the night, it was giving off a faint silver glow. This giant wolf was also one from Yuantong Mountain back then, except its fur had still been gray at the time. Sure enough, These giant beasts had all gained tremendous benefits on Yuantong Mountain back then. Every single one of them was evolving toward the legendary divine beasts. If not for those eyes glowing red, no one would have doubted it, even if it were called the legendary Howling Moon Heavenly Wolf. Behind the silver giant wolf was also a dense mass of mutated beasts, though their number was more than half less than the ones on the white tigress side. And Dahua was mixed in among those mutated beasts. Wang Yi found it in the beast horde with just one glance. At this moment, Dahua was quietly lying on a tree trunk, its emerald green eyes constantly sizing up Yuantong Mountain. Seeing that Dahua had not acted rashly, Wang Yi also let out a sigh of relief. With Dahua's intelligence, it probably would not do anything reckless either. Pulling back his gaze, Wang Yi continued looking to the right. The next second, he directly sucked in a cold breath. Holy shit, what kind of monster is that? Wang Yi almost cried out in shock. This was a giant mutant at least 20 meters tall, with purple bone spikes all over its back and 9 vicious heads crowded onto its shoulders. Compared to it, the mutated ones behind it were like mice next to an elephant. They looked like completely different species. If it were only big and ugly, it would not have shocked Wang Yi this much. But in this mutant-esque 2 giant hands, it was actually gripping 2 purple giant hammers. Wang Yi saw clearly that just the 2 hammerheads alone each weighed at least 20 tons. In other words, this giant mutant could unleash more than 20,000 gene of brute force with one hand at any time. And that was just a normal attack. If it went all out, how terrifying would its full power be? Suddenly, Wang Yi stared heatedly at those 2 purple giant hammers. The reason Wang Yi lost his composure like this was because he had never seen the material those 2 giant hammers were made from. Before the apocalypse, there had been many special materials. Limited by his knowledge, it was impossible for Wang Yi to know all of them. But these 2 giant hammers were definitely not made from any material known to humanity. Of that, Wang Yi was absolutely certain, because they glowed, just like weapons in a game after being enchanted. Wang Yi could see clearly that those 2 giant hammers had already grown together with the mutant's hands. Every time the mutant's chest rose and fell, the hammer bodies would pulse with a burst of purple light. With the miraculous sight of Wang Yi's fiery golden eyes, it was absolutely impossible for him to have seen wrong. All this time, Wang Yi had been searching for materials that could be used to forge weapons, but ordinary steel, and even special alloys, were not enough to break through a mutant's defense. The daggers currently in Song Xian and Song Ing's hands, including Shaoling C's Spike Club, had all been made by Wang Yi from mutated beast bones. Although they were tougher and sharper than ordinary steel blades, aside from Shaoling C's Spike Club, the daggers in the 2 women's hands could only be used to process materials after battle. If they were used in combat, then for people who had never systematically learned killing techniques, it would be far too dangerous. But if he could get his hands on these 2 giant hammers, even just one of them, it would be enough to forge a suitable weapon for each of the 4 of them. Wang Yi forcefully suppressed the reluctance in his heart and pulled his gaze away from the 2 giant hammers. These 2 giant hammers had already grown together with that mutant. With his current strength, wanting to get them was no different from a fool's dream. Aside from these 4 camps, Wang Yi also heard roars coming from the backside of Yuantong Mountain. That meant mutated beasts and mutated ones were also gathering from behind. After all, even now, he still had not seen the giant crocodile and giant python from back then. After looking over all the camps, Wang Yi's gaze fell back onto Yuantong Mountain. The first thing was the spirit peach tree at the foot of the mountain. Ever since leaving last time, he had never returned. Although a year had passed, and all the surrounding buildings had already turned into ruins, Wang Yi still found the location of the spirit peaches at once. Very soon, the spirit peach tree came into view. It's actually still there? Wang Yi was a little surprised. He had originally thought this spirit peach tree would have been destroyed by other mutated beasts, but not only had it not been destroyed, it had grown even more lush. Even the trunk had become more than twice as thick. What surprised Wang Yi even more was that the spirit peach tree was now covered in fresh, red, dripping peaches. Compared to the spirit peaches he had picked before, every spirit peach on the tree now was close to the size of a volleyball. With such a huge change, Wang Yi guessed it was probably because of the purple moon. After all, the small tomatoes in his hand, after being illuminated by the purple moon, had also grown fruit twice as large as before. Looking at those bright red spirit peaches one by one, Wang Yi's brows furrowed slightly. Could the disturbance on Yuantong Mountain be caused by this spirit peach tree? But as soon as the thought appeared, Wang Yi rejected it. It was not that he looked down on this spirit peach tree. Even if the energy contained in these spirit peaches were 100 times greater than before, it still could not have drawn this many kings here. And that vague green light from before had not come from the spirit peach tree either. Wang Yi's gaze followed Yuantong Mountain upward, but the current Yuantong Mountain, aside from that enormous banyan tree, was completely covered by dense trees everywhere else. For Wang Yi to clearly see what was inside was almost impossible. Just as he was feeling disappointed, the green light that had vanished earlier appeared again. Golden light burst from Wang Yi's eyes as he tried to find the source of that green light. Chirp! The golden eagle let out a cry. Its golden wings spread open, looking incomparably gorgeous within the green light. Roar! The white tiger that had originally been sitting in the west had already stood up, its scarlet tiger eyes staring fiercely at the mountain peak. A wolf! The white-silver wolf could no longer sit still either. It stood up and let out a wolf howl toward the sky. The female mutant, who had originally had her eyes tightly shut, had also opened them at this moment. The surrounding flowers, grass, and trees were bent low by an invisible force. Boom! The giant mutant raised the giant hammers in its hands and smashed them down hard onto the ground. The entire earth trembled for an instant. Feeling the vibration coming through the tree trunk, Wang Yi secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. The weight of those purple hammers was probably even heavier than he had imagined. Buzz! Just like before, an invisible wave spread out once again. Wang Yi forcibly held back the urge to release his divine sense to investigate. His golden eyes kept sweeping across Yuantong Mountain, trying to find the source of the green light. But the green light was like an aurora. There was simply no way to trace its origin, as if it had really appeared out of thin air. Gidge! That green light appeared again. Xiaolingxi, who had been quietly standing at the side the whole time, suddenly spoke in a soft voice. Wang Yi squeezed her little hand. Lingxi, remember this. In a while, you must hold on tight to Gidge's hand. No matter what happens, you can't let go, understand? Xiaolingxi nodded seriously. Got it. Lingxi definitely won T let go. Wang Yi nodded in relief. Judging from the actions of those kings just now, that unknown treasure should be about to appear. Time passed second by second, and the air was filled with a chilling, killing intent. Very soon, it was around 8 o'clock at night. The originally pitch-black sky began to glow with purple light. As the first wisp of purple light appeared, all the mutants and mutant beasts around Yuantong Mountain began to stir. The auras of the several kings gradually rose. Even from 1 kilometer away, Wang Yi could feel that invisible pressure. The appearance of the purple moon draped the entire land in a layer of violet gauze. Chirp! Chirp! 2 eagle cries rang out as the wings of the 2 golden eagles on the banyan tree slowly spread open. With a push from their thick, powerful claws, their enormous bodies with wingspans of nearly 50 meters rose into the air. As the 2 golden eagles moved, the thousands of mutant birds on the banyan tree all took flight. For a moment, all of Yuantong Mountain was filled with the sounds of flapping wings and shrieking birds. The 2 golden eagles did not fly away. Instead, they led the mutant birds encircling Yuantong Mountain, like kings patrolling their territory. Roar! The white tiger let out an angry roar at the sky. The mutant beast behind it seemed to have received a command and began charging toward Yuantong Mountain. As the white tiger moved, the female mutant also began to act. She slowly rose into the air, and a purple crystal emerged at her forehead. Without any roar, she merely stretched out her long purple claw and pointed at Yuantong Mountain. The mutants behind her immediately charged toward Yuantong Mountain with roaring cries. A wolf howl rang out, and the beast pack led by the silver giant wolf also began to move. Seeing this, Wang Yi hurriedly looked toward Hua and happened to see its whole body wrapped in black mist before its figure disappeared into the beast pack. At the same time, dense roars also erupted from behind Yuantong Mountain. The entire earth was trembling. The whole Yuantong Mountain stood like an isolated island in the tidal sea of mutants and mutant beasts. Chirp! An eagle cry rang out, and then golden light bloomed in the sky, dyeing the entire heavens gold. The next second, streak after streak of golden light fell downward toward the mutant beasts and mutants below like a rain of arrows. Pucci! A wolf! The sounds of flesh being pierced and miserable screams kept rising from the beast pack below. That rain of golden light was like sharp swords, and every single ray carried a dense metal element aura. In just a few short breaths, the mutants and mutant beasts below suffered heavy casualties. Roar! A tiger's roar sounded from the west, and immediately after, an invisible shockwave slammed toward the golden light mass in the sky. Boom! The golden light mass exploded instantly, revealing the golden eagle inside. Chirp! The slightly larger golden eagle cried out to the surrounding mutant birds, then flapped its massive wings and charged toward where the white tiger was. The slightly smaller golden eagle that remained did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, it circled around the summit of Yuantong Mountain. From time to time, it condensed several golden light blades and shot them at the kings below. At this moment, the giant mutant suddenly turned its head and let out a roar toward the distant female mutant. After the female mutant swept a glance in its direction, the purple crystal core at her forehead instantly shone with purple light. Her long sharp claw pointed toward the silver giant wolf. Roar! The mutants that had originally been charging toward Yuantong Mountain all changed direction and rushed toward the silver giant wolf. At the same time, All 9 heads of the giant mutant let out an angry roar at the giant wolf. Then it hefted its 2 giant hammers and strode toward the giant wolf. Everywhere it passed, the ground kept trembling, and every obstacle in its path shattered one after another. The giant wolf, which had been directing the beast pack in attacking Yuantong Mountain, leisurely dodged the golden light blades shooting down from the sky while observing the battle between the white tiger and the golden eagle. Now, after noticing the commotion from both sides, the massive wolf had immediately let out an angry howl. After that, the beast pack under its command split into 2 and charged toward the 2 mutant armies. For a moment, Yuantong Mountain instead became the quietest place on the entire battlefield. Countless mutants and mutant beasts surrounded Yuantong Mountain, slaughtering each other. Severed limbs were everywhere. On a distant tree trunk, Wang Yi quietly watched this scene and gained a preliminary estimate of the strength of the several kings. Judging from their might, the white tiger and golden eagle that were fighting were at the same rank. Wang Yi secretly estimated that their strength had probably already reached the peak of Tier 7. The other golden eagle and the giant wolf should be at the state of having just broken through to Tier 7. Compared to the mutant beasts, however, the mutant camp was clearly much weaker. Both the female mutant and the giant mutant were at the peak of Tier 6. Wang Yi could understand this as well. After all, the true growth period of mutants had started much later than that of mutant beasts. Back then, if not for the pressure from the mutant beasts, they would probably still be evolving step by step right now. Forget peak Tier 6, even reaching Tier 5 would likely have been impossible. After all, before this, aside from a few special mutants, Wang Yi's strength had always been far above that of the mutants. So Wang Yi was not surprised at all that the 2 mutant kings had joined forces against the silver giant wolf. Chirp! At this moment, the golden eagle that had been circling above the mountaintop suddenly cried out and then flew toward the back of Yuantong Mountain. At the same time, half of the mutant birds that had been fighting fiercely against the white tiger's beast pack also flew toward the back mountain. Clearly, battle had broken out there as well. From this alone, it was obvious that among the major king factions in Kuan City, the strongest was the Golden Eagle faction. Those giant beasts leaving Yuantong Mountain earlier were probably because they feared those 2 golden eagles. Wang Yi just did not know why there was such an obvious gap in strength between the 2 golden eagles, and not a small one at that. Wang Yi did not know what was happening behind Yuantong Mountain, but seeing how at ease that golden eagle looked, he knew that side was the same as this one. The mutant camp and the mutant beast camp had started fighting each other. Shaoling Si, let us go. Wang Yi swept his gaze across the entire battlefield, then used his divine sense to wrap around the 2 of them and the flying boat as they slowly slipped into the jungle below. He planned to take this chance to get close to Yuantong Mountain and first take that spirit peach tree for himself. Along the way, because of the covering of his divine sense, the auras of the 2 of them did not leak out. As long as they carefully avoided the mutant beasts on the ground, then barring accidents, they would be able to approach Yuantong Mountain silently and without a trace. Very soon, the 2 of them entered the area covered by the crown of the great banyan tree. The moment he stepped in, Wang Yi felt a wave of comfort throughout his whole body, and a cool aura flowed all over him. Energy, sensing the densely packed silver-white particles around him. Wang Yi was filled with shock. His gaze involuntarily lifted toward the enormous tree crown above his head. Last time he came here, although Wang Yi had sensed the existence of those silver-white particles on Yuantong Mountain, the amount had been pitifully small, and they had only existed on Yuantong Mountain. But now, they were at least 1 kilometer away from Yuantong Mountain. Yet the concentration of silver-white particles here was already more than 3 times higher than outside the area covered by the canopy. This meant that this giant banyan tree had the effect of gathering energy. It could even extract energy from the void without going through the purple moon. If this were placed in a cultivation world, it could absolutely be considered a rare blessed grotto. It had to be known that during the day, Wang Yi had only sensed a small amount of silver-white particles near the little tomatoes. As for other places, Wang Yi had never sensed them before. If he wanted to cultivate, he could only absorb the energy inside crystal cores. No wonder those 2 golden eagles were so powerful. If Wang Yi and the others could live here, then whether it was day or night, they would be able to absorb energy at all times. Their strength would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Brother, it feels so comfortable staying here. Shaoling Si tugged on Wang Yi's hand and whispered softly, her bright, big eyes curiously looking up at the canopy overhead. Wang Yi took a deep breath and used his divine sense to sweep through the area within 100 meters around them. Then he kept his divine sense maintained within that range and continued forward toward Yuantong Mountain. I wonder where Dahua is now. A trace of worry flashed through Wang Yi's eyes. Along the way, there was danger, but no mishap. The mutants and mutated beasts were all fighting each other, and none of them noticed that 2 figures had already approached Yuantong Mountain. A wolf's howl suddenly rang out not far away, carrying a hint of pain. Wang Yi's figure paused, and his golden eyes quickly turned to look in that direction. he saw that the silver giant wolf, which had originally looked incomparably sacred, was now getting up from beneath a large tree in a somewhat bedraggled state. At some point, a clear depression had appeared near its shoulder blade. Blood also stained its silver-white fur. Not far in front of it, one large and one small disheveled figure were glaring fiercely this way. They were precisely those two mutant kings. At this moment, the female mutant was standing on the broad shoulder of the giant mutant. The fine purple scales on her chest had been split open by a small wound, and strands of blood were seeping out from it. The giant mutant was not in much better shape either. Of its 9 heads, only 6 remained. The other 3 were already gone without a trace. However, judging from the smooth wounds, they had most likely been cut off by some sharp attack. When Wang Yi saw this scene, he immediately relaxed quite a bit. As for the battle between these 3 kings, he was not afraid of them being evenly matched. What he feared was one side completely crushing the other. The current situation was very good. As long as he was careful, he probably would not be targeted. In fact, among these kings, the one Wang Yi feared most was actually that female mutant. Not because of her strength, but because of her sensing ability. After all, every step of what he was about to do next could not be exposed in advance. So what he feared most was exactly this kind of special ability with keen perception. Worried that the female mutant might sense him, Wang Yi did not dare keep watching. After withdrawing his gaze, he used his divine sense to wrap himself and Xiao Lingxi in another layer, then set off once more and stealthily headed toward Yuantong Mountain. Just then, in the shadows not far ahead of them, a figure slowly revealed itself. Wang Yi's mind instantly turned vigilant, and the 2 golden scales on his back trembled slightly. But after seeing that figure clearly, he immediately relaxed again. Xiao Lingxi looked even happier. Brother, it's Dahua. After sweeping with his divine sense and confirming that there were no other mutants or mutated beasts nearby, Wang Yi controlled the flying boat and flew toward Dahua. When they reached the shadows, Wang Yi quickly used his divine sense to wrap Dahua inside as well. Lingxi put the flying boat away. Hearing this, Xiao Lingxi did not even have time to get close to Dahua. With a light brush of her little hand, she stored the flying boat into her space. Dahua, the situation outside is a little beyond my expectations. From here on, we move together. In a moment, use your black mist to conceal me and Lingxi's figures. Then I'll use my divine sense to isolate our aura. That way, we should be able to sneak into Yuantong Mountain smoothly. Wang Yi whispered softly to Dahua. Meow. Dahua let out a soft cry. Then the black mist on its body began to spread, covering both Wang Yi and Xiao Lingxi within it. Inside the black mist, Wang Yi held Xiao Lingxi and, with a single jump, easily landed astride Dahua's back. Let us go. Wang Yi lightly patted Dahua's back. The black mist churned, and in the next second, the 2 humans and the cat completely hid within the shadows and vanished without a trace. The battle between the kings was becoming more and more intense, and the commotion was growing louder and louder. Even from far away, one could sense the trembling of the earth. Under the cover of Dahua's black mist, Wang Yi's group quietly arrived at the foot of the mountain. Patting Dahua, Wang Yi signaled it to head for the spirit peach tree first. Dahua understood. It kept changing routes through the shadows, slowly approaching the spirit peach tree. Nearly a year had passed, and the stone-paved path here had long since been covered by weeds and shrubs. Before getting close, Wang Yi had already smelled the fragrance of the spirit peaches. Looking at the spirit peach tree, which had clearly grown twice as thick, Wang Yi used his divine sense to check the surrounding jungle. After confirming it was safe, Wang Yi's divine sense moved, and the 2 golden scales in the leather sheath on his back slowly flew out. They then flew down to the root area, turning into 2 streams of light as they began cutting around the spirit peach tree. In only a few breaths, the spirit peach tree, along with the land within a 10-meter diameter around its roots, was cut free together. Lingxi. Wang Yi signaled Xiao Lingxi to store the spirit peach tree away. Xiao Lingxi understood the value of the spirit peach tree. She knew she had to store the tree together with the surrounding soil. Squatting down, she pressed her little hand against the ground. In the next second, the spirit peach tree and the soil around it were stored together into her space. All that remained on the spot was a hemispherical pit with a diameter of 10 meters. After doing all this, the 2 humans and the cat did not dare stay any longer and quickly snuck farther up the mountain. In the shadows of a forest halfway up the mountain, Wang Yi watched the movement below with a tense expression. This was, after all, a spirit tree, and it had disappeared at such a critical moment. If the Golden Eagles discovered it, it would definitely affect their later actions. Fortunately, all the kings were busy fighting and had not noticed the disappearance of the spirit peach tree. Wang Yi let out a long breath of turbid air. 2 golden glints appeared in his eyes as he looked down the mountain through the surrounding black mist. He saw that the mutants and mutated beasts had now completely mixed together, other than the mutated birds. Whether they were mutated beasts under the white tiger or under the silver wolf, they were no longer fighting by camp and were instead working together against the mutants. Meanwhile, The birds under the golden eagle completely ignored the mutants and focused all their attacks on the mutated beasts from both sides. With the support of the birds, the mutants, who had originally been at a disadvantage, were actually fighting the mutated beasts to a standstill for a time. But all of this was only the battle between ordinary mutated beasts and mutants. The fight between the kings was nowhere near so easy. At this moment, several bloody claw marks had already appeared on the white tigress body. As for the golden eagle, quite a few of the golden feathers on its abdomen had fallen away, and there were even several places still dripping blood. The two sides had obviously already shifted from long-range bombardment to close-quarters combat. Although the golden eagle had a certain advantage in flight, the white tiger was not easy to deal with either. Even though it could not fly for long periods like the golden eagle, the white tiger's terrifying jumping power could still intercept the golden eagle's charging attacks in advance. Both were mutated beasts at the peak of the 7th tier, and neither side held an absolute advantage in any aspect. Compared to these two top kings, the battle between the silver wolf and the two mutant kings was much more intriguing. Although the silver giant wolf was stronger than the mutant kings, it did not hold any obvious advantage in the fight, because the abilities of those two kings happened to complement each other perfectly in battle. One provided support, and one handled the main assault, especially the giant mutant's two huge hammers. If even one hit landed, it would be enough to break bones and tear muscles. The female mutant's ability did not seem very destructive, but it was a psychic-type power. As soon as the silver wolf activated its ability, she would interrupt it with psychic force, and, at the same time, make the giant wolf freeze for an instant. Though it was only an instant, as long as the giant mutant seized the chance, it could still heavily wound the silver wolf. The dent on the giant wolf's shoulder blade from earlier had obviously been caused by the huge hammer. After suffering once, the silver wolf naturally would not easily engage in close combat again. In the end, this dignified 7th tier king had been reduced to fighting at range and kiting. If not for the fact that its attack frequency was higher than the female mutant's psychic activation frequency, then the one holding the upper hand right now might not be it, but these two mutant kings whose strength was below its own, although it held the upper hand. The silver wolf's movements as it circled were still somewhat unnatural. Apparently, that earlier hammer strike had reduced its speed quite a bit. On the mountain, Wang Yi withdrew his gaze and said to Dahua beside him, "Dahua, do you know what kind of treasure is appearing this time?" Dahua shook its big head. "Meow." Wang Yi immediately frowned at that. "You don't know what it is, and you still know it's useful to you?" "Meow." Dahua nodded and let out a soft cry. Wang Yi was instantly speechless. If they did not even know what it was, then how were they supposed to pull off a sneak steal? At this moment, Wang Yi really wanted to sweep the entire Yuantong mountain with his divine sense. But when he thought of the golden eagle overhead that was watching this side from time to time, he did not dare act rashly, because he did not know whether that golden eagle could sense the fluctuations of his divine sense. On top of that, Yuantong Mountain had been incomparably mysterious from the very beginning. No one knew what hidden tricks were concealed here. Just as Wang Yi was thinking about what to do next, strange changes began to appear on the battlefield below the mountain. On the battlefield, the corpses of the mutant humanoids and mutant beasts that had died in battle were gradually becoming shriveled. The blood on the ground was disappearing in an eerie manner as well. Geo, roar, owo, ha, moo, goo goo. Roars rang out one after another from the front and back of Yuantong Mountain. Immediately after, the two golden eagles broke away from the battlefield and returned to circling above Yuantong Mountain. The white tiger also stopped fighting and, after several leaps, arrived at the foot of Yuantong Mountain. Following that, the silver giant wolf, the female mutant, and the giant mutant all disengaged from battle and came to the foot of the mountain. Although they still glared at one another, they all tacitly stopped attacking. The kings were no longer fighting, but the battle between the mutant beasts and mutant humanoids under their command had not ended, and the fighting had become even crazier than before. In some areas, they had even started attacking each other regardless of faction, and the scene became incomparably bloody for a time. Watching this eerie scene through the black mist, Wang Yi felt his scalp go numb. He did not dare keep peeking. He even turned Xiao Lingxi to face another direction as well, to prevent that female mutant from sensing their gaze. Geo. The two golden eagles kept circling Yuantong Mountain in the air. From time to time, they cried out warnings to the restless kings. Avoiding the kings at the foot of the mountain, Wang Yi directed his golden eyes toward the battlefield, especially beneath those corpses. After continuously searching, he finally noticed a clue beneath half of a mutant beast corpse. On the surface, that half corpse showed no obvious abnormalities. But through the cross-section, Wang Yi could clearly see dense, thread-like filaments wriggling within its flesh. With every wriggle of those filaments, a portion of the flesh essence of the half-corpse disappeared. Wang Yi stared fixedly at those filaments, and in the end discovered that they extended out from underground, and all of the disappearing flesh essence was flowing along those filaments into the earth. These filaments seemed somewhat similar to the roots that appeared when Little Tomato absorbed crystal cores. Wang Yi was startled. He observed more carefully for a while and found that these filaments were indeed similar to Tomato-S roots. Could it be that this banyan tree-S root system was absorbing this flesh essence? Wang Yi raised his head and looked at the lush, enormous canopy above him. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Time slowly passed, and soon it was around midnight. This time period was precisely when the energy was richest every day. Wang Yi in the shadows could clearly sense the increase in energy. This was not a sensation produced by using divine sense, but a direct feeling coming from his breathing and physical body. This alone was enough to show just how terrifying the energy concentration was within the area covered by the giant banyan tree. Just as Wang Yi was marveling, Dahua behind him suddenly stood up, its emerald eyes looking toward the mountaintop with longing. Roar! The kings below the mountain also began to move. The first to react was the white tiger. With a roar, it leaped toward the summit of Yuantong Mountain. As soon as the white tiger moved, the silver giant wolf naturally refused to fall behind. Its huge body directly smashed through the trees, blocking its path, and charged toward the summit. The female mutant stood on the giant mutant's shoulder and pointed her slender sharp claw toward the summit. The giant mutant beneath her immediately let out a roar, hefted its two great hammers, and strode toward the summit in huge steps. Geo! The two golden eagles kept issuing warnings, one in front and one behind. However, the kings climbing the mountain turned a blind eye to them, and all gathered toward the summit. The battlefield below the mountain became even more brutal. It seemed to be affected by some unknown force. Whether mutant beasts or mutant humanoids, all of them had already gone completely mad. They completely ignored their own injuries and only attacked wildly. This mutant humanoid had just torn apart the mutant beast in front of it, when the next moment, another mutant humanoid behind it directly pierced through its back. One mutant beast was fighting another mutant humanoid, and the next moment, another mutant beast rushed out from the left and directly bit through its neck. Scenes like these could be seen everywhere on the battlefield. Whether mutant humanoids or mutant beasts, they had completely lost all concept of faction, and only madness and slaughter remained. And those filaments that had originally still been carefully hidden were now brazenly wrapping around corpse after corpse, continuously absorbing the flesh essence within them. At this point, Wang Yi no longer had the mind to care about the changes below the mountain. He turned around, pulled Xiao Lingxi in his arms, and covered her eyes with his hand. Then he signaled Dahua to keep the black mist stable. It absolutely had to completely hide their figures. At the same time, Wang Yi used his divine sense to completely isolate their aura from the outside world. After taking one last look at the four kings gradually drawing near, Wang Yi held Xiao Lingxi and, together with Dahua, squeezed deeper into the recessed shadows. Before the apocalypse, this place had probably been an ornamental pond, only now it had already been abandoned. The place where the two humans and one cat were hiding happened to be the innermost part of the ornamental pond, with an artificially designed rockery above them. Wang Yi patted Dahua on the head and whispered, "Lower your head. We absolutely can't let them notice us. No matter what kind of treasure it is, with so many kings gathered here, they LL definitely fight over it. When that happens, that LL be our chance. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you snatch the treasure." Hearing that, hesitation flashed in Dahua's eyes for a second, but in the end it still withdrew its longing gaze. Seeing this, Wang Yi let out a sigh of relief. What he feared most was Dahua acting impulsively and drawing the attention of those kings, especially that female mutant. Back when she was so far away, she could already sense his gaze. Now that she was this close, she would probably notice him with just one glance. Boom! Heavy footsteps drew nearer from far away. Wang Yi's heart slowly tightened. He knew those were the footsteps of that giant mutant, and that also meant the female mutant was getting closer and closer. Resisting the urge to add another layer to the divine sense barrier, Wang Yi was already prepared to be discovered. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat kept speeding up. Wang Yi could already clearly hear the sound of trees being smashed apart. Bang! The ground trembled slightly, and bits of broken stone kept falling from the fake mountain above his head. Bang! 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 The footsteps gradually moved farther away. Wang Yi's tense body finally relaxed. It seemed that female mutant had not discovered them. Roar! A hiss came from the mountaintop. Wang Yi's expression tightened. That sound had come from the giant python. Cry! The furious shriek of the golden eagle rang out in the air. Wang Yi quietly walked out of the hollow and looked toward the mountaintop. In just an instant, the scene on the summit seized all of his attention. On the thick trunk of the massive banyan tree, a giant python over 100 meters long was slowly climbing upward along the trunk. And this giant python was the very same one he had seen back on Yuantong Mountain. But in only 1 year, its body had actually grown to more than double its previous size. Its body was covered in dense scales, every single one of them gleaming with a metallic sheen. At a glance, its defense was clearly not low. What also drew Wang Yi's gaze was the fork between the banyan tree's trunk and canopy. There was an enormous bird's nest there, and faint flashes of golden light could be seen within. The giant python's target was clearly that nest. In the sky, the two golden eagles kept letting out furious warning cries. Yet the giant python seemed not to hear them at all and continued climbing toward the nest. Seeing this, golden light once again spread across the bodies of the two golden eagles, and an incomparably sharp aura instantly filled the air. The golden eagle's outburst made the giant python pause in its climb, its scarlet tongue flicking in and out nonstop. Its pair of scarlet vertical pupils moved back and forth between the golden eagles and the nest, clearly hesitating. Roar! At that moment, the white tiger's enormous body had already arrived on the mountaintop. It lifted its head and glanced at the attack the golden eagles were about to unleash. Fierce light burst from its eyes, and it immediately let out a roar at the giant python. Wang Yi could hear that the roar was full of warning. Next, the silver giant wolf, the giant mutant, and the female mutant also reached the summit one after another. On the other side, the sound of trees snapping rang out without end as a giant crocodile, more than 60 meters long, crawled out from the forest. At the same time, a mutant completely wrapped in slime slowly walked out from another direction. Wherever it passed, whether trees or grass, everything was corroded clean away by the slime. In the end, it left behind an incomparably disgusting trail.